It hurts so much. A stomach cramp wakes Lin Chu up. The view before her eyes is a vast, desolate landscape, and she feels like she might dry out from the heat. She raises her hand to block the blinding sun and looks around in confusion. Where is this godforsaken place? She mutters softly, enduring the pain as she stands up. After carefully observing her surroundings, she almost stumbles and falls on the cracked ground. She tries to take a few steps forward. Only then does she realize her legs are trembling. She reaches out to pat her knees, but when she touches her dark, chicken foot-like hands, she rolls her eyes in frustration. Are these delicate fingers? Who's got chicken feet like this? Who? Lin Chu's mind is roaring with rage. She looks at her hands repeatedly, helplessly accepting the truth. Yes, she was once fighting zombies in the apocalypse, chopping off their heads. She had just finished dealing with a dozen zombies that wanted to tear her apart, happily eating supplies from her space. Who knew she would be targeted by another group? That group deliberately attracted zombies, causing her to fall back into the chaos before she could recover her strength. She was ambushed by them and ended up dying at the mouth of a zombie. But as Lin Chu thinks about this, she slightly curls her lips. Did she really die? If she did, wouldn't all her supplies belong to them? Dream on. Before she died, she had already thrown her supplies back into her space. No one could get them. Thinking of this, Lin Chu's mind moves. Instantly, a soft, white bun appears in her palm. Her eyes light up. She gobbles it down greedily, then disappears from the spot. This place is deserted and desolate. She can freely enter her space at will. Inside her space, Lin Chu first leans over a spring to drink her fill. She was almost dehydrated. After eating and drinking enough, she lies on the ground, closing her eyes to think about her current situation. She had somehow traveled through time to this era during a severe famine. But why is her mind completely blank? She has no memories at all. Lin Chu is sure she is soul-transferred, not just physically transported. The body she now inhabits looks about 13 years old, thin, dirty, and looking more like a 10-year-old. Looking at her reflection in the spring water, she stares at her puzzled eyes and blinks slowly. She tries to recall her original memories, but apart from knowing she was fleeing from famine, she remembers nothing else. Could she have amnesia? Lin Chu rubs the back of her head 3 times, but there's no wound. So, how could she have lost her memory? Full of questions, she simply bites into a chicken foot and pushes the matter aside. Since I have come here, I will accept it. I might as well move to a different place to survive. What's there to fear? After stepping out of the space, Lin Chu carried a small basket on her back. This was what she had collected during the end of the world period. At that time, she was fighting zombies and gathering various supplies. Anything that looked good was thrown into her space. Her space was a great treasure. Items she put inside would be automatically sorted. If she threw in seeds, they would be planted in the land near the spring, and they would mature in just a few days. During the end times, those seeds were either dirty or stained with blood, so she didn't take any. She only kept other items, including supplies from 2 large supermarkets, which are now stored in her space. With her space and supplies, Lin Chu was not worried at all. She walked toward the mountains with her basket on her back. When she woke up, she was lying on a hillside, and now, alone, it was safer to go into the mountains. As she walked, Lin Chu nibbled on various dried meats from her space until she felt full of energy. She had almost reached the deep mountains. Everywhere was full of dry branches. There were no sounds of insects or birds. She looked up at the sky, which was still hot but gradually darkening. Lin Chu quickly found a large rock. After checking that no one was around, she took out a tent, set it up quickly, and then crawled inside. She slept comfortably for the night and woke up the next day. Lin Chu threw the tent back into her space and carried a basket that mainly held a few sweet potatoes, continuing her journey. The heat gradually lessened, and the deeper into the mountains she went, the darker it became. Worried about attracting trouble, Lin Chu resisted the urge to use her flashlight. She clenched a black baseball bat tightly, her sharp eyes scanning left and right. Zhou Baji. What were you thinking bringing us all into these deep mountains? Look at everyone. Do they still have food to survive? There's nothing to eat here. It's better not to come into the mountains. Suddenly, a loud scolding came from ahead. Lin Chu quickly stopped her steps. She didn't expect there to be anyone in these mountains. Holding her breath, she listened carefully to the direction and found a withered tree big enough for 3 people to hold hands around. She hid behind it.
Yeah.
Why come into the mountains? So many people. Aren't we going to starve to death here? I don't want to die. Zhou Baji, speak up. It was you who brought us here. You have to figure something out, came 2 more questioning voices. In the distance, about 30 people were either lying down or standing. Among them were children as thin as monkeys, all dirty and emaciated, with pale yellow faces filled with fear. The tall man called Zhou Baji, who was standing opposite them, lowered his head silently, allowing their insults without saying a word. Lin Chu cautiously examined the group and quickly realized they were also fleeing from danger. They probably wanted to go deep into the mountains to try their luck, find some food, and survive a few more days. Who knows what will happen? Hey, Zhou Bazi, say something. What are we supposed to do now? We can't really just starve to death in the mountains. Yeah, everyone followed you to escape, not to die in the mountains. The oldest man among them, his face dark with anger, said. He thought this young man was foolish and should be the leader. Now it's too late, and they are all stuck in the mountain. Lin Chu secretly listened and thought Zhou Bazi was unlucky. He just wanted everyone to survive. But when they entered the mountain and couldn't find food, everyone started to cause trouble. If it were her, she would slap each troublemaker, then walk away alone. Why carry a burden of a group? Maybe because she usually prefers to be alone in the end of world. She always felt that being alone was better. Especially in this era, where people's hearts are so evil, they are more frightening than ghosts. As Lin Chu thought about this, she suddenly shivered, rubbed her arms, and was about to continue listening. But she noticed the group had been quiet for a long time.
Wait.
She slowly moved out from behind a big tree, ready to look up. Suddenly, everything in front of her turned dark. Whose family are you from? What are you doing hiding here? Speak. Lin Chu lowered her eyes, trembling from the shout. Her small body sat down hard on the ground, and her eyes turned red.
I
was passing by. I was fleeing, she stammered, clutching her patched-up pants tightly, afraid to look up. Zhou Bazi stared at her messy hair and her dirty clothes, which looked just like his own people. He squinted and asked, "Are you a young girl alone in the mountains?" She kept her head down, so no one saw the mockery in her eyes. Her voice trembled as she said, I don't know. When I woke up, I was lying in the mountains. She didn't know if her family was alive or why she was alone in the mountains. Her memory was blank, so she could only make up something random now. Zhou Bazi looked at her silently. Just then, he heard some people in the group complain. He was about to comfort them when he suddenly noticed some movement nearby. He thought it was a wild animal and rushed over. But instead, he saw Lin Chu hiding. The wild animal he was after flew away. Zhou Bazi was very angry. Lin Chu's heart was pounding wildly. She could feel the unkind eyes above her, and just as she was thinking about how to respond, she heard the hurried footsteps approaching. She slightly looked up and then shrank back, lowering her head. It was that group of over 30 people. They had arrived. Zhou Bazi, didn't you say you had wild game? What's wrong with this kid? The first person to see Lin Chu immediately shouted, clearly annoyed. Whose kid is this? Take them back yourself. You've scared away our game. The old man spoke in a deep voice, but no one responded. Suddenly, everyone stared intently at Lin Chu. Zhou Bazi raised his hand. Everyone, this child isn't from our group. She's a refugee walking alone. Clearly, Lin Chu's words had convinced most of them. Her eyes flickered, and in the next moment, she lifted her reddened eyes and spoke softly and pitifully. Good people, I got separated from my family. I was so scared that I had to come into these mountains. I didn't mean to bother you. Seeing her pitiful look, some older women in the group felt sympathy, but no one spoke. Not hearing any response, Lin Chu bit her lip lightly. Could it be that her acting wasn't good enough? Was she not acting pitiful enough? Just as she was about to start crying loudly, Zhou Bazi spoke again. You're so thin and weak. I doubt you dare. Just a little girl. What's so interesting about her? She's just a burden. I think she was abandoned because of that. Poor thing. Someone teased. Their words sounded sympathetic, but there was no real kindness in their eyes. Lin Chu's eyes filled with tears as she watched everyone's expressions. She shivered and slowly crawled up from the ground. Because her movements were a bit large, the cloth in her backpack was pushed aside, revealing some red yams underneath. Sharp-eyed refugees immediately shouted, "Look! There are old red yams in her backpack." Everyone quickly stared at Lin Chu's backpack, eager to snatch it. Some people did try to do so. An older woman hurried over, walking on her small feet, grabbing Lin Chu's arm. With a sudden pull, she lifted the cloth covering the backpack, her eyes wide with surprise.
Wow.
Such big yams, 8 large yams. It's a fortune. She seemed to treat the yams as her own possessions. Lin Chu frowned. The old woman was gripping her arm tightly. She was already thin, and although she had eaten well earlier, her original injuries had left her weak. Now, she was no match for the woman, especially since the woman was eyeing her yams greedily. Sweet potatoes are stacked in the space, but not everyone can just take them whenever they want. Lin Chu quickly pulled back her arm and grabbed her basket. "This is mine, my sweet potatoes." She spoke confidently, though she was scared. She did not back down. Zhou Baizi's eyes flickered. "Little girl, your sweet potatoes? Look at how many of us there are. You're just one person. Old woman, I advise you to hand over all the sweet potatoes." When her basket was snatched away, a cold look flashed in the old woman's eyes, and she immediately glared fiercely at Lin Chu.
Oh.
Is she planning to steal them openly? Lin Chu pretended to be scared, took a step back, and with tears in her eyes, looked at Zhou Baizi. "Good person, these sweet potatoes are mine, all mine." Zhou Baizi, who had been called good person several times, moved his feet. "Enough, everyone. She's just a little girl. Are you still planning to fight over these?" He didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Chu's teary eyes, he suddenly felt soft and quickly scolded his own people who were watching closely. The old woman, hearing this, pouted in displeasure. "Zhou Baizi, when others call you a good person, you really are one? We've stolen from others many times. Now this girl is alone, and she has so many sweet potatoes. If we take some, it could feed us all for a while. Everyone, do you agree with me?" The old woman asked the others. "Hurry up, don't just stand there. Is a little girl so scary that you're afraid?" Hearing this, Lin Chu thought maybe she had entered a wolf's den today. She considered not pretending to be weak anymore and decided to teach them a lesson herself, but before she could, the refugees surrounded her. The sweet potatoes in her basket were too eye-catching, so everyone was staring at them. No one noticed Lin Chu's cold, determined face. Even though it was dirty, her fierce expression couldn't be hidden. Zhou Baizi noticed this. He became alert. Just as he was about to speak, he heard several ouch sounds. Soon, the refugees in the middle had taken Lin Chu's baseball bat, smashing it against their outstretched arms. A dull thud sounded, making Zhou Baizi's pupils shrink in shock. He stared at the baseball bat in Lin Chu's hand. His instinct told him it was a good weapon. Seeing her fearless look as she fought back, he realized he had been completely fooled by this little girl. Mississippi, Zhou Baizi wanted to speak to stop her. But unfortunately, Lin Chu didn't give him that chance. Whoever reached out, she struck with her bat without hesitation, knocking the adults to the ground, clutching their arms and crying out in pain. "Who gave you the courage to steal my sweet potatoes?" Lin Chu looked down at the refugees lying all over the ground, holding a basket in one hand. "I don't care if you steal from others, but stealing from me will have consequences. You good-for-nothing girl, you're so ruthless. You deserve to die," the old woman shouted angrily. Lin Chu hit her harder than anyone else, almost breaking her arm. Even without that, the old woman would be in pain for a long time. "It seems you won't beg for mercy until you see blood," Lin Chu said with a half-smile. In the next moment, she raised her baseball bat high aiming at the old woman's head. Stop! A foul smell wafted from the old woman. Lin Chu covered her nose and stepped back in disgust, glancing at the old woman who had fainted and wet her pants. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhou Bazi. I didn't do anything. She fainted on her own. The others were angry at her easy tone, but no one dared speak, afraid they might be the next to faint.
Zhou Bazi squinted.
Your look earlier was just bluffing. Confidently, Lin Chu shrugged. Yeah, I'm alone. Who knows what you're really capable of? I didn't expect you to dare to fight back. Looks like your group has been stealing a lot of food during your escape. But now you've met me, and that's your bad luck. At this moment, Lin Chu looked calm and proud, not weak or afraid. Zhou Bazi, stop talking nonsense with this girl. She beat us up badly. You should catch her, beat her to death, and take back all the sweet potatoes in her hands. The old woman, just waking up, blushed and turned pale, shouting and urging. Lin Chu sneered and looked at her baseball bat, shaking it slightly. She coldly said, haha, come on, let's see who kills whom first. In this world, no one cares about murder or arson. During the famine, even officials claimed they had no authority. Otherwise, how could Zhou Bazi and his group dare to steal food or shout about killing? Although Lin Chu didn't remember much about this era, she had read many modern books. She understood that in this time of disaster, she wasn't afraid to kill. The old woman stared at the baseball bat trembling in Lin Chu's hand, scared and crawling backward on her hands and knees. She forgot her pain, and others quickly ran away as well. Kill her. Kill her. Seeing Lin Chu didn't catch up, this group of people all hid behind Zhou Bazi, no longer afraid, and shouted loudly. Lin Chu rolled her eyes in disdain. Did they think hiding behind Zhou Bazi was enough? She has many long-range weapons in her space. Just one of them could send all these people to their doom. She didn't do it right away, because she remembered Zhou Bazi's previous kindness. If he truly listened to these people's words and tried to kill her, Lin Chu wouldn't mind fighting back fiercely and confronting him directly. Zhou Bazi also noticed the change in Lin Chu's eyes. He immediately frowned and scolded the others. I told you before, don't take everything from everyone. If a young girl has no skills, how dare she walk in the deep mountains? Did you steal her food just to let her die here? He had helped these people when they took others' food before, but at that time, he saw them as doomed anyway. He didn't expect something unexpected to happen now. Listening to his scolding, Lin Chu's eyes grew colder. It seemed she was blind today, thinking Zhou Bazi was a good person, but now she saw he was just a fake. She interrupted the others, shouting, Enough. I won't waste my words with you. I'm leaving this mountain. If you still dare to come and steal my things, don't blame me for killing one if I see one. You, Zhou Bazi, you better control your people, Lin Chu warned sharply. After saying that, she ignored their protests and went back behind the big tree, heading in another direction. Until her small figure disappeared into the withered woods, the people around Zhou Bazi started arguing loudly. How useless are you? A young girl. Why are you so cowardly? You're blaming us? The fastest one to run was you. You coward. Zhou Bazi ignored their quarrel, his gaze fixed on Lin Chu's leaving figure, lost in thought. Zhou Bazi, say something. Are you just going to let that dead girl go? There are so many sweet potatoes, if only we could get them back. The old woman still longed for the basket of sweet potatoes, almost drooling with greed, her eyes full of regret. Just go and fight if you're not afraid of death. Zhou Bazi looked very unhappy. He suddenly regretted bringing this greedy group along to escape. If he had gone alone, it would have been much easier. The old woman was scolded and pouted. It's okay if we go hungry for a few days. But what about these children? Suddenly, everyone looked at the children surrounded inside, their faces pale and yellow, eyes sunken, looking as if they might die at any moment due to hunger and exhaustion. A few weak women tightly held their children, silently crying. Zhou Baji watched this scene, feeling even more annoyed inside, but his tone softened a little, saying, You don't need to worry about that little girl's skills. If she wanted to hurt you, I couldn't stop her. Clearly, he was also afraid of Lin Chu's abilities. An old woman clenched her teeth and said, "What do we do now? No game to eat, and the sweet potatoes are gone. It's like they're trying to force everyone to die." She sat on the ground and cried loudly, grabbing the dirt with her hands. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain, and her hoarse voice cracked as tears ran down her face. Seeing this, others seemed to remember their own swollen arms from being hit by Lin Chu. They quickly covered their arms and cried out in pain. Zhou Baji's brow furrowed with frustration. Suddenly, he seemed to have a good idea and lowered his voice, saying, "If you trust me, let's follow that little girl." His intuition told him that following Lin Chu would bring great rewards. The others looked at each other, thinking Zhou Baji had made up his mind. They nodded eagerly, planning to follow Lin Chu and secretly attack her when she wasn't paying attention to steal the sweet potatoes. Soon, everyone packed their belongings, helped each other, and followed Zhou Baji, listening to his instructions as they tracked Lin Chu's figure. Meanwhile, Lin Chu, who had run far ahead, stopped and immediately sank to the ground, exhausted. She had used all her strength to fight earlier, and now her tense nerves relaxed. She was covered in sweat. She knew she couldn't stop now. She had to keep moving without pause. Lin Chu didn't know if Zhou Baji and his group would catch up. Her body was too weak, and after exhausting herself twice, she was afraid she would become someone's prey. Without hesitation, she quickly took out dried meat, milk, and bread from her space, wolfing them down. After a while, her stomach was full, and her strength had mostly returned. She stood up, looked around at her surroundings, dry trees everywhere, piles of dried weeds on the ground, and cracks all over the ground. She covered her nose. Thinking about the bicycle in her space, she wished it wasn't so rugged on this mountain road. If it were smoother, she could use it easily and quickly. Compared to walking on two legs, it would be more than twice as fast. With this thought, Lin Chu sighed softly, threw her basket back into her space, feeling light and ready to continue her journey. Almost immediately after she left, Zhou Baji and his group caught up. Being experienced in mountain survival, he squatted down to carefully observe and quickly identified the direction Lin Chu had taken. Without hesitation, he led everyone to chase after her. The sky was getting darker, and not a single star was visible. Lin Chu, who had been running nonstop for a long time, leaned against a large tree to rest, muttering to herself, "It's been so long, yet she still hasn't escaped this remote mountain." Suddenly, she felt a bit regretful. She should have subtly asked Zhou Baji and the others for information about this era before teaching them a lesson. Now, she knew nothing, not where the mountain ended, nor where the nearest town was. It was a miscalculation. After a moment of frustration, Lin Chu took out her tent and prepared to sleep. Although this was a deserted mountain, she had to be cautious of snakes, insects, and rodents that might appear. She slept peacefully through the night. When dawn broke, she packed up her tent, ate 2 pieces of bread, and prepared to move forward. Following her instincts, she hurried in one direction. On the mountain trail, she saw no more refugees. The place grew more desolate and frightening. "Zhou Baji, we've been chasing for so long, but I still haven't seen that girl's shadow. Are you sure you took the wrong path?" At the spot where Lin Chu had rested, Zhou Baji and his group stopped. Since they couldn't catch up to her, many in the team felt dissatisfied. They were tired and thirsty, thinking that stealing sweet potatoes could feed them for 2 meals. Yet, after a whole day and night of chasing without seeing her, they felt both angry and annoyed. Zhou Baji stared at the few holes in the ground, left by their tents. Ignoring the others' dissatisfaction, he squatted down to examine them carefully, puzzled. What could these be? After a long while, he couldn't figure it out. Zhou Baji stood up, dismissing his thoughts, and said softly, "If you don't want to keep chasing her, stay here. I'll go after her myself." This group was no longer worth his protection. It was better to pursue Lin Chu. His thoughts had changed significantly. Unaware that she was being watched, Lin Chu was still moving through the deep mountains. "No way. Zhou Baji, how can you leave us behind?" The old woman was the first to scream, grabbing his arm as if releasing her hand would make her disappear. "Yeah, We've been fleeing together for so long. Zhou Baji, how could you abandon us? That girl only had a few sweet potatoes in her hand. Maybe we should give up. The food everyone has won't last many more days. Various voices of disagreement rose up, making Zhou Baji headache. Enough. I've told you if you don't want to go, that's fine. I will keep moving forward no matter what. Hearing this, others looked even more unhappy, but they didn't dare do anything to Zhou Baji. Everyone knew he was very strong. When he previously dealt with refugees trying to steal food, he was ruthless and didn't hesitate to hurt anyone. The group was reluctant to leave Zhou Baji behind, but didn't dare stop him. They could only endure their hunger, dry throats, trembling legs, and quietly follow behind. Lin Chu was riding quickly while biting into a bright red apple. Juice filled her mouth, helping to cool her down a little. She tried to remember her past life, but couldn't find any clues, no matter how hard she looked. I wonder if this body is also an orphan like her previous one. If there are family members in this world, I don't know if they are safe or not, Lin Chu whispered softly. But thinking about her current situation, if she had family, things probably wouldn't be better. Suddenly, she heard a faint sound. She quickly threw the unfinished apple into her space bag. Then she heard several very soft hums. That doesn't sound like a human voice, Lin Chu muttered to herself. She looked toward the direction of the sound, hesitated for a moment, then ran over quickly. She pushed aside the tangled weeds and widened her eyes in shock. About 3 meters away, in a shallow pit, lay a huge black creature. Next to it was a smaller one, making soft whimpering sounds. Lin Chu looked around but didn't sense any dangerous presence. She immediately approached and examined the black creature more closely. Even though she had guessed what it might be, she still gasped in surprise. A black panther. The black panther was already lifeless. Unlike the strong, tall panthers she saw in her previous life, this one was very thin, with dull fur. It looked like it had been dead for about 3 days, with some parts rotting and emitting a foul smell. Perhaps it heard the sound, and the small black panther struggled to open its eyes, making warning sounds in its throat. Lin Chu found it amusing. She could easily crush this small one with one hand, but suddenly, she remembered a small black cat she raised before the apocalypse. After the disaster, that cat disappeared. She tried to find it, but couldn't find any trace. Now, looking at the small black panther who was almost about to die, she felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. She sighed and suddenly had a box of milk in her palm. After drinking half of it herself, she tore open the box and held it near the black panther's mouth. "Drink and you'll live a few more days." The black panther, whether sensing her lack of malice or simply being too hungry, eagerly licked the milk at her words, leaving marks on its face. Lin Chu watched quietly and suddenly chuckled softly. While the black panther drank the milk, she took a shovel from her space and buried the body of the large black panther on the spot. Almost immediately after burying it, the small black panther let out a low growl that was hard to ignore, but it did not attack. Instead, it lay there with tears in the corner of its eyes. Lin Chu saw the scene. In this deserted mountain with no water or food, she wondered why the black panther hadn't left but had died here. The small black panther looked to be about a month old, similar in size to a 2 or 3-month-old kitten from her previous life. Without its mother, it probably wouldn't live long either. But this was none of her business. Her act of compassion in burying the mother panther was a sudden decision. Now, she thought it was time to leave quickly. She looked down at the small black panther, then turned to walk away. Just a few steps later, she suddenly stopped. Lin Chu muttered to herself, "Why do you look so much like my little black?" So annoying, she turned around, startled. The small black panther, which had been lying still moments before, now stood up and followed her at a distance of 1/2 meter, eyes bright, as if determined to leave with her. "Why you?" Lin Chu was speechless. She half smiled, crouched down, and clapped her hands. "Come here." The small black panther trembled as it ran toward her, and then fell with a thud at her feet, trembling constantly. Seeing this, a satisfied look crossed Lin Chu's face. She took a fresh chicken leg and held it near its mouth, asking, "Do you want to follow me? If you do, that's fine, but you have to behave. No biting or making noise. Can you do that?" Lin tapped its nose with the chicken leg. The sound from the Black Panther's throat was no longer harsh, as if it understood her words and agreed. Lin's eyes lit up with a smile. She patted its head happily, cut the meat from the chicken leg with scissors, and fed it. After giving it some spring water from her space, she quickly picked up the small Black Panther and left. She didn't see that, while she was feeding the panther the spiritual spring water, a faint flash of light flickered in her space and disappeared instantly. With Lin's sand occasionally feeding it, the little Black Panther gradually grew stronger. It no longer needed Lin to carry it and could run behind her, sometimes even faster than her. However, Lin looked at its all-black fur with some doubt. She had fed it plenty of milk and dried meat, so why wasn't it growing? Could she have fed it the wrong food? Just as she was lost in thought, the little Black Panther ran far ahead. Lin immediately stopped, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Little Black, come back." As soon as she spoke, the panther, which was about to climb onto a tall, upright stone, let out a sad little sound and quickly ran back. It then lay at Lin's feet, rolling around playfully. "You're now healthy, but if you run around wildly and bump into bad people, they might catch you. I won't be able to help you then." Lin gently tugged at its ear. "Be good, or I'll get rid of you." The little Black Panther rubbed against her pant leg, then obediently followed her, walking slowly without running or jumping. Lin wasn't worried about losing it. This little guy had become very smart. He was familiar with her scent. Sometimes, even if he ran far away, he could find his way back. She wondered if it was safe for him to run freely in the deep mountains. Once they left the mountains, what would happen to Little Black? Since she decided to raise him, she wouldn't abandon him halfway. Besides, a Black Panther, its strength when fully grown, was truly formidable. Staying by her side, it looked impressive and powerful. Thinking of this, Lin squinted and reached into her space to pick up Little Black. Her guess was right, Little Black could go into her space. She had thought that once she arrived here, the space might be limited, but she was wrong. There was no limit at all. With her worries resolved, Lin relaxed a little. Then she noticed that her space seemed a bit different. She hadn't entered it fully during this time, only reaching in mentally to take out some food. Yet, she hadn't noticed any changes before. She stood on the land that had no crops planted and looked around in surprise. Why is this land bigger now? And the spring water is also a bit larger. Even the fresh chicken leg she had taken out earlier for Little Black was still intact and in the same place. Lin looked confused. She clearly remembered that during the apocalypse, her space didn't have such strange changes. If it had, she wouldn't have been constantly fighting zombies for food every day. She would have long since hidden away deep in the mountains and forests.
Could it be?
Lost in thought, Lin stared at Little Black, which was running around inside her space and drinking water from the spring. She muttered softly, "Could this be some kind of reward for my crossing over?"
"Ah,
we've done it." Lin excitedly jumps in place, her face turning red. Xiaohei is attracted by her and runs over, then is drawn to a pile of meat, drooling eagerly. It scratches at the ground, afraid to move recklessly. Feeling happy, Lin casually takes a cooked chicken she previously bought from the supermarket, chops it up, and places it in front of Xiaohei.
"Eat it."
"Your owner has plenty, so you'll have enough." Ignoring Xiaohei's constant eating, Lin carefully examines the expanded space around her. She guessed correctly. The supplies she had taken out earlier had been replenished, and there were many new items she hadn't seen before, including Western medicine, traditional herbs, tools, and a pile of books. She briefly looks through the books, which cover healing, beauty, and cooking, everything she's curious about. Some of the methods are now clearly presented before her eyes. Excited, Lin closes the books and puts them back, then walks over to Xiaohei, still eating the chicken. She gently strokes its back repeatedly. Whether it's divine compensation for her crossing over or some special ability in this strange world, Lin Chu feels completely satisfied. With so many treasures, she's confident she can thrive here. After eating and drinking, Lin Chu and Xiaohei leave the space. She glances at the darkening sky and decides not to continue forward but to find a safe, hidden place to rest for the night. She sets up her tent, but suddenly hears a group of hurried footsteps approaching. Without hesitation, Lin Chu dismantles the tent, throws it back into the space, and places Xiaohei, now asleep, into a basket covered with a cloth. She can't just put it into the space every time someone approaches, or it might reveal her hiding spot. Are the people really just ahead? Zhou Bozi, don't deceive us. They've been saying they're ahead for days and nights. If it's true, that's something else. Exactly. We don't have enough food to last many more days. If we don't catch up, we'll starve. Hearing the familiar voices, Lin Chu narrows her eyes. She didn't expect that the people chasing her would be the group she met earlier, nor did she expect they were so capable. They really found her trail. The footsteps and complaints grow louder. Lin Chu's eyes flicker slightly. She calmly gathers some dry grass and lights it. Since they've caught up, she can't hide anymore. I said they're just ahead. If you keep talking nonsense, don't follow me anymore, Zhou Bozi shouts angrily. He's been listening so long that his ears are calloused. This group keeps cursing and crying, and several times he almost lost his temper and wanted to hit someone. Look, there's a fire ahead. That girl must be ahead. Everyone, run quickly and grab the sweet potatoes.
We can eat our fill then.
Someone spotted the distant fire first and didn't care whether Zhou was speaking or not, quickly running forward. Suddenly, others rushed after him. Zhou paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up. Lin Chu listened to the shouting and almost laughed. It seemed these people were chasing her just for the 8 sweet potatoes in her basket. If they knew she had endless supplies in her space, would they be so greedy they'd call out to their ancestors? A group immediately recognized Lin Chu sitting by the fire. They gathered around her, some eyeing her basket, clearly wanting to grab it, but they hesitated because of her baseball bat and didn't dare to act rashly.
Oh.
It's you guys. What? Did you like being beaten so much that you came back? Are you trying to get me to hit you again? Lin Chu looked up lazily, with a half-smile, glaring at the group of refugees with disdain. When Zhou was about to speak, he overheard her words and quickly explained, Miss, the previous matter was my fault. I mismanaged and you misunderstood. We didn't mean to steal your things this time. Hearing this, Lin Chu became interested immediately. Not stealing my food? So, are you planning to serve me like a beast? Her words caused a big stir. The woman who disliked her most immediately crossed her arms and scolded, Stop your nonsense. Serving us like beasts? You're not worthy. Stupid girl. You better suffer today. Stop. Before the voice finished, Lin Chu kicked the woman hard, sending her 3 meters away, kicking up dust that flew into people's mouths. Oh no, she's going to kill someone. You scoundrel. You dare to hit her? Everyone help me deal with her. The woman clutched her buttocks and kept crying out. Lin Chu noticed movement in her basket, reached out to pat Xiaohei's head, and softly warned, Don't move.
Sleep.
Xiaohei licked her palm and whined, not daring to move again. Zhou noticed something unusual, looked deeply at Lin Chu's basket, and immediately called 2 people to help the woman up. Then he bowed to Lin Chu and said, Miss, don't be angry. The old lady was just starved and fainted, so. Starved and fainted? What does that have to do with me? Before, you all tried to steal my sweet potatoes, and now you're still chasing after them. Is that it? I can fight back now? Lin Chu looked up sharply, glaring at him and continuing to ask, Not only will I fight back, I dare to kill all of you. Want to try me? This time, she no longer hid her weapons, one hand holding a baseball bat, the other gripping a sharp machete, like the kind used by farmers to cut trees, which made people feel intimidated. Zhou Bozi was also stunned, not because of the machete, but because of her cold, dark eyes that made his heart race. The others saw the machete too. Those who had wanted to rush forward to grab her quickly stepped back. This girl was heavy-handed. If she swung that blade, she might seriously hurt someone. You, The old woman was so frightened she rolled her eyes and fainted, but no one paid attention to her, including her family. "Young lady, let's talk nicely. Since we met here in the mountains, why don't we escape together?" Before Zhou Batzi could speak, the oldest man, who had been silent, quickly spoke up, worried that Lin Chu might get angry and swing her machete at them. Lin Chu sneered when she heard this. "Escape with you? That's a joke. Do you think I want to escape with someone trying to steal from me or hurt me? Have I lived too long?" She showed no concern and spoke harshly, causing the old man's face to darken. This girl really had no respect. Lin Chu seemed unaware of his anger, turning to Zhou Batzi. "Since you're the leader, I'll forgive them for stealing my sweet potatoes earlier. That's settled. But if anyone tries to steal from me again, I will kill whoever does." Zhou Batzi's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists. "Young lady, don't worry, I'll stop them." He didn't doubt that Lin Chu would do what she said, but he also understood her point. If he wanted to stay with her, he should behave properly. That was exactly what Lin Chu meant, but she wasn't necessarily attached to these people. They were like leeches, still able to catch up after so long. No matter how much she tried to shake them off, she couldn't. So, she decided to warn them up front. Seeing her put her machete away, the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They sat on the ground, facing Lin Chu and leaning against each other. There were too many people. Lin Chu couldn't take out her tent, so she found a clean stone to sit on. Luckily, the drought was so severe that it was hot at night, so she wasn't afraid of catching a cold. "Grandma, I'm hungry." Just as Lin Chu closed her eyes, she heard this faint voice. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at the small boy, whose face was pale and lips cracked from hunger, clutching his stomach. Her eyes flickered with concern. The elderly woman who called the young boy Grandma looked a bit younger than the previous old woman, but she was still very thin and weak. Her eyes immediately filled with tears as she trembled and reached into her clothes, then pressed something into the boy's mouth. Eat this, and you'll feel better." From a distance, Lin Chu couldn't see clearly what the old woman was holding, but she saw the boy take a bite and then spit it out quickly, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. "Wood, what's wrong?" "Don't scare Mom." The young couple next to the old woman immediately noticed the boy's strange behavior. They rushed over, pushed the old woman aside, and hugged the boy tightly, crying out loudly. The old woman was pushed back and stumbled, her palms scraping the ground, causing her to grimace in pain. "Wood, don't sleep. Mom is here. Look at me." The commotion was loud enough that others nearby woke up gradually. Many of them, who were also hungry and couldn't sleep, stood up and gathered around. Lin Chu, feeling indifferent, watched for a while before turning to rest again. She didn't know much about medicine or illnesses, but she had some herbs in her space. In her previous life, she had fought zombies and gotten injured, so she understood basic ailments. It was clear that Wood had been hungry for a long time, probably dehydrated and lacking food, and his condition didn't look good. "Why are you crying? Hurry and press on his pressure point. Do you really want the kid to die?" Zhou Batzi snatched Wood and pressed firmly on his pressure point. Wood twitched as he was pressed. His parents immediately looked happy, but after a long time, Wood still didn't wake up. They looked on with tears in their eyes. Zhou Batzi noticed this and frowned, looking at the old woman. "What did you give the kid to eat?" The old woman's face was pale, trembling with fear. "Nothing much, just a few peanuts. She had some peanuts hidden away. At first, she had a handful, but Wood kept crying from hunger, so she gave him about 10 at a time. She didn't expect that eating peanuts would cause such a reaction today. Every family hides some food. It was just a few peanuts. No one was upset about that." Zhou Batzi clenched his teeth, took out his water bottle, and shook it. There was only a little water left inside. He gritted his teeth and pressed the bottle spout to Wood's mouth, pouring all the remaining water into him. Soon, Wood's trembling limbs calmed down, and his eyes, which had rolled back, gradually returned to normal. Lin Chu suddenly opened her eyes again, just in time to see this scene. She pursed her lips lightly and glanced at the backpacks of the others. She didn't believe there was no water inside. These people probably didn't want to take out the water. Even though the woodcutter's parents and grandmother cried, they didn't seem to have any intention of sharing water to save others. Indeed, in times of disaster, people's true hearts show. Miss, suddenly, Zhou Bozi carried wood directly toward Lin Chu. Just as she was about to swing her stick to stop him, he put wood on the ground. Then he got up and pulled the woodcutter's parents and grandmother over, sternly saying, "If you want wood to live, go ask this girl yourself. Ask her to be kind and give some food. Otherwise, wood might survive today but won't tomorrow." Lin Chu blinked in confusion. Was Zhou Bozi trying to manipulate her with moral pressure? Did he think that if she kneels, she would suddenly become kind-hearted? The woodcutter's parents hesitated for a while, but the old woman kept kowtowing to Lin Chu, knocking her head repeatedly. "Miss, please, just give us some grain. Even half a sweet potato is fine. Wood is my good grandson. He can't die. If you give us some, I'll work as a beast for you." Is she facing ancient-style moral coercion? Lin Chu clenched her baseball bat tightly and coldly glanced at Zhou Bozi. Seeing the regret and guilt in his eyes, she understood his true intention. This person had allowed others to snatch her sweet potatoes earlier. Although she hadn't fought back, it was clear he had been eyeing them for a while. He was truly a hypocrite. The knocking sounds continued, and Wood, who had been relatively calm, suddenly twitched again. His parents, who didn't want to kowtow, were frightened and immediately started kneeling, praying aloud, but they didn't say they'd work as beasts for her. Lin Chu listened silently and coldly, her expression unchanged. Suddenly, a few more people knelt behind Wood's parents. They didn't kowtow but begged, "Miss, please have some kindness and save this child. You're only one person with 8 sweet potatoes. Taking one won't hurt. This is a human life. Yes, miss, please do us a favor." People were talking all at once, whether sincerely or fake, creating chaos. Suddenly, the backpack made a noise. Lin Chu didn't have time to stop it. She saw Xiao He dash out, small body blocking her in front. Its claws extended forward, issuing a warning growl. "What's that?" Someone noticed the dark mass and trembled with fear. Lin Chu saw this and realized that Little Black had been exposed. She simply squatted down, picked it up, and glanced at the crowd. "This is my pet. None of your business. You're willing to keep an animal but won't save this child? You're heartless," someone angrily shouted, earning nods of agreement from others. "What's wrong with keeping animals? They listen to me and don't steal my food. They're much better than people." Lin Chu replied calmly, making the person feel ashamed and bow their head. Suddenly, someone grabbed her pant leg. She looked down and saw an elderly woman with a swollen forehead and a pleading look. She sighed helplessly. "Let go." The elderly woman didn't want to loosen her grip, but didn't dare to hold on tighter. Lin Chu turned around, placed Little Black into a basket, patted its head, and said, "Don't run out again." Then she looked through the cloth to find a medium-sized sweet potato, pinched it in her hand, and threw it in front of the elderly woman. "You can have this sweet potato, but only give it to this child." Lin Chu glanced at the wooden figure. The child had just been given water and looked much better. Eating some sweet potato later should help a lot, but what happens next is uncertain. The 3 elderly women held the sweet potato like a treasure, hurried to make it into porridge, feeding it little by little to the wooden figure. They also bowed deeply to Lin Chu 3 times. Others looked at the sweet potato with longing, but didn't dare to snatch it. Not only was it a life-saving food, but even Zhou Bozi, standing nearby, didn't dare to take it. Late into the night, the wooden figure finally woke up. Lin Chu watched the 3 adults, who were crying and laughing, and she shrugged, holding Little Black and closing her eyes. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent approached. Lin Chu quickly opened her eyes and raised her bat to strike at the attacker's vital point, but the person dodged away. Zhou Bozi immediately broke out in sweat on his back. He hurriedly said, "Miss, I mean no harm." Lin Chu looked at him. "No harm? Why do you look like a thief?" The tall man in front of her hesitated and couldn't speak for a moment. "Do you need something?" Lin Chu withdrew her bat, her tone sharp. Zhou Bozi nodded quickly. "Yes, speak," she said simply. "May I ask what your plans are next?" Traveling alone, you might encounter difficulties. Why not join us? We can look out for each other. Zhou Bozi desperately wanted to bring Lin Chu into his group. Even though she was just a girl around 10 years old, her skills were far better than many in the group. Having someone so capable would give them more security during this escape. He knew exactly what was on Lin Chu's mind. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered his amnesia and cleared his throat, asking, "Where are you all planning to go?" Zhou Bozi was pleased and hurriedly replied, "Beyond this mountain, there's a 20-mile journey to Lin'an Prefecture. I originally planned to settle everyone there, but I heard that Lin'an no longer accepts refugees, and there's been trouble." Lin Chu listened quietly and took note of this information. He continued speaking, "We definitely can't stay in Lin'an. We must keep moving forward. I don't know how much longer we need to walk." "Does the court not care?" Lin Chu asked, unable to hide her doubt. "How could they? The distant places are far away, and I heard nearby prefectures are also in chaos. Everyone wants to head toward the capital. Though there are many noble people there, it's safer." Zhou Bozi explained all he knew. "All refugees want to go to the capital? Can the capital even handle so many people? What if it can't?" "But the closer prefectures to the capital are also accepting refugees," Zhou Bozi finished and looked at Lin Chu's calm face, considering her. "Would you like to settle in the capital, miss?" Lin Chu blinked lightly. "Let's talk about it later." "There's no rush." After Zhou Bozi left, Lin Chu's sleep was completely gone. To avoid attracting attention, she kept her eyes closed and pretended to sleep. According to him, Lin'an Prefecture was too dangerous to stay in recently, so they had to keep moving forward. She didn't know how far they still were from the capital. She sighed inwardly. Going to the capital wasn't a bad idea. There were many officials and noble families, and development would be easier. But, of course, the dangers would also be greater. At dawn, Lin Chu only slept lightly for about an hour. Suddenly, she heard, "Would hurry up and kowtow to our benefactor girl." Just as she was about to secretly give Xiaohei some dried meat, she heard this. Turning around, she saw the wooden figure that had come back to life kneeling in front of her, banging his head repeatedly. She instinctively stepped back. "No need. Yes, if it weren't for our benefactor girl, my would." The wooden figure's mother started crying as she spoke, then knelt beside the wooden figure and also began kowtowing. Seeing this scene, Lin Chu felt quite troubled. She had to sternly command, "Get up, or don't blame me for being rude." The wooden figure trembled in fear, and his mother was also scared. She quickly hugged the wooden figure and left. The others gradually woke up, holding their dry rations that had been left untouched for a long time. Lin Chu watched from afar, feeling a bit choked. To avoid attracting attention, she only took out a vegetable cake from her space, and it was still steaming. Compared to the past few days of eating only milk, bread, and dried meat, this meal seemed a bit strained. "Everyone eat quickly. After finishing, we'll keep moving. Walk faster, and we'll be out of the mountains this afternoon." Zhou Bozi bit into a blackened piece, his water having been fully given to the wood yesterday. The others each shared a small cup of water with him. "Finally, we can leave the mountains." Everyone cheered happily, and Lin Chu was also excited. She no longer had to run around in the mountains and could finally see what this era looked like. It was the hour of Shun. A group of people stood on a hillside, looking out at the faint outline of Lin'an Prefecture in the distance. Some of them had tears in their eyes. Although Lin Chu didn't directly say she would go with them, Zhou Bozi already accepted this in his heart. The old woman she had knocked out initially wanted to cause trouble, but she was sternly warned. However, along the way, she kept glaring at Lin Chu fiercely, which was very obvious. Lin Chu found it hard to ignore. Several times, she caught the old woman's challenging looks and responded with a teasing smile, nearly making her angry enough to faint. There were only 20 miles left to Lin'an Prefecture, but it was already dark. Traveling at night was not very safe. Lin'an Prefecture is just ahead. If everyone is in a hurry, we can travel at night. If not, we can rest for the night. Zhou Bozi turned to ask the others, but he was really checking Lin Chu's opinion. Lin Chu noticed his gaze, pressed her lips together, and said nothing. The old woman was most excited. Zhou, with so many of us, why are you afraid to travel at night? 20 miles isn't far. If we get to Lin'an early, maybe we can find a good spot. Good spot for what? Someone asked curiously. What else? I heard those officials are kind-hearted. When they distribute porridge, we might get a little more. Our food supplies are running low, the old woman shouted, licking her lips eagerly. There wasn't much food left. Some families had already run out of grain and water and had gone hungry for several meals. Lin gently stroked her little black cat in her arms. Since there were many people, she rarely let it run around alone. She often held it or kept it in her basket. Luckily, the little black was clever and obedient, not causing trouble. Will they really give out porridge? Someone asked in surprise, their eyes shining brightly at the old woman. Zhou didn't speak. He wasn't sure about that. The old woman suddenly clapped her hands. Can there be any doubt? Do you think I would lie? What I say is true. There are so many refugees. The officials are kind-hearted and will surely give out porridge. They won't let everyone starve at the door. Her words were lively and convincing, which made Lin smile. Why are you laughing, you little brat? The old woman snapped angrily, pointing at her. It's not your turn to talk, you sick girl. Only a few red yams can make you think you're a person.
Bah.
I don't care about you. Lin stared at her, suddenly stopped smiling, and raised her hand to slap her hard across the face. Your mouth is so dirty. Do you believe I'll tear it apart? Ah. The old woman staggered from the slap. Just as she was about to fight back, Lin grabbed her collar and slapped her twice more. Everyone watched in shock. No one dared to stop her. Even the old woman's family members wanted to hide, afraid that if they intervened, Lin would turn on them next. Lin clenched her red hand and pushed the old woman down. She looked down at her coldly. If I hear you curse again, don't blame me for tearing your dirty mouth apart. The old woman covered her swollen face with her hands, angry but unable to speak. That girl was too fierce. Zhou watched everything and finally spoke when enough time had passed. Is everyone willing to travel at night? Yes, many people cheered loudly. Clearly, the porridge the old woman mentioned gave them hope. It had been many days since they last ate warm, sticky food. Now hearing that there was porridge 20 miles away, who wouldn't be happy? Zhou nodded and looked at Lin. Miss Lin. Yesterday, Lin had already told him her name. Hearing this, she nodded. It's fine. Then, led by Zhou, the group hurried toward Lin'an Prefecture, 20 miles away. With their pace, they would probably arrive around midnight. Lin stayed at the back of the group, walking slowly behind them. Seeing they didn't notice her, she put her little black dog on the ground and let it follow. She whispered to it now and then, be good. When we get to the city, stay inside the space. Don't cause trouble, okay? Or I'll throw you away. The little black dog followed her steps slowly, whimpering now and then, as if responding to her warning. Lin nodded with satisfaction, threw it a piece of dried meat, and quickly ate a piece of bread herself. She threw the leftover trash into her space to decompose, turning it into rich fertilizer to nourish the land. She had discovered this by accident. The trash in her space could turn directly into fertilizer and was automatically used on the land. That piece of land hasn't been planted yet, because she doesn't have any seeds. She is waiting to see if she can get some seeds when she arrives at Lin'an Prefecture later. Zhou is the leader, but he keeps looking back at Lin at the end of the line, as if he's afraid she might leave suddenly. Lin notices this and suppresses her urge to roll her eyes. Late at night, there are still murmurs at the city gate of Lin'an Prefecture. From a distance, it looks like groups of dark shadows gathering. When closer, they are revealed to be refugees huddled together, unable to sleep from hunger, talking to pass the time. At this hour, soldiers are still guarding the gate, their sharp spears making people feel intimidated. Thank heavens, we've finally arrived. Tomorrow, we can have porridge. Someone shouts loudly and then collapses to the ground, covering their face and crying. Others are also very excited, as if they suddenly come alive with hope. Before Zhou and his group get close, they catch the attention of the refugees at the gate. The refugees immediately stand up and stare at the newcomers, their eyes full of suspicion. Seeing this, Zhou Baozi stops his people. Lin Chu steps forward. Xiao He has already been put into her space. With so many people and so much noise, she might accidentally doze off. Everyone, find a place to rest. As soon as Zhou Baozi finishes speaking, a few refugees approach, their tone unfriendly. Where are you coming from, refugees? Can you see the city gate is full? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. Lin Chu narrows her eyes at their words, glancing at the other refugees, sitting under the faint moonlight. She can see their fierce eyes, and her alarm bells ring. She steps back and lowers her voice to the person beside her. These people don't seem right. I know, Zhou Baozi responds softly. Then he asks the approaching refugees, we just arrived and are looking for a place to rest. We're not here to compete with you, but the refugees refuse to give up. No, you must leave quickly, leave now. A woman, just slapped and full of anger, pushes away her daughter-in-law and rolls up her sleeves, cursing. Why should we leave? Who cares where we come from? This is the city gate, not your home. If you say no, then no. Lin Chu doesn't intervene, silently thinking she's doomed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the angry woman, who is spitting curses, is grabbed by one of the refugees, who pulls her hair and starts to pull and pinch. Seeing this, others rush over, and a fight breaks out between the two groups of refugees. Lin Chu quietly walks to the back, clearly not planning to get involved. The other refugees sitting nearby watched this scene quietly, without rushing to intervene. For a moment, screams and cries filled the air. Zhou Baozi cursed his wife silently, calling her troublemaker. But he couldn't ignore what was happening and quickly stepped in to calm the situation, knowing they were all refugees. Stop fighting, please stop, someone shouted loudly, but their voice was drowned out by others. In the distance, a few refugees gathered and laughed, saying, here's another bunch of fools. Look at what the capital city has become. They still come here to get beaten. Good. Maybe they'll learn not to compete with us. Exactly. Do they think the officials are giving out porridge? Dream on. No one's giving out porridge. If they did, how could so many of us die here? Maybe we should go help them. We could fight them and take all their supplies. What do you think? Their conversation reached Lin Chu's ears from afar. She hadn't realized her hearing had become so sharp, allowing her to avoid the fighting refugees and catch this important information. Lin Chu narrowed her eyes. Something was very wrong with the situation in the capital. She looked at the soldiers in the distance. They were busy fighting but seemed to ignore everything, as if they were blind. Suddenly, Lin Chu's face turned cold. Zhou Baozi, tell them to stop. Her clear, commanding voice rang out sharply, drawing attention. Zhou Baozi was startled by her words. Without hesitation, he grabbed a refugee by the collar and threw him aside. Then he pushed his own people back and shouted angrily, anyone causing trouble, get out of here. For a moment, the chaotic scene fell silent. Miss Lin, what's going on? Zhou Baozi asked quietly. Lin Chu pointed to the refugees in the distance. If you keep fighting, they will come to steal your food. And there's no porridge being given out here. She didn't hide what she had just heard.
What?
That's impossible, the old woman exclaimed, screaming. Her face was scratched, blood was dripping from her mouth, and her hair was messy. Lin Chu shot her a look of disgust. If you don't believe me, go ask for yourself. The old woman didn't dare to curse her again, still feeling the pain. The group had already been hurt from the fight, and now hearing that there was no porridge in the capital, their faces looked defeated and hopeless. The refugees still wanted to fight when Zhou Baozi was thrown out, but when they saw his strong build, they hesitated and stopped. They shouted, there's no porridge here. You should leave quickly, or we won't be polite. Why are you forcing us to leave? Zhou Baozi asked, confused. The man snorted coldly. We don't like you. If we tell you to go, then go. The situation felt more strange the more they looked at it. Zhou Baozi wanted to ask more, but he saw Lin Chu's disapproving look and silently held back. Instead, he said, since there's no porridge, let's keep moving to the next city. Some people were unhappy and reluctant to leave, but they were afraid of being beaten by the refugees. They could only follow Zhou Baizi, disappointed. Lin Chu stayed at the back. When he turned around, he saw the group of refugees sitting on the ground and also noticed some excited faces on the soldiers guarding the gate. This place in Lin'an City really seemed suspicious. The group continued their journey. After traveling 10 miles from Lin'an City, Zhou Baizi told them to rest there. He then ran to Lin Chu and lowered his voice, asking, "Did you notice too?" Lin Chu understood and nodded, saying, "Let them rest here. You and I will go back and check." It was already past midnight, so it was a good time to go back. Zhou Baizi quickly agreed. "All right, let's go check." The others were full of disappointment and frustration with the old woman, not paying attention to when Zhou Baizi and Lin Chu left. Some people just don't know what they're talking about. They cause trouble for everyone and get beaten up.
Ugh.
They're useless, someone sneered. Everyone knew who was being talked about and nodded in agreement. Exactly. That mouth of hers should be torn apart. The old woman and her family hung their heads silently. After the insults, the place finally quieted down. Soon, faint sounds of stomachs growling and rumbling could be heard. They were really hungry. Late at night, Lin'an City was still quiet and peaceful. Only the faint sounds of refugees tossing and turning from hunger could be heard. Lin Chu and Zhou Baizi hid behind a large tree, watching the city gate from afar. They wondered if their guesses were wrong when they saw the gate suddenly open wide. Zhou Baizi's eyes widened. He lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on? Why is the city gate opening in the middle of the night?" "It's suspicious," Lin Chu said calmly. As the city gate opened, the refugees who had been lying or sitting down stood up quickly, some rushing forward. A person running meant two people. The refugees hurriedly rushed toward the city gate. The soldiers guarding with long spears looked expressionless, as if blind, allowing the refugees to enter one after another. Because of the distance, Lin Chu could only see a faint glow from the open city gate and fewer refugees until no one was left at the gate, including the last soldier to enter. Everything was quiet again. Lin Chu nodded to Zhou Baizi, and the two quickly moved to the gate, pressing close to the crack to look inside, but saw nothing and heard nothing. "Why did you stop me earlier?" Zhou Baizi wanted to follow the refugees into the city, but Lin Chu stopped him. "Do you want to die?" Lin Chu glanced at him coldly, then stepped aside. "Look for yourself, listen for yourself." Suddenly, from inside the city, there were shouts of surprise, cries for help, and curses. Zhou Baizi's hair stood on end, and he felt a shiver down his spine. Through the crack, he saw the scene inside, clearly now. Drops of blood splattered on his face. The ground was full of bodies, some headless, some with gaping stomach wounds, some with limbs missing, blood everywhere. "Ha ha, fools. Do you really think we let them in for a good life? Don't you see how useless they all are?" A soldier laughed loudly, his spear dripping with blood. "Or the officials have a plan, trick these refugees into coming in tonight, settle them in the morning, and give them food. Look, they all came now. Exactly, the officials are brave. But what if more refugees come?" Someone asked doubtfully. Another waved his hand.
Keep doing this.
"What's a few dead refugees?" Yeah. Hearing this, Zhou Baizi felt a cold chill run from his feet to his head. It was so hot outside, but he was trembling so badly, he almost fell. "So that's it. That's why those refugees wanted to drive us away. It's just because there are many of us, and we share the grain given by the officials." "What a pity." Lin Chu saw his dazed look and whispered, "Did you hear that? Let's go quickly." Almost as soon as they reached behind the big tree, the city gate opened again. The pile of corpses was gone, replaced by a thick, lingering smell of blood. On the way back, Zhou Baizi remained silent. Lin Chu also said nothing, lost in thought. How could the officials of Lin'an Prefecture be so sure they wouldn't be discovered? What exactly gave this official the courage to do such things? She had many questions in her mind. Suddenly, Zhou Baizi spoke. "Thank you, Miss Lin, for today. If it weren't for you stopping me, I fear he might have recklessly taken his refugees to wait at the gates of Lin'an Prefecture, then entered the city and lost his life." "No need to thank me." Lin Chu said softly. You are smart and able to judge the situation. Your life is not meant to be lost. Her words surprised Zhou Bazi, who looked at her repeatedly, hesitant to speak. Miss Lin doesn't seem to be in her teens. You're more perceptive than I am. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Chu waved her hand.
There's no need to tell those people.
Let's keep this secret between us. I understand. Zhou Baji nodded. Telling others would only increase their fear. When they returned, the sky was beginning to lighten with dawn. Many people had already woken up and were eating dried food. Lin Chu looked at those eating, some almost choking on their food. She gently shook her head and caught sight of a child called Mutu, who was staring at her intently. She raised an eyebrow. Quietly, she released Xiaohei from her basket and used her machete to peel and eat a sweet potato raw. This sweet potato was collected during the apocalypse, big, red, and sweet. Eating it raw was especially delicious. She chewed loudly, attracting others' attention. Gradually, the sound of chewing mixed with swallowing saliva, becoming very noticeable. Lin Chu broke off a small piece and fed it to Xiaohei. The little black creature was not picky and ate whatever she gave, making it easy to care for. Seeing Lin Chu feeding the food to the black creature, everyone's eyes turned red with greed, eager to snatch it away. They had no food left to survive. Why should this beast still be full? If they killed it, everyone could eat meat. Suddenly, everyone fixated on Xiaohei, wishing they could skin it and eat the meat. Lin Chu clearly sensed their malice. She looked up faintly, smiling slightly as she chewed the sweet potato. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. You have food but won't share with us. You're heartless for giving it to this beast. The oldest man angrily struck his cane, his eyes full of greed and longing for the meat. Exactly. Even now, you keep livestock. If we pool a few coins, you could sell this beast to us and everyone could have some meat, someone kindly suggested, rubbing their hands and smiling.
Lin Chu sợ mai.
Sell to you? Do you deserve it? Want to eat my Xiaohei? Lin Chu reached out and gently stroked the black creature's back as it gnawed on the sweet potato. Yeah, we won't ask for free. How about 10 coins? Thinking that Lin Chu had agreed, they immediately started discussing. The 10 copper coins they could gather might be enough to buy something, since no one knew how much silver the others had, and surely none of them had nothing at all. However, Lin Chu was the one without any money. She suddenly realized she had overlooked an important matter. Her space was filled with supplies, but in this era, food must be bought with silver. Moving into the city later would also require silver, so she definitely needed to earn money. I won't sell Blackie, don't even think about it, Lin Chu said calmly. Then she added, but, hearing that there was no meat to eat, many people's anger showed on their faces. When they heard her words, they thought she was hesitating, and they hurried to persuade her. Are you upset because 10 copper coins are too little? We'll give you 15, but no more. Exactly. Blackie doesn't look like it has much meat. Maybe everyone can have a bite. Lin Chu's face darkened. I said I won't sell Blackie. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a tense silence. What are you all doing? Now Miss Lin is part of our team. Instead of thinking about how to find food, you're just obsessed with what she has. Do you have any conscience? Zhou Bozi had just gone nearby to look for wild vegetables, but found nothing. They hadn't even crossed into Lin'an Prefecture yet, and the land was still very barren. When he returned, he heard everyone talking about eating Blackie. Anger rose in him, and he almost told them about Lin'an Prefecture, scolding them for being ungrateful. Lin Chu shot him a glance. Anyone who dares to touch my Blackie, I'll kill them. Don't think I'm afraid, she said sharply, slamming her machete into the ground. The cracked ground widened a little more, scaring others into hiding. Zhou Bozi stared at the crack and suddenly swallowed hard. Lin Chu's words continued, but if you need food, you can buy it from me. Buy food? Someone asked confused. You only have a few sweet potatoes? We can't eat sweet potatoes every meal. Eating only that makes us fart and feel hungrier faster. Her blunt words made many nod in agreement. Who told you I only have a few sweet potatoes? Lin Chu sneered, lifting Blackie out of her basket and revealing the cover in front of them. Just now, She had secretly placed 20 jin of white rice under the sweet potatoes when she had a thought. Her basket wasn't big, but it could hold things. Lin Chu took out some white rice and grabbed a handful to show others, including over 30 people like Zhou Baji. They all widened their eyes and forgot to breathe. The rice was very white, like snow. Zhou Baji swallowed hard. Are you planning to sell such precious grain? Everyone knew how valuable white rice was, especially the rice in Lin Chu's hands. It looked better than the best rice in the shop. I have just one question. Are you willing to buy? I will only sell 20 jin. Lin Chu didn't want to hear Zhou Baji talk nonsense. She looked at the others. Yes, yes. How much silver for such good rice? Lin Chu paused. She had no memory of this era, knew nothing about prices. How could she set a fair price? She was worried about misjudging. Zhou Baji glanced at his own worried face, then looked at Lin Chu and said, Miss Lin, everyone here doesn't have much silver. Can you lower the price a bit? Then how much silver can you offer for my rice? There were about 5 or 6 families among the 30 people. Each family might not even have a silver coin. Zhou Baji thought about this and felt a bit stuck. The wife, who had been quiet, stared at the white rice, drooling. When she heard this, her eyes spun around, and she rubbed her hands. She said to Lin Chu, Miss Lin, we're all refugees. You have such good rice. Why try to make money? You're now part of our group. Couldn't you just give some rice to fill our stomachs? Why ask for silver? Lin Chu was amused by her shameless words. She snorted and said, Are you saying I should give it to you for free? You really have a big face. All right, come here. I'll give it to you for free. She suddenly changed her tone and beckoned the wife with a finger. The wife thought her words had been understood and hurriedly ran to her, reaching out to grab the cloth bag in Lin Chu's hand. Others watched, feeling envy, jealousy, and excitement. Lin Chu moved the bag behind her with one hand and grabbed the wife's collar with the other, swinging her back and forth. The wife's face turned red and swollen. If I don't give you a good beating, you really think I'm giving you face? Trying to steal my rice for free? I'd rather feed a dog than let you eat. Keep your mouth shut, or I'll teach you a lesson. Keep your mouth shut. The slap kept going for a while. Many people quickly covered their faces and mouths, afraid of angering Lin Chu. Zhou Baji watched the scene and decided he must have been blind. He looked around but chose to do nothing. Tired from the struggle, Lin Chu casually threw his wife onto the ground. I warn you, stop talking nonsense, or next time, a few slaps won't be enough to handle it. His wife, dizzy from the slap, lay on the ground for a while without moving. After some time, her family hurried over in a panic to help her up. Lin Chu clapped his hands and looked around at the others. Do you still want this rice? Yes, 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 someone quickly responded. How much do you want? Lin Chu paused and then said, Since everyone is fleeing and probably doesn't have much food, I won't set a high price. I have 20 jin of white rice, and I'll sell it for 20 coins per jin. He spoke calmly, unaware that his low price shocked everyone else into silence. Zhou Baji was about to speak and stop the buyers, but the refugees had already gathered around Lin Chu to buy rice. He quickly went over to buy some too. This precious, cheap rice, buying a couple of jin, could make simple porridge for many days, enough to stave off hunger. Seeing the crowd suddenly surround her, Lin Chu wondered if she had set the price too low. She felt a bit regretful but had already spoken, so she could only endure it. Lin Chu took the coins in one hand and packed rice for the refugees with the other. Some families had saved a lot of silver and bought quite a bit. It wasn't until the last 2 jin were bought by Zhou Baji that she finally sat down to count her coins. At this point, her wife, who had just woken up and heard the rice was sold out, was cursing loudly, slapping her thighs in frustration. Lin Chu glanced at her indifferently and continued counting her coins. She had earned only 400 coins from selling 20 jin of rice. Too little. Suddenly, someone rushed forward quickly. Lin Chu looked up and saw her wife, with a pig-like face, approaching. She stepped back to avoid her. Miss Lin, do you still have rice? I want to buy 2 jin. I haven't bought any yet, her wife pleaded, no longer cursing but trying to flatter Lin Chu. It's all sold out, Lin Chu replied, flipping the cloth bag that held the rice. There wasn't a single grain left inside.
Ah.
What should I do? Her wife wailed. Behind her stood several adults and 2 children, all with pale faces, looking completely different from the happy families around them. When Lin Chu was selling rice earlier, this family was busy taking care of her wife. By the time they realized the rice was gone, it had already been sold out, and they were full of regret. Zhou Bozi, you need to think of a way for my wife.
We didn't buy any rice.
How can we survive? Her wife dared not tug at Lin Chu's clothes but turned to grab Zhou Bozi, tears and snot covering her face.
Don't look at me.
I don't have much rice left in my hand. I need to eat it myself. Seeing Zhou Bozi's gaze, Lin Chu quickly spoke. She had decided not to sell grain to these refugees anymore. Instead, she thought about going to the next town to sell her supplies there, where she could earn more money. Zhou Bozi was taken aback. Seeing Lin Chu refuse so quickly, he could only take his wife and family to the house of someone who had bought 5 or 6 jin of rice at once. He tried to persuade the other person to sell just 1 jin. In the end, he bought 2 jin of white rice for his wife and family. After packing up the grain, they continued on their way. At sunset, the group found an abandoned temple to rest. Surprisingly, inside the dilapidated temple, there was another group of people. Lin Chu looked at the group. They had about the same number of people as Zhou Bozi's group, but the adults were clearly more numerous and looked much fiercer. She was about to warn Zhou Bozi to be careful when she noticed the other group's wary expressions. She raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Unfortunately, there are always fools around. The wife squeezed into the innermost part of the temple and eagerly took out a cloth bag filled with white rice. She called her daughters-in-law to bring out their pots, then hurriedly grabbed a handful of rice and threw it in. Quick, add water. Today we're making porridge. This rice smells so good. The wife acted as if she hadn't seen the others, sniffing the rice eagerly. Zhou Bozi frowned, wanting to stop her, but it was too late. The refugees on the other side had already noticed the wife's bag. Lin Chu shook her head. With such foolish teammates, she was really worried for Zhou Bozi. Xiao He ran around in the space, while Lin Chu nibbled on vegetable cakes. Because there were so many people, she couldn't take out dried meat to eat, which made her feel uncomfortable. It seemed she needed to leave Zhou Bozi and his group quickly and go alone. Zhou Bozi didn't know what she was thinking. He hurried over to his wife, scowling and scolding. I told you not to eat the rice. Why are you doing this? Can't you see there are people here? Are you trying to get them to steal it? The wife dismissively pouted and looked at the nearby refugees who were watching them closely. Can Zhou Bozi beat those people? Besides, my grandson has gone hungry several times. What's wrong with boiling some porridge for him? If these people dare to try to steal, let them try. She seemed to think Zhou Bozi was very capable of protecting them, so she acted so boldly. Lin Chu listened quietly, feeling amused. This wife probably won't live much longer today. Zhou was very angry. He forcefully swung his arm and didn't care about his wife and others cooking porridge. He found a random spot to sit and gnaw on a cold, hard cornbread. His wife hummed softly and kept watching the porridge in the pot. The others also wanted to cook some porridge to eat, but they didn't dare. Besides, they didn't have much water left, so they gave up on the idea. Gradually, the smell of white porridge filled the small, broken temple, making many people's stomachs rumble. His wife used a broken bowl to serve porridge to her grandchildren. As for the hardworking daughters-in-law, she didn't hold back and shared some porridge with them too. While sharing, suddenly everything went dark in front of her. She quickly looked up and angrily shouted, "Who is that? Don't block the light. Whose family are you from? What are you doing standing here? Move away," she said, seeing 2 dirty children standing in front of her. She waved impatiently. We're hungry, want to eat. The 2 children licked their dirty fingers and stared at the steaming pot as if they were about to reach out and grab. His wife was startled. She quickly protected her pot with one hand and pushed the children away with the other. The children were already fragile, and she was strong. She pushed them to sit on the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Why are you hitting my children? Suddenly, a woman ran over, helped the children up, and shouted at the wife. The wife angrily threw her small spatula into the pot, stood with her hands on her hips, and retorted, "They're your children. What kind of mother are you? Letting your children drool over my porridge, almost ruining the whole pot. Do you know that? Ruined what? If you don't want it, give it to me." The woman's eyes flickered, and she reached out to grab the remaining porridge in the pot. The wife widened her eyes and grabbed her hand. "What are you doing? Why are you trying to steal my porridge? How is that stealing? You said it was ruined, didn't you?" The woman retorted, pulling her neck out. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't say you could have it. If you don't want it, who are you giving it to?" They spat at each other and cursed, dirty and foul. Suddenly, all the refugees looked over. Someone reached out and took the pot of porridge away. Zhou saw this and strode over. "Who told you to steal it?" Just as he was about to pull the woman away, someone kicked him in the back. This kick seemed like a signal. The quiet refugees on the other side suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the old woman and others, fighting to grab their baskets. The pot in her hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Zhou Bozi covered his sore lower back, looked at the chaotic scene, took a deep breath, grabbed his machete, and charged forward. Immediately, the broken-down temple was filled with cries and fighting. "There's so much grain. Hurry up and grab it. Once we take it, it's ours. Grab it. Grab it." Not only the men but also dirty children were fighting, and women were tearing at each other. Lin Chu stood at the door, watching this scene with a cold eye. She looked for a while and saw Zhou Bozi, although injured, still fighting back with punches and kicks. He probably wouldn't suffer much loss, so she turned and ran away. This time, she was determined to leave these greedy people far behind. Zhou Bozi pushed away the refugees and protected the small children in the group. He didn't notice that Lin Chu had already run away. He felt very annoyed. "Oh no!
My rice.
My pot! You wicked people!" The old woman, whose face was covered with injuries from being pinched, was crying loudly. Other families had also been robbed and looked at her angrily. "I told you not to light a fire. Now many people have been robbed. You have to compensate us." "Why should I compensate?" "Why?" The old woman retorted stubbornly. "If you couldn't protect your stuff, that's your problem, not mine." This angered everyone. The women still fighting with others immediately surrounded the old woman, scolding and grabbing her. The men, along with Zhou Bozi, knocked down the group of refugees. Luckily, these people had been hungry for a long time. Although they were big, they wouldn't last long fighting. After a while, the chaos in the broken temple finally settled down. "Miss Lin? Where is Miss Lin?" After running nonstop for half an hour, Lin Chu saw no other refugees. She took her bicycle from her space and continued riding. She had asked Zhou Bozi about the nearby towns in all directions. She wanted to reach the closest one before dark and sell some supplies from her space. In this era, there was no silver, so traveling was very difficult. The roads here were flat and smooth. Lin Chu rode quickly until she saw a few refugees in the distance. She immediately stopped, put her bicycle into her space, and walked slowly with her basket on her back. Xiaohei had been staying in her space and showed no signs of abnormality. Lin Chu decided not to take it out for now, worried that someone might notice and attack her. If they caught and ate Xiaohei, it would be the end. Lin Chu slowly moved forward, approaching the few hunched-over refugees. She glanced at their pale, thin faces and paused for a moment. They were all elderly, with a faint grayish tint on their faces. Thinking for a moment, she softly asked, "Sir, where are you headed? Why not rest for a bit?" The old man, leaning on his crutch, looked at Lin Chu tremblingly and sighed heavily. "Miss, why are you alone? We are all abandoned here. We didn't expect to survive. We just go wherever we can." It was clear he had given up on life. Lin Chu's expression grew cold. The elderly and children are the most vulnerable during disasters because they can't run fast and still need to eat. Some cruel families abandon the elderly and girls, letting them fend for themselves. Without hesitation, she took a vegetable pancake and handed it to the old man, then pressed her index finger to her lips. Here, eat this. Don't talk. The old man eagerly looked at the pancake, swallowing hard and glancing around before grabbing it and eating quickly. Seeing this, Lin Chu couldn't bear it. When she saw the old man choking a little, she took his water bottle from his waistband, which was already empty. She then turned and poured half of her own water into it, handing it to him. Drink some water. The other refugees seemed deaf to the noise around them, ignoring Lin Chu's actions and continuing blindly forward. The old man took the bottle and drank greedily, swallowing the vegetable pancake that was stuck in his throat. Then, he suddenly knelt before Lin Chu.
Thank you, miss. Thank you.
You're a kind person. Get up quickly. Your life isn't over yet. Lin Chu helped him to his feet, then quietly slipped 2 sweet potatoes into his basket. The old man was so moved he welled up with tears. He was alive, and he could still live. After doing all this, Lin Chu asked herself, Sir, do you know the name of the nearest city? And how far is it? I got separated from my family. I want to go see the city. The old man listened without suspicion and thought for a moment before saying, Follow this road straight ahead. Don't turn. After about 80 miles, you'll reach Qing'an Prefecture. That's the closest city. Lin Chu was surprised and asked, Are there no other small towns nearby? No, none. The old man sighed and shook his head. There used to be some, but after the disasters and droughts, people fled elsewhere. Many small towns have been abandoned, people fleeing to the city to survive, while many small towns and villages are empty. I understand. Thank you, elder, Lin Chu said after getting a rough idea. She thanked the old woman and quickly walked forward. The old woman, who had been standing still, watched her go, then knelt down again and bowed 3 times hard, muttering, Good person, may you have a safe life. Good person. Over 80 miles, Lin Chu didn't use her bicycle because she kept encountering refugees along the way. She relied on her legs to walk. She wasn't walking slowly. She saw several groups of refugees fighting over things, and some people noticed her. But when they saw she had nothing, they lost interest. Lin Chu was cautious and even left her basket in her space, carrying nothing. This helped her avoid attracting too much attention. Before dark, she finally arrived at the gates of Qing'an Prefecture, where many refugees had gathered. To avoid a tragedy like the one in Lin'an Prefecture, she asked a kind-looking old woman, Grandma, why aren't you going into the city? Lin Chu pretended to be innocent, tugging at the old woman's sleeve, and glanced at the city gate, which was still open. The old woman looked at her sharply. You little girl, you're quite bold. Going into the city? Who doesn't want to? But how can you go without money? Lin Chu seemed unaware of the anger in her words and said pitifully, Grandma, my family got separated. I want to go into the city to find them. Are you sure you're just lost? Girls in this world don't have it easy. Since you asked me, I advise you not to look for them, the old woman said vaguely, and Lin Chu understood her meaning. Sometimes she wondered if the original owner was left behind and starved to death just because she was a girl, which is why she traveled here. My parents wouldn't abandon me. They must not have found me, Lin Chu said, her eyes red. Seeing her tears, the old woman couldn't say anything harsh and patted her little grandson, saying, If you want to go into the city, you need silver. 2 taels for 1 person. Lin Chu paused, wiping her tears. She only had about 400 coins, nowhere near 2 taels of silver. Looks like you don't have silver either. It's better to stay here with us. Sometimes she wondered if the original owner was left. Look at all these refugees waiting to drink porridge. The old woman pointed to a group of hungry refugees lying or sitting nearby, unable to sleep from hunger. But Lin Chu hesitated for a long time, then sighed heavily and suddenly asked, Grandma, don't you have silver either? Some have it, some don't. The old woman shook her head and said, A person needs 2 taels of silver. We can't gather enough money for the whole family to go to the city. It's better not to go at all. Hearing her mumbling, Lin Chufei quickly thought of a plan. She needed to earn enough silver quickly to go to the city. It was completely dark now. After thanking the old woman, Lin Chu found a quiet place to sit alone. She closed her eyes and entered her space. She couldn't carry meat, only rice or sweet potatoes to sell. but the officials wanted to give porridge and she wasn't sure if people would buy it. Thinking about how eye-catching white rice was before, Lin decided to put down the white rice and replace it with coarse rice and cornmeal. After filling her empty basket, she returned to the old woman and, like a thief, lifted the top cloth. She lowered her voice and said, "Old lady, look at this." The old woman glanced casually, then suddenly looked frightened, almost dropping her little grandson. She hurriedly pulled the cloth back to cover the items. "What are you doing, little girl? Aren't you afraid of being noticed?" Lin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the old woman's reaction, she thought to herself that she had judged her correctly. "All the grains in my basket are things I picked up along the way. Take a look and see if there's anything you want. I can sell it to you cheaply." When she heard the word, sell, the old woman wanted to ask where she had picked up the grains but quickly swallowed her words. "How do you plan to sell it?" she asked, reaching into the basket and feeling around carefully. The more she touched, the more shocked she looked. Lin didn't stop her. She leaned in and said, "Tell me how much you want. I'll sell it cheaply. I have sweet potatoes, coarse rice, and cornmeal. I want all of it." "Wait a moment," the old woman said hurriedly. She hurriedly took her grandson and left. When she returned, she was followed by a pale-faced man and woman, probably her son and daughter-in-law. "Don't make a sound, you two. Look for what you want yourself. If you want it, pay silver." The old woman pointed at Lin basket and then stood still, looking around as if she was guarding the place. Lin lifted the cloth again. The couple gasped in shock. So old-fashioned, yet they could still see such old grains. "Take a look. Tell me what you want. I'll sell it cheaply," Lin repeated. The daughter-in-law trembled and took out 20 copper coins. I just want 20 won worth of grains." "Is that okay?" Lin took the coins and handed her 2 sweet potatoes, then nodded and said, "Bring a bowl. I'll pack the grains for you." She urgently needed money but no longer sold by weight, deciding how much grain to give based on the number of copper coins. The person buying grain had no objections. The man quickly put down the basket behind him and handed a small cloth bag to Lin. Lin took it, grabbed 5 handfuls of coarse rice, and asked, "Do you want some cornmeal?" No, I don't need it. It's too precious and I can't afford it." The woman quickly waved her hand. They had the coarse rice and sweet potatoes, which would be enough for several days even if the officials didn't provide porridge. Lin didn't insist. Thinking that selling secretly was too troublesome, he said to the old woman, "Grandma, can you help me sell the remaining grain? I'll give you 2 big sweet potatoes in return. I'm small, and carrying so much grain to sell would surely get me into trouble," she replied. Her initial refusal was about to be spoken, but when she saw the 2 big sweet potatoes, she changed her mind and said, "All right, I'll sell it for you." Afterward, she handed her grandson to her daughter-in-law, took Lin basket, and headed into the refugee camp. Lin was worried. What if this old woman was targeted? He heard a comforting voice nearby. "Don't worry, young lady. Grandma is very capable." Hearing this, Lin relaxed a little. She handed the 2 big sweet potatoes to the woman and watched as the couple carefully hid the grain they had just bought. She wanted to remind them that coarse rice could be stored, but the sweet potatoes should be eaten soon. Still, she chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, the old woman returned with an empty basket, looking much healthier. She excitedly said, "Just like you said, I sold it for copper coins. I didn't bargain with them. Your grain about 2.5 coins, so take it quickly. With this money, you can go to the city and find your family." Lin took the coins, trembling with excitement, and kept thanking her. "Thank you so much, Grandma." "Thank you." Then she took out a vegetable pancake and offered it to her well-behaved grandson, saying, "Eat it, it's very tasty." The old woman wanted to refuse, holding back her desire to keep the pancake, but Lin was already heading toward the city gate. She had no intention of stopping. She was going into the city late at night. "What are you doing?" As soon as Lin reached the city gate, she was stopped by soldiers with spears. She looked down at the sharp sword, took a step back, and said, "Officers, I am here to enter the city. You're trying to get in? Don't you know the rules?" One of them said sternly, with a harsh tone. Lin Chu quickly took out 2 coins and handed them over. Yes, I understand. Here are 2 coins for the entry fee. Please count them. The soldier took the money, counted it carefully, then glanced at Lin Chu, who was alone. He lowered his spear and said coldly, "Go inside. However, I must warn you, once you go in, you can't come out. If you want to leave later, you'll have to pay again." Lin Chu nodded politely and replied, "Understood. Thank you both for letting me know." After that, she quickly entered the city. Outside the city gate, many refugees who had just bought grain looked on eagerly as her figure disappeared. Some who had no silver couldn't buy food or enter the city, and they covered their faces, crying. In the empty, dark city, Lin Chu walked alone. She looked around but saw that none of the shops were open, which made her feel a bit worried. She had no choice but to keep walking forward. After wandering for a while, she finally stopped in front of a shabby inn. She looked up at the sign, which was a bit broken, and went inside. The sleepy innkeeper was suddenly awakened by a knock, nearly hitting his chin on the counter. He was about to scold when he saw Lin Chu standing outside innocently.
Who are you?
Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What do you want here? Seeing her ragged clothes, the innkeeper was even more annoyed. Little beggar, who told you to come in?
Get out, he said.
Trying to hold back the urge to hit him, Lin Chu slapped 20 copper coins on the counter.
I want a room, she said.
The innkeeper's eyes widened as he looked at the coins and then at Lin Chu. He quickly changed to a more flattering attitude. All right, you can stay.
Please, upstairs, he said.
Could you please burn 2 buckets of hot water for me? She asked. She needed a bath. She was starting to smell. There was spring water in the space, but Lin Chu thought it was a bit dirty to jump in and wash, and she still needed to drink later. So she endured. The innkeeper happily agreed. I'll go right away. Please wait a moment. Inside her room, Lin Chu went to the window and looked outside. She was trying to find any shops still open and with lights on, but everything was dark. She had to give up on doing business that night and waited quietly for the hot water. Half an hour later, she enjoyed a comfortable hot bath. Since she had no clean clothes, she quickly washed her dirty clothes and hung them to dry in her space. The temperature inside was moderate, and the flow of time was different from outside. They should be dry by morning. After eating some dried meat and bread, Lin Chu played with Little Black for a while, then crawled into her bed to sleep. She slept until dawn. Yawning, she put on her dry clothes and went downstairs. She was going to sell grain and earn silver. Compared to the empty streets at night, during the day the town was busy with a few villagers walking around. Many shop doors that had been closed were now open, making the town look lively. Lin Chu watched for a while and saw that the grain shop she was looking for was open. She quickly found a quiet alley and entered a space. She loaded 100 pounds of white rice and 50 pounds of cornmeal onto a cart and headed toward the grain shop. She didn't forget to disguise herself. Her hunched back, dirty cheeks, and messy hair made many villagers stare and point, but they were also curious about what was on her cart. When she reached the grain shop, Lin Chu looked inside at the quiet shop and suddenly shouted, "Shopkeeper." After shouting, she hurriedly pushed her cart inside. The shopkeeper, who was counting his accounts, looked up sharply at the shout. He saw Lin Chu pushing the cart and quickly came over to chase her out. "What are you doing? Coming into my shop begging for food? Get out, get out." Lin Chu was very annoyed. No matter where she went, she was chased away. Holding back her anger, she lifted a corner of the cloth cover and smiled mysteriously. "Shopkeeper, wait a moment. Why don't you first look at what I brought before you decide to chase me away?" The shopkeeper was about to scold her, but caught sight of the large white grains. His eyes widened as he quickly lifted the cloth cover a bit more. White rice appeared before him. He was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. This is. Then he looked at the other bag of cornmeal. The shopkeeper swallowed hard and looked at Lin Chu. "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Such bright white rice and nearly impurity-free cornmeal were rare in his shop. How could this dirty-looking beggar girl have such things? Lin Chu noticed his gaze and immediately put on a pitiful look. She wiped her tears and said, "Shopkeeper, you don't know how hard my life is. There's been a drought, and my family doesn't have much food. My child is sick and needs medicine. These grains were saved by my father years ago. Now I need some silver, so I came to you. Please, if you don't want them, I'll try other shops. My son is very sick, and I can't wait. The shopkeeper's suspicion disappeared after hearing her words. He quickly stopped her. I don't say I don't want them. How much do you want for these grains? I see you're trying to help your child. These grains are good. I won't cheat you. Lin Chu lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she said, Shopkeeper, just tell me a price. Cough, cough. The shopkeeper excitedly choked and then gently stroked his beard, saying, Your white rice is quite good. At today's market price, 1 jin costs about 30 coins. Hearing this, Lin Chu turned to leave quickly, not giving the shopkeeper a chance to respond. Was she being taken advantage of? The white rice in her space was only sold cheaply to refugees out of pity. In this grain shop, charging 50 coins per jin wouldn't be surprising. Moreover, her white rice was truly unique. There was no second person in the world who had such rice. The shopkeeper was startled and hurriedly stopped her, saying, Let's talk nicely, no need to rush. Shopkeeper, I really want to save the children, but you can't charge me 30 coins per jin for this rice. Everyone knows the current grain prices. If you really don't want it, I'll sell it outside. Lin Chu made a move to walk out. Wait. How about 35 coins per jin? The shopkeeper didn't want to lose such good rice. 40 coins. The shopkeeper hesitated. Lin Chu didn't want to bargain anymore. She pushed her cart and was about to leave the shop. Outside, some curious townspeople had gathered, watching what was inside her cart. She didn't believe such good rice wouldn't sell. Just as she was about to shout, the shopkeeper grabbed her arm and said, 40 coins per jin is fine, but you need to give me a discount on the cornmeal. How about 15 coins per jin? Lin Chu silently considered this and thought it was acceptable. Finally, she left the grain shop with about 4.5 ounces and 750 coins, returning to the alley where she had previously hidden. Half an hour later, many villagers saw a modestly dressed old woman carrying a basket on her back and a small basket in her hand, casually setting up a stall by the roadside. This was really Lin Chu in disguise, now selling fresh fruit. Fruits stored in her space wouldn't rot. In fact, they became even fresher and sweeter. Fruits were precious in this era, especially now when they were hard to find. So she decided to sell some, knowing the space would automatically replenish supplies. Come and see. Look at these delicious pears and red apples. No need to pay if they're not sweet. Worried that her act might attract attention, Lin Chu only took 2 common types of fruit, not the exotic ones from her space. Even so, the villagers who saw this were amazed. When they heard it was fresh fruit, everyone with some silver ran over eagerly. Madam, how much are these pears and apples? Seeing these people also knew about apples, Lin Chu secretly relaxed. She lifted her wrinkled old face and said, Not expensive. Not expensive. Pears and apples are 30 coins per jin. Not many, so if you like them, buy some. Hiss. Someone was so startled by the price of 30 coins per jin of fruit that they took a deep breath. With this money, they could buy some rough rice from the grain shop to feed their family for several meals. They didn't know how many times they could eat. Too expensive, too expensive. Can't afford it, can't afford it. Many people shook their heads and kept saying it was too costly. Some thought Lin Chu was old and played tricks with her, saying, Madam, how can you sell such expensive fruit? Why not lower the price? As long as it's cheaper, we'll all buy. Lin Chu calmly asked, How much cheaper, young man? How do you want to buy? Madam, sell it for 2 coins per jin. Nowadays, not many people can afford fruit. Selling at 30 coins per jin, it probably won't sell all day, someone suggested. No one wondered where Lin Chu's fruit came from. They just wanted to get a good deal. Lin Chu rolled her eyes lightly, then said with her hands in her pockets, Not selling. My wife and I worked hard to grow this fruit. 2 coins per jin. If you don't want to buy, that's fine. I'm selling my fruit for 30 coins per jin today.
If you don't want to buy, don't.
It can't be cheaper. She believed that even at a price of 1 or 2 silver coins per jin, someone would buy. The sweet, fragrant smell of the fruit was very strong, making many people drool, but the price was just too high. causing hesitation. At this moment, a familiar figure approached. It was the shopkeeper who had just been running the grain shop. Seeing him, Lin Chu immediately felt something was wrong. Had her disguise skills worsened? Had she been recognized? Oh no, oh no. Just as she was about to pack up and leave, she heard the shopkeeper say, "How much per jean?" "Give me 5 jean each." A big customer. Lin Chu's heart sank again. She quickly responded, All right. I'll weigh it for you right away." She took out her scale and put the 10 jean of fruit into a nearby bamboo basket, saying, "You are my first customer. I'll give you half a jean free." The shopkeeper had originally planned to buy grain from Lin Chu and give some to a familiar big family to leave a good impression. But before he could start, he saw the lively scene and heard about the fresh fruit, so he hurried over to buy some. 30 coins per jean also felt expensive to her, and giving silver was painful. But when she heard Lin Chu say she would give half a jean, she suddenly thought it wasn't too costly. She happily left carrying her basket. After the first customer, the other villagers no longer hesitated. They grit their teeth and bought half the fruit, which was a mix of pears and apples. 2 people even shared the cost equally. Soon, the 50 jean of fruit Lin Chu brought out was sold out. There was no one left to her stall, only a few children sniffing the lingering fruit scent and drooling. Lin Chu quickly packed up her stall, planning to leave the town early the next morning and continue her journey. The things she brought today were too eye-catching, and she was worried someone might notice her, even though she tried to disguise herself. Just as she was about to leave, a carriage suddenly stopped in front of her. It wasn't very fancy. The young servant driving jumped down hurriedly and asked loudly, "Madam, do you have any more fruit?" Lin Chu paused and waved her hand. "No, all sold out. Do you have any at home?" the servant asked anxiously. He had seen people discussing fruit along the road. He thought his young lady also wanted some, so he came to inquire, but he was too late. Everything was gone. "Young sir, you're too late. It's hot today, so we couldn't keep the fruit. The family that didn't finish selling earlier ate some, and today's fruit is all we have left," Lin Chu explained calmly, not wanting him to bother her further. The servant looked disappointed and left. Lin Chu took advantage of no one paying attention to slip into a small alley, put everything into her space, wiped off her old disguise, and headed toward the clothing shop. She was wearing the patched clothes of the original owner. Although she washed them yesterday, she still felt they were dirty and smelly. Now that she had earned quite a bit of silver, she decided to buy new clothes. The shopkeeper at the clothing store was friendlier than others. Instead of chasing her away, he welcomed her warmly. Lin Chu almost spent all her silver on the shopkeeper's enthusiasm. In the end, she restrained herself and only bought 2 sets of dark coarse cloth clothes and 2 pairs of simple black cloth shoes. She left reluctantly, with the shopkeeper unhappy but unable to stop her, and returned to her inn. The next morning, Lin Chu was waiting at the city gate with her basket. As soon as the gate opened, she stepped out and returned to the place where the old woman had stayed before. It was still early, and the officials who served porridge hadn't started their work yet. The old woman saw her appear and was startled. "Why are you out? Is your family here?" Lin Chu scratched her head and smiled shyly. "I looked all day yesterday, but couldn't find them. They might not be here." "Granny, I have to go now and find my family." She then handed the small bundle in her hand to the old woman. "Here, take this. If Qing'an Prefecture doesn't work out, your family should keep moving forward. That's all I can advise. Whether you go or not, I can't force you." The old woman, carrying a somewhat heavy bundle, stared blankly as Lin Chu walked away. She was stunned for a moment and didn't react until her son came over and shouted in surprise, then quickly covered her mouth. The small bundle contained 2 jean of cornmeal and 1 jean of cured meat, its salty aroma making her drool. The old woman sharply slapped her son's arm. "Everyone, keep your mouths shut." "Yes, yes." Her daughter-in-law hurriedly nodded, her eyes red with excitement. Lin Chu wasn't sure what she had given that might make the old woman suspicious. She hurried toward the next town. Earlier, Zhou Bozi said most refugees headed toward the emperor's city, hoping to settle there. Although it was dangerous, it had good potential for development. So, Lin Chu decided she would also go to the emperor's city. She was well-fed and energetic, walking swiftly, unlike the other refugees who paused frequently and gasped for breath. She had already left behind those in front of her. On the desolate ground, many rotting, foul-smelling bodies lay scattered, elderly people and children, shocking to see. Lin Chu glanced at the corpses briefly and kept walking. That evening, she stopped in front of a village with faint lights flickering inside. After some thought, she decided to go in. Refugees in the village center looked up as she entered alone, their eyes scanning her light basket. They whispered among themselves. Lin Chu sat down on the ground, spreading some weeds underneath, and listened carefully, her expression serious. "Should we keep going forward? I heard the main road ahead isn't safe," someone said. "Why isn't it safe? Can't we walk on the main road?" others asked, puzzled. The refugee who first mentioned danger trembled, seeming to recall something, and swallowed hard before saying, "I heard there are bandits on the main road." Many refugees who pass through are either killed or injured. Only those with some skill can make it. What skills do we have? Do you think we can get through? Natural disasters are merciless, and now there are bandits too. Many helpless refugees started crying, sobbing. Is no one controlling these bandits? We're already so pitiful just trying to stay alive. Isn't that enough to let us live? The court? Doesn't the court care? Someone shouted angrily. Care? What does it matter? We still don't know how far we are from the capital city. Can they catch up with us? What should we do? We can't just let people be killed or robbed. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Lin Chu listened quietly and thought the sudden appearance of the bandits was quite tricky. But she wasn't afraid alone. She could handle them if they came. Suddenly, someone suggested, "Why don't we go through the mountains? We should try to avoid them. Our food won't last long if we go through the mountains. It won't last long, but we can find food in the mountains. It's not impossible to find something to eat." Some agreed, others disagreed, and soon they started arguing. Lin Chu thought going through the mountains was a good idea. The wild forests might have many treasures. Maybe she could find something rare, plant it in her space, and become rich later. With that thought, Lin Chu decided to let the bandits go and take a detour through the mountains. The arguing also stopped. Most agreed to go around the mountains and hoped to survive a few more days. The night passed peacefully. At dawn, Lin Chu entered her space to feed Little Black and secretly ate a few pieces of dried meat. Gradually, others woke up one after another. Those with food boiled water and made porridge with little rice, while those without ate dry, hard biscuits. After quickly eating their dry food, the refugees helped each other and set out. Lin Chu watched quietly, thinking about how she could follow behind without being noticed. At that moment, a kind-looking woman approached her. "Little girl, are you traveling alone? Why don't you come with us into the mountains? There are bandits ahead and you might not survive." It was really a lucky coincidence. Lin Chu immediately put on a pitiful look, rubbed her eyes, and said, "Auntie, I got separated from my family. I can't find them. You're so pitiful. Come with us. Our family is big and can protect you." The woman looked caring. The people behind her didn't agree, but didn't stop her. Lin Chu saw this and knew the woman had influence at home, so she decided to follow them. She walked at the back, listening to Auntie Lee's husband complain, "Why do you want to bring that girl along? I see she has no food in her basket. Are you planning to eat our food? What about our son and daughter? Are they going hungry? Old Lee, she's so pitiful alone. If she comes, she comes. She's a young girl who made it this far, so she must be capable. She wouldn't want to take our food." The voice of the last sentence grew much louder, just enough for Lin Chu to hear. She pursed her lips, feeling a bit amused. She only wanted an excuse to go into the mountains with them, not to take advantage of them. There was no need to be so obvious. Suddenly, her arm was pulled. Lin Chu looked down and saw a young girl, the daughter of Aunt Lee, smiling at her with a wide grin. "Big sister, are you going to eat my family's food?" she asked. This made Aunt Lee and her man exchange glances. They were about to speak when Lin Chu nonchalantly took out 2 vegetable cakes from her bag and said, "Big sister's food of her own. I won't eat yours." Aunt Lee quickly said, "Don't mind her. Little girl doesn't talk much, haha." "It's okay." Lin Chu smiled at her and kept walking forward. The group of refugees was quite large, more than 50 people, at least half again as many as Zhou Bozi's 30. They had more strong workers and many backpacks looked heavy, probably filled with plenty of grain. They wouldn't run out of food anytime soon. Lin Chu thought carefully. Since she was eating vegetable cakes and sweet potatoes, she probably wouldn't attract much attention. Many people noticed her unfamiliar face, but since they heard Aunt Lee brought her along out of kindness, they didn't mind much, despite some murmurs. Lin Chu let out a quiet sigh of relief. After she deliberately showed her food, Aunt Lee's husband, who was initially unhappy, shut his mouth. As long as this girl didn't eat their grain, it was fine. The mountain was better than the barren hill where Lin Chu had woken up earlier. The ground was less cracked, and she could faintly see new sprouts emerging from some cracks in the rocks, probably wild vegetables or grasses. Seeing that others weren't very excited about the new sprouts, Lin Chu decided not to pull them out and continued walking behind the group. Aunt Lee came closer again. "Lin girl, my daughter doesn't talk much, so don't mind her." "It's okay, Annie." Lin Chu waved her hand casually. About that, seeing her hesitate, Lin Chu realized what she was about to say and asked directly, "Annie, just say what you want." "Well, I saw you holding a vegetable cake just now. It smells really good," Aunt Lee said, rubbing her hands, hesitant to speak further. Lin Chu wasn't in a hurry. She waited quietly, keeping her step steady. Aunt Lee hesitated, then gritted her teeth and said, "Lin girl, how about trading one of your vegetable cakes?" "Trade for what? How about?" "A bowl of coarse rice." Lin Chu was surprised. "Andy, are you really going to change the vegetable pancake?" "Yes, I am." So Lin Chu also didn't hesitate. She exchanged her vegetable pancake, making it a bit colder and firmer to avoid suspicion, and handed it to Auntie Lee. She didn't know if Auntie Lee was giving the pancake to her daughter or son. She casually placed the bowl of coarse rice into her back basket. She felt a bit guilty, but she also gained a rustic bowl from her. Seeing the bowl, Lin Chu realized she had forgotten to prepare these things in Qing'an Prefecture. Although she had pots, bowls, and utensils in her space, they were too different from this era and couldn't be used. While she was thinking about whether to exchange more items with Auntie Lee, she heard the leading man call everyone to rest for a while because many children in the group looked pale and tired. Just as Lin Chu was about to find a quiet place to sit for a bit, Auntie Lee suddenly pulled her arm and led her to their resting spot. There, she saw the vegetable pancake she had exchanged being broken into small pieces and handed back. Lin Chu was surprised and didn't take it. She looked up and saw Auntie Lee's man and children holding small bites of the pancake, eating carefully. The youngest son ate the fastest and even licked his palms.
"Eat it."
"We've been walking for a long time and we're starving. If we don't eat now, how can we continue later?" Auntie Lee saw she wasn't taking it and hurriedly pressed the pancake into her hand, then lowered her head to eat her own share. Lin Chu held the now quite hard and cold pancake, feeling mixed emotions. Since she crossed over, everyone she met, like Zhou Baizi and his group, wanted to steal or grab her things. Only this woman was kind to her. She lowered her head and slowly nibbled on the pancake, occasionally glancing at the two little ones beside her. "Have you all rested enough? Get up, let's go. Before it gets dark, we need to find a place to stay overnight. Otherwise, it will be hard in these mountains," the leader shouted, and everyone got up, packed their bags, and followed behind him. The mountain wasn't too deserted. New buds were sprouting, and there might be animals living here, which could be dangerous. Lin Chu still followed at the back. She was thinking about whether to release Xiaohei to explore the mountain and see if there were other animals. Suddenly, she heard Xiaohei making soft noises. She quickly used a cover to release Xiaohei, covered its mouth, and whispered, "No barking. Today, I'll let you go play, but remember to come back." Then, she forcefully threw Xiaohei behind the nearest big tree. Lin Chu wasn't worried about it falling. This little one was very lively and had already clung to the tree with all four paws. She also hadn't kept it locked up for too long. The rugged mountain path seemed endless. Lin Chu occasionally drank some spring water from her space to restore her strength. Besides being sweet and thirst-quenching, the spring water seemed to have effects she hadn't experienced before in her past life. Lin Chu hadn't yet confirmed this and could only hold her doubts in her mind, planning to test it when she had free time. "Boss, there's a cave here. Let's rest here tonight." "Wait a minute," someone shouted, but another voice stopped him. "Let's send a few people inside first to see if there's anything inside." Immediately, 5 or 6 men entered the cave. After a while, they ran out covering their noses, shouting, "Boss, this cave smells terrible, and it's big and stinky. Nothing inside?" the leader asked with a frown. "No, just some old feces and weeds. It stinks to death. As long as there's nothing big inside, we can rest here tonight. Everyone, go in and tidy up." When Lin Chu stepped into the cave, she was almost scolded for the strong smell hitting her head. She tightly covered her nose and looked around. The cave was quite large, probably a den for a big animal, but the animal was gone, and the inside was a mess. The women and children in the group worked quickly, tidying up the feces and weeds. The air became much fresher. Lin Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but she was almost suffocated. The cave was big, but with so many people, it was a bit crowded. Lin Chu followed Aunt Li and others to rest in the middle of the cave, while the entrance was guarded by the leader and a few men. "Li family, when did you have a daughter? She looks different from you." Lin Chu just sat down and attracted a lot of attention. Aunt Li patted Lin Chu's hand and said, "This child is pitiful. We took her along, and the boss didn't say no." Her words made the questioner's dissatisfaction fade away. After holding it in for a while, they gritted their teeth and said, "If you're taking her, then take her. But don't eat up your own grain and come asking us for food. There won't be any then." They were all worried about running out of food. Lin Chu was surprised. The food in this group wasn't stored together and divided at mealtime, but each person carried their own supplies. "Don't worry, they won't come asking you for food," Auntie Li retorted. "The girl has her own food. I was just helping her get into the mountains." Upon hearing this, Lin Chu felt as if she was being scrutinized from all sides, especially by the group of people staring at her basket, as if they wanted to see through it completely. Lin Chu felt a bit helpless. She wasn't sure whether to think Auntie Li was kind or a little naive. Wasn't she just pushing herself into trouble? While she was lost in thought, a few unfamiliar women surrounded her. "Little girl, why are you alone? Don't you have family? How could you have so much food by yourself?" "Maybe Auntie Li is just talking nonsense," one asked. "Yeah, how can you escape alone? It's good you're with the Li family," but they were all testing her and many eyes were fixed on her basket, almost reaching out to lift the cover. Lin Chu calmly pressed down the cloth covering her basket and forced a polite smile. "Auntie Li is right. I have my own food. I won't be thinking about your family supplies," she said. "You're such a young girl. Why are your words so harsh? We've been traveling all this way. If I really had no food and was starving, we wouldn't ignore you," another added. Yes, let us see what food you have. We're about to cook something so you can take some out and cook together," someone suggested. Hearing this, Lin Chu immediately understood their intentions. They probably thought she was just a young girl and wanted her to give up her food.
They were all trying to take advantage.
"No need. I prefer to eat my own food," Lin Chu said firmly, making the enthusiastic women feel a bit awkward. Auntie Li watched from beside her, her fists clenched in anger. She quickly stepped in to stop the scene. "What's wrong with you? Don't bully a little girl. Lin girl is with me now and I will protect her," she said. "Li family, aren't you just thinking about her food? Don't think we didn't see you exchange things for her vegetable cakes. You took a big piece for yourself," one woman complained. Auntie Li's face turned red and then pale, like a painter's palette. Lin Chu kept her expression calm, unaffected. "What nonsense are you talking? How did I take advantage of anyone? I only gave a bowl of coarse rice," Auntie Li argued loudly.
Pfft.
"Do you even know what those vegetable cakes are made of? One bowl of coarse rice isn't worth much. You're not taking advantage, you're just greedy," the woman retorted. Auntie Li was outnumbered and couldn't respond quickly. Lin Chu silently thought to herself that she had released Xiao He for so long. She needed to find him quickly and put him back into her space. If other refugees found him and tried to eat him, that would be bad. Seeing the ongoing noise on this side, and the leader not caring, Lin Chu had to speak up to stop the argument. Aunties, there's no need to fight. Even if Auntie Lee doesn't exchange rice with coarse rice, I will still give her some vegetable cakes. I am fleeing from danger alone, and if I hadn't met Auntie Lee, I might not have been able to enter the mountain today. Since she was showing kindness to herself, Lin Chu wanted to defend her. Immediately, the women who wanted to criticize Auntie Lee for taking advantage of the situation fell silent and looked at each other. Their eyes showed they were unwilling, and they clenched their teeth. Auntie Lee's eyes were red as she gratefully looked at Lin Chu, holding her two children tightly. After speaking, Lin Chu stood up and headed toward the cave entrance, but someone pulled her arm. "Oh, little girl, you're so generous. Why not give us a few vegetable cakes to eat? Look at my children, they are so thin." Vegetable cakes are made from fine grains. It was the woman who had scolded Auntie Lee for taking advantage. Lin Chu forcefully pulled her arm back and smiled. "Auntie Lee didn't waste my vegetable cakes. She exchanged a bowl of coarse rice. If you want vegetable cakes, I wonder what you can exchange for them." "Oh, what's there to exchange? We're all in the same team. You can give some to my children to eat. She really has a thick face." Lin Chu thought to herself, her smile growing wider. She said, "Are you trying to take advantage of me, Auntie?" "Hey." "What taking advantage?" "I'm not taking advantage." The woman hurriedly waved her hands, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Chu, as if she wouldn't leave without the vegetable cakes. Other refugees noticed what was happening. When they heard Lin Chu had vegetable cakes that could be exchanged for grain, they became interested. They thought, since a young girl was with them, sharing her vegetable cakes wasn't a big deal. No one stopped her for a while. Lin Chu saw their expressions, chuckled softly, and then her eyes flashed with coldness. "I have vegetable cakes if you want to eat, but you can either pay with silver or exchange for grain. I don't take advantage of others." After saying that, she carried her basket and left the cave. Passing by the leader, Lin Chu clearly saw him glance at her sideways without stopping her from leaving the cave. Lin Chu left quickly. Almost as soon as she was gone, loud arguing came from inside the cave. From a distance, she couldn't hear what they were arguing about. After walking for about a tea time in another direction from the cave, Lin Chu looked around and didn't see anyone else. She quickly called out, little black, come back." She called 3 times but received no response. Lin Chu frowned, worried she might have lost him. She continued walking forward with some worry, weaving around tall trees and jumping over small pits. Occasionally, she used her little pickaxe to dig and dig. Finally, she heard the familiar voice of Little Black. "Little Black," Lin Chu immediately shouted, grabbing her pickaxe and rushing quickly toward the sound. But she froze in surprise. Not far away, she saw Little Black lying on the ground, mouth biting something unknown, tearing at it. As Lin Chu approached, she saw feathers scattered all around and a wild chicken that had no breath left. She quickly reached out and patted Little Black's head. "Let go." Little Black, smelling the familiar scent, decisively released the chicken's neck, whimpered softly, and lay at Lin Chu's feet, making soft noises, as if saying something. Lin Chu casually picked up some dry grass to wipe the blood from around its mouth and scolded, "You wouldn't come back to find me just for a wild chicken? What if someone else took it? You'd end up on someone's plate. And how much meat can a skinny wild chicken have? Isn't the dried meat I usually feed you better? Haven't you eaten enough?" Her tone wasn't very strict, but to Little Black's ears, it sounded like gentle scolding. It obediently drooped its head, seeming a little wronged. Seeing its sad look, Lin Chu stopped her reprimand and gently stroked its back. "You need to be obedient. I finally saved you and raised you, not so you can be food for others." After saying that, she released Little Black. But just as she did, Little Black suddenly bit the wild chicken's neck again. Lin Chu was about to scold it when she saw Little Black place the chicken at her feet and paw at it a couple of times. "Is this for me?" Lin Chu pointed at herself in surprise. Then her heart leaped with joy. This little guy hadn't been raised in vain. Very pleased with Little Black, Lin Chu waited until most of the blood from the wild chicken had drained before placing some grass in the basket and putting the chicken inside. Just as she was about to pick up Little Black and head home, she saw Little Black suddenly dash out. Without thinking, she followed. Little Black's sudden rush must have been because it saw something. A person and a leopard hurriedly ran through the forest, as if worried Lin Chu couldn't keep up. Little Black kept looking back while running and occasionally climbed a big tree to rest for a moment. Lin Chu felt challenged. Was she being looked down on by a leopard? Just as she was thinking about how to deal with Little Black, the latter stopped and lay motionless on the ground. Lin Chu watched and quickly slowed her steps, pushing aside the weeds in front of her and looking up. Hiss! She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Can someone tell her what's going on with these two snakes fighting a pig? A plump black pig was biting the tail of a large snake, desperately swinging it from side to side. The other snake raised its head high and did not bite back, just watching in silence. The two animals faced each other in a standoff. Lin Chu swallowed hard. The black pig's meat was firm and tasty. No, I can't let the snake bite. I don't know if the snake is venomous. If it bites, the black pig might be in danger. Just as Lin Chu was thinking about taking out the tranquilizer gun from her space, she saw the little black pig suddenly jump out. She didn't have time to grab its tail. The snake, which was about to bite the black pig, turned its head and looked at the small black pig, which was not yet as tall as the pig's leg. It flicked its tongue, seeming to see the black pig as a meal. Little Black, come back. Lin Chu didn't have time to get the tranquilizer gun. She was already exposed to the snake's gaze. When she saw the snake's red eyes, her scalp went numb. She hated these slippery reptiles, especially this big snake in front of her. At that moment, the other snake, which had been dizzy from being swung by the black pig, was thrown hard against a dry tree and didn't move for a long time. Little Black, you caused this mess. You deal with it yourself. Go. Bite its tail so it can't bite you, understand? Lin Chu quickly ordered the Little Black to fight the much larger snake, while she focused on the black pig nearby. The black pig also looked at Lin Chu. Seeing the pig's panting face, Lin Chu's mind was filled with ideas for cooking pork. She almost drooled. She quickly wiped her mouth and silently took out her machete, waving it in front of the black pig. Why don't you be good and let me cut you? I promise it'll be quick, and you won't feel much pain. The little black pig, perhaps drunk from the space's spring water, understood Lin Chu's words. It rushed toward the snake's tail and bit down, desperately pulling backward. The snake hissed and recoiled, trying to escape, but the clever little black pig dodged every strike. For a moment, the snake and the black pig were locked in a tense standoff. Lin Chu was satisfied and looked away, no longer worried about the little black pig. She kept her eyes on the black pig, but after saying that, the black pig suddenly snorted angrily and charged at Lin Chu. Hey! This black pig is too ungrateful. Lin Chu cursed silently and quickly dodged. She was forced to the front of the fainted snake. She saw the snake move slightly. Reacting quickly, Lin Chu slashed her machete at the snake's vulnerable spot. Worried it might not be dead, she struck several more times, causing the snake to die in a coma. The black pig stared at the blood-dripping machete in Lin Chu's hand and froze. Meanwhile, the other snake's screams were harsh and unpleasant. Lin Chu kicked the broken snake body behind a big tree. She had no intention of picking up the snake to cook soup. Turning around, Lin Chu stared at the black pig and smiled cruelly. It's your turn now. With that, she quickly threw her machete straight at the pig's head, but the pig dodged away. After rolling on the ground, Lin Chu pulled out the embedded machete, squinting her eyes. No wonder this black pig could handle snakes as thick as arms. It's so clever. Behind her, Xiao He made snorting sounds. Lin Chu turned to see Xiao He biting the snake's tail and running around wildly, dragging the snake along the ground. She couldn't wait any longer. She had to deal with the remaining one snake and the pig quickly. Thinking this, Lin Chu decided to grab her tranquilizer gun. Suddenly, a spear of bamboo shot past her, and a sharp, cold feeling filled the air. The wild pig's head was pierced twice, and it fell to the ground. Lin Chu looked up sharply in the direction the bamboo spear had come from. Hiding behind a large stone was a person. Lin Chu narrowed her eyes and immediately recognized him as the leader from the cave. Why was he here? When did he arrive? Wait, Xiaohe. I saw everything. The man jumped down from the stone, holding a bow, speaking calmly, his gaze falling on Xiaohe behind Lin Chu. Black Panther, interesting. What are you trying to do? Lin Chu took a step back, feeling annoyed that she only noticed the black pig and didn't realize she was being followed. Xiaohe, sensing danger, let go of the snake's tail and rushed in front of Lin Chu, baring his teeth at the man. He's protective of his owner, not bad, the leader nodded in satisfaction. Lin Chu tightly held her machete, her eyes full of coldness. If this man dared to hurt Xiaohe, she wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death and send him to the afterlife. Don't worry, I only want this pig. The man smiled and waved as if he saw her suspicion. Then he said, My name is Yuan. I don't care what your name is. This pig is mine, Lin Chu said, walking toward the black pig. She pulled out the bamboo spear from its head and threw it at Yuan. But since you also made a move, I can give you this pig's head, little girl, such a big wild pig. You probably can't finish it alone. Since you've joined my team now, how about splitting it? I won't cheat you, Lin Chu sneered. You're not cheating me, but you're following me. Wrong. I didn't follow you. I was just out in the mountains looking for food. When I heard the noise here, I came to check. Seeing old Yuan's serious expression, Lin Chu remained suspicious, but didn't dwell on the issue further. She followed quietly, relieved that she hadn't exposed her hiding place. Otherwise, she would have had to kill the person today. But Lin Chu glanced at the small black dog at her feet. Xiaohe is my pet. I'm not someone who steals pets, young lady. You can rest assured, old Yuan said with a smile, glancing deeply at Xiaohe. He guessed correctly. This brave girl who escaped alone must be capable. Otherwise, how did she get the little black panther? Lin Chu didn't care what he was thinking. She pointed to the snake nearby, which was knocked out from a bite. This snake isn't dead. Do you want it? If not, cut it and throw it away. That snake is poisonous, old Yuan said. He took out a knife, walked over, and cut the snake into pieces without hesitation. His eyes showed no fear. Lin Chu watched his somewhat savage look and nodded in satisfaction. If he hesitated to act, it would be a shame for his leadership role. They didn't speak further. Each found dry vines to tie up the wild boar. Old Yuan volunteered to carry the black pig on his back with a wooden stick. He easily lifted the pig over 100 jin and walked quickly. Lin Chu carried Xiaohe behind him. Xiaohe was now exposed, so she no longer put it in her space. She wondered how to face the people in that mountain cave later. The two returned to the cave, one after the other. Before stepping inside, Lin Chu heard excited shouts and compliments. She sneered. As soon as she appeared, the noise inside the cave stopped. Everyone stared at the dark bundle in her arms. Aunt Li hurried over. Where have you been? Why did you take so long? What's in your arms? You're lucky. Old Yuan caught a black pig. We can stew it tonight. Several questions in a row. Lin Chu softly said. I just went for a walk. This is my pet called Xiaohe. She didn't tell Aunt Li that Xiaohe was a black panther. Luckily, Xiaohe was still small. If you didn't look carefully, it could be mistaken for a little black cat. Oh. Even in these times, people still keep pets? TSK, impressive. A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. It was Sun Ho Hot, the woman who previously accused Aunt Li of taking advantage. After speaking, Sun Ho Hot looked sharply at Lin Chu, startled. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? With food to feed the livestock, why not share it with everyone? Today, old Yuan caught a black pig. It must be divided by head count, not including the livestock. Lin Chu listened quietly without replying, glancing at Yuan Laoda, who was busy unwrapping the vines. He seemed to notice her gaze and said without raising his head, We can only take half of this black pig. The pig weighed over 100 jin, but after removing the innards, the remaining meat divided in half would be less than 1 jin per person if split evenly. Families with many members thought sharing by head was fair, but those with fewer people felt they lost out. Why only half? Sun Guohua shouted, raising her voice to express everyone's confusion. Miss Lynn gets half, I get half. This pig was slaughtered by me and her together. Yuan Laoda stood up and called over some men. You guys come help slaughter the pig, and others prepare water. We'll cook a few jin of meat so everyone can enjoy some. No, Sun Guohua kept protesting. How can this little girl, with her thin arms and legs, kill a black pig? Why does she get half? No way. She alone weighs dozens of jin. What are we supposed to eat? Her words gained some agreement from others. Lin'an swallowed hard and tugged at Lin Chu's sleeve. Did you really kill the pig with Yuan Laoda? Lin Chu simply nodded faintly. Hearing her clear answer, Lin'an immediately stepped forward to confront Sun Guohua. This pig was slaughtered by Yuan Laoda and Miss Lin together. Yuan Laoda already said she gets half. Why are you making a fuss? If you think there's not enough meat, go slaughter your own pig. Li family you. Sun Guohua crossed her arms and couldn't find words for a moment. What do I? Today you're getting a good deal with this pig. What more do you want? Lin'an looked around at the others. Everyone, don't be unkind. This pork belongs to everyone. Miss Lin slaughtered the pig, and if she gets a bit more, so what? A child needs some security. Some people felt ashamed after hearing this and lowered their heads. Sun Guohua still wanted to curse, but was pulled back harshly by her husband, who dragged her to their resting spot. Seeing this, Lin Chu slightly curved her lips and gratefully smiled at Lin'an. Thank you for speaking up for me. Why thank me? Since Andy said she'd take care of you on the way, she'll definitely protect you. Don't worry, with Andy here, no one can bully you. Lin'an didn't mention that after Lin Chu left the cave, she and Sun Guohua had argued for a long time, almost coming to blows. Lin Chu sat on the ground covered with grass, holding Xiaohei in her arms. Two small heads leaned over beside her. Lin'an's daughter Manhwa and her son, Hu Tu. These two kids looked much friendlier than before, when they had been wary of her. Big Sister Lin, is it easy to kill a black pig? Where did you hit it? Are you going to hunt wild boars again? Can you bring the tiger head? The boy is brave and very interested in how Lin Chu hunts. Manhwa is different. She shyly reaches out to touch Xiaohei's tail but is afraid and secretly glances at Lin Chu. Lin Chu gently pats Xiaohei's head. Be good and let Manhwa hug you. Xiaohei whines softly in protest. Then Lin Chu places him into Manhwa's arms. Manhwa's face turns red. She keeps petting Xiaohei's shiny black fur, and Lin Chu suspects that if he weren't watching, she might try to kiss Xiaohei. Other children watch Manhwa with envy, almost rolling on the ground with greed. Lin Chu quietly tells Tiger Head how he hunted the black pig, while Uncle Li nearby listens with interest. In the cave, only the sounds of pig slaughtering and faint talking can be heard. Half an hour later, Old Yuan carries half a pig in front of Lin Chu. This half is yours. Lin Chu looks up and sees the pig half on the grass, raising an eyebrow. Thanks, Old Yuan. Wow. So much meat, Tiger Head exclaims, covering his mouth. Aunt Li and her husband are salivating nearby. With so much pork, they can eat for days. She suggests, Lin girl, what do you plan to do with all this meat? It's hot, and if you don't store it properly, it will spoil. Lin Chu nods in agreement and thinks for a moment. Annie, do you want some pork? I can give you a few jin. She already starts cutting the pig into 4 parts, handing Aunt Li a quarter, including a pig's hoof. Aunt Li is scared and refuses, waving her hands. No, I can't take it. I shouldn't. Later, Old Yuan will divide the meat. This is the pork you worked hard for. Keep some for yourself. Lin Chu silently hands her the meat. I'm giving this to you, Auntie. But I need a favor. Seeing she can't refuse, Aunt Li accepts and hurriedly asks, Tell me, what can I do? I'll help with anything. Please, Aunt Li, help me build a fire. I want to roast the meat. Aunt Li looks confused.
What?
You want to roast it yourself? Why not cook it with us? Lin Chu shakes her head. No, I prefer to do it myself. She doesn't want to cook with others because she knows some people don't like her. If she joins them, they might gossip. It's better to do her own roasting. Aunt Li originally wanted to advise her, but seeing her cold expression, she could only respond with a nod and quickly called her man to gather firewood. When Lin Chu saw the firewood stacked up, she quickly took her machete and cut the remaining pork into pieces. The pig's trotters were pierced with a clean stick and roasted over the fire. She set aside some of the pork that Little Black was eating, and the rest was hidden in the space behind the basket. She initially thought of making salted pork with salt to prevent spoilage, but then realized she had a storage space. Inside the large cave, the fire made everything look brighter, but it also made it hotter. Many people were sweating and fanning themselves. The fire was not only for Lin Chu. On the other side, Old Yuan was instructing diligent women to set up a large pot to stew meat. Thinking about soon being able to eat some meat, the hot-tempered refugees held back their frustration. At this moment, someone painfully said, "Old Yuan, we don't have much water left in our hands. We might not last a few more days. Yeah, we used the water we gathered for the stew, but now everyone has less than half a jar. We only get a sip a day, and everyone is burning up. We don't have water, but some people do, and they're still giving water to those sick animals. Ugh." Sun Ho-Hat's sarcastic voice sounded again. Immediately, everyone looked toward Lin Chu. They saw her turning the skewer of roasted pig's trotters in her hand while petting Little Black, who was drinking water from a small, full clay bowl. Many people watched and salivated. A bowl this big, just a sip for each person, but she was feeding it to an animal. Lin Chu seemed unaware of the gazes and kept focused on roasting her pig's trotters. Seeing no one paying attention, Sun Ho-Hat spoke more loudly. "It's really unfair. Humans are worse than animals. People are starving, but they still keep animals." Many nodded in agreement. Yes, slaughtering animals for meat is good, and it can save some food for a few more days. But some thought it was wrong to say that taking care of pets is their business. If they have food and water, why not keep pets? If you don't have the ability, don't criticize others. Aunt Lee quickly agreed. Exactly. The pet that Lin girl keeps is eating her food and drinking her water. What does that have to do with you, Sun Ho-Hat? Lee, you only got a few pounds of pork, and you're always talking about others. People think you're kind, but others might think you're just a servant. Suddenly, as soon as Sun Ho-Hat finished speaking, a short wooden stick struck her hard across the mouth, making her eyes fill with tears.
Who hit me?
Who hit my mother? Sun Ho-Hat covered her mouth and looked around. Lin Chu suddenly stood up. I hit you. So what? You wicked girl, how dare you hit me? Sun Ho-Hat rolled up her sleeves, ready to tear at Lin Chu. Unexpectedly, she was slapped twice on the face and her knees were hit twice, causing her to kneel on the ground. I not only want to hit you, but also kill you, Lin Chu said. Then she turned and pressed a knife against her neck. What do you think? Do you still want to keep insulting me? Sun Ho-Hat trembled with fear, especially because the knife still had blood on it, which was very intimidating. Old Yuan came over and said, Miss Lin, wait a moment. No need, Lin Chu said without looking up. She pressed the knife deeper into Sun Ho-Hat's skin, causing blood to seep out, which made the others step back in shock. Ouch, ouch. Sun Ho-Hat cried out in pain. Oh my god. She's going to kill her. This girl looks young, but she's so ruthless. Sun Ho-Hat just cursed a few words. Is it worth killing her? Bah. Sun Ho-Hat only cursed twice. I think she should suffer a bit so she won't always keep her mouth shut with that nasty tongue. I agree. Sun Ho-Hat's mouth is too foul. Lin Chu looked at Sun Ho-Hat with a half smile. Did you hear that? Everyone thinks you deserve to be hit. Sun Ho-Hat didn't dare reach to cover her neck. Her eyes widened in fear, trembling as she said, You can't kill me. Killing is jail time. Heh, Lin Chu chuckled. In this world, if I kill you, I want to see who can catch me and put me in jail. Want to try? No, I won't try, Sun Ho-Hat immediately begged. Miss, you're kind-hearted. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't curse anymore. I was foul-mouthed, I swear. She begged quickly, but Lin Chu didn't want to let her go so easily. Aunt Lee, who was also frightened, whispered, Lin girl, don't be foolish. She nudged Lin Chu with her mouth. Behind Old Yuan, 3 burly men stood, each looking angry at Lin Chu. These 3 men were Sun Ho-Hat's husband and 2 brothers. Because they were stopped by old Yuan, they didn't rush forward at first. Miss Lynn, speak nicely. Why kill her? Just give her a lesson. It would be a favor to old Yuan here, wouldn't it? Why do I have to give you face? Lin Chu looked at old Yuan with a calm, proud expression, her tone arrogant. The whole cave suddenly fell into strange silence. This girl must be crazy to speak to Boss Yuan like that. Isn't she afraid of getting hit? Even the young woman can fight wild boars. Do you think she's afraid of Boss Yuan? Look, Boss Yuan only moved his mouth, not his hands. That shows he thinks Sun Ho-Hot should be punished, but not killed. Boss Yuan is the leader. If a young girl disrespects him, I would have kicked her out long ago. The cave, which was silent for a moment, suddenly became lively again. Everyone gathered and argued loudly, each saying different things. Lin Chu seemed unaware of their chatter. Boss Yuan, since you're the leader of this team, how do you explain repeatedly letting others bully people? What do you have to say about that? He wants her to give him face.
Huh.
In her past life, she fought zombies alone. She met many teams with stronger leaders than Boss Yuan, but she still beat them all. From start to finish, Lin Chu never really took Boss Yuan seriously, even after he found out about Xiaohe. Boss Yuan looked at her with a hint of disdain in his eyes and squinted. What do you really want? I don't want anything. I just want to kill her, Lin Chu answered directly. She pushed her machete in a little more, blood splashing on Sun Ho-Hot's neck and soaking into her collar. Sun Ho-Hot's face turned pale, and she trembled all over, as if she might die at any moment. Girl, you better let go of my wife, or I'll beat you to death. Sun Ho-Hot's rough man charged out from behind Boss Yuan, swinging his big fist toward Lin Chu's face. Everyone was shocked. Aunt Lee tried to rush over to protect Lin Chu but was held back tightly by her own man, unable to move. Girl Lin, she yelled just in time. In the next moment, the burly man was kicked away and fell behind Sun Ho-Hot, not getting up for a while. Lin Chu retracted her leg, gently brushed her pants. Her new black cloth shoes had only been worn for 2 days. She didn't want to ruin them. Why you? Boss Yuan stared at Lin Chu, his eyes burning with anger. This girl kept provoking him again and again. Lin Chu gave him a cold look, then suddenly kicked Sun Ho-Hot aside and turned around, holding a roasted pig's hoof. No need for Boss Yuan to say anything. I can't stay in this team anymore. I'm leaving on my own. After speaking, she didn't look at Yuan Laoda's expression but instead walked to Aunt Lee. Seeing her worried and self-blaming eyes, she smiled gently. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I still prefer traveling alone. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely thank you properly. Little Black, let's go. Little Black grunted, biting the water container made of earth, and happily followed Lin Chu out of the cave. Lin Chu left too quickly. Only after she disappeared did everyone react, with half of them crowding at the cave entrance watching, and the other half hurriedly helping Sun Guohua and his wife, either pressing on their chests or offering water. Yuan Laoda stood still the entire time, his cold aura so fierce it seemed capable of freezing people. Lin Chu carried the pig's trotters far away before stopping. She randomly found a large stone to sit on, sprinkled some chili powder on the trotters, and leisurely started eating. It had been a long time since she tasted such fresh roasted pig's trotters. She almost teared up with happiness. While eating, she also fed some fresh black pig meat to Little Black. After everyone was full and satisfied, they continued walking into the mountains. Lin Chu thought to herself that her 2 attempts to join Zhou Bazi's team and Yuan Laoda's group had been mistakes. As soon as she showed some good food, others would get jealous, as if everyone was starving and miserable. After thinking it over, she still felt she was better traveling alone. Different paths, different goals, no need to work together. She'd rather face unknown dangers alone than hold back from enjoying good food and drink. Suddenly, Lin Chu stopped in her tracks because Little Black was biting her pant leg tightly. The dog's 4 paws gripped the ground, using all its strength. Startled, Lin Chu quickly regained her senses. She was about to scold Little Black for what it was doing, but then sensed something was wrong. She looked around and gasped in shock. How did she end up here? In front of her was a steep cliff. shrouded in mist that made it impossible to see the bottom clearly. Lin Chu quickly stepped back a few meters. Without Little Black, she might have fallen and been shattered to pieces. Little Black rubbed against her feet, as if claiming credit. Lin Chu angrily patted his head and then threw him a big chicken leg. She also took out a wild chicken she had previously caught herself. "This wild chicken is yours. Eat it all." Little Black jumped in place and then focused on eating his prey, not noticing when Lin Chu had moved to the edge of the cliff again. After the scare, all that remained in her heart was curiosity about the cliff. Since entering this mountain, she had seen many sprouting wild vegetables and grasses, but hadn't come across any new medicinal herbs or interesting plants. So Lin Chu was very suspicious. The baby was either at the bottom of the cliff or on the snake's body. But everything was foggy and she couldn't see anything. She didn't dare to move rashly, afraid she might encounter the snake again. Thinking of this, Lin Chu searched her space and took out a huge flashlight to shine down the cliff, but it was still useless. She also pulled out a very long rope with a claw-shaped iron end. She decided to go down the cliff to look. To prevent Black from reacting, Lin Chu directly threw it and the basket into her space, then tied the long rope to a nearby tree. Holding a dagger, she repeatedly stabbed into the cliff face and slid down. The rope nearly reached the bottom. Lin Chu stepped on a protruding rock and looked down. It was still foggy, but she had no second rope left in her hand. Should I just jump down? Suddenly, this idea popped into her mind. She slapped her own mouth hard and rubbed her arms, which were standing on end from sweat. While she hesitated about whether to go down or back up, she caught sight of a wide stone in the lower right corner that could hold several people. Lin Chu stared at that huge stone, calculated the distance, then loosened the rope, used her dagger to slowly move toward it, and jumped onto the stone. Once on the stone, she felt much more relaxed. The fog in front of her cleared up a lot, and she could clearly see several trees growing out of the cliff face. Lin Chu sat on the ground, drank a big gulp of spring water, and was about to think about how to jump onto the trees and use different trees to reach the cliff. Suddenly, she saw a small figure flying toward her from behind.
Wow.
What a big bat. Lin Chu's eyes widened as she watched the large bat flying toward her. She quickly dodged, but the bat stopped in midair and then turned to rush at her again. No matter how Lin Chu dodged, the bat seemed determined to chase her, not letting her go. Finally, with nowhere else to run, she ran into a mountain cave where the bat had come from. It seemed to let her go. Lin Chu rubbed her arms. The dark mountain cave was much colder than outside. She didn't know how many degrees colder. She decisively took out her flashlight and looked around, but she froze in place, too scared to move. On the cave wall, she saw countless bats, bigger and darker than the one she had just seen, all staring at her with open eyes, as if they had already made her their prey. Lin Chu swallowed hard. Suddenly, she felt her foot step on something unknown. With a sharp click, it was like flipping a switch. All the previously still bats suddenly moved and flew toward Lin Chu Fei. Lin Chu turned around and ran outside as fast as she could, catching a glimpse of what she had just stepped on. Human bones, scattered all over the ground. These bats are eating people. Realizing this, Lin Chu didn't hesitate and quickly slipped into her space. The approaching bats suddenly stopped and started calling to each other. If she had known this place was a nest for man-eating bats, she wouldn't have jumped in. So many human bones. Who knows how many people have lost their lives here? As she gasped and thought about what to do, she knew she would be targeted by the bats once she left the space. What should she do? Lin Chu was panicked, pacing inside her space, trying to think of a plan. Normal bats are nocturnal, but these clearly weren't ordinary. Noise and smell wouldn't work on them. Little Black was already full and sleeping. She had to get out quickly and go to the bottom of the cliff to see what was there. Lin Chu clenched her fists, then started flipping through a pile of books. She quickly made something to deal with the bats. Instead of using simple smell to scare them away, she decided to poison them, aiming to kill all the man-eating bats so they wouldn't hurt others. She ground several poisonous herbs into powder, packed them into a cloth bag, added some flammable materials, and then exited her space. The bats were still outside, all perched on the wall outside the cave. As soon as they saw Lin Chu, they swooped toward her. Without hesitation, Lin Chu lit the cloth bag and quickly ran into the cave, swinging the bag around to release the toxic fumes, while she wore multiple masks and a gas mask for protection. She didn't know how long she ran into the cave, but the wing flapping sounds behind her gradually faded, and everything in front was filled with smoke and ash. The bag in her hand was burned to nothing. She threw it aside and stood there, watching for a long time. She found the place she was in was very clean, no bones on the ground, and the walls were spotless. After waiting for a while, Lin Chu turned to head back. Gradually, she saw many bat corpses piled on the ground. These bats wanted to eat her, coming one after another to sniff the toxic smoke she made. Now they were all dead. Lin Chu crossed her arms and laughed loudly. Then she gathered some weeds, threw them on the bat bodies, and set them on fire, burning all the corpses completely. After finishing, Lin Chu planned to leave. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong with the cave. She decided to go further inside, her heart pounding quickly. The bat had already been dealt with by her, so there shouldn't be any more dangerous creatures around. Indeed, there were none. It wasn't until Lin Chu reached the end of the cave and stared in shock at the dozen or so large boxes that she finally realized she had been incredibly lucky today. Her instincts told her these boxes were definitely valuable treasures. Lin Chu was so excited she almost fainted. She easily opened the wooden boxes, and suddenly the dark cave was lit up. Inside were priceless gold, silver, jewelry, and fine paintings. After checking each one, Lin Chu waved her hand and stored them all in her space. Then she saw a letter on the ground where the boxes were placed. She quickly opened and read it. Though some old characters were hard to understand, she got the main idea. The person who hid these boxes was a famous thief. He hid here because he was wanted and couldn't survive outside, and he didn't want the government to take his wealth. So he hid here, waiting for someone destined to find it. Don't worry, I am the person you've been waiting for. I will take these treasures and won't waste them, Lin Chu said confidently, clasping her fists in the air. After saying this, she tore up the letter and quickly ran out of the cave. She used to worry about how she would survive with only a few silver coins, but now that these treasure chests had appeared, she was no longer worried. At the cave entrance, Lin Chu gathered her strength and jumped onto the nearest tree trunk. Though she was light, the trunk still trembled and seemed about to break. She then jumped onto another trunk. She kept jumping from one trunk to a protruding rock, taking about an hour to reach the bottom of the cliff. It really is bottomless. Lin Chu looked up at the thick fog covering the top. The last tree trunk she stepped on was completely hidden from view. She didn't care how she would get back up later. She casually picked up a stick, walking forward while knocking on the ground and brushing aside bushes to avoid snakes, bugs, and mice. Compared to the barren cliff top, the bottom was full of life. Green grass covered the ground, tall trees with lush branches stretched out, making it look like two different worlds. Lin Chu marveled as she walked, wondering if she had accidentally entered some kind of fairyland. A rustling sound behind her made her turn around. She saw a black tail. She swallowed hard and decisively released her little black cat, bringing it along as she continued. Gradually, she found herself in a place full of unfamiliar grass. The little black dog was excitedly snorting at the pile of grass. Lin Chu watched nearby and suddenly took out a medical book. The book showed pictures of various rare herbs. She checked them one by one, then closed the book quickly. There are so many valuable herbs at the bottom of this cliff. Without hesitation, Lin Chu used a hoe to dig up all the herbs she recognized, and even some she didn't. She then transplanted them into the land in her space to continue growing. She didn't know how long she had been busy, but the herb patch was now only overgrown with wild grass. As she moved forward, a strong, fragrant smell suddenly filled her nose. Lin Chu instinctively took a deep breath. It smells so good. Lin Chu didn't hesitate and quickly ran toward the source of the fragrance. The little black dog followed behind her. Before long, it disappeared ahead of her. Little Black, Lin Chu called out with a frown, but she didn't see it for a while. Come back, Little Black. There might be something ahead, this silly leopard. There was nothing she could do but chase after Little Black. She ran tirelessly for a long time until her steps suddenly stopped sharply. The fragrant smell grew even stronger in her nose. She saw the source of the scent and was surprised, covering her mouth in amazement. On a large piece of land, even bigger than the herb patch, various flowers swayed gently. Each flower was so beautiful that it made people forget to breathe. Lin Chu couldn't help but count how many different colors there were. She was stunned. There were 24. Suddenly, her shoe was pulled. Looking down, she saw Little Black, who had disappeared earlier, now back. Surprisingly, it was biting a purple flower's root in its mouth. When it saw Lin Chu looking down, it immediately spat out the flower and clawed at the ground. Are you giving this to me? Lin Chu crouched down and picked up the flower. She examined it carefully. It looked like an orchid but more delicate and stunning than an orchid. Without hesitation, and after confirming that this flower seed was safe, Lin Chu decisively dug up 5 of each of the 24 flower colors and transplanted them into her space. The previously empty land was now half covered with herbs and flowers, making her very happy. This cliff bottom was truly a wonderful surprise. Her instincts told her there might be more treasures ahead. But as she and Little Black walked until nightfall, they saw no more rare treasures. They had to find a safe place to set up their tent and rest. Once again, Lin Chu entered her space with Little Black. She specifically went to her planting area to check her treasures. Suddenly, she noticed that the transplanted herbs and flowers seemed to have grown a lot, especially the 24 flowers. In a short time, some of the petals had changed color. The flow of space and outside is different, but it probably doesn't have such power. Lin Chu stared at the ground beneath her, instinct telling her that this land was the reason. Could it be that not only can she grow things here, but that what she plants will undergo incredible changes? Like flowers upgrading or herbs becoming more valuable over time. Lin Chu felt a restless itch. If only she had known earlier in her past life, she would have tried planting something for experiments. Otherwise, she would still be wandering aimlessly, like a headless fly. Fortunately, the space belongs to her, and it hasn't caused any problems over the years. After eating some dried meat and drinking milk to regain strength, Lin Chu and Little Black left the space. Using her flashlight, she began to read through a medical book. She can't just have herbs and not know how to treat illnesses. She needs to learn now, right now. The next day, the bottom of the cliff was still very dark. Lin Chu slowly woke up, packed away her tent into the space, and continued walking with Little Black. She didn't know how much longer she would have to walk before reaching the end. Climbing up the cliff was impossible, so Lin Chu gave up that idea and decided to find a way out of the bottom of the cliff. She didn't believe there was no way out. Oh no! Suddenly, Lin Chu tripped over something and almost fell. She hurriedly looked down to see what it was. She took a sharp breath. Why is there a person here? No, wait. It's a corpse. She looked carefully and saw that the thing that tripped her was dressed in rough cloth. She quickly stepped back. This doesn't seem right. How can this corpse be so perfectly intact? A lot of questions crossed her mind. Despite feeling scared, Lin Chu cautiously approached the body. She kicked it with her toe, but it didn't move. She pushed aside the weeds on both sides and saw that the person was face down. She couldn't tell if they were dead or alive. She turned the body over. The person had many wounds, scratches, and cuts. The blood had dried up. Lin Chu quickly reached out to check for a pulse, but it was very faint. A stranger lying at the bottom of the cliff, uncertain if he was alive or dead, was very strange. Lin Chu thought for a moment and used some of her space spring water to feed him. The water seemed to have improved. Drinking a little made her feel completely refreshed. When she was rushing along mountain paths, her arms often got scratched, but after drinking the spring water, the wounds healed almost instantly. So, Lin Chu suspected that the spring water had changed after she saved Little Black. Maybe it was because she helped someone or an animal, and the heavens rewarded her. Whatever the reason, she was very happy. Sure enough, after drinking the spring water, the man's pale face gradually turned rosy. His minor wounds healed quickly, and the more serious ones slowly scabbed over. Lin Chu excitedly shouted in her heart, "Spring water!" She checked the other person's breathing again. It was indeed heavier and steadier. Lin Chu secretly relaxed and thought, since she had saved him, she might as well save a little more. She forcefully dragged the person under a large tree nearby, then placed a bag of white rice and some dried meat at his feet. She patted his arm and said, "If you can survive, these supplies are for you. They might help you live longer. Although I don't know why you appeared here, meeting me today is your luck. Judging by your look, you are probably fleeing from danger too. I am as well. Farewell, then." The man's face still had wounds, and his messy hair covered most of his eyebrows and eyes. His patched clothes made him look like a refugee. Lin Chu muttered to herself and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She took out a small bottle and sprinkled powder around him, an insect repellent powder. In her past life, before fighting zombies, she liked making herbal powders. But in this world, there weren't as many herbs and treasures as in her previous world, so she stopped doing it over time. Later, in the apocalypse, she had no time to experiment and forgot everything she learned. Now that she was here, the appearance of books in her space and the herbs she transplanted yesterday rekindled her interest in her past research. Lin Chu was someone who didn't like hesitation. If she lacked conditions, she would create them. She liked this world and found it suitable for studying all kinds of rare herbs. Thinking of this, Lin Chu cast a deep look at the still unmoving man, then turned around and called her little black dog to leave. The moment she turned, the person lying still suddenly twitched his fingertips. After a long while, a pair of sharp, cold eyes opened. Continuing forward, the endless green made Lin Chu feel a bit dizzy. The scenery around her was the same everywhere. She wondered where to go. She had no choice but to follow her instincts. Along the way, a small snake occasionally slithered past. Lin Chu was so frightened she almost hit it with her stick. Perhaps noticing her fear of snakes, her little black dog ran ahead of her, growling low among the grass to warn of the creatures that occasionally appeared. Night fell again, and Lin Chu continued setting up her tent. After 3 days of travel, she finally noticed that the sky seemed a bit brighter this afternoon. She quickly climbed a tall tree to look into the distance. "Finally, we've made it out." Lin Chu was so excited she almost fell from the tree, quickly climbing down with her hands and feet. "Little Black, we're out. Let's go, go, go. Hurry up." She greeted the small black dog at her feet and quickly ran toward the bright light. The more she ran, the faster she went, and the light grew larger. Finally, she saw layers of mountains in front of her. Lin Chu relaxed because she had escaped from the bottom of the cliff and arrived at a strange new mountain. She kept climbing the mountain with a blank face. Lin Chu almost cursed it out loud. She was not very familiar with this world, and she didn't even know which dynasty she was in. She was fleeing from danger, and when she met mean-spirited people, she was attacked, but she couldn't find a good reason to ask about her situation. Now she was either climbing mountains or crossing cliffs. There were very few people around. Lin Chu felt unlucky, but she was glad that Xiaohei had been with her all along. Almost as soon as she reached the top of the hill, she heard a different sound. She quickly hid behind a large rock. Just as she hid, she saw 3 or 5 people appear, looking like a family. "We've been fleeing for so long, but I haven't heard the court say they will help with disasters. Several towns are blocked by refugees, and no one is offering places to settle. What should we do now?" one man said, pressing his pale lips and looking very worried. "Why don't we stop fleeing and just stay in the mountains?" a woman nearby suggested carefully, holding 2 small children, with an older girl walking beside her, carrying a basket, silently following. "No way. We don't know what's in these mountains. We can't stay here," the man disagreed, shaking his head desperately. "Then let's go back home. Maybe the heavens will open up and the rain will end our drought," the woman suggested. Are you stupid? Even if the drought ends, locusts come with the rain. We can't store food, and we'll still starve, the man sighed. If it weren't for the locusts and the long drought, would so many people have to leave their homes? Lin Chu listened quietly. So that was the reason. But from the tone of the man's voice, she could feel he was a learned person. She thought for a moment and suddenly stepped out from behind the large rock. Her appearance startled the family. Both sides stared at each other in surprise. The woman tightly held her two children and protected them behind her, glaring at Lin Chu. You, don't be afraid. I'm just passing by. I'm also fleeing from danger, Lin Chu said with a small smile. Seeing that she was alone and dressed simply, carrying a basket, the man relaxed. You're fleeing alone? That's not easy to do. Lin Chu repeated her previous words. I got separated from my family. I had to escape alone, looking for them as I ran. Oh, poor child, the woman said softly, perhaps seeing that Lin Chu was about the same age as their eldest daughter and feeling a bit of sympathy. Lin Chu blinked gently and tentatively asked, Did you say earlier that you're fleeing because of the locusts and drought in your hometown? Yes, all the crops were eaten by locusts and the land is drying up more each day. It hasn't rained in a long time. If we don't leave, we won't survive, the woman quickly answered. Uncle, my hometown is the same. We just want to stay alive. Lin Chu nodded quickly. Child, you're quite capable. You managed to escape so far on your own, the woman said with admiration. Lin Chu's eyes moved as she replied, Annie, I've been staying in these mountains for a long time. I haven't been out in a while. I'm afraid someone might notice me and steal my food. Do you know what area these mountains are in? She wasn't sure if they had already left Qing'an Prefecture or if they had reached another city. Before she could speak, her husband interrupted. You've been alone in the mountains for so long? Once you cross these mountains, you'll reach Pingjiang Prefecture City. I heard there are many refugees there now. If we arrive late, there might be no place left for us. So, they had unknowingly reached the third city. Lin Chu sighed inwardly. She had been walking for so long, yet she hadn't even reached the capital's territory. Instead, she had passed through one city after another, and she was starting to feel numb. Little girl, why don't you come with us? You can't stay in the mountains forever, the woman said without noticing her husband's disapproving look. Look, these mountains aren't barren at all, but everyone keeps moving forward. They're afraid this land will also suffer from drought. Is the drought really that serious? Lin Chu asked with a frown. Yes, we've been fleeing for 3 months. This land isn't too dry, but now it's September, and it hasn't rained once. The weather is so hot it's uncomfortable. It was already September and winter was approaching, but the weather was still unbearably hot, like the height of summer, maybe even hotter than before. Worried, Lin Chu looked up at the high sun. The locusts and ongoing drought. How much longer would this last? Why had everything become like this? She was even more worried that after the drought ended, winter would come suddenly and be even worse than now. Lin Chu silently decided she had to reach the capital quickly and settle there to avoid the coming cold disaster. Lin Chu remained silent for a long time, and the woman spoke again. Young girl, why don't you come with us? Truly, Auntie isn't tricking you. Hearing this, Lin Chu was a bit surprised. She had met many refugees on the way, but most people were unkind, and few had good hearts. Auntie Li was one, and this woman in front of her was another. The man was silent for a long time before speaking. Follow us. We can look out for each other. Lin Chu bit her lip and nodded, quietly following behind this family. She also learned from chatting with the woman that her husband's family name was Lynn. Before fleeing, he was a scholar who hoped to continue taking exams, but unfortunately, he couldn't keep up with the changes. When the disaster struck, they gave up and fled together. The eldest daughter of the scholar Lin was named Yunhua, and the 2 younger children were twins named Yunmu and Yunqing. Unlike others, the children's names sounded much nicer because they were educated. When the family heard that she also had the last name Lin, they were surprised. They felt it was a great coincidence and a sign of fate. Auntie Li became much kinder to Lin Chu, and even the initially gloomy Lin Tongxing showed a smile. Lin Chu didn't expect such a coincidence. When Auntie Lee asked about her family, she had to force herself to answer casually. However, through subtle hints, she also learned about the long-standing issues. It turned out that the world she traveled to was the Yuan dynasty, a dynasty that didn't exist in history. Auntie Lee and the others didn't know who the current emperor was, but the family was heading to the capital city. Lin Chu also knew that after passing Pingjiang Prefecture, they would walk nonstop for half a month until they reached the capital's territory. Hearing this, she was especially excited. The capital city was not far from her now. Lin Chu followed the Lin family, seeing they didn't go deep into the mountains, but instead circled around the edges without being stopped or questioned. After about a day and a half of circling, they finally left the mountain. On the other side was a flat, official road. The number of refugees on the road increased, but there were no longer scenes of rotting corpses lying everywhere like before. Lin Chu quietly observed the other refugees. Although they looked thin and pale, their faces showed hope, unlike the despair she had seen before. She guessed it was because Pingjiang Prefecture wasn't too desolate, giving them hope to survive. Just one more day, and we'll reach Pingjiang Prefecture. We need to hurry. Maybe we can settle there, Auntie Lee said excitedly to Lin Chu. Although their goal was the capital, if Pingjiang Prefecture wasn't bad, they didn't plan to continue walking. Lin Chu nodded lightly and said, "Settling down early is good." She was only going to the capital, but didn't say so out loud. Thinking about reaching Pingjiang Prefecture, she wondered if she should continue to dress up, sell some supplies from her space for silver, and perhaps some flowers that wealthy families might like. That way, she could make a profit. Lin Chu didn't forget the dozen or so boxes of treasure she had received. She wasn't short of silver, but she wouldn't mind having more. Since she planned to live in the capital in the future, where land is precious, she wondered how long her silver would last and knew she needed to earn more. As she walked, she kept thinking and occasionally talked with Aunt Lin. Time passed quickly, and by evening, they reached Pingjiang Prefecture. From afar, Lin Chu saw a large crowd of refugees in the city, more than she had seen in Qing'an Prefecture. Yet, here everything seemed peaceful. People gathered together, smiling. The Lin family found a quiet corner to rest. Lin Chu sat silently beside them, with Xiaohe still inside her space, not released again. Sometimes, when she slept, Lin Chu's consciousness entered her space to play with Xiaohe or browse her collection of books. Nearby, someone whispered softly and Lin Chu, with sharp ears, heard clearly. "I heard the officials in this city are good people. They give out porridge every day or else we refugees might all die." "That's true. It's because the officials give out porridge that more and more refugees come. The entrance is almost full. Why don't they settle everyone? Arrange us properly." "How?" "The court hasn't issued any orders, and there's no disaster relief. It's all up to the officials' kindness." The speaker's face showed anger, clearly dissatisfied with the court. Lin Chu listened calmly and thought that the emperor deserved criticism. With the disaster so severe, there was no solution, and they refused to provide relief. Did they want to starve all the people? The conversation continued. "If I spend my silver to enter the city, can I settle down? I really don't want to leave. The capital is good, but there are too many important people. What if I offend someone who isn't afraid?" But the officials only give out porridge. Once they speak, no one is allowed into the city. Even with silver, you can't get in. Hearing this, Lin Chu stopped listening and decided she still had to keep moving. The city gates were already closed, but the refugees outside still hadn't gone to sleep. A few people gathered and whispered among themselves. Unlike the refugees I saw before, who lacked the strength to speak, this group is well fed with one bowl of porridge a day. That night, Lin Chu did not sleep peacefully and woke up early. Just as she was about to find a place to let Xiaohe out for some fresh air, she saw a group of familiar people. They saw her too. Through the large crowd of refugees, Lin Chu squinted her eyes. She didn't expect to meet Zhou Bazi and his men here in Pingjiang Prefecture. What a narrow world. She was about to turn and leave when Zhou Bazi quickly ran over and stopped her. "Why are you here?" Zhou Bazi looked at Lin Chu with a stern tone. Last time, She ran away while they were fighting. He and his team chased her for a long time, thinking they had lost her. But now, they had just arrived in Pingjiang Prefecture and saw Lin again. This girl is really good at running. Zhou Bazi couldn't help but think bitterly, his expression growing colder. Why can't I be here? Lin looked up slightly, meeting his gaze without any fear. You're really something, running away while I wasn't paying attention. Now you're found again, Zhou Bazi sneered arrogantly. So, what if you found me? Can I keep running? Lin rolled her eyes and looked annoyed. You, what? I'm not part of your team, so you can't tell me what to do, Lin retorted proudly. Zhou Bazi was momentarily speechless, his chest rising with anger. Lin snorted. Move aside, I need to go to the bathroom. Pushing past him, she quickly walked through the crowd of refugees and left. Zhou Bazi watched her disappear into the woods. He didn't chase her, but glanced gently at the Lin family members before returning to his team. Zhou Bazi, was that girl just now Lin that little troublemaker? It was his wife, who disliked Lin the most. Unlike before, her arm hung weakly, and she had a long wound on her cheek. It was unclear what she had been through recently to look like that. Zhou Bazi gave a soft hum and shot her a glance. His wife angrily pounded her leg and cursed, "That damn girl, I finally found you." People around looked at her scarred face and shivered involuntarily. When they saw her fierce and vicious eyes, they quietly stepped back. Lin, who had gone out for a quick break, didn't realize she had made another enemy. She found the nearest woods, entered quietly, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then squatted down pretending to rummage through her backpack and took Xiaohei out. Go ahead, play for a while, and then come back. Don't run around randomly. If you get lost, I won't look for you. The little black dog, warned by a tap on the head, quickly ran out into the deep woods. After the little black shadow disappeared, Lin sat down under a big tree, quietly waiting, but her mind was busy inside her space. When she learned that Pingjiang Prefecture couldn't use money to enter the city, she decided to find an excuse to say goodbye to the Lin family and continue heading to the capital. However, she was confused. After walking so long and meeting so many refugees, she hadn't seen anyone who recognized her. She wondered if the original family still existed or where they might be. After about a cup of tea, the little black dog returned. Lin put it into her space and then started to head back. Despicable woman. I finally found you. Before Lin returned to the area where the Lin family was resting, a dark shadow appeared in front of her. With a harsh curse, it was loud and unpleasant. Without thinking, she kicked out. Everyone heard a cry of, ouch, and an older woman fell to the ground, clutching her stomach and rolling around. Lin cold eyes swept over her and recognized her as the wife of Zhou Bazi, who often looked at her unfavorably in the team. She hadn't expected that after just a few days, she would forget how she had dealt with her before, and she kept coming to cause trouble. You. The wife pointed at Lin, crying out in pain, trying to get up. But her hand on the ground was stepped on by a pair of black cloth shoes. Lin didn't soften and pressed down on her hand, twisting it hard. Seeing me, you didn't behave properly and tried to hide, yet you still dare to appear in front of me. Ignoring the woman's screams and her attempts to pull up her pants, Lin increased her strength as she stepped down. She caught sight of Zhou Bazi and his group rushing over, but didn't loosen her grip. Zhou Bazi still doesn't know how to manage his own team? Today, I have free time, so I'll help you take care of her, Lin said first, not giving Zhou Bazi a chance to speak. Then she moved her leg away, grabbed the woman's collar, and pulled her up. Today, I will help Zhou Bazi properly manage you. Stop. A shout and the sound of slaps echoed. Lin, seemingly unafraid of pain, slapped the woman hard about a dozen times, causing blood to seep from her mouth. If there weren't so many people, Lin really wanted to cut this foul-mouthed woman with a knife. She couldn't stand her provoking her again and again. After enough beating, Lin threw the woman on the ground like a rag and turned around. She saw a man swinging his fist at her, her son, the woman's son. She turned her head to avoid, then kicked hard at the other's knee, causing the person to kneel and stay down for a while, unable to get up. Lin Chu's action surprised everyone. No one expected a teenage girl to be so fierce and strong, kicking a much bigger man so forcefully. Others who had wanted to help stepped back quietly, staying out of the way. Lin Chu saw the scene and sneered slightly, then glanced at Zhou Baozi's grim face. She raised an eyebrow and turned to walk toward the Lin family members. Zhou Baozi silently watched her back, with no one knowing what he was thinking. The Lin family saw Lin Chu hitting someone and were all shocked, unable to speak. They thought she was a delicate girl, but now... Aunt Lin swallowed hard. Miss Lin, you all. I have some issues with them, Lin Chu explained casually.
Oh, I see.
Your family has many people and you... Aunt Lin looked worried, afraid those people wouldn't let Lin Chu go. Aunt, don't worry. They can't do anything to me, Lin Chu said confidently. It's not that she's afraid, but she simply can't be controlled. Her confident, bold smile made many who looked closely at her stare in amazement. Lin Chu noticed some gazes and turned her head coldly, scanning the crowd. The onlookers immediately looked away, either talking to others or looking at the sky. She withdrew her gaze and asked carefully, Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, how long do you plan to stay here? Why do you ask? Uncle Lin, who had been silent, spoke. I heard the officials give out porridge daily, but we don't have much food left. We want to stay a few more days. They weren't just hoping to get a bowl of porridge every day, but also waiting to see if the officials would distribute grain, holding on to hope. Yes, they give porridge daily, but I heard we can't get into the city. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, I will keep going. If you're not leaving soon, I will leave later.
What?
You're leaving? Aunt Lin looked surprised. Lin Chu nodded lightly and continued, We can't get into the city. My family isn't here, so I need to keep moving. I want to go to the capital. Actually, everyone's destination was the capital, but some people thought staying near the city was better, waiting for the court's disaster relief arrangements. Lin Chu didn't want that. She was determined to go to the capital. Why are you in such a hurry? Stay here for a couple of days and then go, Aunt Lin said, disapproving. No, I want to find my family early and feel at ease. Lin Chu smiled and directly carried her basket on her back. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, I have to go now. If you ever come to the capital, maybe we will meet again. The Lin family members said nothing more, watching silently as Lin Chu left through the city gate. Almost immediately after Lin Chu departed, someone in a certain place moved. Lin Chu headed toward the woods where she had previously let Xiaohei play. She sensed faint movements behind her, but did not look back, knowing exactly who it was. When she reached the deeper part of the woods, her steps stopped. She spoke softly, Come out. Are you tired after following me for so long? A gentle breeze blew, and the remaining withered leaves on the branches fell to the ground with a soft sound. Lin Chu slightly curled her lips. Zhou Baozi, you don't seem like someone who would be a coward. What's wrong? Do you need me to come and invite you? As she finished speaking, Lin Chu turned around and saw Zhou Baozi stepping out from behind a big tree. His face was grim, as if the anger had never left, and he was glaring at Lin Chu with a fierce look. Lin Chu met his gaze without fear, raising an eyebrow. What are you following me for? Trying to kill me? Or begging me? Begging you? Zhou Baozi sneered. You've played with me several times, hurt my people badly. Do you really think I will let you go? You're wrong. I never thought you would let me go. Lin Chu waved her hand dismissively. You little girl, you're quite arrogant. Zhou Baozi stepped closer, stopping about 3 meters from her. Suddenly, a cold flash of light streaked across the air. Zhou Baozi moved first, drawing a dagger from his hand and stabbing it fiercely at Lin Chu. Lin Chu immediately sensed something was wrong. She pulled out a machete from behind her and blocked his dagger. She lifted her leg to kick his knee but was easily dodged by him. You really have some skill. Zhou Baozi's hand trembled from the shock. He glared at Lin Chu with gritted teeth, looking like a venomous snake. You're not bad either. Lin Chu knew today was either her death or his. Since he already hated her, she saw no reason to hold back. I value you a lot. Follow me obediently, and I won't hurt you. If you don't listen, I'll deal with you today." Zhoubazi looked into her eyes, which showed no fear, and felt even angrier.
Come on, who will win?
"Don't think I'm afraid of you." Lin Chu still taunted him with words. "You brat, you're asking for death." No one knew that deep in the woods, a bloody slaughter was happening. The smell of blood drifted with the wind, slowly fading away. "I don't know how long I fought Zhoubazi." Lin Chu's machete was deeply embedded in his chest. He opened his eyes wide and had stopped breathing. Lin Chu took a moment to pull out the machete. A line of blood splashed onto the ground. She looked at Zhoubazi silently and then turned to leave. If her body hadn't been malnourished for so long, she wouldn't have taken so much time to deal with someone like Zhoubazi. Without Zhoubazi, her team's future escape plans had nothing to do with her. Her cold, distant figure disappeared into the forest. Soon after, a tall figure slowly stepped out from behind a large tree, carefully examined the corpse, and then followed Lin Chu at a steady pace. There was also a tail behind him, but Lin Chu didn't notice it this time. She continued traveling alone, bored, releasing Xiaohe and talking to a clever leopard. "Xiaohe, when we reach the capital, do you still want to stay with me? There will be many people then. Are you afraid?" Lin Chu looked at Xiaohe running around and sighed softly. "The capital is crowded and busy. It's not good to hide you all the time. Maybe I should send you back to the mountains then." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaohe, who was happily playing, suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Chu with a sad expression, as if saying he didn't want to leave her. All right, you can stay with me." Lin Chu couldn't bear to see him look so pitiful and immediately surrendered. At most, when they reached the capital and it was crowded, she would hide Xiaohe in her space. When it was less busy, she would let him out to play. The two of them, person and leopard, traveled at a relaxed pace, finding a safe place to rest at night. They had been walking like this for over 10 days. After passing Qingshui town, they reached Lingchuan County. Another 10 days' walk would take them to the capital. Lin Chu looked at Qingshui town, which was more prosperous than the previous towns she had seen. As she got closer to the capital, the wealth and richness increased. There were also refugees here, but compared to before, their faces looked healthier and everyone was smiling. Lin Chu was curious. She picked a kind-looking old woman and asked, "Grandma, is there some happy event happening in this town?" Seeing that she was a well-dressed young girl, the old woman carefully examined her and replied, "You must be a refugee, right? There's no special celebration here. Qingshui town is just closer to the capital and a bit richer than other places. We haven't had droughts, and the county magistrate is kind." Before Lin Chu could ask what the magistrate was like, the old woman continued on her own. "You're not late. The magistrate is organizing relief for the refugees. If you want to settle here, you should hurry. If you're late, there might not be good places left." The good place naturally refers to Qingshui town. Lingchuan County is surrounded by many towns, but none are as close as Qingshui town. Others are either in mountain valleys or farther away. Lin Chu's eyes brightened when she heard this. Is this arranged by the court? Are the refugees settling in nearby villages? The old woman quickly nodded. It must be the court's arrangement. I heard that the refugees can settle down and even receive grain. But what? Well, you see, Lingchuan County is big and populous, so they can't take in many refugees. If you're late, you might be sent to the county seat. Lin Chu felt like the sky was falling. If she was late, she would be forced to go back. If she was sent to the county seat, it would all be a joke after all her hard travel. Thank you, Grandma, for telling me this. Go quickly. You need to handle the registration at the county office. The old woman seemed worried she wouldn't make it in time and hurriedly urged her to leave. After thanking her, Lin Chu decided not to look for an inn to rest for the night and hurried straight to Lingchuan County. She must stay within the city limits. If she missed the registration deadline, she would go directly to the imperial city. Thinking ahead, Lin Chu felt a big weight in her heart loosen a lot.
Hey.
Old man, look. Does that person just now look like the eldest daughter of the second household? In a corner of Qingshui town, an elderly woman with white hair tugged at her companion, staring intently at the figure walking past. "What are you thinking? That dead girl died in the mountains long ago. She probably doesn't even have bones left. You're really getting old and seeing things, huh?" The old man didn't look up and scolded sharply. The old woman trembled. "It really looks like her. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's just that the poor girl had bad luck. She's already dead. Without her, we can peacefully make our way to Qingshui town. Don't mention that dead girl anymore. The second household's daughter has been worried about her. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the second household and died on the way fleeing. Such a sad story." The old woman pouted. "What's there to mention?
She's dead now."
She was just a burden. Doesn't the second household still have a daughter?" "Shut up, shut up." The old man suddenly got angry. Lin Chu didn't notice the commotion nearby. As she walked past, she kept feeling like someone was watching her. The gaze was very similar to the feeling she had when zombies stared at her in her previous life. She rubbed her arms, drank some spiritual spring water, and continued to hurry on her way. Now, the spring water in her space is a precious treasure. It not only quenches thirst but also flows continuously. When she is injured, drinking it helps her heal quickly. If she suffers a serious injury or is in life danger, a bowl of this water can even bring her back from death. After learning this, Lin Chu drinks 1 or 2 bowls every day. She feels that some small health problems in her body have disappeared, and her physical condition has improved greatly. Hurrying along, Lin Chu finally arrives at Linchuan County after a few days. Compared to Qingshui Town, which is much smaller, this county is very lively. The streets are busy, and the people look richer, with only a few wearing worn-out clothes that can be ignored. Standing at the entrance of the street, Lin Chu's heart beats fast. She has finally caught up. She can finally settle down. Worried she might miss her chance, Lin Chu quickly asks someone for the address of the county office. She passes by a bun shop, buys 2 meat buns, and eats them while walking. "Shopkeeper, 2 meat buns." As soon as she leaves the bun shop, a figure follows her. Lin Chu pauses at a stall, and the figure also stops. In the busy crowd, Lin Chu doesn't notice anything unusual. She only feels her eyes are not enough to see everything. She softly murmurs, "So this is what an ancient market is like. There are all kinds of stalls. It's so lively." Almost pushed into a corner by the crowd, she feels there are too many people. She thinks that if her clothes weren't clean, she might be avoided like a snake. She looks at the beggars at the alley entrance, who are shrinking back and afraid to walk on the street, their big eyes blinking without a blink. Lin Chu notices some children among the beggars. She pauses her steps, turns her head, and then doesn't look again. She speeds up toward the county office. Linchuan County Office is located in the center of the county town, with several streets spreading out around it. Many townspeople come and go, not daring to lift their heads because 2 stern-faced soldiers stand at the gate, holding sharp spears that look intimidating. From a distance, Lin Chu quickly finishes her buns, pats her hands, and walks briskly over. Official premises. No outsiders allowed close. As Lin Chu steps onto the stairs, 2 long spears block her path. She is startled and quickly steps back. "Officers, I am someone who escaped from another place. I heard the county office is accepting newcomers, so I came to register," Lin Chu says with a forced smile, explaining to the soldiers. "Register? Just you alone?" Lin Chu nods hurriedly, then fiddles with her cloth clothes and reveals the basket behind her. "I got separated from my family. I can only come alone now. This matter cannot be hidden." Lin Chu knows that if she keeps it secret and the authorities find out, she probably won't have a good outcome. "Who told you that the county office arranges household registration?" one of the soldiers asked coldly. Lin Chu was stunned. "A refugee brother I met on the road told me. He saw I was pitiful alone. Leave quickly. The office isn't processing household registration for now." "What?" Lin Chu was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, 2 soldiers pushed her down the steps, nearly causing her to fall. She held back her urge to curse and moved closer again. Before the soldiers could chase her away, she quickly handed over 2 taels of silver as a gesture of goodwill. Big brothers, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it and use it for drinks and food. The soldiers exchanged glances and cleared their throats. Since you're so persistent, I'll tell you. The household registration at the county office was completed yesterday. You're too late. As expected, a little silver could get things done here. Lin Chu's face immediately fell. Was she too late despite rushing here? Big brothers, is it really impossible to register now? I see there are still many refugees in the county, she continued to ask. Because of the 2 taels of silver, the soldiers didn't chase her away again and answered her question. Refugees without registration are only blacklisted beggars. If you don't want that, go to other towns or cities. Can a town be arranged now? Lin Chu asked stubbornly. The soldiers looked at each other. Since you managed to come here alone and even have something to offer for drinks and food, let me remind you, registration can be done, but it's arranged by the officials first. If you're late, you'll have to pay some silver. Fortunately, registration isn't impossible. Paying a little silver isn't a big deal. Lin Chu continued to ask, Big brothers, how much silver does it cost? And where do I go to pay? She really wanted to know. In a few days, you'll find out. Let's go. She wanted to ask more, but saw that their faces had turned cold, so she had no choice but to leave feeling disappointed. A few days later, it would be just a few days. She might as well sell some goods in this county town, she comforted herself. She returned to the street she came from and entered a small inn. Young man, a room please. Lin Chu slapped 20 copper coins on the counter and looked around at the inn. There weren't many people. 20 coins? What kind of room can I get for that? The young innkeeper smiled and leaned in, then immediately changed to a bored expression, pushing the coins back. Lin Chu was stunned. 20 coins can't get me a room at the inn? Initially, she paid 20 coins for a night's stay in the town, and the shop assistant's smiling face was almost blooming. He even helped heat some water. 20 coins for a room? Do you even know where this is? We are from Lin County, which used to be part of the capital city. With 20 coins, you can't even afford a firewood shed here. As expected, the higher the price near the capital, the more expensive everything gets. Lin Chu didn't want to argue, so she took out a tael of silver and asked, Are you sure I can stay with this? The shop assistant immediately changed his expression and flatteringly said, Yes, yes. But you can only stay for 5 days. A modest, somewhat old and charging 200 coins per night? Lin Chu was surprised. She wondered how this inn made so much money. I only need 5 days, she said quickly. Take me to my room and heat some water. The shop assistant looked uncomfortable and said, Madam, that water costs extra. Before Lin Chu could ask why, he hurriedly explained, You know there's been a drought everywhere. Although it hasn't affected us, water is precious. We need to save it. Lin Chu was speechless. So, this is how wealthy Lin County is. She threw the 20 coins she had just put away at the shop assistant. Is 20 coins enough? Yes, enough. I'll heat 2 big buckets of water for you. Please wait a moment. As soon as the shop assistant left, Lin Chu quickly shut the door and counted her remaining silver. Looking at the silver on the table, she leaned on her hands and sighed. Suddenly, she remembered the dozen or so boxes of treasure she had and smiled, saying, I have plenty of silver. After a cup of tea, the shop assistant brought the hot water. Lin Chu enjoyed a comfortable hot bath and even washed Little Black. She then pondered whether, in a few days, she could settle somewhere, choosing her own place and spending as much silver as she wanted. If she could stay in the county town, that would be best. It was lively, prosperous, and convenient for her business. More importantly, the county office was here, and the security was better. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Chu soon fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. She quickly dressed, put Little Black into her space, and left the inn. The county town was still bustling at night. Lin Chu felt her eyes weren't enough to see everything. She left a street and was holding a bunch of snacks. Her figure disappeared into the crowd, with a tall figure following her not far behind, walking and stopping along her path. Suddenly, Lin Chu stopped and looked back sharply, carefully observing the crowd behind her for any unusual signs, but she saw nothing. She whispered to herself, Why do I keep feeling like someone is following me? But when she turned around again, there was nothing. Everything seemed normal. Stop right there. Suddenly, someone bumped into her. Lin Chu's snack was snatched away. Without thinking, she chased after the thief. The thief was smaller than her, darting through the crowd faster than a rabbit. How dare you steal my food? You're tired of living. Lin Chu rolled up her sleeves and quickened her pace. Soon, she caught the thief in a narrow alley. Hey kid, why did you take my stuff? You're so young. Why are you behaving like this? Lin Chu grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him in front of her. What she saw was a nervous, dirty-faced little beggar with sauce from snacks on his lips. His eyes were full of fear and panic. Lin Chu was surprised. Wasn't this the little beggar she saw among the beggars earlier today?
You.
I'm hungry. I didn't mean to steal your things, the little beggar said, noticing her hand loosen. He suddenly knelt at her feet. Lin Chu was startled and moved aside. Even if you're hungry, you can't steal from others. Get up first. I have something to ask you, Lin Chu thought for a moment. The county office might take a few days to arrive. It was better to ask the little beggar who was running around the town all day. He probably knew something. Are you going to take me to the county office? The little beggar asked nervously, looking ready to run. But Lin Chu saw right through him. She crossed her arms and looked down at the small beggar, whose hair was messy and covered much of his face. She could tell he was a boy. She smiled softly. If I wanted to take you to the office, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you for so long. Just ask what you want. I'll tell you everything I know. The little beggar's eyes lit up when she said she wouldn't take him to the office. Lin Chu handed him a biscuit from her pocket. Eat first, then ask questions. She had bought it earlier, but hadn't eaten it yet. The little beggar hesitated briefly before snatching it and gobbling it down. It's so good. How can someone so young become a beggar? Do you have family? I don't have any family. They're all dead, he replied. Lin Chu paused, noticing the little beggar stop eating. She looked at him and said, We're both pitiful. The little beggar looked at her in surprise. Then he heard her ask again, Does the county magistrate not chase you away? Isn't it true that if you don't have a household registration, you're considered an illegal resident? We're beggars. Whether we have a household registration or not doesn't matter. The magistrate is kind and doesn't chase away beggars. There aren't many beggars in the town, mostly those fleeing disasters. They don't live long before they die. Lin Chu listened to his calm explanation, feeling shocked inside. Those who manage to escape here must be very capable, but still couldn't survive. I also escaped, he said. My parents worked themselves to death just to keep me alive. I can only live alone in the county town. Being a beggar is okay too. Sometimes, kind people in power feel generous and give us some food. When we're hungry, we go to the streets to beg. Someone always feels sorry for us. Lin Chu pursed his lips. There are many beggars like you. Yes, quite a lot. We usually live in a broken temple outside the city. There are many old people and children there, the young beggar said. After a moment, he glanced at Lin Chu as if making a decision. I actually have a younger sister. This clever little beggar knew how to hide things and tell only part of the truth. Lin Chu was easily deceived. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to hide things from you. I was afraid you might send me to the officials, and if you found out I had a sister, you might take her away. I see. Lin Chu suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked, Then why don't you settle in the official residence? Living properly is better than begging. It's not possible. If there are no adults at home, we might be bullied, the little beggar said, surprisingly smart despite his age. Hearing this, Lin Chu nodded with satisfaction and chuckled softly. You are quite clever. The little beggar scratched his head. Is your sister also fleeing? Are you here to settle down? Yes. Maybe you're too late. It seems the official residence closed for settling in the day before yesterday. If you want to settle, you might have to go to the neighboring city and see. Lin Chu rubbed his forehead. I know, but I heard that you can pay silver to do it. Do you know about this? The little beggar thought carefully and suddenly brightened his eyes. I know. I heard that some officials arranged for refugees, but the surrounding towns weren't happy. Those places are crowded already, and they push more people in. Some villagers got upset, and the officials couldn't handle it, so they stopped accepting new settlers. But many refugees still come to the county town. The officials thought that paying silver might help arrange a settlement. It seems the more silver you pay, the better the village you can choose. Does no one protest about paying silver? Lin Chu asked, puzzled. Refugees not only lack food but also silver. If paying silver is needed to settle, the county might become chaotic again. I only overheard this, the little beggar replied. Sure enough, there were things even a little beggar wouldn't know. No wonder they could run around in the county town. Lin Chu thought for a moment and asked another question. Do you know what the court plans to do about this? The little beggar was startled and turned pale instantly. Seeing his reaction, it was clear he knew nothing about it. Yes, the court's decisions are not something a little beggar can overhear. However, today she learned quite a bit she wanted to know. After thinking for a moment, she took out a silver coin from her pocket and handed it to the little beggar. My name is Lin Chu. Consider this silver as a thank you for today. Keep it, and if you decide to settle down in the future, you can come find me. Bring your sister along. Big sister. The little beggar stared at the silver in her palm, swallowed quickly, and took a step back. I can't take this. Stealing your food today was wrong, and I can't accept this silver. He was a modest child. Lin Chu firmly pressed the silver into his hand.
Take it.
If you don't want it, that's fine. But what about your sister? Hearing about her sister, the little beggar clenched his fist tighter. That's just a loan. I will pay you back someday. All right, Lin Chu agreed. Go back quickly. I will stay in the county for a few days, waiting to settle down with this silver. If you change your mind, bring your sister to see me. Following me might not make you rich immediately, but it will definitely keep you fed and warm. The little beggar nodded, looked deeply at Lin Chu as if memorizing her face, then turned and ran away. Lin Chu didn't know why she suddenly wanted to take in this little beggar. Maybe because he was smart and clever, and perhaps he could help her in the future. Of course, she wasn't a saint. If she really took in the brother and sister, she would certainly raise them well. Until the little beggar's figure disappeared into the alley, Lin Chu remained silent for a long time before moving. She turned her head and looked at the roof nearby. Come out. I know you're there. Her voice was clear and sharp, making the quiet alley seem even more peaceful. Come out, she said sternly. But still, there was no sound, not even a slight movement. When she was talking to the little beggar, she felt the intense gaze behind her again. Unlike on the busy street, where it was hard to notice, Lin Chu was sure someone had been following her all along. But she hadn't seen that person appear for a long time. She began to doubt herself. Could it be that she didn't sleep well last night? She patted her head, realizing she probably hadn't slept well. She even forgot to ask the little beggar's name. She stood there for a long time, thinking she might be mistaken, then turned and headed toward the alley entrance, gradually blending into the crowd. Almost as soon as she left, a figure appeared on a rooftop somewhere, jumped down easily, and followed her. If Lin Chu had not left, she would have realized that her previous observation was correct. There was indeed someone following her. After returning to the inn, Lin Chu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep. She decided to enter her space to count her treasures. There were 2 boxes of gold, 1 box of silver bars, and several silver notes worth 100 taels each. Even if she didn't do business, she could live comfortably for a lifetime. Lin Chu propped her chin with her hands and looked at her treasures. I must stay in the county town, no matter how much silver I spend. If that doesn't work. Lin Chu thought about it. If silver isn't enough, should she give the county magistrate some treasures more valuable than gold and silver? Maybe a secret recipe or top-quality medicinal herbs. Speaking of herbs, Lin Chu remembered the herbs and the 20 colored flowers she had planted in the ground earlier. She hurried over to check and saw Xiao frolicking in the soil. She was about to scold him when she was stunned by what she saw.
How?
How did there suddenly become so many? When did they grow so much? Lin Chu widened her eyes in surprise. The 20 colored flowers not only increased in number, but also in variety. Previously, she noticed many flowers blooming with 2 colors, but now there were even 3-colored ones. What kind of flowers are these? Lin ran into the flower field to look carefully. She found that not only were there 2-color and 3-color flowers, but there were also 5-color and 7-color ones. No matter how she examined, she couldn't recognize what kind of flowers they were. She had never seen such flowers in modern flower catalogs. Could these be unique to this ancient time? Excited by the wonder of the flower field, Lin immediately went to check her medicinal fields, where she had dug up a lot that day.
Wow.
500-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. She clearly remembered digging it less than 100 years ago. How could it have become 500 years old in just a few days? Not only that, there were many small plants growing nearby. The medicinal field seemed to have the ability to reproduce automatically. Lin swallowed hard and continued to check other herbs. 500-year-old ginseng. Top-quality yellow essence. Such a huge Lingji mushroom. Wow, wow, wow. Top-grade purple Lingji. As she looked around, Lin mouth never closed. She was overwhelmed by wave after wave of surprises, many of which she couldn't even shout out loud. She was dizzy from the continuous shocks of discovery. She finally understood that the land in her space, which sometimes expanded, was extraordinary. Not only could she grow anything, but the herbs and flowers planted there also changed significantly in just a few days. The rapid growth of herbs and the increased variety of exotic flowers were all real. Lin looked at the spring beside the land. It seemed to have grown larger. In her previous life, her space didn't change like this. Since coming here, her space has almost changed every day. Lin had to admit that she was in a very good mood now. With such a big treasure, she wouldn't worry about anything in the future. Her heart pounding with excitement, Lin left the space and fell asleep peacefully. She stayed at the inn for 2 days. During this time, she didn't hear any news from the government office, nor did she see the little beggar girl come with her sister to find her. She felt a little disappointed, but since they didn't want to follow her, she wouldn't force them. If they meet again in the future, she would help them. Lin was very anxious. Didn't she hear that the government office would issue a notice in 2 days, saying that registering for residence required paying silver? Why hadn't she heard anything by noon? Thinking about going to the government office to check, she went downstairs to the main hall of the inn. Suddenly, she overheard 2 people talking. Did you hear? An hour ago, more refugees came to the government office. The soldiers couldn't chase them away, and they almost fought. Wow! Where did these refugees come from? They dare to fight the soldiers. Aren't they afraid of being arrested and put in jail? What's there to be afraid of? The county magistrate said that to settle here, you have to pay silver.
These people are unhappy about that.
They're causing trouble. Many probably think going to jail isn't so bad. At least they get food and drink. As they spoke and chuckled, Lin called the waiter to bring her a bowl of noodles. She ate while secretly listening to their gossip. Since drinking spiritual spring water every day, her hearing had become much sharper. Even with 2 tables between them, she could hear what they were saying. Are these refugees still here? Haven't they left? If I'd known earlier, I would have gone to see the fun, one of them said regretfully, shaking his head. Why look, many villagers are there, crowded and can't get in. I just watched from outside. The first speaker shook his head. The refugees haven't left. Some are so bold they just lie in front of the government office. They didn't cause trouble, but it's not a good look. Does the county magistrate not care? How could he? There are only about 100 of them. They refuse to pay silver and want the officials to arrange everything for them, like a stubborn piece of meat. The man sneered as he spoke. Lin listened carefully, then stood up and left the inn. She hurried toward the government office. Before she got close, she saw the refugees lying on the ground, about 100 men, women, and children, all crowded together. Lin didn't rush forward. Instead, she found a hiding spot nearby and listened quietly to what was happening. Because she suspected that the group led by Yuan Lao as she encountered earlier might be involved, she didn't care much about the people in Zhou Ba's team, as they wouldn't cause any trouble. Also, she didn't know if any of her family members were among them. Now that she has no memories, if she encounters them, she will have to figure out how to handle the situation. Sir, please have mercy on us. We've come a long way, but we don't have any silver. We have no money. Suddenly, a familiar crying voice rang out. Lin Chu immediately recognized who it was, Sun Ho-hot, with whom she had a conflict. She guessed correctly. Yuan Laoda and his group were inside. What puzzled Lin Chu was that after she left and stayed at the bottom of the cliff for so long, Yuan Laoda and the others should have arrived in the county earlier than her. Why did they arrive more than a day later? Lin Chu was confused and peeked out from the refugee camp. Seeing Aunt Li and her family safe and sound, she relaxed, relieved that they were okay. Looking to the other side, she saw Yuan Laoda sitting on the ground, head bowed, lost in thought. Sun Ho-hot continued crying, "Sir, please show some kindness and help us. We really can't pay any silver. Our food is gone, and we're starving to death." She seemed tireless, shouting back and forth for half an hour. Many other women, as if encouraged, joined her in shouting. Lin Chu clearly saw the soldiers guarding the gate with increasingly stern faces, as if ready to attack at any moment. Another half-hour passed. Just when Lin Chu thought the officials wouldn't do anything, the normally closed government office suddenly opened. 2 lines of soldiers, armed with long spears and dressed in uniforms, rushed out and stood on the steps below. This time, Lin Chu finally saw the true face of the county magistrate. The county magistrate of Lingchuan County was about 40 years old, thin but with a commanding presence. He stood straight on the steps, watching the refugees shouting and crying below, without blinking, as if he was unaffected. As soon as Lin Chu saw the magistrate, she knew he was not an ordinary person. He was not only on a different level she didn't understand, but also someone difficult to fool. She had initially thought about using silver to bribe her way to get a household registration, but seeing the magistrate's appearance, she immediately abandoned that idea. She knew she had to find another way. "Sir, please have mercy. Please help us," Sun Ho-hot cried when she saw the magistrate, fear in her voice, but she kept shouting, sounding harsh and annoying. Silence. Behind the county magistrate, an older man suddenly stepped forward and angrily scolded Sun Ho-hot. "This is an important government area. How dare you, a commoner, come here freely? Do you want to die?" Compared to the calm county magistrate, the angry look of the man made many people shiver with fear. Lin Chu looked at the book he was holding and guessed his identity. He thought the man was probably the clerk in the county office. "Your Excellency, we are sorry for the disturbance, but we had no choice." Sun Ho-hot just finished speaking when Yuan Laoda immediately stood up and bowed to the magistrate at the steps. When he appeared, Lin Chu clearly saw the calm magistrate's eyebrows lift slightly. "Sure enough," the magistrate said. "No choice? Tell me about it." Yuan Laoda was excited inside and quickly explained the hardships of their escape journey. "Sir, I know we arrived late. The refugees are now settled, but we have no other options." The magistrate chuckled softly. "No other options? I told you before, anyone wanting to settle here just needs to pay a silver coin per person. As soon as they pay, they can settle immediately." Lin Chu's eyes brightened. 1 silver coin per person?
He could afford that.
"But, sir, we have no silver." Yuan Laoda lowered his head, voice heavy. "No silver, then leave." The magistrate waved his hand. "You were late. The settlement spots paid for with silver are full. The rest either pay or leave." There was obvious frustration in the magistrate's tone. He wanted to settle the refugees well, but he was just following orders. The court demanded it, and he had no choice, unless he wanted to give up his official hat. Lin Chu noticed the hesitation on the magistrate's face. "Sir, really we can't. Can't. Leave quickly." Before Yuan Laoda finished, the old man rushed forward, waving his hands in anger. "Zhou Shibu," the magistrate's deep voice called from behind. "Yes, sir." Zhou Shibu trembled, quickly bowing and stepping back, not daring to speak further. "This is pushing us to death. Heaven is blind." Sun Ho-hot caused trouble again. Yuan Laoda's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly covered her mouth. Sir, I have a question, he said. Ask. The magistrate glanced at Sun Ho-hot, who was being held, and his attitude remained calm and gentle. I wonder if the common people who paid the money for registration will be assigned to which town or village? Old Yuan asked, then looked up at the people on the steps. The county magistrate didn't hide anything. Of course, those from the less populated village will go there. In short, as long as you have the money, you can settle down somewhere. Where you end up depends on luck. Unlucky ones might be sent to remote mountain areas. Old Yuan understood this too. He lowered his arms, suddenly clenched his fists, then relaxed them again. Thank you for informing us, sir. No need to thank me. You should make arrangements soon. If you don't have the money, go to other city offices, he reminded them. Early departure might mean free registration or more chances, but if you go late, you'll have to pay money wherever you settle. Lin Chu also understood. She knew this arrangement was definitely requested by someone in the court. Could it be that the treasury of the Yan dynasty is empty? That's why they are squeezing the suffering common people? She had many doubts in her mind. The county magistrate led people into the government office, and the door closed again.
Sun Guohua was released.
She hurriedly shouted at Old Yuan. Old Yuan, why didn't you beg the official properly just now? Maybe he's soft-hearted and wouldn't make us pay. 5 taels per person. Who can afford that? Others echoed. Yes, yes, we don't even have a copper coin. Such a corrupt official. He's not afraid of lightning from the sky. Someone cursed angrily. Shut up. Do you want to die? Can't you see where you are? Old Yuan scolded the person harshly, making the latter turn pale. The others reacted, and also looked pale with fear. Lin Chu curled her lips. With such foolish teammates, she didn't know whether to pity Old Yuan or laugh at him. Seeing Old Yuan and the other refugees in a gloomy state, Lin Chu suddenly had a mischievous idea. She wanted to go and slap Sun Guohua and the others hard. Thinking this, Lin Chu dusted off her non-existent dust and swaggered over, loudly surprised. Oh, what's this? Still alive? I thought you all had died. Her voice was very abrupt, startling everyone. Old Yuan was the first to look up. After recognizing Lin Chu, his face was full of surprise. The people next to him, Sun Guohua's family and Aunt Li's family, looked even more shocked. You. How come you're not dead? Sun Guohua was the first to react, staring at Lin Chu in disbelief. You're not dead, so how could I die? Lin Chu crossed her arms, sneering at her, capturing the disbelief in her eyes. Aunt Li. Turning around, Lin Chu nodded at the surprised Aunt Li and her family, who blushed with excitement. Lin girl, it's really you. I thought I'd never see you again, Aunt Li said, beginning to wipe her tears. Lin Chu smiled gently. My destination is also in the capital city. We will meet again eventually. You brat. Why didn't you die in the mountains? Sun Guohua gritted her teeth in anger. She was furious and almost burst with rage, still remembering how helpless she felt when she was beaten in the cave. None of your business. Lin Chu glanced at her, then saw Old Yuan standing half a meter away. She immediately took a step back. How did you get out of that mountain? Old Yuan asked, his tone full of doubt. I just walked out casually, she replied simply. No way. How did you get out alone? We've been walking for days, suffering so much, and you look like you're fine, Sun Guohua shouted in disbelief. Lin Chu rolled her eyes in frustration. If you can't do it yourself, don't think everyone else is the same. I left the mountain faster than you. That's the truth. After saying this, she ignored Sun Guohua's angry glare and asked Aunt Li, Annie, do you plan to settle in Lingchuan County? Even if we want to, it's not easy. You need money to settle down, and we don't have enough, Aunt Li said, looking discouraged. Their family of 2 adults and 2 children needed 20 taels of silver, and even if they sold everything, it wouldn't be enough.
Lin Chu, not that.
If you want to stay, you definitely can. After saying this, she stepped toward the stairs. The guards at the gate were the same 2 familiar soldiers. When they saw Lin Chu, they exchanged glances and stepped forward again. What are you doing? They asked. Lin Chu smiled slightly. Do you remember me, big brothers? I came here a few days ago. I Don't try to make connections. If you have no business, don't hang around the government office, they interrupted. Seeing their formal attitude, Lin Chu quickly explained her purpose. I want to settle down here. I need to see the county magistrate. 5 taels of silver per person to settle in. If you don't have money, you'd better leave early, they said. Lin Chu hurriedly took out a silver ingot. I have some. This silver ingot was taken from a wooden box. She originally planned to use a banknote, but since she was a young girl and too noticeable, she decided against it. Watching helplessly, Lin Chu saw as she stepped onto the stairs and spoke with the officials. The others saw one of the soldiers turn and go inside, including Yuan Laoda, all looking in disbelief.
She.
What did she do? Sun Guohua swallowed hard. Why would the soldier listen to her? What else could she do? Probably get registered. Just look at her clothes. She must have money, someone sourly commented. No way. She can't have money. Impossible. Sun Guohua shook her head desperately. Meanwhile, no one paid attention to Sun Guohua's words anymore. After Lin Chu handed over the silver, one of the officials went inside to report, telling her to wait at the door for now. She also heard the arguing behind her and turned to glance at Sun Guohua, who looked full of doubt, then raised an eyebrow at her in a teasing way. While waiting, Lin Chu found out the name of the county magistrate, Wu Tian. But she waited a long time and didn't see the magistrate. Instead, a serious-looking clerk, Zhou, arrived. Seeing him, Lin Chu remembered his angry expression earlier and wondered if he was easy to deal with. Since she planned to live in Linchuan County, she decided to avoid conflicts with the officials if possible. Are you here to register? Do you know the rules? Zhou, the clerk, looked surprised to see Lin Chu, such a young girl coming alone to the county office. Yes, sir. I have 5 taels of silver. Is that enough? That's enough. Come with me. Lin Chu followed Zhou into the office. This scene shocked the people below the stairs again. Many clenched their fists, feeling both envy and jealousy, wishing they could be the ones going inside. She really went in. She really went in. Sun Guohua sat on the ground, murmuring non-stop. Unlike her, Aunt Li and her family were very excited. She secretly thought, Lin Chu is really capable, such a talented girl. After walking with Zhou for a while, he suddenly stopped, sat on a stone bench, took a sip of tea, and said, You're the first to register with the magistrate. You're lucky, little girl. Since you're the first, I'll let you choose which town to settle in. After he finished, Lin Chu saw soldiers behind him pulling out a very thick book. Choose for yourself, Zhou said, pursing his lips and not looking at Lin Chu anymore, just sipping his tea. Lin Chuxin felt very excited. After thanking him, she quickly looked through the book. It only recorded a few towns near Linchuan County, outside of the capital city, and the villages within those towns. There were only town names and village names, with no detailed addresses. The official, Zhou, saw her studying carefully and was surprised. He didn't expect this young girl to be literate. Lin Chuxin looked through the book and became somewhat familiar with Qingshui town, as she had passed through it that day. She suspected that the book was deliberately made this way. On the surface, it seemed to let her choose, but in reality, it was like gambling. Whether she got a good or bad option was all up to luck. Her heart was a bit angry, but she could only hold it in. She smiled slightly and looked at Zhou. Sir, if I want to stay in Linchuan County City, what should I do? You want to settle in the county town? Zhou paused with his teacup and looked at Lin with some disbelief. Lin nodded seriously. If the book had not mentioned the capital city, she would have asked if she could go there. Since there was no record, it must mean refugees are not allowed into the imperial city. Settling in the county town is possible. As long as you have a house there and a land deed, you can register your household. If not, he stopped speaking there. Lin Chuxin choked. It sounded similar to buying a house to change household registration in her past life. She definitely planned to buy a house in the county town and later go to the capital, just not now. In the end, Lin Chuxin chose Qingshui town, not any specific village. Spending a bit more silver meant she wouldn't have to live in a remote village. You're quite capable, little girl, Zhou said after Lin left, looking at a silver ingot on the stone table, deep in thought. When she left, she was alone. Since she had lost her memory and woke up without household registration papers, she only knew that she shared the same name as her original self. She honestly told Zhou this, then spent 10 taels of silver to get the documents for settling in Qingshui town and her identity papers. Everything was settled. Lin Chuxin hid the 2 documents in her space, covering them. When she looked up, she saw about 100 refugees staring at her intently. "Miss, did you register your household with silver?" Curious people approached eagerly when they saw her. They hurriedly asked. Lin Chuxin nodded lightly. "Miss, you're very capable. I want to ask for your help." Staring at the man who kept fidgeting, Lin quickly saw his intentions and said plainly, "Are you asking to borrow silver for me?" Yes, exactly." "Miss, you're very clever." The man immediately smiled like a flower. "If the young lady is willing, I only need 30 taels of silver. I promise to return it in a year." Lin Chu looked at him with clear eyes and a calm face for a long time. "No, I won't lend it." People in ancient times were quite direct. Lin Chu genuinely thought this. Without knowing each other, he immediately asked to borrow 30 taels of silver. Not to mention that it was for settling in a new place, but 30 taels could last ordinary folks for many years.
You.
"Why are you so unkind?" The man immediately changed his face and scolded Lin Chu, pointing at her. Lin Chu was amused and laughed. "Do I know you? Asking to borrow 30 taels of silver right away. Your face is really quite bold. You have hands and feet. Can't you earn silver? You're over 30, with children already grown, and you have no savings at all. You're really useless," Lin Chu said bluntly, scolding him harshly. The man hung his head, afraid to speak. Feeling satisfied, Lin Chu walked straight toward Aunt Li's family. When she passed Yuan Lauda, she didn't even glance at him and said, "Auntie, what are your plans now? Without silver, you need to settle in quickly. I just asked some officials and now more and more refugees are coming to the capital area. If you don't hurry, there might be no place left and you could be sent back home." Of course, these words weren't spoken by Zhou the clerk voluntarily, but were overheard by Lin Chu when she heard some soldiers chatting. "Really?" Aunt Li looked surprised. "We just arrived here, and we're going to be sent back? Our hometown has locusts and drought. Life is hard there. Life is hard, but there's nothing we can do. If we wait too long, the villages near the city might have no more spots for settling. So you need to settle quickly," Lin Chu reminded her before turning to leave the government office. She planned to pack her things and return to Qingshui town to rent a yard. She needed to go early. She worried that if she went too late, she wouldn't find a yard she liked. Aunt Li watched Lin Chu disappear around the corner for a long time, then suddenly made up her mind. She clenched her fist tightly, exchanged a look with her husband, and hurried after her. Yuan Lauda said nothing and didn't stop her. In fact, he had plenty of silver himself. As a single man, he could settle anywhere just by paying silver. But he had traveled with this group, crossing mountains and rivers, and was held back because he didn't have enough money. It made him feel uncomfortable. He also noticed Lin Chu's wariness of him and smiled helplessly. After all, they had hunted a wild boar together. This girl was quite vengeful. Where is she going? What is she going to do? Sun Guohua watched Aunt Li run away with her eyes wide open. She hurried to ask the people nearby, but no one paid attention to her. Lin Chu thought that the things in the county town must be better than in the small town. She planned to buy some needed items today and take them there, then go to the clothing shop to look around. Now that October has passed and November is coming, Lingchuan County is not hot at all. It's quite cold. She suspects that this year's continuous disasters mean the cold winter might arrive early, much colder than previous years. She needs to prepare in advance. Before Lin Chu stepped into the clothing shop, someone suddenly grabbed her arm. Instinctively, she was about to break the other person's hand, but then she heard a familiar voice. "Lin girl, it's me." She quietly relaxed her strength and looked surprised at Aunt Li, who was sweaty from running, and asked, "Auntie, what are you doing?" Auntie knows she shouldn't say certain things, but she really has no choice. If our family doesn't settle down soon, we might have to go back to our hometown. So, Annie wants to borrow some silver from you, Aunt Lee said. She then remembered the man who had just borrowed silver and how Lin Chu had responded. Lin Chu was already thinking that no matter what she said, she could endure it, even if she had to kneel and kowtow to help her settle down. Lin Chu sighed inwardly, nodded, and asked, "How much do you want to borrow?" Unexpectedly, Aunt Lee didn't curse but raised her scarlet eyes and said, "Just 10 taels is enough." Before fleeing, she and her husband were capable. Besides taking care of the family and children, they saved every silver coin they earned. She had no parents-in-law, so she always kept the money herself. Over the years, she had saved more than 15 taels. She only asked to borrow 10 taels because she was worried that if she borrowed too much, she wouldn't have enough to buy food and pay for the household. She wanted to save some for later. Lin Chu said nothing, took out a 10-tael silver ingot from her sleeve, and handed it to her. "Take it." Aunt Lee looked at the silver ingot, swallowed hard, and didn't take it for a moment. Lin Chu had no choice but to push the silver into her hand.
Keep it.
"When you have enough money later, you can return it."
Norus.
After saying that, she didn't say anything more and went into the clothing shop. Aunt Lee stood at the door, stunned, tears in her eyes, murmuring, "Lin girl, thank you so much." Lin Chu didn't care about what happened afterward. The money was borrowed, and Aunt Lee's family could settle down. Inside the clothing shop, Lin Chu directly asked, "Shopkeeper, I want 50 jean of cotton and 10 large quilts."
What?
"What do you want?" The shopkeeper, who was cracking sunflower seeds at the counter, almost bit his tongue when he heard Lin Chu's words. Lin Chu helplessly repeated what she needed. "Bring me 5 pairs of simple, durable shoes, dark-colored cotton fabric, 1 pair each. A big client." The shopkeeper quickly clapped the sunflower seed shells from his hands and came out from behind the counter. "Little girl, we have all these things in the shop, but they're not cheap." He carefully examined Lin Chu from top to bottom, always feeling like she was joking or playing tricks. Lin Chu didn't explain and simply placed a silver ingot on the counter. "Shopkeeper, is this silver enough to buy what I just asked for?" "Enough, enough, enough." "It's definitely enough." Seeing the silver ingot, the shopkeeper's suspicion immediately disappeared, and he smiled happily. "Sit for a moment. I'll have someone prepare the goods." Hearing this, Lin Chu regretfully patted her forehead. She was so busy buying things that she couldn't have the shop assistant deliver everything to the inn. She had to ask the shopkeeper to send the items to the back door of the inn, where she could store everything in her space later. "Little girl, may I ask why you're buying so much cotton and bedding these days?" "It's so hot. Many people just sleep on grass on the ground." The shopkeeper's curiosity pulled Lin Chu out of her thoughts. She casually replied, not hiding anything, "This is for my young lady. We just arrived in the county and need to prepare these things. When the weather cools down, we can use them." So she was a maid. Hearing this explanation, the shopkeeper secretly sneered. Lin Chu seemed unaware of his disdain, quietly sitting on a chair, waiting for her purchased items. With a cart from the clothing shop, stacked with her goods, Lin Chu drew curious glances from many people along the way, all the way to the back door of the inn. After asking the delivery boy to help unload the items from the cart, she gave him a few copper coins and dismissed him. The area behind the back door was especially quiet, with few people coming and going. Lin Chu didn't immediately store the items in her space. Instead, she looked around and noticed that the persistent gaze she had felt was gone. Using the cover of opening the door, she quickly stored everything in her space. Lin Chu's intuition was right. Just as she stored the items, that intense gaze reappeared. She clenched her fists tightly, wondering who that person was and why they kept staring at her. Without hesitation, Lin Chu stepped out through the back door again, looking left and right. Her voice was cold. "I don't care who you are. If I find you, I will definitely kill you. If you don't want me to hurt you, either run far away immediately or come here, so I can see who you really are." She had endured long enough, from suspicion to certainty, bouncing back and forth. The back door remained silent, except for her voice, the voices in the main hall of the inn, and the sound of leaves falling. At first, Lin Chu suspected Zhou Baji hadn't died and was following her, but then she remembered Zhou Baji was already dead. She had killed him herself, so he couldn't be alive. Later, she suspected Yuan Laoda, but when she met him just now at the government office, she quickly realized it wasn't him. So who is it? Just as Lin Chu decided to give up and stop trying to enter, her ears suddenly twitched. She quickly tilted her head toward a certain direction and ran there. In a narrow alley, Lin Chu tightly grabbed the collar of a man taller than her by 2 heads. Her neck ached from tilting, but she didn't hesitate. She pulled him out forcefully. "Who are you?" The man in her grasp was tall and strong, and his clothes looked familiar, but his messy hair covered his face. Lin Chu looked closer and saw only dirt on his face, unable to see his features clearly. "Speak," she snapped, unable to hold her patience, and kicked his knee. He immediately clutched his knee and jumped back, crying out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." No, this didn't sound right. From his tone, Lin Chu had a bad feeling. She carefully examined the man and suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. Wasn't this the half-dead person she saved at the bottom of the cliff that day? When did he wake up, and when did he follow her? 1,000 questions flooded her mind. She swallowed hard and said sternly, "Speak." Her voice was cold and strict. But the man still clutched his knee and cried out, just like a child. Lin Chu thought to herself, this person was definitely alive, but could he have become a fool? She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then forced a smile and said kindly, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Let me pat it for you. Okay, pat it," the man said, releasing his hand and eagerly looking at Lin Chu, stretching his leg out in front of her. At that moment, Lin Chu saw his innocent, untainted eyes, and her suspicion was confirmed. This person was simple-minded. She pretended to pat his leg a couple of times, then softly asked, "It doesn't hurt anymore. Can you tell me why you're following me?" Her tone was like comforting a child, almost making her want to vomit. "I saw you, so I followed you, so I wouldn't go hungry." So, when she left, the man woke up. Because of the spiritual spring water, most of his injuries healed, and he followed her. Thinking about this, Lin Chu gasped in shock. Was she unintentionally causing trouble for herself? "How old are you?" Lin Chu asked cautiously. "I'm 5 years old." The man quickly held up one hand, startling Lin Chu. She covered her chest and took a step back. So, this man's memory only goes back to age 5. He seems a bit silly, but not entirely. Lin Chu asked again. "Do you remember your name? Do you remember where you live? What about your family?" She asked several questions at once. The man covered his head and shook it desperately. "I don't remember. I don't remember." "You're is 5 years old," he kept repeating, 5 years old, 5 years old. Seeing this, Lin Chu realized she couldn't get any more information. She waved her hand and said, "All right, you can go now. Don't follow me anymore." "No." "Yua wants to follow sister. Sister won't go hungry. It seems he just wants to eat." Lin Chu rolled her eyes, slapped away his hand, tugging her sleeve with some force. Her strength was a bit much, and a slap print appeared on his hand. Before she could speak, the man, calling himself Yuer, covered his face and started crying loudly.
You.
Lin Chu's face darkened instantly. "No crying. Be quiet." Fed up, Lin Chu shouted loudly. The man was so scared, he kept hiccuping but stopped crying loudly. Lin Chu paced back and forth anxiously. Could she really be stuck with this man? What bad luck. Finally, Lin Chu, feeling helpless, grabbed his sleeve and took him back to her house. She ordered the shop assistant to bring several buckets of hot water. This man had to be washed. He was dirty, smelly, and covered in coagulated blood, with a strong, foul smell. She let him stay in her house and even paid the shop assistant to give him a bath. The process was difficult because the man kept shouting loudly, like a pig being slaughtered, whenever she tried to help. Lin Chu could only sit on the other side of the screen, trying to coax him to wash peacefully. She felt exhausted and frustrated. What a mess. After half an hour, the shop assistant happily took 10 copper coins and went downstairs. Lin Chu sat for a while, then heard no sound behind the screen. She felt worried and got up to check. What she saw was a tall figure with his back to her, dressed in a white inner shirt. The clothes were made from rough cloth, bought from a tailor by someone she had asked to help. Her smooth, soft long hair spread over her back. Lin Chu looked at it, feeling a bit dazed. Just now at the back door, she thought this person was very tall. Now, after washing, it seemed like he had grown even taller. She felt a little discouraged and looked down at her short stature and thin arms and legs. She made a firm decision to eat well and work hard to grow taller. The original owner was only 13 years old, less than 1.5 meters tall. Walking with peers, she looked about 2 or 3 years younger. You! Lin Chu snapped out of her thoughts. She was about to ask what was wrong when the other person suddenly turned to look at her. Big sister. The man turned back, his black hair flowing over his shoulders. His dark eyes sparkled like stars. Because Lin Chu's hair was very black and shiny, his sharp eyebrows gave him an intimidating look. His lips were thin and pink, and his teeth were white and neat. Wearing a white inner shirt, he looked like a pure, untouched fairy. Even when he smiled, he seemed cold and distant. Lin Chu slightly looked away and said, "Don't smile." He immediately pursed his lips. Lin Chu looked up again. The person who wasn't smiling had a cold, frightening gaze. His aura shifted from aloof to proud, making her feel genuinely dangerous. Such a handsome, extraordinary man was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Chu felt she might be in big trouble this time. She wanted to run far away. He was very obedient. When Lin Chu told him not to smile, he really stopped smiling. The less he smiled, the more Lin Chu felt her legs weaken. His presence was too strong, like a fierce beast lurking in the dark, ready to hunt, making her feel chills. "Just smile again," she said. The man immediately grinned and, without wearing his coat, reached out to Lin Chu. He grabbed her arm and looked sad, saying, "Big sister, I don't have clothes." Lin Chu glanced at the black cloth on the bed and then at his tall figure. She resigned herself and started to teach him how to dress. After a while, he finished dressing. Lin Chu suddenly realized that the man's black and white clothes gave him very different airs, like a fairy and a demon switching back and forth. She looked at him steadily and suddenly said, "Tomorrow, I will take you to the government office."
No.
"I won't go. Big sister can't leave me. I won't go." The man suddenly hugged Lin Chu tightly, his arms like iron around her. Lin Chu suddenly coughed hard, hitting his arm repeatedly. Her arm was so strong it felt like hitting metal. She shouted angrily, "Let go, or I won't want you anymore."
What?
Big sister wants. The man paused for a moment and slowly loosened his grip. After he let go, Lin Chu drank a cold glass of water quickly. "Can you fight?" Based on the arm muscles I just touched, this man must have been skilled in martial arts before he lost his intelligence. Lin Chu thinks that keeping him around is a bit like caring for a child, but as long as he's strong, he could be a good bodyguard. After asking, her gaze naturally drifted to his handsome face, then she quickly looked away. He's so handsome, much more attractive than any celebrity she saw in her past life, and his aura is incomparable. If she wasn't so calm inside, she might have been fooled by his looks. The man shook his head. "What is fighting?" As soon as he spoke, Lin Chu put down her teacup, raised her fist, and punched toward his face. Perhaps because of muscle memory, he easily dodged her punch and grabbed her wrist. "No fighting. Sister doesn't fight. All right. No need to test anymore. He senses danger and will hide, even if he's not very smart." Lin Chu pushed his hand away. "Don't touch or move around." Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from inside the house. The man clutched his stomach, scratched his head, and looked at Lin Chu cautiously. "Sister, hungry." Lin Chu couldn't help but order the shopkeeper to bring a bowl of noodles. Who knew this person had a huge appetite? One bowl wasn't enough. The largest bowl, he ate 3 full bowls before saying he was full. His appetite was enormous. She couldn't afford to feed him like this. Lin Chu felt a bit regretful. She glanced at his tall figure. With such a big appetite, no wonder he was tall and strong, like a mountain. All right, eat enough and then go to sleep, Lin said impatiently. Unexpectedly, when he heard this, he lay down on the bed without a word. Get up, Lin was startled and rushed over to pull his sleeve. You're not supposed to sleep on the bed. Sleep on the floor. The man, feeling wronged, hugged a quilt and obediently made a bed on the floor beside the bed. Lin lay on the bed, tossing and turning, but couldn't sleep. She decided to check on this man, who called himself Viewer. When she looked at him sleeping peacefully, moonlight seeped through the window cracks, illuminating the room a bit more. She stared at his handsome side face without blinking, feeling a bit dazed. If she really had to take him with her and let him keep this face, it would surely cause many problems. Thinking this, Lin quietly slipped into her space. When she came out again, she held a plain black grass plant, crushed it gently, and applied it lightly on his side face and forehead. Before long, the once handsome man's face turned ugly and plain, with large black marks that looked quite frightening. Lin was very pleased with the 2 black marks. Regardless of the man's identity, he looked quite impressive. He had been badly injured and was lying at the bottom of a cliff, possibly seeking revenge or something similar. Now she had made some disguises for him, so even if the revenge seekers saw him, they probably wouldn't recognize him. Actually, the marks were made with a special dyeable grass she had dug up at the bottom of the cliff. She didn't know why she dug it back then, but now she understood. The dye lasts only 3 months. Afterward, it fades until it disappears. So, Lin had to trouble herself again. Before the man recovered from his foolishness, she needed to reapply the dye every 3 months. Luckily, the grass was non-toxic. Perhaps her movements were a bit rough, and the man moved uncomfortably, opening his foggy eyes and calling out, "Sister, go to sleep, it's okay." Lin patted his arm. They had a peaceful night. Lin only fell asleep late at night. When she woke up, it was already midday. She suddenly opened her eyes, nearly fainting from shock. The face in front of her was enlarged, and she saw 2 dark patches, very frightening. She reached out and pushed his body away. "What are you doing?" The man patted his face. "Sister, ugly." Lin chuckled softly. She found it amusing that this silly man could still tell beauty from ugliness. "Not ugly. I helped you with this. If you want to stay with me, you have to listen," she said. Then she felt a strange chill. The man was much older than her, and calling her sister felt a bit strange. His eyes lit up. "Listen, you will listen." "Yes." "Good boy." Lin nodded happily. "From now on, I'll call you Ayu." Lin with a full stomach and Ayu, packed up their modest belongings and left the inn. She didn't miss the surprised looks of the guests in the main hall when they saw Ayu's face as he went downstairs. She was very satisfied with their reactions. Being scared was better than being infatuated. Once on the street, Ayu attracted a lot of attention. Some townspeople gasped in shock when they saw his face, and children screamed and hid in their parents' arms, trembling. Others whispered and pointed at her and Ayu, but their voices were quiet, and the street noise made it hard to hear clearly. Lin ignored what others said and took Ayu directly to the jewelry shop. She bought a cart to leave the county and head toward Qingshui town. She taught Ayu how to drive the cart, but she was also worried about sitting beside him and watching him all the time. After the ox cart left the town far behind, Lin casually looked back but did not see the little beggar's figure. She thought that the child probably didn't believe her. "Well, if he doesn't believe, then he doesn't believe," Lin whispered softly, then said to Ayu, "From now on, you can't slack off when you're with me. You need to work harder, understand?" Ayu, trembling as he held the rope, hurriedly nodded. "I will listen, sister." He always called Lin sister, which she was used to. Her household registration was already sorted, and she wasn't in a rush to return. She took turns riding the cart with Ayu and, after a few days, arrived at Qingshui town around noon. Qingshui town looked busier than when Lin last passed through. The population seemed larger, especially the discouraged refugees. Lin asked around and learned that these refugees wanted to settle in the town, but they hadn't gone to the county seat to register. The local village head was afraid to accept them casually. The refugees, stuck in a limbo, didn't want to leave and wandered the streets like beggars. This behavior was worse than begging. At least beggars didn't steal or rob. They only held out a broken bowl for charity. The refugees, however, directly stole. The village head of Qingshui town was overwhelmed with frustration. Since the town was near the capital city and the county seat, the biggest officials here were the village heads, who managed the small villages within the town and surrounding areas. The situation was similar in other towns. When Lin Chu appeared, she immediately sensed the refugees' hostile gazes. She smirked slightly amused. The refugees, about to approach her ox cart to snatch something, suddenly froze when they saw you nearby. "Such an ugly man," someone cursed. Without hesitation, Lin Chu pulled the ox rope and snapped it at the speaker's feet. Try cursing again. Ayu's appearance was her creation. No one was allowed to insult him. The person shrank back, scared, and ran away covering his face. Lin Chu glanced calmly at the crowd pointing and whispering, but didn't hear any more insults. She then headed toward the village head's house. Registering a household required not only a stamp from the county, but also local registration. Otherwise, it was no different from an unregistered household. The village head Zheng's house was in a lane on the north street of Qingshui town. Lin Chu asked a few villagers and found out where it was. She arrived at the house, told Ayu not to move, and sat on the ox cart. She then knocked on the door. A simple-looking woman opened it, seeming kind. "Madam, is village head Zheng at home?" The woman looked confused. "Who are you?" "I am here to register a household for Zheng village head." After Lin Chu finished speaking, she took out her 2 documents.
Oh.
"Registering for household registration, right? Come in." The woman nodded and gestured for Lin Chu to enter the yard. She then looked up and saw Ayu staring intently in this direction. When she noticed the black mark on his face, her heart suddenly raced. As Lin Chu turned to leave, she didn't notice her slow reaction. As soon as she stepped into the yard, she saw a middle-aged man in his 50s come out of the main house, walking with his hands behind his back and watching her. Village head Zheng. Lin Chu recognized him at first glance. "Are you here to register your household?" Village head Zheng looked serious. He glanced at Lin Chu alone, paused for a moment, and then continued, "Do you have your household and identity documents?" "Yes." Lin Chu immediately handed over her 2 documents. He took them and examined them carefully. Lin Chu waited quietly beside him. After checking and confirming they were genuine, his expression softened a bit. He turned and went into the main hall. When he came out again, he brought out 2 books and said to Lin Chu, "Since the official arranged for you to come to Qingshui town, why doesn't your household registration show the village name?" Lin Chu had already thought about this question and explained gently, "Village head Zheng, I got separated from my family. The county magistrate felt sorry for me and helped me register a separate household. Now, I am the head of my household alone. I know there are many villages in Qingshui town, but I wanted to settle in the town itself, so I didn't choose a village. Are you an orphan?" Village head Zheng was surprised. "If you want to live in the town, that's fine." Since her name was on the official list from the county seat, he couldn't say much.
Lin Chu not that.
"I'm not exactly an orphan, but I got separated from my family." She had amnesia and remembered nothing else. She could only say this in case the original owner still had family. But if those missing family members were troublemakers, she wasn't worried. Her household registration was now independent, and if her family caused trouble, she wouldn't be afraid because this served as proof of disownment. Of course, this was her clever plan. At the county office, in front of Deputy Zhou, she repeatedly said her family had been separated, but her words implied she had been abandoned. She even paid silver to have the county office issue a formal disownment document, making it clear she was on her own. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome later. Being a single girl with her own household registration is fine. Since you've decided to stay in the town, the village head won't stop you, Zheng village head said after hearing her. He automatically thought she was pitiful, probably having lost her entire family. Lin Chu smiled and watched him register her household registration in the book. When he finished writing, she felt relieved. "Here you go. From now on, You are a resident of Qingshui town. If you need anything, just come to the village head. After leaving the courtyard, Lin Chu waved the stamped document at Yu, who was waiting quietly in the ox cart. And Yu, it's done? Wow, sister, you're so amazing, and Yu immediately clapped his hands with a big smile. Lin Chu felt embarrassed and told him to go to the pawn shop. Since she decided to live in Qingshui town, her first plan was to rent a big house. At the entrance of Shunfeng pawn shop, Lin Chu saw the 4 characters and chuckled. When she saw the guard's stern face, she quickly covered her mouth and went inside. And Yu followed closely behind her, looking around curiously. Hey, if you come to our Shunfeng pawn shop, do you need servants to serve you? We have all kinds of servants in the shop. As soon as Lin Chu entered the yard, she saw a slim young man warmly greeting her. She shook her head. I don't need servants. Then, the guest might need. The young man turned his head and saw Yu's face, eyes wide with surprise, clearly frightened. Recently, everyone who saw Yu's appearance reacted like this. Lin Chu wondered if she had really made Yu look so ugly and scary. She thought he looked fine. Young man, I want to rent a small house for a servant. Do I need to handle it through your shop? Lin Chu initially wanted to buy a house but decided it was too showy to buy right away.
She preferred to take it step by step.
Oh, you want to rent a yard? There are many small yards in the alleys of the east, south, west, and north streets. It mainly depends on your requirements. Lin Chu thought for a moment and said, My requirement is a small yard, quiet around it, and preferably not far from the market. Let me think. The young man pondered for a moment, then suddenly brightened his eyes. Based on your requirements, there is a small yard for rent in the alley on South Street. As for the rent, Lin Chu smiled slightly. Just tell me, how much is the rent? The rent? Because there are quite a few shops on South Street, it's not as lively as East Street, but it has what you need. Living there would be convenient. Also, although it's a small yard, it's quite big, so the rent is a bit higher. Lin Chu listened quietly to his chatter until he extended his hand. 5 taels of silver a month. The rent of 5 taels was acceptable to Lin Chu, but she needed to see the house first. So, the enthusiastic young man took her and Yu to the small courtyard on South Street, in front of a 2-entry house, and unlocked the door with a key. Lin Chu stepped inside, looked around the small yard, then headed straight to the main hall. She also checked the living quarters and the kitchen, nodding in satisfaction. This house was similar in size to Zhengli Chang's, but a bit larger. How is it? Are you satisfied with this yard, guest? Lin Chu didn't answer. Instead, she stepped outside, looked around the alley, and found it very quiet, with only faint voices coming from the street. She was very happy with the size and the noise level. Yes, I am very satisfied. The young man smiled happily. Then, how long do you want to rent? To be honest, houses in the town usually require a minimum of half a year.
Lin Chu, not that. Half a year is fine.
Without hesitation, she took out 3 silver ingots and handed them over. This is the rent for half a year. When will you give me the rental agreement? Right away. I have the documents with me. Not only for this house, but also for several others, just in case Lin Chu wasn't satisfied with this one. But she was very happy with it, so he didn't need to show her the others. After both sides pressed their thumbprints, each received a copy of the agreement. Lin Chu carefully put the document into her bosom, then suddenly asked casually, Young man, if I live here and someone wants to buy the house, what will your business do?
You don't need to worry about that.
Our business has rules. Since you rented the house, it won't be sold to anyone else within these 6 months. If someone wants to buy, they have to wait until after 6 months. Also, if you want to buy it yourself, we will prioritize you. That answer pleased Lin Chu very much. She then slipped a few more copper coins to him. Thank you for your help today. Take these coins and go have some tea.
Thank you, miss.
Thank you very much. The young man happily pocketed the rent and coins and left with a smile. As soon as he left, Lin Chu told Yu to drive the ox cart into the nearby shed. She quickly released Xiaohe, who had been in the space for a long time. Xiaohe immediately clung to Lin Chu's pants, whimpering and looking very aggrieved. Lin Chu patted its head and gently advised, From now on, I'll try to let you spend less time hiding in the space. You can play in this big yard, but don't run out, understand? If I knew you ran away or got lost, I wouldn't care about you. Xiaohei kept whining. Lin Chu gritted her teeth and gently pinched its ear to warn it, saying, "Do you understand, Xiaohei? Don't think I don't know you're pretty clever now. If you keep pretending, I'll throw you away." Maybe her warning worked. The whining Xiaohei stopped, and under Lin Chu's surprised gaze, the black head nodded down, as if it was agreeing. Sure enough, after drinking the space spirit spring water, this animal was almost like it was becoming a spirit. At this moment, Ayu, who was driving the ox cart, came in and immediately saw Xiaohei. He cheered happily. Black Cat, Lin Chu let her 5-year-old mind and the clever Xiaohei play together. She didn't expect Xiaohei to be especially obedient around Ayu. Not only did it not cause trouble, but it also behaved like a well-behaved cat in Yu's arms. She watched for a long time and guessed that maybe because Ayu, though only 5 in mind, emitted a strong aura that Xiaohei was afraid of, so it was so gentle. Xiaohei, too scared to speak, was rubbed by Ayu, making its black fur messy, but it didn't dare to get angry. It was afraid of this ugly-looking man. Lin Chu ignored the person and the leopard. She tied the ox cart to a nearby shed, cleaned a small hollow for storing things, poured some spirit spring water inside, and saw the originally tired ox suddenly start licking itself, making anxious snorts as if it was worried other oxen might steal its food. Spirit spring water really is a treasure. Lin Chu sighed inwardly. She quickly tidied up the kitchen and left the main hall for the lively Yu to play. Taking this chance, Xiaohei somehow slipped into the house, afraid it would be caught again by Ayu, and ruffled its fur in protest. Soon, the two of them finished cleaning the small courtyard inside and out. Lin Chu laid the bought quilt on the bed, then asked Ayu, who was standing nearby, "Have you chosen your room? I want to sleep with sister." Ayu immediately hugged her arm without hesitation.
No.
Boys and girls have different rooms. What is boys and girls having different rooms? Ayu looked up with big, innocent eyes, staring at Lin Chu with confusion. Lin Chu hesitated, searching for a suitable explanation but couldn't find one. In the end, she helplessly found a long bench that could fit Ayu and moved it to the corner of her room, laying the quilt on it. Forget it, she thought. What does it matter when she's arguing with a 5-year-old with the mind of a child? Seeing Ayu happily able to sleep with his sister, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Lin Chu was momentarily dazzled by his smile. Even though he had ugly dark marks on his face, his smile still looked so charming. Lin Chu secretly clenched her teeth, patted her cheek, and felt strangely warm. "Big sister, I'm hungry." Ayu suddenly reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve. Startled by his acting spoiled, Lin Chu hurriedly said, "Go wait in the yard. I'll take you to eat soon." Ayu obediently went to the yard to look at the ox tied there. Lin Chu called Little Black over, took out the leftover black pork from her space, about 5 jin in weight, and said, "Little Black, I need to go out later. You stay at home and guard the house tightly. This meat is your reward." Little Black obediently barked once, and then lay down beside the meat. Lin Chu patted its head, then turned to the next room, took out all the cotton fabric she bought at the tailor shop in the county, and laid it on the wooden bed. There were many empty rooms in this house. She originally planned for herself and Ayu to each have a room, but he insisted on sharing her room, making the house feel even emptier. After tidying up, Lin Chu went to the yard and looked at several overgrown areas, thinking she would have to weed them when she returned. She led Ayu out of the alley and into the bustling marketplace. She hadn't paid much attention to the shops on either side when she came from the pawn shop earlier. She heard that Qingshui town has 4 main streets, north, south, east, and west, each with several alleys. The houses there are either for rent or for sale, and the shops are plentiful, selling food stalls, handmade crafts, and more. Lin Chu felt her eyes weren't enough to see everything. The South Street was so lively, she was even more curious about the other 3 streets. Hungry, the man next to her kept shouting. Lin Chu could only take him to the nearest bun shop and bought 5 large meat buns for him to eat. Unexpectedly, In the blink of an eye, he finished all 5 large meat buns. "Big sister, not enough," he said. Lin Chu clenched her teeth and bought 5 more, finally making him full. She glanced at him. After eating 10 large buns, his stomach still looked flat. She wondered if he really ate that much because he showed no change at all. "Big sister, feel my belly, it's full." Ayu suddenly reached out and touched his own stomach. In broad daylight, Lin Chu was startled. Many people were watching them, so she quickly withdrew her hand and sharply patted his arm. "Stop it." Even though she quickly pulled away, she still felt the muscles under her palm on her abdomen. Though through the fabric, Lin Chu could imagine the firm outline of the other person's muscles. She didn't know how many pack of muscles there were. Maybe some defined lines? Suddenly, Lin Chu's mind drifted away into a fantasy filled with chaotic images. Miss, you're not paying for the buns? Trying to eat for free?" Suddenly, the bun shop owner shouted loudly, snapping Lin Chu back to reality. She quickly took out money, lowered her head, and hurriedly ran away with Ayu. How embarrassing! How could she be fantasizing about Ayu's muscles on the street?
Ah.
Lin Chu grabbed his hand and didn't know which street they had turned onto. Compared to the South Street they came from, this street was crowded with people. Glancing at the gradually darkening sky, Lin Chu was surprised that so many people were still outside at this hour. Worrying that Ayu might scare the children, she bought a tiger-pattern mask for him at a stall. "Put it on, and don't take it off without permission." Seeing that he looked confused, Lin Chu tiptoed and put the mask on him. He obediently bent down. Looking into his eyes closely, Lin Chu suddenly felt a bit distracted. His pure, innocent black eyes reflected only her face, making her feel strangely tender. "Let's go." Lin Chu withdrew her gaze, patted his shoulder, and continued walking forward with him.
Ah.
"Ah, Chu." Lin Chu paused, seeming to sense something, and turned back. She carefully looked at the people passing by, feeling as if she had just heard someone calling her. She didn't see anyone calling her, so she looked away. "Child's father. I think I saw Ah Chu just now at a small stall." A patched-up woman patted the arm of a man beside her, her voice a little excited and dreamy. "Maybe I saw wrong."
Ah.
Ah Chu probably already reincarnated. The man sighed heavily. "It's our fault as parents. We couldn't raise our daughter and she died in the mountains. But that girl just now really looked like our Ah Chu," the woman said with red eyes, helplessly touching the small items on the stall. "Just looks similar." The man comforted her, patting her hand. "It's getting dark. If we don't sell these things quickly, we should pack up and go back to the village. Our parents are waiting, and the children too." Thinking of her older son and little daughter at home, the woman nodded heavily, looking troubled. "But today's business was bad. It's been a whole day, and we haven't sold even 10 copper coins worth of these small items. I'm worried my parents will be angry if we go back." Anger is no use now. The common people don't have much silver, so who would spend silver to buy these small toys for entertaining children? Even the parents are really too much. The man looked at the grass-crafted grasshopper, dragonfly, and a more complex rabbit toy he made in his free time, shaking his head helplessly. It was completely dark now. The man stood up. "Let's pack up and go back to the village." Soon after they packed up and left, Lin Chu, carrying a big bag of goods, passed by the stall with Ayu. She caught a glimpse of a patch of green in the corner. She squatted down and picked it up, murmuring, "This grass-crafted grasshopper looks so familiar." At first glance at the grasshopper, several blurry images flashed through Lin Chu's mind. Suddenly, her head hurt a bit. She rubbed her forehead, shook her head, and looked more carefully, but still couldn't see clearly. Forget it. If she couldn't remember, she wouldn't force it. Back at the house, Lin Chu asked Ayu to put the packages she bought in the main hall. She had spent nearly 10 taels of silver just now, buying lots of seasonings, meat, vegetables, rice, and flour. Because it was a year of disaster, food prices had risen sharply, and silver was hard to buy. She almost couldn't buy what she wanted earlier. Luckily, Ayu's tall build helped them squeeze in and snatch the goods. Little Black saw her return and rushed over, but was caught by Ayu on the way and held in his arms, constantly being petted and stroked. Lin Chu glanced at Little Black, who looked hopeless, and chuckled secretly. Then she organized the items, moved the grains to the kitchen, and opened a small, finely crafted wooden box. Inside was the most popular product from the town's largest rouge shop, Zhenyu Gao. As the name suggests, it's a moisturizing skincare cream. When she bought it, the shopkeeper praised this Zhenyu Gao highly, saying that just 2 or 3 applications would make the skin smooth and youthful-looking. Lin Chu didn't say anything at the time. She bought a box for 5 taels of silver, without blinking. She was curious about what kind of cream it really was. She used her fingernail to dig out a little and applied it to the back of her hand, rubbing it repeatedly until it absorbed. Then she sniffed it closely and immediately recognized the ingredients. She curled her lips into a cold smile. It's just a simple moisturizer that makes the face look a few years younger. It has no other real effect. Only 5 taels a box and they're still selling out? People are fighting for it. Lin Chu almost cursed it aloud. It's said that this Zhenyu Gao is now hard to find in the capital. Despite selling for 5 taels, many are willing to pay 10 or even 50 taels to buy it because of its popularity. Unfortunately, there's no stock at all. Lin Chu was quite lucky today, as she managed to get a box of a certain product. As expected, ancient or modern, women's money is easy to earn. The ingredients are very simple, with no expensive materials inside. Yet, these women are still fighting over it so fiercely. Lin Chu shook her head and chuckled, deciding to use this box of jade snow ointment as a hand cream, so she wouldn't need to put it on her face. She has many skincare and makeup products from her past life in her space, which she could use. But since she decided to start this kind of business, she wanted to research and create skincare products more suitable for ancient people. Her space is full of medicinal herbs, so Lin Chu decided to make medicinal cosmetics. If she lacked any herbs, she could buy them from nearby pharmacies. Thinking this, Lin Chu told Au to play in the main hall while she went into her space to find suitable herbs and make her first batch of product. Lin Chu didn't know how long she had been tinkering in her space. When she came out, it was still dark outside, and she could hear Au and Little Black talking from afar. She almost forgot that the time flow inside her space was different from outside. She had probably been inside for about 10 hours, while only half an hour had passed outside. This contrast made Lin Chu very satisfied. She looked down at what she was holding, small, round, porcelain mold, about the size of a palm. She opened the porcelain lid and saw inside a pure white paste. She leaned in to smell it and detected a faint mint scent. Worried it might spoil, she added some preservatives made from medicinal herbs, which were harmless to the skin. The mint was for its anti-inflammatory properties. Today, with the hot weather and women's liver fire, many might develop pimples on their faces. During the day, she saw several women wearing veils. Even through the cloth, she noticed differences in their faces, which is why she suddenly decided to replace her skincare product with this one. Lin Chu believed that any woman with red bumps on her face would love her jade snow ointment. Yes, her first cosmetic product was called Jade Snow Ointment, and its purpose was to eliminate facial redness and bumps within 3 days without leaving scars. Carrying her first jar of Jade Snow Ointment, Lin Chu took Au to the kitchen to boil some hot water for washing up. Then she remembered that the water source in the town required fetching from the water well at the end of the alley. Some others had also dug water wells in their courtyards, but only if they owned the property. Reluctantly, Lin Chu and Au each took 2 buckets and went to fetch water from the alley's well. Au was very strong. He easily carried the 2 buckets of water, and with one hand, he could hold a 3rd bucket. Lin Chu carried the other bucket and followed him home. Lin Chu was planning to go again to fill the large water jar in the kitchen, but Au stopped her. "Sister, I will fetch water. I will go." Without giving Lin Chu a chance to refuse, he quickly left the yard. Lin Chu had no choice but to stay home and start a fire. After about an hour of work, Lin Chu comfortably lay on the big bed. She reached out and lowered the bed curtains softly, saying, "You go to bed early." "Okay, sister, I will also sleep early." The next moment, Lin Chu heard his very soft snoring. She was surprised he can fall asleep instantly. She watched Ayu's sleeping face through the bed curtains for a while, then gently took off her outer clothes and, only in her undergarments, slowly fell asleep. The next morning, after a comfortable stretch, Lin quickly got up from bed. She tidied the bed curtains and then noticed that the person on the bench was gone, and Xiaohe was also not there. She hurried out to look for them. Soon, she found them in the kitchen, busy and flustered, trying to light a fire, looking dusty and disheveled. One person and a leopard. Xiaohe's fur was dark and hard to see any other color. Ayu, however, was different. His black cloth clothes had a few darker patches, his clean side face was covered in soot, and his hair was messy. Lin opened her mouth wide, staring at him, then couldn't help but chuckle. She laughed so hard her stomach hurt before finally calming down. How did you get so messy like a stray cat? Cooking, sister. Eat. Ayu stood up, clutching his clothes in a pitiful way. Lin was surprised. He was making breakfast for her. She immediately stopped smiling, walked over, and brushed off the dust from him. You don't need to cook. I will do it. Although he was only 5 in mind, he still knew how to light a fire, even if it was a mess. Lin quickly made 10 small egg pancakes, slightly bigger than her palm. Ayu's appetite was too big. She could only eat 2 herself. As expected, the remaining pancakes were too little for Ayu, so Lin simply gave him a bread and warmed 2 boxes of milk for him to drink. Since he was only 5 in mind, he was probably just curious about the bread and milk and wouldn't remember much. She could just not bring them out in the future. After disposing of the packaging, Lin clapped her hands. Let's go, follow sister to do some business outside. She locked the main door of the house. The iron lock was something Lin had found in her space. Ordinary people couldn't open it unless they climbed over the wall. Lin wandered aimlessly around South Street, walking back and forth twice. She occasionally stopped to look at small trinkets at the stalls, but in fact, she was observing the woman wearing a veil. Today was just unlucky. An hour passed and I didn't see any woman wearing a veil. Forget it, I'll check other streets, Lin thought. She also considered just waiting outside the rouge shop. If she saw someone suitable, she would approach her directly. She walked from South Street to North Street. It's not far, and she kept looking back to check on Ayu, who was obediently following. She was worried he might get lost, so she reached out and grabbed his sleeve. When they arrived at North Street, there were more small stalls, lined up closely. Many passers-by would stop to look, and the sound of bargaining filled the air. Lin carefully watched the crowd, looking for her target. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She walked straight toward a veiled woman walking with her head down and stopped her by raising her hand. Her sudden move startled the woman. Lin hurriedly said, Miss, don't be afraid, Who are you? Why are you stopping me? The woman looked at Lin then nervously glanced at Ayu behind her, who looked like a mountain, and showed a wary expression. Lin knew she had been too impulsive. Seeing the suspicion in the woman's eyes, she lowered her voice and said a few words. Although scared, the woman heard her and asked excitedly, Can you really solve this? Miss, if I couldn't, I wouldn't have stopped you so suddenly. I was just impulsive earlier and scared you, but the person behind you, he looks... The woman kept glancing nervously at Ayu. Lin explained helplessly, Miss, this is my brother. He has a mental disability. He doesn't look scary. He has a birthmark on his face. This was the excuse Lin had thought about for a long time. The woman secretly relaxed a little. Can I trust you? Lin took a deep breath, suddenly regretting being so impulsive, stopping her like this, and having to keep explaining. But this time, she didn't explain. Instead, she took out her jade snow ointment. Even with people passing by and the smell of food around, the woman immediately smelled the refreshing jasmine scent when she opened the porcelain jar. Smells so good. The woman sighed unconsciously. Miss, this is my homemade jade snow ointment, made with many medicinal herbs. I see you've had those red bumps on your face for a while. If you trust me, take this home and use it for 3 days. It will surely make the bumps disappear completely. How do you know it's on my face? Lin looked into the woman's curious eyes and casually explained, It's because I saw it with my own eyes. Although you covered your face with a veil, I could still see through it. Your chin and cheeks are covered with red bumps, right? They feel a bit painful and sometimes itchy, don't they? As the woman listened, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. This unfamiliar girl was exactly right. Just as Lin Chu was about to mention more symptoms, the woman wrapped her arm around her and pulled her to a nearby tea stall, holding her hand tightly. I believe you. You're right about everything. My face hurts and it itches at times, and it's very uncomfortable. I've taken many medicines, but none of them worked. The woman spoke as she slowly lifted her veil slightly to let Lin Chu see. There was a difference between guessing and seeing, and Lin Chu hadn't expected the woman's face to be this serious. It was no longer just red bumps. They looked like small soybeans scattered across her chin and cheeks, with some changing color. Lin Chu squinted and examined carefully, noticing a few scratches and traces of blood remaining. Miss, you can't scratch like that, Lin Chu warned her. When the woman was about to scratch again, she stopped her by holding her hand.
But
it itches so much on my face. Without hesitation, Lin Chu bought a bowl of plain water from the tea stall owner. She used a clean cloth dipped in water to gently wipe the woman's chin and then applied jade snow ointment. As she spread the ointment on her chin, the woman's eyes lit up even more. The itching and discomfort that had troubled her earlier suddenly disappeared, leaving her feeling very comfortable and refreshed. It feels so good. The woman held back her words, unable to hide her surprise. Can this jade snow ointment really get rid of the bumps on my face? Lin Chu handed her the ointment. Yes, in 3 days, your bumps will be gone. Lin Chu wasn't exaggerating. The ingredients in this jade snow ointment were mixed with spiritual spring water, making it more effective and faster. If it didn't contain the spring water, it would take no more than 15 days to clear the bumps. How much silver? I want it. The woman eagerly grabbed the ointment, excited by how soothing it felt. Even if it couldn't remove the bumps, she was willing to accept it. No silver needed. I will be here waiting for you in 3 days. If the ointment works, you can pay me then, Lin Chu said. Trying it first before buying it really touched the woman's heart. She immediately agreed. All right. I will definitely come back in 3 days. By the way, what's your name? I am Du, with the given name Fulling. I'm Lin Chu. After exchanging names and agreeing on a meeting day, Lin Chu sat in place watching Du Fulling leave. She lightly tapped her fingers on the table. She still needed to make 10 boxes of jade snow paste in 3 days. Because Lin Chu had a feeling that her jade snow paste would definitely not sell after 3 days. Thinking this, Lin Chu took Ayu to the pharmacy, bought some common medicinal herbs, and also bought a bag of mint seeds, planning to plant them in the space's land. The main ingredients of jade snow paste are known only to her. Even a skilled person couldn't figure out the recipe, especially since it contains spiritual spring water. Lin Chu clenched her fists tighter. If someone else made the same jade snow paste, it wouldn't be as effective as hers. Plus, she had many herbal cosmetic formulas in her mind. Back at the small inn, Lin Chu taught Ayu how to handle the medicinal herbs they bought, then she went into the space to make the jade snow paste. She planned to make only 10 boxes in the first batch. It would take her a day in the space to finish. Worried that Ayu might worry if he couldn't see her, Lin Chu divided the 10 boxes into 2 days of making and also planted the mint seeds. The next day, all 10 boxes of jade snow paste were finished. But a new problem arose. The ceramic jars used to store the paste were all used up. Lin Chu thought for a moment and decided to visit a porcelain shop to see if she could order a special round small ceramic jar designed for herbal cosmetics. Ayu, Lin Chu called softly as she entered the courtyard, calling out to the man who was playing with ants.
姐姐.
Older sister. The moment she heard Lin Chu's voice, the man immediately stood up and looked over, his eyes shining brightly. Are the ants fun to play with? Lin Chu glanced at the ants on the ground and asked with a gentle smile, I'm going out now. Do you want to come with me? She wasn't worried about Ayu's fighting ability, but since he was only 5 years old mentally, he was too easily tricked. Ayu wants to go with Aja. Perhaps because Lin Chu always called him Ayu, he now also started calling himself Ayu. Lin Chu nodded and took him to the only porcelain shop in Qingshui Town, which was located on West Street. The porcelain shop didn't have many customers. Lin Chu stood at the door and looked around, only seeing the shop assistant polishing porcelain. She then strode inside. "Shop assistant, is the shopkeeper here?" she asked casually, glancing at the various porcelain bottles and jars of different sizes and styles, roughly gauging the craftsmanship of the porcelain maker. "You're looking for?" The shop assistant hurriedly came over. "Are you here to buy porcelain? We have all kinds of bottles and jars. Please take a look and see which one you like. I want to see your shopkeeper." Lin Chu's tone grew more serious. "I have a business deal to discuss with your shopkeeper." "Business?" The shop assistant raised his voice slightly and quickly ran to the back to find someone. Lin Chu asked Ayu to sit beside her, casually picking up a vase to look at it, gently tracing the patterns with her fingertips. "Ayu, do you like it?" "No, I don't," Ayu replied, staring at the vase and shaking his head. Lin Chu nodded in agreement. "It's not very pretty. Ignoring the shape of the vase, the color combination is strange, and the patterns look a bit old-fashioned. But it's acceptable as a gift for an older woman." "How is it not pretty?" "Miss, do you know about porcelain?" Just as Lin Chu finished speaking, a slightly annoyed voice asked from behind. She turned to see an old man in a black robe walking out, followed by the shop assistant. She guessed right, that must be the shopkeeper. Without hesitation, she shared her opinion about the vase and even offered a suggestion. Hearing her words, the shopkeeper's old eyes slowly brightened. This young girl's comments made sense. Later, he would ask the porcelain master to try making one based on her design. "I heard you're here to discuss business with the shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper's tone softened a bit from earlier, becoming more gentle. Lin Chu nodded and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "Does your shop do custom porcelain? Do you want custom porcelain?" The shopkeeper took the drawing and examined it carefully. It was a small porcelain jar designed by Lin Chu herself. The colors were eye-catching, and the design was delicate and refined. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He looked at Lin Chu repeatedly, excitedly asking, "Did you draw this yourself?" Lin Chu nodded. "Yes, I drew it myself. Do you think your shop can make it?" "If not." "Of course we can." The shopkeeper quickly interrupted her, eager to speak. "How many do you want?" "I can have someone make them for you. Let's make 100 for now," Lin Chu said after a moment. "Can it be done in 10 days? "It can be, but..." After the excitement, the shopkeeper looked at her outfit carefully. "Your design is small but very detailed, more complicated than the vases. As for the price..." "How much?" Lin Chu asked directly, without beating around the bush. 20 coins each. 100 would be 2 taels. Hearing the price, Lin Chu slightly curled her lips. Seeing the shopkeeper's attitude, she thought it would cost 10 or 8 taels. She didn't hesitate and directly took out 2 taels of silver, placing it on the table. "I'll come back in 10 days to pick it up." Suddenly, she remembered something and reminded the shopkeeper, "Since you're running a business, my porcelain is custom-made. I hope to see that others besides me have the same one." Then she explained modern issues like product infringement in simple words. The shopkeeper listened, wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and said, "Rest assured, since it's a custom piece, it won't be sold elsewhere. But if you give it as a gift and someone copies it, that's not my problem." "I understand that, but my items are not easy to copy." After the porcelain was made, she planned to do a second processing to ensure that even if someone broke the porcelain, they couldn't replicate it. She hadn't thought of this at first. It was only now that she realized that if a counterfeit product appeared in the future, like a medicine with the same effect and packaging, it would be hard to explain. So, she had to prevent this possibility early. After confirming the pickup time, Lin Chu left the porcelain shop. Once she was gone, the shopkeeper couldn't help but admire the drawing, saying, "Look at this girl's design, so innovative, with bold colors." Not bad, not bad. The only thing was he didn't recognize the pattern. It looked like a flower but was a new style he hadn't seen before. After pondering for a while, he gave up and took the drawing to find the porcelain craftsman in the back. The day of the meeting with Du Fuling arrived. Lin Chu carried a small basket with 10 boxes of jade snow cream and headed to the tea stall with Yu. From afar, she saw Du Fuling sitting at the tea stall, looking around but still wearing a veil. She paused, wondering if her jade snow cream was ineffective. Impossible, Lin shook her head. She knew well whether her medicinal cosmetics worked or not. Miss Du, Lin called softly. Just then, she saw Du Fuling stand up and look in her direction. As soon as she appeared, Du Fuling's eyes brightened, and she hurried over, holding her hand, excited and joyful. You finally came. I've been waiting so long, Lin hesitated. They had agreed on the Shun hour, but she had just arrived. Had this girl come early? She was about to ask how the jade snow cream was working when Du Fuling quickly removed her veil, revealing a clear, delicate face like a distant mountain lotus. Look at my face. Is it completely healed? Before Lin could answer, Du Fuling continued happily. This morning, I looked at myself in the copper mirror and almost didn't recognize myself. Lin smiled gently and said, I told you, my jade snow ointment can heal your red bumps in 3 days. I won't lie to you, you really didn't deceive me. The jade snow ointment is quite good, Du Fuling said, placing the box on the table. How much silver for this box? Seeing that Lin was eager to pay, she reached out her hand. 5 taels. She thought the other person would be surprised, but instead, Du Fuling looked a bit confused and wondered why it was so cheap. She quickly asked, 5 taels? Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? Such a good ointment. Even selling it for 10 taels wouldn't be too much, Lin explained helplessly. Miss Du, the price of jade snow ointment is fixed at 5 taels. Hearing this, Du Fuling took out 10 taels from her purse. Then I want another box. Please sell me one more. Miss Du, there's no need to rush. The amount in the box is enough for you to use for a month. You can buy more after a month. You're so stingy. With money in hand, you don't realize you're making a profit? Du Fuling looked puzzled and could only take back 5 taels. Lin chuckled softly, took the remaining 5 taels, and then took out a small bamboo basket she carried. Miss Du, there are 10 boxes of jade snow ointment inside. So many. Not many, just these 10 boxes for now, Lin replied, lifting the cloth covering the basket. A faint jasmine fragrance drifted out. Du Fuling stared at the 10 boxes of Fuling ointment without blinking and asked, Miss Lin, I have a question. Did you make this jade snow ointment yourself? Why isn't it sold at the local rouge shop? Waiting for this question, Lin cleared her throat and explained, This is my own skincare product. To be honest, if someone like you develops red bumps on the face, it can be gone in 3 days. If a girl with a clear face uses it, her skin will become more tender and white. Then I will only use your jade snow ointment in the future. It's much better than that Genu ointment. I used so many boxes of Genu ointment for my red bumps, but it didn't work at all, Du Fuling said, her eyes brightening. She then rambled about her past mistakes after developing red bumps. Hearing her mention Genu ointment, Lin casually reminded her, Genu snow is good, but it won't help with the red bumps on your face before. However, it can make your skin more moist. That's true. Du Fuling blushed. When I used the first box, I noticed it. But at 5 taels per box, I was reluctant to throw it away and I didn't know what else to use, so I kept using it. Du Fuling no longer needs to worry now. From now on, just use my jade snow cream every day. I promise your face won't develop another red bump. Of course I believe you. The red bump she had for months disappeared in just 3 days. She couldn't believe Lin could trust anyone else. Seeing her change from anger to calm, Lin continued, So, I have a favor to ask of Miss Du. Just tell me. Du Fuling urged without hesitation. I currently only have 10 boxes of jade snow cream. I hope you can recommend it to friends who have red bumps on their faces. Of course, people without bumps can also use it. Are you asking me to help you sell it? Lin nodded without hesitation. Du Fuling paused, looked at the basket of jade snow cream, then at Lin calm expression. After a long silence, she suddenly agreed. All right, you help me solve my facial problem, and the remaining jade snow cream, I will help you sell. Lin smiled slightly. If you sell 1 box, I will give you a share of the profit. What is a share? Lin patiently explained, and she understood quickly. Du Fuling waved her hand. No need for a commission. If you have any new, good products in the future, make sure to come to me first. I know many people willing to spend money on their faces. I will definitely make you a lot of money. Lin Chu was waiting for this, and it confirmed her initial judgment of Du Fuling 3 days ago. Good. From now on, any new products I make, Miss Du will be the first to try. I wish you good luck. Du Fuling carried her basket and left. Now, she didn't need to arrange a meeting with Lin Chu because she already knew her address. For convenience, Lin Chu didn't hide the small house she lived in. Watching Du Fuling's figure disappear into the distance, Lin Chu suddenly realized she had been so absorbed in her conversation that she had ignored Ayu beside her. Turning her head, she saw him blinking innocently and sadly, looking at her as if he were a neglected big dog. Her heart softened. Ayu, I didn't mean to ignore you. It's okay, sister. Ayu knows you need to earn money to support us. Lin Chu choked, feeling a warm flush on her ears. This person had no shame when talking. If her mind recovered later, she wondered if she would be angry enough to want to hurt someone when recalling these moments. Suddenly, she had a mischievous thought. She was quite curious about what Ayu would be like once he regained his mind. After spending some time at the tea stall, Lin Chu didn't rush home. Instead, she waited for good news from Du Fuling's side and for the custom order from the porcelain shop. She also needed to think about how to leave a special mark on the porcelain jar that others couldn't copy. Carving words on the bottom would be useless, as clever people could easily imitate it with a literate person's help. As she walked and thought, she suddenly remembered that most porcelain bottoms have a slightly rough, matte texture because they can't be glazed, which preserves the clay's natural look. Maybe she could work on this area. How could she create a mark that is both unique and hard to imitate? While walking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned around and saw that Ayu, who had been following closely behind her, was gone. Her heart skipped a beat. She was momentarily at a loss, but then she saw a man playing with a yellow chick at a stall run by an old man selling chicks. Lin Chu's face darkened. She walked straight over and gave him a slap on the shoulder. Why didn't you tell me you wanted to see the chicks? Ayu, looking a bit wronged, rubbed his shoulder and said, It's fun. In the end, Lin Chu spent 15 copper coins to buy him 3 little yellow chicks. The man was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. That looks just like it. After turning the corner, Lin Chu and Ayu caught up with a figure in front of the old man's stall. It was a plump woman carrying a basket. Her eyes kept blinking with suspicion. She wanted to go closer to see clearly, but she was a step too slow. By then, she could no longer see Lin Chu's figure. The woman, feeling confused, bought a few things and then sat on a bullock cart outside the town for 2 copper coins to go back to her village. Throughout the ride, her mind was full of Lin Chu's side profile. She thought maybe she just saw someone who looked very similar. But since the woman from the second household was thin and had a face without much flesh, the girl she saw earlier clearly looked much better. Could I be seeing things? The woman kept wondering as she reached her home, still full of doubts. As she stepped into her yard, a shadow suddenly rushed toward her and hit her on the head with a loud thud, making her cry out in pain. Third young lady, I told you to buy some things in town. What were you doing? Why are you so late? Did you get everything? Did you get enough silver? Bring it all out. A stern voice interrupted her cry. Only then did she realize she had forgotten everything she was supposed to buy in town. Mother. I forgot. The woman covered her head, looking very upset as she moved closer. A quick, nimble little old lady slapped her face and said, Did you forget such an important thing? Why didn't you forget to eat? No dinner tonight. Go hungry. Don't, mother. Don't. I can't go hungry. The old lady paused, then slapped the woman's other cheek and said, Why can't you go hungry? Everyone in the family eats 2 meals a day. How much do you want to eat? If you talk back again, you won't eat for the next 2 days. The woman covered her face with her hands and dared not argue anymore. Seeing the old lady about to go back inside, 3 people entered the yard from outside. Their backs were full of fresh wild vegetables, pressed down tightly. The woman glanced at them, her eyes brightened, and she quickly shouted, Mother, I saw a ghost in town today. You're such a fool, talking nonsense. This time, the shadow that appeared was avoided by the woman. Really, I saw a ghost, my wife. The woman hurried to explain, glancing occasionally at the three newcomers. I saw Chu's girl from the second sister's family. Suddenly, one tall and thin boy among the three accidentally dropped his basket of vegetables, spilling them all over the ground. The old lady returned just in time to see the scene. Shuyang, are you tired of living? Hurry up and pick up the vegetables. Grandma, The boy wanted to ask the woman, but seeing the sharp gaze of the old lady, he could only obediently squat down to pick up the vegetables. The two adults nearby hurried to help. At this moment, a small girl, about 5 or 6 years old, ran out from the corner to help pick up the vegetables. The woman saw this and sneered slightly. Mother, trust me. I really saw a girl who looks exactly like Chu's girl. She was dressed so well, I couldn't recognize her. The woman, half making up the story, spoke without blushing or feeling guilty. The old lady, Lynn's family matriarch, just looked at her and said, "Third daughter-in-law, you're talking nonsense in broad daylight. Believe me or not, I'll deal with you. Chu's girl is a short-lived person. She died young." Suddenly, the small girl, who had been grumbling while picking vegetables, shouted, "My sister didn't die. Little girl, try talking back again." Pan, the third daughter-in-law of the Lynn family, immediately got angry, rolling up her sleeves to scold the girl. The woman next to her, pale and thin, quickly protected the girl in her arms. "Child, her third aunt, doesn't know better. Please don't mind her." "Humph. Second sister-in-law, you should teach these two children well, or they'll become uncontrollable in the future." "Shut up," the old lady Lynn scolded sharply, narrowing her eyes at Pan. "Did you just say something false? Mother, do you think I can't fool you anymore? I saw everything clearly. It's definitely Miss Chu. I don't know why that girl is so lucky." At first, everyone thought she was gone, so they left her in the mountains. "I never expected she would actually survive. You haven't seen her current clothes. She's wearing at least a silver's worth of fine fabric. But I don't understand. If she's alive, why doesn't she come to see us?" Second brother and second sister-in-law are really worried. Pan mumbled as she applied eye medicine to old lady Lynn. She watched the reactions of the people in the second household, noticing that Lin Air and Yuan sure looked excited.
Oh.
Could it be that Miss Chu is angry with us? Thinking we don't want her anymore, so she's upset and not coming to see us. Pan suddenly clapped her hands, seeming to figure out Lin Chu's thoughts. Old lady Lin stayed silent, not speaking. Back then, if she hadn't believed the girl was gone, she wouldn't have left her in the mountains. When she grows up, she can find a good family, exchange some silver, or prepare a dowry for her daughter. No one knew what old lady Lin was really thinking. Yuan sure clutched her sleeve, asking, "Annie, did you really see my Ah Chu?" Pan looked into her bright red eyes and hesitated. "Can I really lie to you? If I wanted to fool second sister-in-law, I wouldn't say anything. I just didn't see her. Father, did you hear? Our Ah Chu is alive. Sister Shuang, your sister, she's alive too." The 4 family members looked excited. Suddenly, a mocking laugh sounded very suddenly and out of place. "Second sister-in-law, do you really believe that girl Lin Chu is alive and well? She's always gloomy and can't speak properly. Honestly, I think third sister-in-law has mistaken someone." Along with the voice, a delicate young woman appeared. She wore a fine dress, much more elegant than the others, and her fingers were clean without a single callus. This was Lin Fengfei, old lady Lin's youngest daughter. She usually didn't let anyone do anything for her and enjoyed being pampered by the younger family members. Fengfei finished speaking but seemed to think it wasn't enough, and she muttered, "Maybe Annie didn't eat enough and is so hungry that she's seeing things." Her words were like a cold splash of water, shocking the people in the second household. Pan choked and didn't dare argue with Fengfei. Everyone knew how much old lady Lin treasured this late-born daughter. She forced a smile and said, Maybe I was mistaken. Little sister is right. There's no way it could be Miss Chu." Grandmother Lin looked at her and said, "Next time, open your eyes wider. If you don't know something, don't just shout about it. I'll make you go hungry for 3 days." Then she looked at the second son, who was standing there dazed. "Hurry up and get to work." Why are you all just standing here? Let me do the work. Mother, Bowen, come rest with me. You can't do the work, Lynn old lady said with a smile full of wrinkles as she held Lin Fengfei's hand. After the older and younger ones went into the house, Mrs. Pan spat on the ground impatiently and carried her basket away. Lin's second son whispered, "Let's prepare the wild vegetables first. Child's father, you say." "Jieja maisu." Lin Yu repeated softly. Yuan Shi, frightened, quickly covered her mouth. "Yeah, be good. We can't say that. Grandma will be angry." Although she secretly felt Lin Chu might still be alive, she was afraid of being scolded by Grandmother Lin, so she kept quiet. "If he's not dead, we'll see him sooner or later. Didn't third sister-in-law say life is good? That's fine too." A small episode passed and it grew dark. Grandmother Lin lay restless on her bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Nearby, old Lin, annoyed by the noise, said, "What are you doing? If you don't want to sleep, go outside, old man." Grandmother Lin, who was formidable in front of her daughter-in-law and grandchildren, was much more obedient and eager to please her husband in front of him. "What's your problem?" "During the day, I work with the villagers from Shirtu village. If you don't sleep, I will." The Lin family had moved to the county early, just enough to settle without needing silver, and was assigned to Shirtu village under Qingshui town. Shirtu village was about an hour's ox cart ride from Qingshui town. It wasn't far, but behind the village was a big mountain, and there was another village in the mountain valley. To leave the village, one had to cross mountains and ridges. The Lin family had been settled in Shirtu village for a month. Besides them, a few other refugee families had also moved in. During the day, old Lin led the eldest and third sons to clear land and dig water pits with the village head, while the second son was asked to take his wife and children to the mountains to gather wild vegetables. Old Lin, who was under 60, was a good worker because he knew how to work quickly and efficiently. He built good relationships in Shirtu village, which would benefit him in the future. As for the second household, as the saying goes, they favored the eldest, the third was a treasure, and the second was nothing. Old Lin felt the same and didn't like the second household much. Grandmother Lin was scolded and trembled. She tentatively said, "Today, the third daughter-in-law went to town and saw that the second household's unlucky ghost is still around." Hearing this, old Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide and sat up sharply. "What's going on? Is it really seeing or just imagining? Is it truly that girl? Did I recognize her correctly?" A series of questions made Grandma Lin open her mouth. Then she said slowly, "She said she only saw half her face from far away, and she looks about the same as that unlucky ghost, just dressed very fancy." "I couldn't be sure. Impossible." Old Mr. Lin thought for a moment before sharply replying, "That girl was personally checked by me. She's dead, dead for sure." "How could she still be alive?" "I think she might not be alive, but do you remember when I said I saw that unlucky ghost in town recently? You said I was mistaken, but I believe I saw her clearly. Maybe you were wrong then, and that unlucky ghost didn't die," Grandma Lin said, then nervously rubbed her arms, feeling a bit cold. "It's so hot today. How could it be cold?" "Don't scare yourself. You're old enough, and you still can't see through Pan's people?" "I said she's dead, and that's final. Go to sleep." After warning her, old Mr. Lin turned on his side and snored loudly. Grandma Lin stared at his back, but didn't say anything. She felt that the unlucky ghost was truly dead, but she was unwilling to accept it. Her spirit hadn't left, and she was still haunting the Lin family. That night, except for the main house sleeping peacefully without caring about anything, the other rooms couldn't sleep well, especially the 4 people in the smallest room. Now, 15-year-old Lin Shuyang was told by Grandma Lin that the room wasn't enough, so he had to sleep on the ground in the second room, because boys are fiery and sleeping on the ground is good for them. Lin Shuyang didn't complain and just followed the arrangements. "Father, Mother, I want to go to town and see if I can find someone who looks a lot like my sister." "No, your grandma won't let us go out freely. If you go, she'll be furious when she finds out." Hearing this, the couple on the bed sat up straight. Yuan Shi lowered her voice to scold her eldest son, worried about waking Lin Yu, who was sleeping in the middle. "Mother, I also think Chu didn't die. Lin Shuyang looked at his parents in the faint moonlight. Yuan sure was anxious and worried. She shared the same thoughts as her son, but suddenly, second brother Lin spoke up. Shuyang, if you want to go, we won't stop you. But don't go for the next few days. In a few days, I'll find an excuse for you, and then you can go, child's father. We, as parents, are useless. We didn't protect our daughter well. If we find out she's not dead, we might as well give up. Life with us is hard enough. Lin Shuyang was silent for a long time. I understand, father. I'll listen to you. In the small room, the atmosphere was very heavy. Lin Chu waited in the courtyard for several days. When it was time to pick up the ceramics, Du Fuling still hadn't come by. She thought her jade snow ointment wasn't selling well and felt a bit down for a while. Standing at the door of the ceramic shop, the old shopkeeper looked out eagerly, hoping for Lin Chu to arrive. When he saw her approaching, his eyes brightened. Miss Lin, you're finally here. Shopkeeper, since we've agreed to pick up today, I will come sooner or later. Lin Chu replied with a smile, pretending not to notice his unusual enthusiasm. That's good, that's good. The old shopkeeper personally led her to the backyard, where 100 ceramic jars were displayed. From a distance, Lin Chu saw the neatly arranged jars. She raised an eyebrow, thinking the craftsman's skills in this shop were very good. She was satisfied with their size, color, and overall finish. Miss, please take a look. If you're not satisfied, I can ask the craftsman to make adjustments, he said. But she knew deep down that if she was truly unhappy, she would have to have them all redone. Lin Chu carefully examined one jar, then nodded. Shopkeeper, I am very satisfied with this batch. She then took out a document and handed it to him. I want to establish a long-term partnership with your shop. The terms are all on this paper. Please take a careful look and see if it's acceptable. While waiting for the shopkeeper to read the document, Lin Chu casually looked around at the stacked bowls and plates. The patterns on them were mostly common, and she didn't see anything particularly eye-catching. Miss Lin, are you planning to order a batch of identical jars every month? Lin Chu nodded. Yes, but only 50 each month. Great. I accept this deal. The shopkeeper was pleased. It was just 50 small jars, which the craftsman could make in about half a month during his free time. After both sides signed with their thumbprints, the partnership was established. They each kept a copy of the document. Lin Chu packed the 100 jars into a basket. Just as she was about to carry it, Ayu took it from her. She was surprised but didn't stop him. Shopkeeper, I will come back next month to pick up the goods, Lin Chu said before preparing to leave with Ayu. Suddenly, the hesitant shopkeeper stopped her.
Wait.
Miss Lin, wait a moment. What's the matter? Lin Chu paused, looking at him with curiosity. The shopkeeper hesitated, then said, I saw the pattern you drew earlier, and I think it's quite nice. I wanted to ask if you could let us use it. You see, our shop is the only one in town, but the designs on our ceramics are all old. We haven't had any new styles in a long time. The girl brought a new and beautiful design, so. Lin Chu shook her head in refusal. No, old shopkeeper, I can only use my patterns on my porcelain jars. You know how important it is to have unique and special designs. If all the porcelain had the same pattern, it wouldn't be attractive. The old shopkeeper didn't expect her to refuse so decisively. For a moment, he felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to try discussing further with her, he heard the rest of her words. However, I can draw a few other styles for the shopkeeper. Really? The old shopkeeper's eyes lit up. You draw, you draw. I'll pay you silver. Then, Lin Chu asked the shopkeeper to bring some paper and ink. She spent a tea break time drawing 3 modern floral patterns. I've made some new styles for you, shopkeeper. As for the colors, you and your master can decide. Lin Chu handed the drawings to him. Seeing the designs on the paper, the shopkeeper's excitement and happiness couldn't be hidden. He believed these patterns would sell well on porcelain. Without hesitation, he handed Lin Chu 10 taels of silver as payment to buy the rights to the designs. Lin Chu didn't refuse. Earning silver from her designs was good. 10 taels could buy many things. When she returned to her home from the porcelain shop, she saw a carriage parked in front of her courtyard from afar. A hint of doubt crossed her eyes. She thought it was a neighbor's carriage. But as she got closer, the curtain suddenly lifted, revealing a familiar face. "You're finally back? I haven't seen you in so long. I thought the address you gave was fake." Du Fuling jumped down from the carriage. Behind her, a strange young girl followed, trembling with fear. Lin Chu slightly curled her lips. "Of course I wouldn't give Miss Du a fake address. I just had some things to take care of earlier." She spoke as she unlocked the large gate, then asked Aya to go inside first and put down the basket. Lin Chu then led Miss Du and her servant into the courtyard. "Your courtyard is really nice," Du Fuling said sincerely, looking around. Lin Chu smiled and took out a clean bowl to pour some water for them. She had been busy these days and forgot to buy some tea leaves for guests.
Du Fuling didn't complain.
She took the bowl and took a few sips. Her maid behind her lowered her head quietly, her expression unreadable. Lin Chu didn't pay much attention to her either. "I'm here today to tell you some good news," Du Fuling said as she put down her bowl, unable to hide her excitement. Lin Chu guessed what she was about to say and sat opposite her. "Miss Du, please tell me. What is this good news?" "Of course, it was you who asked me to help sell the jade snow cream. All of it has been sold out, and still, it's not enough." Du Fuling lifted her chin proudly, looking very confident and proud. Lin Chu looked at her and smiled wider. "I wonder how many more people need the jade snow cream." Knowing the approximate number, she could make more quickly. "Bring me 20 more boxes." Upon hearing this, Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. It seemed the jade snow cream was very popular. Her guess was correct because Du Fuling's reputation as a skilled seller was well known to everyone. The fact that Du Fuling had red bumps on her face was no secret among the wealthy young women in the town. When her face healed and she no longer wore a veil outside, many women were surprised and curious, coming over to ask about it. When they learned she used the jade snow cream from someone they had never heard of, they initially advised her not to use it recklessly, fearing it might worsen her skin. But after several days, Du Fuling's face not only healed without any scars or bumps, but her skin became as white and smooth as jade, very elastic and healthy. Seeing the benefits, the young ladies started to seek out Du Fuling, buying the only 10 boxes of jade snow cream available. After a few days, seeing the visible change in her appearance, the jade snow cream became popular among the young women in Qingshui town. However, there were only 10 boxes, so only 10 people could use it. Those who couldn't get it didn't hesitate to buy gifts and personally asked Du Fuling for the cream, some even requesting 5 or 10 boxes. Suddenly, Du Fuling's product was in high demand. Unfortunately, she no longer had any jade snow cream left. After dismissing those people, she hurried to find Lin Chu. After learning what had happened, Lin Chu's hand on her thigh tightened. Her medicinal makeup had finally taken its first step. "How is it? I have quite a few people asking for jade snow cream. Some even said they would pay more if the price went up," Du Fuling added. Lin Chu looked hesitant. "Miss Du, it's thanks to your help that we're doing well, but I don't have any jade snow cream right now. Not even 1 box."
Du Fuling asked anxiously.
"No."
Lin Chu nodded seriously.
"But in 3 days, I can make 20 boxes. Actually, in the space, it only takes a day to produce enough for today's 100 ceramic jars." But Lin Chu wouldn't tell Du Fuling everything. For something like jade snow cream, the rarer and harder to find, the more people would want it. 3 days is enough. As long as there's still jade snow cream to sell in the future, I can wait, Du Fuling said with relief. Lin Chu continued, "Miss Du, Yu Shui Gao is considered a joint effort between us. The condition is that you must be the first to use the products I make in the future. But I have one more condition. Each person can buy only 2 boxes per month." "Only 2 boxes?" Du Fuling was confused. Lin Chu patiently explained, "Because Yu Shui Gao is very cheap for Miss Wu Qianjin. If someone with bad intentions buys 10 or 20 boxes, what will others use? She doesn't want only the ladies from Qingshui town to use her Yu Shui Gao. Her goal is also to reach the wealthy young ladies in the county and the imperial city." Hearing this, Du Fuling immediately understood her meaning.
"All right.
I agree. From now on, I will record in a book who buys how many boxes of Yu Shui Gao from you. Since that's settled, Lin Chu, let's sign a cooperation agreement." She had prepared the document long ago, waiting for Du Fuling to come and mention it. Okay, I'll sign. After reading the conditions, benefits, and requirements on the document, Du Fuling didn't hesitate and pressed her thumbprint, then signed her name. Seeing her straightforwardness, Lin Chu also followed suit. She caught a glimpse of her maid behind Du Fuling, who trembled slightly and then quietly withdrew her foot, pretending not to see. It seemed that this maid was probably arranged by Du Fuling's parents. Although she kept her head down, she became nervous as soon as she saw the document. Lin Chu guessed that she was probably watching, worried that her young lady might be deceived. After sending Du Fuling away and agreeing to deliver the goods in 3 days, Lin Chu closed the courtyard door and went to find Ayu, who had been silent for a while. Before entering the bedroom, she heard a strange, muffled sound from Xiaohe. Feeling something was wrong, Lin Chu quickly pushed open the door and saw Ayu lying on the ground, sweating heavily, with his eyes tightly closed. Lin Chu was startled. Ayu, she called several times, but he didn't respond, as if trapped in a nightmare. She had to help him onto a lounge chair, checked his pulse, and found everything was normal. She looked into Ayu's eyes, but saw nothing unusual. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, a large, hot palm suddenly grasped her wrist. Lin Chu struggled for a while and found that he was still closing his eyes, but his grip was very strong. She gritted her teeth and tried to pull free, but couldn't. What's going on? Du Fuling sat in the returning carriage, carefully examining the cooperation document with a look of surprise. This Miss Lin Chu is truly a clever girl. I see she's not very old, but she's so meticulous in her business. The maid next to her looked up and asked, Miss, what do you mean? I noticed that Miss Lin seems quite indifferent. Chunlon, you don't understand this. Do you know how I learned about the jade snow paste? It was Lin Chu herself who came to me. She saw the red bumps on my face right away, which shows she's quite capable, Mississippi. Du Fuling shot her a glance and waved her off. No need to say more. Don't think I don't know what your mother told you before I left. I won't hold it against you. Chunlon nervously knelt at Du Fuling's feet. Mississippi, there's no need. Get up. When you go back, just answer whatever your mother asks honestly. No need to hide anything. After speaking, Du Fuling continued reading the business documents. The document clearly stated that each person could buy only 2 boxes of the product. It also specifically mentioned that from now on, Du Fuling would be the primary user of all products made by Lin Chu, and she would receive a commission, 10 coins per box. For a wealthy young lady like Du Fuling, 10 coins was just a small amount, but she was pleased to see her monthly income increase and thought it was quite good. The last part of the document had a special request, that no one be told that Lin Chu was the maker of jade snow paste and all future products. Honestly, at first, Du Fuling thought this secrecy was unnecessary. But after considering the women and wealthy ladies who came daily to buy jade snow paste, she felt it was better to keep this hidden. The carriage swayed gently as it arrived at the Du residence. If Lin Chu were here, she would notice that the house next door to the Du residence was actually the home of the Zheng village head. The Du house in Qingshui town was not very wealthy. Du Fuling's father had made some money early on through business and had opened several shops in the county and town. Compared to the noble and powerful families, they were not very impressive. But recently, things had changed. Every day, women from big households or wealthy daughters who had looked down on Du Fuling came to visit, making the house lively. Chunlon lifted the curtain to look outside, then quickly lowered it and said nervously, Miss, there are many people at the door. Du Fuling paused, opened a small gap in the window, and saw a few familiar faces. She sighed helplessly. Let them come in. They're probably here for the jade snow paste. Although she had already sent away many people wanting to buy the paste, some still came every day, seeming to not understand, and keep asking. Miss Du, as she stepped out of the carriage, one calm and dignified older woman approached and spoke gently. I am here today on behalf of my lady to buy jade snow paste from you. Du Fuling was truly surprised when she saw her, because no one in the wife's circle didn't know her. Although Qingshui town is small and a bit far from the county seat, it is still within the capital city's area. So, if a noble family in the imperial city has a concubine or side wife who makes a mistake, she is usually sent to Qingshui town to serve her punishment, and she cannot return without permission. The woman in front of her was one such side wife who had been sent away after making a mistake in the household of a noble family. Du Fuling quickly put on a smile and said, "Oh, it's you. To tell the truth, the jade snow paste will take 3 more days to be ready." Her voice was loud enough for the anxious people nearby to hear. "Why does it need 3 days?" "Exactly. Isn't it supposed to be available today?" "Miss Du, could you tell us who made this jade snow paste? We'll go find the maker ourselves." "I've also asked the rouge and powder shop, but they've never heard of jade snow paste," someone said. Du Fuling quietly listened to the maids talking and then spoke to comfort them. "Making this jade snow paste is a bit complicated, but I promise there will be 20 boxes available in 3 days." 20 boxes? One maid was surprised. "But Miss Du, my lady needs 5 boxes each." That might not be enough. Not only that maid was worried, but others were too. Everyone knew how good the jade snow paste was now. It was popular not only among young ladies but also among older madams. Rumor had it that older madams used it to make their skin whiter and more tender, and their husbands liked it very much. Du Fuling paused, thinking that one young maid might need more than 20 boxes. The woman in front of her spoke heavily. "I also need 5 boxes. My family also needs 5 boxes, Miss Du." So all the maids and women waiting at the door asked for 5 boxes of jade snow paste. Spring Orchid stood behind Du Fuling, so surprised she almost couldn't close her mouth. Du Fuling was also shocked, but she had already signed the documents with Lin Chu. The jade snow paste was limited to 2 boxes per person. "Everyone, I cannot tell you the source of the jade snow paste, and the seller said each person is limited to 2 boxes per month."
What?
The maid couldn't help but exclaim. The woman in front of her squinted in displeasure. She didn't care who made the paste. She just wanted to complete the task assigned by her mistress. Du Fuling nodded seriously. "Yes, each person is limited to 2 boxes per month. The amount of jade snow paste each person uses daily is enough for a month. There's no need to buy 5 or 10 boxes at once. There's simply no way to buy 5 or 10 boxes. What should I do? Several of my ladies want the jade snow ointment. I can only buy 2 boxes. How should I explain this when I go back?" For a moment, the maid sent by the lady looked very worried. Du Fuling spoke before the old lady could say anything. "Please forgive me, madam. The jade snow ointment is hard to make. We can only supply 50 boxes a month." 50 boxes was something Lin Chu remembered later. Although she didn't write it in the documents, she told Du Fuling verbally. The old lady opened her mouth but finally only said she would come back in 3 days and then left the Du residence with the little maidservant. Other maids also left one after another. The gate of the Du residence became quiet again. Du Fuling took a deep breath and led Chun Lon inside. Lin Chu didn't know about the lively scene at the Du residence gate. She was holding Ayu's hand tightly. Even when her wrist hurt from the grip, Ayu still hadn't woken up. She could only pinch his middle to try to wake him. He kept his eyes closed. Lin Chu became angry. She took a needle and pricked his hand several times until she felt her wrist loosen a little. She took a deep breath, quickly pulled his fingers apart, and took her hand back. She saw a red mark around his wrist. She clenched her teeth and stood up, kicking Ayu's thigh angrily. "You better stay asleep." Humph. Until it grew dark outside, Lin Chu finished marking and disinfecting the porcelain jar in her space. Only then did Ayu slowly calm down. Lin Chu stopped paying attention to him. She cut 3 jean of black pork in her space to make braised pork, stir-fried some small green vegetables, and ate with xiaohei. Halfway through the meal, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Lin Chu didn't turn around. A tall figure immediately sat across from her at the table. Lin Chu quickly reached out, tapped his hand with her chopsticks, and said, "Wash your hands." Ayu, who was still dazed, obediently washed his hands and then went to the kitchen to add a big bowl of rice. He sat at the table to eat. Even if he was hungry and simple-minded, his eating posture still looked elegant and unhurried. For a moment, Lin Chu was lost in thought. What had this person experienced at the bottom of the cliff? "Ah, you," Lin Chu suddenly called him. He lowered his head to eat meat and replied without looking up, "Sister. Do you remember why you fainted just now? Do you remember what happened before you fainted?" You looked up blankly and looked at Lin Chu. "Sister, did I faint?" Lin Chu rolled her eyes. She thought maybe if he fainted and woke up, his mental strength might increase. But he looked even more foolish than before. She didn't ask any more questions and turned to go to the kitchen to boil water and wash up. During this time, the water in the tank was all fetched by Ayu. As long as half the water remained, Lin Chu didn't need to be asked. She would carry 3 buckets to the water well at the end of the alley. In 3 days, Lin Chu had already prepared 20 boxes of jade snow paste for Du Fuling, as promised. She planned to sell only 50 boxes each month, so she added 20 more, making a total of 50 boxes for this month. Early in the morning, Du Fuling came and told Lin Chu that recently, more and more people knew about the jade snow paste, and many came to find her every day. It seemed the town's rouge shop also heard about it and was asking around. Lin Chu's eyes flickered. "Miss Du, if the rouge shop owner comes to you, don't always call me Mississippi. Now we are not only friends but also business partners. You can call me Sister Fuling," Du Fuling interrupted. "Don't worry. Although my Du family isn't as rich as others, we still have some status in Qingshui town. The shop owner wouldn't dare come to me, Fuling. Sister." Lin Chu obediently called her, feeling reassured since she said so. The rouge shop owner was indeed very worried because the best-selling Jinyu paste was now unsellable and there were fewer customers in the shop. After asking around, he learned that a new jade snow paste had appeared in the town, said to cure women's facial red bumps in 3 days. Older women used it and looked as fresh as young maidens. At first, he didn't believe it, but then some customers specifically came to ask if he had jade snow paste, buying 10 boxes at a time and even willing to pay extra. The shop owner realized the situation was serious and quickly inquired where the paste came from. When he heard it was from Miss Du's family, he was immediately worried. If it were ordinary people, he could just buy the formula with some silver. But the Du family was quite wealthy, and the shop owner was anxious, unable to sleep at night, thinking of ways to handle the situation. Du Fuling left with 40 boxes of jade snow paste. Lin Chu clearly saw the smile that she couldn't hide at the corner of her eyes and shook her head helplessly. Many maids and servants were already waiting at the Du family gate, including a few young boys, which drew the attention of others. Du Fuling was surprised to see this. She took these people into the inner courtyard of the house. Du Fuling asked Chun Lan to bring some books to record the names of the customers who bought the paste. She carefully arranged 40 boxes of jade snow cream on the table, speaking clearly, the first batch of jade snow cream is limited to 50 boxes per month. A few days ago, 10 boxes were already sold, so the remaining are for this month. Each person can buy up to 2 boxes per month. Please cooperate. This was what Lin Chu had told her to say. She didn't like to offend people, but everyone was a bit unhappy. Still, since the jade snow cream was in her hands, there was little they could do. "I want 2 boxes. I want some too." "Miss Du, are you saying each person can only buy 2 boxes?" one person asked skeptically. Du Fuling nodded. "Yes, it's based on each person. 2 boxes per person." Many faces lit up with smiles. After clarifying the purchase limit a few days ago, many maids and servants had come to Du's residence today. From their positions, it was clear that each family had sent 5 maids, allowing them to buy up to 10 boxes. Others noticed this too, but dared not speak out. They were all maids serving the noble family, with similar high status. No one was better than another. The oldest maid, surnamed Fong, was especially intimidating to others. She was accompanied by 5 obedient maids behind her. Du Fuling seemed unaware of these thoughts, selling 1 box at a time, recording everything carefully. She didn't mind if someone tried to cheat. The names written in the record book were those of the maids and servants. Their masters would not be recorded. Silver ingots were placed into a wooden box nearby, and the jade snow cream on the table gradually decreased. After half an hour, only 2 boxes remained.
But
Du Fuling looked at the young servants who hadn't yet bought any, and they had already started arguing. "None of your young masters can fight with mine for jade snow cream. The young servants, arms akimbo, faced each other, neither willing to back down. Your young master wants jade snow cream, and so does mine. Why can't we fight for it? One shorter servant said. Suddenly, he took a silver ingot and threw it into the box, then grabbed 2 boxes of jade snow cream, called out a name, and ran away. The other was stunned. A cool breeze swept through, leaving only that one young servant standing in the yard, lost in thought. Du Fuling told Chunlan to tidy up the table. This guest, if you need jade snow cream, please come back on the 1st of next month. Ignoring the young servant's attempt to speak, Du Fuling left. Soon after, the servant was also called away by the household staff. Child, why did you bring these servants into the yard? Du Fuling was just about to go to the bedroom to rest when she saw Madame Du approaching. She opened her mouth to speak, but heard her say something a bit displeased, then playfully stuck out her tongue. Mother, isn't Fuling worried? They're waiting at the door every day, she said. After bowing slightly to show respect, she immediately linked her arm with Madame Du's. Although they are mother and daughter, Madame Du usually teaches her carefully, emphasizing proper manners. Do you know how lively our Du residence is these days? It's all because of the jade snow ointment you brought back, Madame Du said, giving her a quick glance and poking her forehead. Tell me honestly, is this jade snow ointment really so good? Mother, I already gave you a box of the jade snow ointment. Haven't you used it? Fuling was surprised and then pinched her cheek. You don't trust the ointment, or do you not trust your own daughter? Look at my face. Since I used the ointment, those long-lasting red bumps disappeared. Now my skin is smooth and tender, like tofu, shameless. What's like? Madame Du scolded with a glance, then reached out to pinch her, about to argue but stopped herself. It really is quite smooth. See?
See?
Tonight, Mother, just use the jade snow ointment with the Fuling's help, and I promise you'll like it. It's even better than the genuine ointment you've been using. Madame Du hesitated for a moment and said, All right, I'll try it tonight. Although she hadn't appeared earlier, she knew the lively scene in the yard and asked worriedly, Fuling, tell me, who made this jade snow ointment? Are you really doing business with someone? Yes, Mother. Fuling is doing business with someone. For each box of jade snow ointment sold, I earn 10 coins. Selling 50 boxes a month earns me 5 taels of silver, Fuling estimated. Madame Du's face darkened. Earning 5 taels of silver a month isn't even as much as your pocket money for me. Mother, that's not the same. The silver Fuling earns is her own. Even if it's just a copper coin, Fuling is happy. Forget it, forget it. You should be careful. I won't interfere much, but don't be tricked by others, she said. Though she spoke like that, she had raised her daughter carefully since she was young. She wasn't exceptionally clever, but she was not lacking either. Moreover, since their family has always been in business, she comforted herself internally, and her worries gradually eased. What about Dad? Madame Du patted her hand reassuringly. Your father will handle that. No need to worry. But from now on, no more bringing people into the yard. The daughter has an unused shop, and now it should be handed over to you. You can use it to run a shop selling jade snow ointment. Du Fuling quickly nodded and then kept talking to Madame Du, saying many kind words. Finally, she took the land deed and went out to check the shop. Lin Chu didn't know about this. Now she has already signed a partnership with Du Fuling. She doesn't need to handle it herself. She just needs to give the jade snow ointment to the other person, and the next day, she can collect the money. This month's jade snow ointment has been made. Lin Chu took a few days off. For several days, she always felt a bit heavy and uncomfortable, as if something bad was going to happen. She thought it was Yu. Maybe he would faint again for no reason. But after watching him for several days, he was either teasing the little yellow chicken or feeding the cows, always very happy. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Who is making her feel so uneasy? Unable to figure it out, Lin Chu stopped thinking about it. She planned to work on the second product. Although her main focus is medicinal skincare, she also wants to try products for the face, hands, and teeth. This way, she would spend more time in her space. Besides meals and sleep, she is mostly busy in her space. To avoid overworking herself, Lin Chu must control the quantity of each product she makes. Recently, something lively happened in Stone Village. The Lynn family, who has 3 strong sons and is in trouble, actually had their second son's family demand a split. 3 sons, and they want to split up? Before, the village chief led the men to clear the land, but the second son of the Lynn family never helped. I think so too. I only see the eldest and the youngest, and sometimes the second son coming back from picking wild vegetables from the mountain. Do you think the wild vegetables in our mountain might be all picked? Pick them, pick them. When it gets cold later, there won't be many wild vegetables left. After all, they are troublemakers. Many villagers gathered under the big tree at the village entrance, discussing the recent lively events in Lynn's family. The trouble started when, a few days ago, Pan from the first household saw someone who looked very much like Lin Chu in Qingshui town, which caused quite a stir at home. Lin's second son promised to find time for his eldest son to go to town and check. But their parents, like they were bewitched, kept them busy every day, not letting them rest. Lin Shuyang had been holding back, but today, he carefully dug up wild vegetables. Because he only had half a basket, Grandma Lin immediately scolded him, hitting him with a broom as thick as his arm on his arms and back. Lin Shuyang, who was already wearing thin and torn clothes, had his clothes ripped and was covered in red marks from being beaten. This made old second Lin and Yuan feel very sorry, and they kowtowed repeatedly. Old Lady Lin still seemed upset and hit Yuan's hand with a broom. "Can I teach your son and my grandson a lesson? I only dug half a basket of wild vegetables today, and you say I'm just lazy? I support you, feed you, clothe you, and you dare to be lazy." Yuan trembled from the hit but still protected Lin Shuyang tightly. Old second Lin also protected her, and the 3 knelt together. Old second Lin's eyes were red. "Mother, there aren't many wild vegetables in the mountains now. It's good enough to dig half a basket a day. You still dare to talk back," Old Lady Lin scolded. "With such a big mountain, I don't believe there are only this many wild vegetables. If not laziness, what else could it be? Mother, do you want your son to go deep into the mountains? Do you want him to die there?" Old second Lin looked unconvinced, but Old Lady Lin's words clearly blamed their second branch for not going deep into the mountains. "When did I say I want you to die? If you don't dig a basket of wild vegetables a day, you won't be allowed to eat." The second branch, already hungry and working, would have to go a whole day and night without eating if there was no dinner. The adults in the second branch could endure it. They could drink more water and not feel hungry. But the children, even if they only ate a little, couldn't go without food. Yuan didn't hesitate and kowtowed desperately. "Mother, I promise that tomorrow I will dig a basket of wild vegetables. Please let Shuyang and Ye eat." At this moment, Pan, leaning against the kitchen door, spoke indifferently. "Second sister-in-law, I'm not blaming you. If you had dug a basket today, your son and daughter wouldn't go hungry." Besides Lin Shuyang and Lin Yu from the second branch, and Lin Chu who had died, the main branch's Qian family had 2 sons who were studying in a nearby village school and only came back at night. Pan's family also had a pair of twins, both boys and girls, but they were young, just 5 years old, like Lin Yu. Old Lady Lin loved her youngest daughter Lin Fangfei the most, and she also loved these twins. Even if Pan tried to be sneaky, she mostly pretended not to see. Third sister-in-law, Yuan's eyes filled with tears and regret. Why did she only dig half a basket today? "Mother, I'm fine. If I don't eat, I don't eat," she said. It wasn't the first time she had gone a day without food, but it was just that Yaya was affected. "No, you can't skip meals. Skipping meals will ruin your health," Yuan cried, tears streaming down her face. Next to her, Lin Yu also knelt, her small face full of tears. Old Lin looked at his wife and daughters, clenched his teeth tightly, and suddenly raised his head to stare at Grandma Lin. He seemed to have made a firm decision and shouted, "Mother, please allow us to split into a second household." His words were like a bolt of lightning, startling Old Man Lin, Old Third, and Old First so much that they almost fell to the ground. After being helped steady himself, Old Man Lin stormed over angrily and slapped Old Second across the face. "What are you talking about? I haven't even died yet, and you're already talking about splitting the family. Do you think I'm dead? Father, I ask you to let me split into a second household." Old Second repeated, enduring the furious slap from Old Man Lin. Next to him, not only Yuan Shi but also the youngest, Lin Yu, had bright eyes. Pan Shi's lazy attitude disappeared. She straightened up and came over to speak out of turn. Second brother, how can you insist on splitting the family? If the parents are still alive, splitting up isn't right. You're just causing others to gossip about mom and dad. Money Shi and Lin Fengfei, who had been watching the scene, also came out of their rooms. The latter covered her mouth and laughed. Second brother, you'd better go and kowtow to your parents and apologize. Talking about splitting the family, maybe someone is whispering in your ear. Hearing this, Grandma Lin's sharp eyes fixed on Yuan Shi. Without a word, she raised her hand and started to slap and scold. I knew you were dishonest. You dare to incite my second son to split the family. You troublemaker, today I will beat you to death. I didn't. Yuan Shi dared not dodge and shook her head desperately. She initially didn't know about the splitting plan. Her child's father mentioned it, but she was unaware at first. Who else could it be if not you? Troublemaker. Enough, mother. Old Second stood up, shielding Yuan Shi behind him, and looked at the furious Old Man Lin. Please ask Dad and Mom to let us split into a second household. I want to live separately. During festivals, I will still honor you both. I don't agree. Old Man Lin refused without hesitation. Father, I must split today. Old Second stared directly at Old Man Lin, his determined eyes clear to see. Old Man Lin choked and looked at him for a long moment. Tell me, why do you insist on splitting the family? Grandma Lin's eyes flashed with a faint light. She was about to stop him but heard Old Second already saying, Father, doesn't it make sense that I want to split? The son spends every day going into the mountains with his wife and children to pick wild vegetables. But today, because of the cold weather, other families are also gathering wild vegetables, not just us. Today, we only gathered half a basket. Mother, she beat Yang so badly that he was covered in bruises. Not only that, he also said that tonight, we can't even share a meal. The son and daughter-in-law are adults and won't eat if they don't want to, but the two children can't go hungry. Old Second Lin knelt down while speaking, tears in his voice. My son knows he's not as strong or hardworking as his older brother, and not as clever as his younger brother. But my son has never complained. Whatever the parents ask, he does. He eats the least and works the hardest. Even when we were fleeing and father said, Ah Chu had died, my son didn't argue with you. Ah Chu's son was raised for 13 years, and my heart has always been hurt. But I can't watch the other two children suffer the same, so the parents decided to give my son one room. Whatever happens in the future, I will never complain, and I will never come to you for anything. Old Second. Are you blaming the parents for not saving that girl, Ah Chu? Old Big Lin, who had been silent at the back, suddenly stepped forward and asked sharply. I didn't. Old Second Lin hurriedly replied. How can you not? Don't think I don't know you secretly resented it. That unlucky girl is dead now. Beyond saving. Old Granny Lin cursed angrily. Suddenly, the yard fell into a strange silence. Some didn't want the second room to be separated, and some did. The eldest family just didn't want to. Usually, all the dirty work was done by the second room. The eldest son, though often working outside with his father, could sometimes slack off. He ate more at home and was always full. Without the second room, wouldn't the dirty chores fall to the main house? But old Third Lin didn't think that way. He preferred to separate the second room first, which would save grain and free up a room for his beloved twins. He could also keep pestering his wife to have more children. Old Lin knew exactly what his sons were thinking, but no matter what, this family couldn't be divided. Staring at Old Second Lin, who kept kowtowing, Old Head Lin's tone suddenly softened. Old Second, if you didn't find wild vegetables, it's okay. You can still eat the food. I promise you. Old man, shut up. I am the head of this family. Old Head Lin glared fiercely at Old Granny Lin, his eyes full of warning. Old Granny Lin was startled. She had never seen Old Head Lin like this before. She silently closed her mouth. Since Shuyang is injured, you two in the second room can rest for a few days and stop digging wild vegetables. As for dividing the family, it's absolutely impossible, Old Head Lin said. then turned and went inside. Old second Lin knelt there for a long time, silently helping Yuanshi carry Lin Shuyang into the house, then slammed the door shut.
Bah!
Your tail is sticking up. Grandma Lin couldn't help but spit and hurriedly went inside. The others looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Inside the house, Yuanshi looked at Lin Shuyang, who was lying on the bed with red marks on his back. Tears fell down her face as she said, "Child's father, how could your mother be so harsh? Look at Shuyang's back. There's still some good flesh left." Second brother Lin also saw and looked regretful. "It's all my fault. Don't blame Mom and Dad." "I don't blame you," Lin Shuyang said through clenched teeth, trying to comfort. "Big brother isn't hurting. Yaya will blow on your back." Lin Yu climbed onto the bed and gently blew on Lin Shuyang's back. For a moment, only her soft sounds filled the room. After a long while, Yuanshi clenched her fists and asked, "Child's father, why are you so eager to split the family today?" Second brother Lin sighed. "I've wanted to split for a long time." When Lin Chu was declared gone and left in the mountains, second brother Lin had already wanted to divide the family. He knew clearly that staying in the Lin family, his children might. "Is it because Ah Chu?" "It's because we didn't treat Ah Chu well. If she were still alive and refused to see us, it would be understandable," Yuanshi said to herself, her eyes turning red as she hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve. Second brother Lin hugged her to comfort her. "Don't cry, don't worry. We will definitely split the family." Lin Shuyang on the bed also agreed. "Dad, I agree to split the family. I have hands and feet and can work for others." Lin Shuyang could read, but he learned before fleeing. At that time, Lin old man made him and the two older brothers go to school for face. It was a small private school, and although the tuition was not much, sending 3 children to school made Lin old man famous in the village. But after fleeing, Grandma Lin was very unwilling to let Lin Shuyang go back to private school. He didn't argue, and went with his parents to dig wild vegetables in the mountains every day. When not busy, he would look at books he picked up on the way during the escape. He hadn't forgotten the characters he learned over the years. Good. Shuyang, I'm happy you think like this. Don't worry, Dad will split the family as soon as possible. Second brother Lin clenched his fist seriously, then hugged Yuanshi and Lin Shuyang, whispering to himself, "Is this really possible?" Yuanshi looked surprised. Lin Shuyang nodded excitedly. "It will definitely work." He looked at second brother Lin with admiration. He had once resented this foolish, filial father, blaming him for not protecting Ah Chu's sister. But now, looking again, he realized that if it were him, he might not be able to protect her either. "I didn't expect that my father is so clever." "That's good, as it means I won't be bullied or mistreated anymore. Splitting the family is coming soon." Lin Chu has been feeling uneasy for a while. She had a strange feeling that something bad might happen, so she stayed inside her house for over 2 weeks. She spent her days playing with Ayu and Little Black and making new items in her space. However, she didn't expect that despite feeding Little Black meat and spiritual spring water for so long, its size only grew a little. The growth was so tiny that she could hardly see it with her eyes. Only when she held it in her arms and felt its weight did she realize. Could it be that the spiritual spring water doesn't work for Little Black? Lin Chu whispered doubtfully. Little Black lay in her arms, eating and sleeping all day, occasionally being teased by Ayu. Lin Chu thought for a moment, pinched Little Black's leopard head, and said, "Little Black, maybe I should send you back to the mountains." Just as Little Black was about to close its eyes, it suddenly opened its eyes with a sad look. Its leopard head kept rubbing against Lin Chu's chest, as if saying, "Don't send me away, please don't." Lin Chu felt helpless. Since it didn't want to go, she wouldn't force it. If it doesn't want to leave, she won't send it. Today, the weather was no longer hot. It was mostly cloudy every day. Lin Chu sensed that winter might come early, so she needed to prepare in advance. "Firewood for sale. Firewood for sale." Suddenly, a shouting voice came from outside the yard. Lin Chu's eyes lit up. What she was thinking of had come true. She quickly put Little Black on the ground, opened the yard gate, and saw a small child pushing a cart full of firewood, walking along the alley and shouting from house to house. Child, wait a moment, Lin Chu called out to stop him. The child turned around. Lin Chu paused her steps. The child was very thin, so thin that she could see no flesh on his arms. Only bones sticking out. Big sister, do you need firewood? I cut this yesterday. It's all dry firewood, the child hurriedly explained with enthusiasm. Lin Chu casually picked up a piece of wood and looked at it. It was indeed dry firewood. How much are you selling it for? Some poor children cut firewood to help their families. Since many families in town use a lot of firewood and have no place to cut it themselves, firewood is not expensive. Usually, they buy it from certain suppliers. Children like this who push carts and shout to sell firewood are common. Lin Chu had seen them before, but she wasn't paying much attention at the time. Now that the weather has cooled, firewood is essential. How much firewood do you want, big sister? 5 copper coins for 10 jin. Lin Chu hesitated. 10 jin of firewood for 5 copper coins? That's too cheap. She watched the child push the firewood, which probably weighed around 50 pounds. If no one needed it, he would push it back and forth all day and not earn a single coin. Lin Chu thought for a moment, then took out a silver coin and handed it to him. I'll take this firewood. Keep this silver coin and within the next month, bring me 1 or 2 silver coins worth of firewood. How does that sound? The child looked at the silver coin and quickly wiped his hands before accepting it. Okay. Sister, don't worry. I will deliver the firewood to you early tomorrow. That amount of firewood was quite a lot.
The child.
Don't worry, sister. I am good at chopping firewood. We still have quite a bit from before. Tomorrow, I will go with my father to bring it to you. The family had about 100 pounds of firewood. They would deliver it first and then go to the mountains to cut more. Getting a silver coin today meant they could buy a lot of food. Lin Chu nodded. All right, just deliver it within a month. By the way, what's your name? The child scratched his head, excitedly saying, My name is Xiao Dong. My father usually calls me Xiao Dong. Lin Chu silently remembered his face and name. Just as she was about to tell him to go home early so he wouldn't lose the silver coin, she heard a gurgling sound. She looked down and saw his stomach. Xiao Dong immediately shyly covered his stomach. Come inside with me. Lin Chu shook her head and told him to push the firewood into the yard, then headed straight to the kitchen. She had heated a few steamed buns in the morning, and there were 2 left, which she held in her hand. Xiao Dong moved the firewood from the cart and stacked it in the designated place in the yard. Then he turned around and saw Lin Chu holding 2 clean steamed buns and handing them to him. He hurriedly stepped back. I can't take them. Father said I shouldn't take others' food. I heard your stomach growling. Take these, they're still warm, Lin Chu said, stuffing the buns into his hands, then poured some warm water into a bowl. She watched as Xiao Dong wolfed down the buns. But after eating one, he stopped. Lin Chu clearly saw that although the child was thin, 1 bun was not enough to fill him. She asked, Why aren't you eating the second one? I am full, Xiao Dong said, silently stuffing the other bun into his clothes. Sister Lin, can I take this bun home? Lin Chu looked at his patched shoes and patched clothes and nodded. Yes, you can. Thank you, Sister Lin. I will deliver the firewood you want very soon. I won't let you run out of firewood. The amount of firewood worth a silver coin. Lin Chu herself didn't count exactly how many pounds it was. All right, I trust you. After Xiao Dong left, Lin Chu was about to close the courtyard gate when she caught a glimpse of a hesitant figure. She paused, looked up, and asked, Ma'am, do you need something from me? Unexpectedly, Wu, who had been noticed, approached with a sheepish smile, rubbing her hands. Lin Chu glanced at her gentle but unfamiliar face and asked confusedly, Ma'am, I don't think I know you. Why are you standing outside my yard? Wu explained while looking into the yard. It's okay if you don't know me. I've seen you a few times. I live at the end of the alley. Your silly brother often goes to fetch water, and I watch him. Lin Chu silently observed her probing and said nothing. Not hearing any response, Wu turned her head and met Lin Chu's calm eyes, then slightly twisted her mouth. Don't get me wrong. I just think it would be nice if we all lived in the same alley, talk more, and get to know each other better. I'm usually busy, Lin Chu replied with a gentle smile, contrasting sharply with Wu's friendly tone. After chatting with Lin Chu for a while, Wu reluctantly left. As she walked away, Lin Chu quickly closed the courtyard gate with a snap. She thought Wu was only paying attention because she saw Au the other day when Du Fuling came by, but today she was just here to hang around. Lin Chu believed such people only existed in the village, but she was surprised to find someone in this quiet, secluded alley. Wu took a few steps away, then spat on the ground disdainfully. Phew. Such a pretentious little girl. So petty. I talk big, but I don't even want a glass of water. You. Lin Chu called out from the yard. Soon a tall figure, holding Xiaohei, hurried over. Big sister, he called. I'm going out. Are you coming? Lin Chu looked up at him, feeling like he had grown taller again. He was growing so fast. She guessed Yu was nearly 1.9 meters tall, but without a soft ruler, she couldn't be sure. Looking at herself, she was still short and wondered when she would reach 1.6 meters. But thinking about her original self at 13, after good food and rest, she should grow taller, so she comforted herself, feeling better. Yu isn't going. Sister has things to do. You stay home and play with Xiaohei. Looking into his innocent, clear eyes, she suddenly felt like poking his head to cure his foolishness. She had considered sending Yu to the clinic, but he would run away as soon as he saw the clinic's door. Lin Chu felt helpless about it. Don't worry. She has already read most of the medical books in the space and is sure to find the key to acupuncture and healing. Perhaps because of the spiritual spring water, Lin Chu feels her body has improved, and she learns things much faster. She is quite good at recognizing herbs and understanding medical books. Sometimes she thinks it might be nice to not make medicinal makeup, but instead carry a medical kit and travel around as a wandering doctor. Since Yu doesn't want to go out, Lin Chu carefully explains a few things, then carries 2 jeans of cotton and 2 bolts of cloth to the clothing shop. What do you say you're going to do? The shopkeeper stares at the cotton and fine cloth on the table, looking very surprised. Lin Chu remains calm and repeats a request. I want to make 4 winter cotton padded coats. Girl, are you sure your head is okay? Look at how hot it is outside. Why make coats now? I think we might not make it through the winter this year, the shopkeeper says, looking at her as if she's silly. Shopkeeper, I'm not crazy. I just want to know if you can make the coats. If your shop doesn't take the job, I'll go somewhere else. Lin Chu rolls her eyes. She's not angry, but she won't let him insult her. Wait a minute, who said we can't do it? Even if you want to make 100 coats, we can do it, the shopkeeper replies. Usually, they sell ready-made clothes and fabrics, but they also have skilled embroidery women who do custom work for wealthy families, mainly making special clothes. All right, I'll provide the fabric and cotton myself. Count how much silver I need, Lin Chu says as she prepares to take out silver. The labor cost shouldn't be too high. 101. Lin Chu pauses as she takes out the silver, then suddenly looks up at the shopkeeper. Does he think she's a fool? 100 won for labor? That amount could buy 2 plain cotton coats. The shopkeeper meets her sharp gaze. 101.
Do you want to do it or not?
If not, then leave quickly. I have plenty of work for my embroidery women. His tone is proud and haughty. Lin Chu slightly curves her lips, places the 100 won on the table, and says, Yes, I'll do it. Shopkeeper, if I'm satisfied with the coats I make, I want you to return the 100 won today, she adds. Return it. The shopkeeper slaps the table. I haven't seen any clothes made by my embroidery women that I wasn't satisfied with. Since you've paid, I'll make sure you're happy. His attitude suddenly changes completely. Lin Chu is too tired to argue and agrees to pick up the coats in 7 days before leaving the shop. Miss Lin. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the side. Lin Chu looked up and saw Du Fuling and Chunlan, both wearing veils, standing in front of an empty shop. Lin Chu walked over and asked, What are you two doing? She noticed Du Fuling's veil and thought she had a red bump on her face again, so she asked, Is your face? No, my face is fine. My mother just told me to wear a veil when I go out, Du Fuling explained softly, then asked Chunlan to serve tea and led her inside the shop. Take a look. How is the shop? Only then did Lin Chu notice that the small shop was very clean and tidy, clearly recently opened. Are you planning to start a business here? It's not just me doing business, it's us. Du Fuling pointed to herself and then to Lin Chu. Lin Chu looked confused. Us? Yes, you should drink some tea first, and I'll tell you everything slowly, Du Fuling said excitedly, her eyes full of happiness. I was planning to come find you tomorrow to talk about this, but I didn't expect to meet you on the street today. After taking a sip of the tea, Lin Chu listened quietly as she explained. My mother thinks I can't run a business without a shop, so she gave me this place to sell your Yushua cream. I didn't want to take it at first because only 50 boxes are made each month, and they sell out in a day. But then I remembered you said there are more new products coming out, so I listened to my mother and opened this shop. Since you provided the Yushua cream, you are also half the owner of this shop. Hearing this, Lin Chu understood roughly. She put down her teacup and smiled lightly. Sister Fuling, I'm just the one providing the Yushua cream. It's not right to say I'm half the owner. She will definitely open her own shop in the future, but for now, she only has one type of medicinal makeup, so she's putting that plan on hold. Du Fuling frowned and disagreed. I say you are, so you are. Listen to me first. Du Fuling grabbed Lin Chu's hand and interrupted her. Since you don't want others to know that you made the Yushua cream, I definitely won't tell anyone. I'll arrange for a shopkeeper and clerk to come and help here. You only need to supply the goods and check the accounts and records. No matter what, you're still half the owner. Lin Chu rubbed her forehead in frustration. Actually, to be honest, Sister Fuling, as I develop more products in the future, it will be hard to hide. I plan to open my own shop then. That's nothing. When the time comes, you can open a shop next door and sell Yushua cream together. It'll sell well. Seeing her point, Lin Chu no longer argued about it. She nodded, agreeing to what she just said about being a half-owner. Thinking for a moment, Lin Chu asked, with such a big shop, Sister Fuling, are you only planning to sell jade snow cream? She thought about the layout of the street and suddenly realized that the only rouge and powder shop was just a few doors down, 3 shops away from theirs. Only jade snow cream for now. I haven't thought about selling other things yet, Du Fuling said, looking worried. She was afraid that once she displayed the jade snow cream, it would sell out quickly, leaving the shop empty the rest of the time. Lin Chu saw her hesitation and worry and thought for a moment. She said, I will try to develop new products soon. Sister Fuling, you can observe what your friends might need, something for the face or for the hands? Du Fuling's eyes lit up. You can make products for the hands too? Yes, women's second most important part after the face is the hands. That's great. Look at my hands. I apply some moisturizer every day, but they are still rough. My mother always says I don't act like a noble lady, more like a boy rolling in the mud all day. Lin Chu listened quietly to her talk about her family, a faint look of envy in her eyes.
Then she chuckled softly.
Sister Fuling, your hands are much softer than most women I've seen. Today's hot and dry weather makes roughness normal. Hearing her comfort, Du Fuling felt much better. She pressed her lips and said, Actually, I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Sister Fuling. Now that we are friends and partners, you can tell me anything. All right, I want you to increase the monthly sales of jade snow cream. How about producing 100 boxes each month? More and more people were asking to buy jade snow cream, including men. Du Fuling was surprised, but she understood the benefits of the cream and thought that if men needed it, they could use it too. Now, jade snow cream was not something to describe with fire, but a rare item that was hard to find. Even if you had mountains of gold and silver, you still couldn't buy it. It was just a hot topic among wealthy families in Qingshui town. If the news spread to the county, Du Fuling didn't want to imagine what would happen. Her family's gate might be trampled open. Lin Chu was silent for a moment and then said, Okay, but Sister Fuling, producing 100 boxes each month is my limit. I can't increase the amount in the future. She had to admit that for money. She kept breaking her principles again and again. All right. From now on, no matter what, I will only sell 100 boxes of jade snow paste. Du Fuling nodded happily. Lin Chu thought for a moment. If elder Sister Fuling is worried that the jade snow paste might sell out too quickly, maybe we can limit the daily sales after the shop opens. For example, only 10 boxes per day. That way, the 100 boxes can last for 10 days and I should be able to make the second version by then. That's a good idea. You're really clever. Du Fuling quickly agreed and nodded. Let's do it as you say. Lin Chu then shared some modern business tips with her. Hearing this, Du Fuling suddenly understood everything clearly. They agreed that after delivering 50 boxes of jade snow paste before the shop opens, Lin Chu would rush back home. Lin Chu was worried that Au might run around if he didn't see her for a long time. The more she thought about it, the faster she walked. She didn't notice the person coming toward her and almost tripped. "Hey, girl. Are you blind or what?" A sharp scolding came from nearby, and someone grabbed her arm. Lin Chu turned around impatiently. "Sorry, ma'am. I have urgent matters to attend to. Wait. What's so urgent? You hit someone and just walk away? If I hadn't stopped you, were you planning to run? Was she trying to cheat her?" Lin Chu stopped, looking directly at the person in front of her. She felt strangely familiar. As she thought the person looked familiar, the other also felt the same. Yes, this was Qianshi, the woman sent by Grandma Lin to buy grain in the town. Grandma Lin was fair. Today she sent Qianshi, tomorrow she would send Panshi. In any case, she wouldn't let Yuan Shi get a single copper coin. Qianshi cursed loudly, then suddenly looked into Lin Chu's eyes. She felt it was very familiar, but, upon closer inspection, thought the girl's simple clothes and demeanor didn't seem like someone she knew. "Ma'am, I already apologized to you. What else do you want?" Lin Chu's heart suddenly flared with anger. She instinctively felt that this person might be someone the original owner knew because just seeing her made her feel very uncomfortable, like she wanted to hit someone. So, her inexplicable discomfort earlier was because her outing today was unlucky. She just didn't know if this person recognized the original owner. Lin Chu subtly withdrew her hand. "No way. I'm an old woman, almost knocked over by you, and you just want to walk away after saying sorry? Impossible." Qianshi looked at her for a while without recognizing her and stubbornly demanded compensation. "You want compensation?" "Yes. If I don't get 10 copper coins today, you're not leaving." Qianshi's eyes lit up. Lin Chu glanced at the surrounding people looking over. Worried about Au at home, she quickly grabbed 10 copper coins from her purse and threw them into the Qian family's basket, then turned to leave. 10 copper coins are just enough to feed a dog. Mrs. Qian happily counted the coins without chasing after Lin Chu. She turned and headed to the grain shop. Before leaving, her mother-in-law gave her 20 more copper coins, telling her to buy fine flour because her younger sister-in-law wanted to eat white flour pancakes.
Bah!
A girl spoiled like this, wanting to eat fine white flour? Why not die in the mountains like that doomed ghost? Suddenly, Mrs. Qian paused, hurriedly looked behind her, noticing the busy crowd where she had bumped into Lin Chu earlier. Mrs. Qian suddenly slapped her forehead. "I knew that girl looked familiar. Turns out she looks quite like that doomed ghost, but her speech is different. That doomed ghost can't even fart after a stick hit him. I must have seen wrong. I definitely saw wrong," Mrs. Qian muttered softly as she entered the grain shop. Watching Mrs. Qian go inside, Lin Chu slowly stepped out from the neighboring shop. She had overheard Mrs. Qian's quiet mumbling earlier. She whispered to herself, "Doomed ghost." Back home, Lin Chu first went to see what Au was doing. She found him hugging Xiaohei while sleeping. After feeling his pulse and noticing no abnormality, she relaxed. She gently shook him awake. "Au, wake up. Big sister, you're back." Au opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Chu, his previously dark eyes immediately lit up. Looking into his eyes, Lin Chu felt a moment of daze. They shone brighter than the stars she saw every day and night. She gently touched the black mark on Au's face and smiled. "I'm back and I brought you big meat buns." Since she had something urgent to confirm, Lin Chu didn't prepare dinner. After sharing more than 10 meat buns with Au, she spoke seriously. "Au, I need to go out tonight. Can you stay at home and be good?" "Where is sister going?" "I want to go too." Glancing at the darkening sky, Lin Chu was worried that Mrs. Qian had already left Qingshui town. She wanted to leave before she did. "Au, be good. Little Hei, stay at home and keep him company, okay?" Unexpectedly, the usually obedient Au started causing trouble. In the end, Lin Chu had no choice but to give him an injection to knock him out, then laid him on a lounge chair. She told Xiaohei, who was also nibbling on a meat bun nearby. You watch him. If Ayu wakes up and makes trouble, just comfort him. Xiaohei, who couldn't speak, looked confused. Lin Chu had no other choice. The only one at home was Xiaohei. Luckily, Xiaohei was very intelligent now. Under her gentle petting, it nodded its head like a leopard. After tidying up the table, Lin Chu changed into a temporary patched hemp outfit behind the screen, painted her face black, and added a few freckles on her cheeks. She then went to the yard, untied the ox cart, and drove it out of the yard, making sure to lock the door before leaving. Less than a moment after the ox cart left, two figures appeared outside the wall. Lin Chu hurriedly caught up, finally reaching the front where Madame Qian was sitting on the ox cart as it moved. She followed at a distance, neither too close nor too far. Madame Qian felt uncertain. She had earned 10 copper coins today and was feeling a bit lighthearted. She had a good meal on the street and almost missed the ox cart when she remembered. She knew her mother-in-law would scold her for returning so late. Whose family is that behind us? Why are they following us? I haven't heard of another ox cart in our village, the old man driving the ox cart asked loudly. Although he was old, he often traveled between Shirtu village and Qingshui town and was familiar with the area. Besides his family, there really was no other ox cart. Madame Qian and the others quickly looked back and saw a newer, larger ox cart than theirs. Their eyes lit up. Maybe it's a relative's family. I don't know whose it is, but such a big ox cart is really impressive. Impressive? Why don't you go ride in it? The old man looked like he was about to have his business taken away, and his tone was unfriendly. I spent copper coins on my own, and I won't let you chase me away. Lin Chu arrived just in time to hear this. She immediately spoke up. Sir, madam, I'm just passing through. I need to go to the neighboring city to find my relatives. I got lost for a while, and it's dark now. Would it be possible for me to stay overnight at your village? You're lost. The old man's face softened. Lin Chu quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Under the moonlight, Madame Qian suddenly saw her appearance and was startled, patting her chest. Why are you so dark? Darker than burnt firewood. Lin Chu knew how dark she was now. She had only applied makeup heavily, probably to avoid being recognized. Auntie, I'm willing to pay copper coins. Please let me stay at your house for one night, okay? Lin Chu didn't care about the disdain in Madame Qian's eyes and confidently offered silver. Really? How much silver do you plan to give? Madame Qian got excited at the mention of silver. Whatever you think is enough for one night, just take that much. This isn't up to me. My mother-in-law makes the decision. Lin Chu nodded. Auntie, why don't you take me to your house? My ox cart has enough space. You can sit here. The old man beside her immediately glared. I won't give up my copper coins. Qianshi was about to argue, but Lin Chu quickly calmed her with a few words. I'll give up my share, Annie. The old man snorted loudly and drove the ox cart forward, leading other envious villagers. They looked regretful. If they had spoken up, maybe the young man could stay overnight, earning a few more copper coins, and they could sit in a bigger cart. Qianshi sat happily in the cart, gently touching herself here and there. Lin Chu caught a glimpse and, with a cold smile, said, Annie, please show me the way. Go straight ahead without stopping. When you see the words Stone Village ahead, turn in. I'll tell you more once you turn. Qianshi waved her hand and whispered, This ox cart is really comfortable. It's not crowded for one person. Lin Chu seemed not to hear her and quickly drove the cart towards Stone Village. You had been given a shot, so he should sleep peacefully until morning. With Xiaohei here, Lin Chu felt more at ease. The cart moved for less than a tea break, and under the moonlight, Lin Chu saw the words Stone Village and decisively turned inside. Big Auntie, is that house yours? It was completely dark now, and all the doors were shut. A faint smell of food drifted out. Qianshi looked outside, pointed, and said, The second house ahead is ours. The yard gate is open. Seeing the open yard gate, Qianshi felt uneasy. She thought she might get scolded by Grandma Lin before even stepping inside. Her eyes darted around, and she smiled. Little brother, why don't you drive the ox cart into the yard? Our yard is very big. She hoped Grandma wouldn't hit her when she saw the big ox cart. Lin Chu nodded and agreed to her suggestion. Inside the main hall of the Lin family, there was a faint light. Only a few soft voices could be heard. When the noise from the yard reached them, the first to appear was Grandma Lin's scolding voice. Qianshi, where did you go today? I told you to buy fine flour for Fong Fei, and you ran off. Grandma Lin held a broom and strode out, suddenly facing the stern-faced Lin Chu, who was startled.
Who are you?
How did you get into my yard? Before Lin Chu could speak, Grandma Lin patted her thigh and shouted behind her, Old man, come quick. Someone's here. Come quickly. Her tone made it seem like Lin Chu was about to do something terrible. Lin Chu rolled her eyes without speaking, but she clearly felt a surge of fear and anger deep inside when she saw Grandma Lin for the first time.
This
is the lingering emotion of the original owner. A certain suspicion in her heart was fully confirmed. Lin Chu quietly observed the faces of the Lin family members. It was dark now, and only a small lamp was lit, casting shadows everywhere, making it hard to see clearly. What's wrong? Did someone come to steal a child? The youngest, old third, rushed out and kept shouting. The others followed behind him, crowding at the door, staring at Lin Chu with suspicion and caution. Qianshi shrank back, knowing she couldn't hide anymore. She tremblingly got off the ox cart. Father, mother, you've misunderstood. This person isn't bad. Oldest daughter-in-law, why did you come back riding someone else's ox cart? Grandma Lin saw her and got angry. She quickly walked over and grabbed her ear. Tell me, did you cause trouble outside? What exactly did you do? Coming back so late and bringing a stranger home. Oldest daughter-in-law, did you do something wrong to the eldest? You, this wicked wife, I knew you weren't obedient. The yard was filled with Grandma Lin's curses and Qianshi's pleas, but no one stepped forward to stop them. Lin Chu moved. She jumped down from the ox cart. Madam, you've misunderstood. My aunt, and I didn't do anything. We just went to the neighboring city to visit relatives and took a wrong turn. It got dark, and all we met was your eldest daughter-in-law. She's a bit bold and wanted to stay here for the night. Of course, I won't stay for free, Lin Chu added, taking out 20 copper coins. She didn't believe the Lin family would chase her away over such a small amount of money. As soon as her coins were visible, the yard instantly fell silent. Old Lin reacted and scolded. Wife, let go. What are you doing? Didn't you hear she's here to stay for the night? Yes, mother. The daughter-in-law would never do anything wrong to me. Old Lin hurried over to help Qianshi. Grandma Lin looked at the 20 copper coins and immediately let go of Qianshi. She stepped closer to Lin Chu and reached out her hand.
Give it to me.
Since you're here to stay, you can stay for one night. When she got closer, Grandma Lin saw Lin Chu's face and widened her eyes. Why are you so dark?
Lin Chu chúc cờ sốc ti.
I don't know. I've been this dark since I was a child. All right, everyone go inside. I'll arrange a room for this young man. Grandmother Lin waved her hand behind her, and all the members of the Lin family who had been standing there left. Lin Chu glanced at the crowd lightly. It was dark again, and she still couldn't see everyone's faces clearly. Madam, your family has many members. Unlike mine, my parents only had me, Lin Chu said curiously. You are really impressive to have so many children. There are more than that. I only have 3 sons and 1 daughter, but my daughters-in-law have given me 5 grandsons. You don't know, there's even a pair of twins. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu raised her thick eyebrows slightly. So, did the original owner die during the escape? Even though her memory hadn't fully returned, Lin Chu's anger immediately surged, almost making her lose control. Grandmother Lin couldn't see her expression clearly, so she led her to the smallest room in the yard. It was filled with miscellaneous items and was only slightly larger than Lin Lauer's family's house.
This.
Lin Chu looked at the messy room and felt a bit speechless. She had spent 20 coins to stay here. Staying in an inn in town would have been bigger and better. Young man, you don't understand. Our family is here to escape trouble. This is the house assigned by the village. Since there are many of us, It's just enough to live here. I can't spare another room for you, Grandmother Lynn said pitifully, wiping her tears. Lin Chu looked coldly at her acting, pursing her lips. Fine, I'll endure one night. Madam, at least find someone to help tidy up. Immediately. I'll have my grandson come over to clean up for you, she hurriedly said, seeming afraid that Lin Chu might refuse the 20 coins. She quickly left. Lin Chu stared at her back, her eyes darkening with coldness. Not long after Grandmother Lin left, a thin and tall young boy appeared at the door. He held a damp cloth and started wiping around the house without saying a word. The first time Lin Chu saw the boy, her chest suddenly felt a strange pain. She uncomfortably covered her chest, wanting to look at his face more closely. But the boy kept his head down, diligently wiping the wooden bed she would sleep on tonight. Actually, it wasn't exactly a bed, just some wooden planks put together for who knows what purpose. Unable to see his face, Lin Chu felt anxious. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the boy suddenly say, "It's clean now. You can stay." Wait a moment. Lin Chu didn't even think to stop him from turning to leave. She said, "I." The young man paused, turned around, and looked at Lin Chu against the moonlight with a confused expression. He asked, "Is there anything else you want me to do?" Lin Chu's pupils constricted as she stared at the young man's pale, weak face. She felt a deep pain in her chest. She forced herself to suppress the discomfort and softly said, "Thank you, little brother, for helping me tidy up. No need to thank me." "You paid the silver," Lin Shuyong said, not saying anything else. He turned and left the room. He walked all the way to the main hall where the others were eating. Lin Chu watched from afar until she could no longer see his figure. Then she gently closed the door. Lin Chu was now sure that the original owner was part of this family. The young man earlier was probably her brother. Maybe because she saw someone familiar, while lying on the wooden bed and pondering the Lin family's affairs, several images suddenly appeared in her mind. She sat up abruptly and said, "So it's like that." 1 hour earlier, after Lin Chu left in the ox cart, 2 shadows stood outside the courtyard wall, hidden in the darkness. One person lowered their voice and asked, "Are you sure the person inside looks a lot like the master?" "It's definitely true. I observed for several days. That tall one looks almost exactly like the master. Since the woman left, we should go in and take a look." "What if it's not the master?" "Then we keep looking. The master isn't an ordinary person. It won't be so easy to find out." The rest of the words were left unsaid as they easily climbed over the courtyard wall and entered, heading quickly toward the room where Lin Chu usually rested. Little Black, the black dog guarding the sleepy ewe, suddenly opened its eyes and growled softly at the door, warning. Its voice was very quiet, so the 2 approaching people didn't notice. Animals are not as clever as humans, but Little Black could detect even the faintest sounds. At this moment, it heard footsteps, and its black fur slightly bristled. With a creak, the door was gently pushed open. As the 2 figures stepped further inside, they saw a pair of gray-green eyes. "What is that?" someone shouted, but the other was about to answer when Little Black moved, lunging at the 2 with a low growl, as if worried about waking something. "Where did this black cat come from?" One person cursed under their breath. "Quick, catch it. I'll check by the bed to see if it's the master. You go." "I'll handle this cat," said the other. Little Black turned its head eerily, staring at the person who wanted to check the window. Its front paw shot out aggressively. This cat still seems to understand human speech. How strange. The 2 people and Little Black fought for a while, unable to find a chance to check the window. "Hurry up and go see. If we don't leave quickly, that woman might come back," one person shouted urgently. "You go, I'll deal with this cat." This person stopped messing with Little Black and grabbed its tail to prevent it from chasing the other person. "Little Black Cat, we're just here to look around, not to do anything bad. Be good, or I'll hurt you." Little Black seemed to understand and immediately calmed down. The man's eyes lit up. There was actually such a well-behaved black cat here. Maybe he should take it home to keep. "It's so ugly," the person checking suddenly cursed. "Why does it look so ugly?" From behind, it looked just like its owner, but the front was surprisingly ugly. "What's going on?" The other person stepped forward holding the black cat and saw the face covered in dark marks. They were also shocked and annoyed by how ugly it was. I told you it couldn't be the same person, but you still insisted on coming to see. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else to look. The two people hurriedly entered, looked disappointed, and climbed over the wall to leave. Little Black watched their figures disappear, then suddenly jumped up, closed the door, and went back to lie by the bed, guarding it. Moonlight, silver gray, seeped through the crack in the window and shone on Little Black's front paws, where it was holding something. So that's how it is. Lin Chu leaned back with her hands behind her head, closing her eyes as the images in her mind kept replaying. She slowly pieced everything together. It turns out the original owner died from exhaustion and hunger. Lin Chu suddenly opened her eyes. From the sudden images, she understood this and roughly figured out what happened. The original owner was the second daughter of the Lin family's second wife. She had an older brother and a younger sister who was only 5 years old. Her parents were blindly obedient and filial. If they had asked Lin Laodai for help back then, the original wouldn't have starved to death. Was Lin Chu angry?
Of course she was.
But all that anger belonged to the original person. She was just occupying someone else's body from another world. Now that she was Lin Chu, she had to do what she should. She didn't see Lin Lauer and Yuan Shi, so she wasn't worried. She'd see them tomorrow morning. Then she'd see how they were. If they were good, she'd help them. If not, she'd pretend she never knew them.
Lin Chu sai sốc ti.
She felt sympathy for the original owner's fate, but she couldn't do anything to help. It was as if her helplessness was sensed, and the pain she'd been carrying in her heart suddenly disappeared. I reached out and touched my chest, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Lin Chu slightly curled her lips and whispered to herself, "You can leave peacefully. If your family is doing well, I will protect them." Memories had not fully returned. Lin Chu only remembered the time of the original owner's death and her past life in the Lin family, which remained blank. At this moment, faint voices came from the next room. Lin Chu squinted slightly, holding her breath to listen carefully. "Hubby, we haven't brought back even half a basket of wild vegetables for 3 days." Just now at the dinner table, I noticed the old lady's face.
Sigh.
"Maybe we should try a different way." Yuan Shi's worried voice sounded, filled with helplessness and fear. "Mother earned 20 coins today. Even if I know we haven't collected many wild vegetables, she won't be angry. Father is watching nearby." Lin Lao Er quickly comforted her. "Just follow my advice, and we can talk about splitting the family later. It would be so good if we could split earlier. If we had food, a Chu wouldn't have to starve to death," Yuan Shi said tearfully, thinking of her daughter starving. "Don't think too much. Didn't the third sister-in-law say she saw someone who looked like a Chu in town? After splitting the family, I'll go to town and look for her." "I'll go too. I want to find my sister," another excited girl's voice responded, with a hint of a childish tone. "If your sister is still alive, she might blame us. Father, you go alone. If she doesn't recognize us, just take a quick look from afar." 妹妹责怪我们也是对的，是我这个大哥没护好她，都怪我没用。Shuyang, Yuan Shi gently patted his head with concern. "Don't blame yourself. Blame me and your father for being useless and not protecting our children." For a moment, the next room was filled with self-blame and guilt, mixed with faint sobs. Lin Chu listened, her expression calm. Only she knew that her heart was starting to ache again. This time, it was not the lingering emotions of the original owner but her own feelings. It turned out she was not abandoned, just unable to protect them. Lin Chu closed her eyes briefly. Since she now knew her family was nearby, the rest was easier to handle. Unconsciously, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she was disturbed by noise outside. A distressed crying sound and another voice scolding in baby talk came from outside the house. Lin Chu sat up abruptly, pushed open the door, and saw a pair of identical 5-year-old twins, a boy and a girl, kicking a girl doll lying on the ground in front of them. They also reached out to pull her hair, and the girl was crying softly, trying to keep her voice down. "What are you doing?" Lin Chu thought for a moment and walked over to stop her. She picked up the little girl, brushed off the dust from her body, and looked down to see the crying girl, who was looking up at her. Lin Chu was startled, thinking her makeup might have smudged, but she hoped not. "Big brother, I'm fine." Lin Yu struggled in her arms. "Who are you?" "You're just someone living in my house." "Why are you interfering in my family's matters?" The boy from the twin siblings spoke up confidently, making Lin Chu want to hit him. His voice was loud. Madame Pan, who was busy in the main hall, hurriedly ran out. "What happened to our ancestor?" "Who's bullying you?" "Mom." "She's the one bullying me." Lin Yaozu pointed at Lin Chu and immediately sat on the ground, crying loudly, as if she had hit him. Seeing him throwing a tantrum, Lin Chu was even more angry. What a brat. Madame Pan turned her head, saw Lin Chu's stern face, and then looked at Lin Yu beside her. She quickly reached out and pulled her over. "You bullied my Yaozu, didn't you? You little girl, you're quite something. Pretending to be pitiful all the time, but I didn't expect you'd dare to bully my kid. Just wait, your third aunt, will teach you a lesson today." "Mom." "Hit her. Hit her hard." The little girl, Lin Jinju, cheered excitedly, clapping her hands. Lin Chu watched helplessly as Lin Yu was pulled away. Without thinking, she snatched her back and sternly said, "Madam, it was your son's daughter who first bullied this girl. How can you still help him hit her?" "Oh, this is unjust." A guest actually scolding the host. Come, look. Come, look." Madame Pan sat on the ground, pounding her legs and shouting loudly. Soon, people from other rooms gathered around, including 2 and 3 people who had just gone a short distance to pick wild vegetables. Suddenly, when Lin Chu saw the faces of the people from the second house, she felt a bit dizzy. More and more unfamiliar images appeared in her mind, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Yu's fingers. "Third wife, what do you look like sitting on the ground?" Old man Lin came out, hands behind his back. Seeing Madame Pan throwing a tantrum, he shouted angrily. Pan, feeling wronged, pointed at Lin Chu. "This person is bullying Yaozu. Dad, Mom, you have to stand up for Yaozu. He's your precious grandson. How can he be bullied by others?" Suddenly, everyone turned their attention to Lin Chu. Her expression grew colder as she explained that Lin Yaozu had bullied Lin Yu and then falsely accused her. "That's what happened. I didn't bully your son." Mrs. Pan clenched her teeth, thinking to herself that she still wanted to cause some trouble and make some money. But she didn't expect this ugly person to fall for it. Honestly, she thought Lin Chu was naive because he had a lot of money. That's why Mrs. Pan came up with this plan. "Yeah, are you okay?" "Mom is here. Mom is here." Yuan hurriedly ran to Lin Chu and hugged Lin Yu in her arms. Suddenly, Lin Chu looked at her face clearly, feeling a bit distracted, but she quickly looked away. "Second brother, did you pick wild vegetables? Why did you come back halfway?" Old Lady Lin was about to come out and mediate. She had taken Lin Chu's money, but when she saw the second son and the others, she immediately got angry. Lin's second brother stepped forward. "Parents, from today on, our second household will stop picking wild vegetables." "Why?" "I allow you to stop," Old Lady Lin shouted, rushing toward Lin's second brother and raising her hand to slap him. The crisp sound made the entire yard fall silent. Lin Chu looked at the slap print on Lin's second brother's face, her hand clenched into a fist. She wanted to see how the original father would respond. Yaya usually stays at home doing chores. I didn't say anything about what my parents asked her to do. But I just found out that Yanju and the others have been bullying Yaya when we're not around. Parents, I only have Yaya as my daughter. Do you still want to see her die?" Staring with fiery red eyes at Lin's second brother, Old Lady Lin was startled. She stammered in reply, Who said they bullied her? You're talking nonsense." Old Mr. Lin's face was as dark as a pot. This second son was getting reckless. Didn't he see there were outsiders in the yard? He was embarrassing the family. Everyone in the Lin family had different expressions. Some looked pleased, others indifferent, just watching the show. Lin Chu glanced calmly at these people, then lowered her eyes.
"My son didn't lie."
Since he keeps coming back with wild vegetables every day but can't protect his sister, then maybe it's better not to pick wild vegetables anymore. After saying this, Lynn's second brother knelt down. All I ask is for my parents to let our second household split off. Old Mr. Lynn was so angry he leaned back. He thought that since the second household had been obedient lately, they had given up on splitting up. But today they brought it up again, right in front of others. Old Lady Lynn hurried to support the fallen old Mr. Lynn, ignoring her anger at Lynn's second brother and the others. Suddenly, the people in the yard hurriedly helped old Mr. Lynn onto the bed. Lynn's second brother's family also stood up and left the yard, carrying baskets on their backs. Lin Chu watched Yuan, whose eyes were red and swollen, leave with Lin Yu heading into the mountains. After watching their figures for a long time, she silently untied the ox and drove the cart away. Today is already bright, and I don't know if Yu woke up and saw her, whether she will cause trouble. I also don't know if Xiaohei can calm her down. As for the Lin family, let's take it slow. She probably won't recognize her immediately, at least after the second house is separated. Old Man Lin and the others won't be able to cause trouble. Every little thing shows that the people in the second house care deeply for the original owner and have been feeling guilty about her death. Lin Chu's dissatisfaction seems to have quietly disappeared. Forget it. From now on, she will truly be Lin Chu. Since her family is good, she will naturally protect them. After the ox cart left for a long time, the Lin family only then realized that the silver money was already in their hands. It didn't matter whether the person left or stayed. I want to find my sister. Don't stop me. Xiaohei stood in front of a furious Au, biting his pant leg tightly to stop him from moving even a little. Xiaohei, move aside. Move aside. Au bent down to pull him away, but Xiaohei was like a slippery fish, constantly dodging his big hand. Au's eyes turned red with frustration. My sister won't abandon me. I want to find her. Suddenly, Au kicked Xiaohei away and rushed into the yard, but the gate was locked by Lin Chu. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't open it. Au. When Lin Chu returned on the ox cart, she heard Au's excited voice. She quickly shouted, jumped off the cart, and unlocked the big lock. I'm back, Au. Suddenly, she was embraced tightly by a strong force. Lin Chu stared blankly at Au holding her tightly. If he hadn't been calling her sister nonstop, she might have thought he was pretending to be silly or trying to take advantage. She reached out and patted his back. Your sister didn't want to leave you. I had something to do, so I couldn't bring you along. Be good, Au. After being held tightly for a long time, Lin Chu was finally released. She secretly let out a breath, smiled at him, and took out a meat bun she specially bought for Au. Au pouted sadly. I don't want the bun. I want my sister. Lin Chu almost choked on her own saliva and couldn't help but glare at him. But when she looked into his innocent eyes, she swallowed her words. Sister promises you that from now on, no matter where I go, I will bring you along, okay? After finally calming Au down and watching him eat the bun, Lin Chu hurriedly brought the ox cart inside, tied it up, and fed the ox. When she turned around, she saw Xiaohei lying behind her, with a strange black cloth in front of him. Lin Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. She squatted down to pick up the cloth and examined it carefully, then looked at Xiaohei and asked, Where did this cloth come from? Something seemed off. Lin Chu touched the fabric and noticed that the edges were uneven, as if it had been torn off roughly. Suddenly, she understood. Did someone break into the house last night? Xiaohei let out a call, raised his paw, and pointed toward Au, then pointed at the cloth in her hand. Lin Chu immediately realized, Are you saying the person who owned this cloth came for Au yesterday? At first, Lin Chu thought it was a thief coming to steal something, but based on Xiaohei's appearance, it was clear that the intruder was not an ordinary person. They had a purpose. Was it Au's family or an enemy? Lin Chu thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Since the intruder didn't take anyone away directly, it was obvious they didn't recognize Au. After all, the black mark she made for Au was ugly and frightening. Du Fuling listened to Lin Chu's suggestion. After opening her shop, she put up a wooden sign at the door, limiting sales to 10 boxes of jade snow paste each day, first come, first served. The record book was also discarded. Lin Chu thought, with so many common people, if someone with bad intentions wanted to buy jade snow paste, they could just pay a few copper coins to get a few villagers to buy it. She wouldn't be able to record all 10 books even if she tried. It was better not to keep records. She also decided to stop limiting each person to 2 boxes. Instead, she would sell 10 boxes a day. Whoever came first could buy all 10. Du Fuling thought this was better than before. Who knew, on the first day, all 10 boxes of jade snow paste were bought by one person. Besides jade snow paste, Du Fuling hadn't thought of selling anything else when someone came to visit. Miss Du, while she was pondering whether to put a scarf in the shop to sell, she saw a familiar middle-aged man walk in. Chunlon immediately went to greet him. "Dear customer, we have no more jade snow paste at the moment. Please come back tomorrow if you need some. I am not here to buy jade snow paste." Du Fuling looked at the man and suddenly recognized him as Yan, the owner of the only rouge shop in Qingshui town. She had seen him before when buying Zhenyu Gao. "Chunlon, this is the owner of the rouge shop. Please brew some tea." Du Fuling stood up from behind the counter, shooed Chunlon away, and then looked at Yan. "Master Yan, what brings you to my small shop?" Yan looked around the empty shop, a faint glimmer flashing in his eyes. "Miss Du, why is your shop so empty?" The goods naturally sold out quickly. Du Fuling didn't hide this fact. At this moment, Chunlon came over with a teapot and poured tea for the two of them. "I heard that Miss Du's jade snow paste is so popular that it's hard to get a box. I wonder if I have the honor to ask Miss Du to leave me a box." "I will pay double the price," said Manager Yan. He then took out a silver ingot and placed it on the table, raising his hand to gesture towards Du Fuling. Du Fuling glanced at the silver ingot, elegantly sipped her tea, and replied, "Manager Yan, you also run a shop. If I give everyone a box of jade snow paste, my shop wouldn't be able to operate." Although she was a daughter of a noble family, Du's family had started in business. She grew up surrounded by commerce. Otherwise, Madame Du wouldn't have easily allowed her to manage a shop. "Miss Du, I am willing to pay double," Manager Yan said urgently. Today, no matter what, he had to get a box of jade snow paste to see what made the women in town go crazy for it. He heard some men also used it. Du Fuling seemed not to notice his impatience. She pushed the silver ingot back and said, No, Miss Du." Manager Yan's voice grew a bit impatient. "To be honest, since jade snow paste was introduced, no one has bought my precious jade paste anymore. Since we are all in business, we should leave some room for others." If it weren't for the fact that Du Fuling was the daughter of the Du family, Manager Yan would have already used his methods to drive her out of Qingshui town and take the jade snow paste for himself. The fox's tail was indeed showing. Du Fuling secretly sneered but kept a calm face and replied, "Manager Yan, why don't you take a look? My shop only sells jade snow paste. How could I be stealing your business?" When Lin Chu arrived, she happened to overhear this conversation. She didn't rush inside, but took a U for a walk around the street. "Miss Du, you know very well that precious jade paste is my shop's bestseller. Now that you have jade snow paste, how is that not stealing my business? I am feeling increasingly impatient." Shopkeeper Yan's attitude has also changed a lot, showing a kind of fierce determination, as if he would do anything to get rid of Miss Du if she weren't a wealthy young lady. Du Fuling is not afraid at all. "So, Shopkeeper Yan, do you want me to stop selling the jade snow paste?" Shopkeeper Yan pauses. "I didn't mean that. Not to mention Du Fuling herself, but he knows exactly who the customers of the jade snow paste are. If he truly wanted to stop her from selling it, others would tear him apart without even needing the Du family to intervene." "Then what do you mean, Shopkeeper Yan?" Du Fuling looks up at him calmly.
Well.
Cough. Shopkeeper Yan suddenly falls silent, unable to speak for a while. Du Fuling isn't in a hurry. She slowly sips her tea. After a moment, Shopkeeper Yan clenches his fist tighter. "I want to cooperate with Miss Du. I'd like to ask Miss Du to share some of the jade snow paste with me, so I can sell it in my shop." Du Fuling pauses, her fingers tightening around her teacup. "Let my jade snow paste be sold in your shop. Then what is the point of opening the shop?" "Yes," Shopkeeper Yan hurriedly explains. "I know you only sell 10 boxes of jade snow paste a day, but I don't know how many people need it now. Saying 1 box is hard to find is quite common. I heard someone is willing to pay 100 taels just for 1 box. Is that true? Du Fuling is surprised. She's been busy selling the paste and hasn't paid much attention to other details. She knows that 1 box is hard to find. Her maternal family sisters have heard that the jade snow paste comes from Du's house and have come to ask about it, but her mother has brushed them off. It's not that they don't get along, but the supply of jade snow paste is simply limited. Miss Du, don't you know about this? Shopkeeper Yen looks at her with suspicion, not missing the shock on her face. I don't know, Du Fuling admits openly. Since Miss Du doesn't know, I won't hide it from you either. Everything I just said is true. But because your jade snow paste is limited, those willing to pay 100 taels can't actually buy it. After all, those who get the paste are not short of money. Because of this matter, shopkeeper Yen is on high alert and immediately comes to visit. Du Fuling nods. Any customer who buys my jade snow paste has quite a bit of silver. How could they sell it for just 100 taels? After all, no one knows if they can get another box next time. So, I wonder if Miss Du can carefully consider my proposal just now. Master, Yen did not wait for Miss Du to speak. He continued, the jade snow paste you sell costs 5 taels per box. I am willing to buy from you. Whatever price you set, I will pay the same. How can I sell at the same price as you? Wouldn't that mean I make no profit? Miss Du was surprised. It's fine if I don't make a profit. I just want to build a good reputation. As long as my shop also sells jade snow paste, all the customers will come back, he said sincerely, showing his honest intentions. Although Miss Du felt his sincerity, she was still not convinced. Master Yen, you're making things difficult for me. No, I'm not. Master Yen waved his hands quickly. Miss Du, don't misunderstand. Lin turned around and saw the unfamiliar middle-aged man still in the shop. She sat on a nearby step with Ayu, waiting patiently. Chunlon, with sharp eyes, saw Lin outside and quietly whispered to Miss Du. Miss Du's eyes lit up, and she said to Master Yen, what you mentioned, I will consider it. You know, the quantity of jade snow paste isn't much. If I share some with you, I'm worried my shop will be empty most of the time. After quickly dismissing Master Yen, Miss Du hurriedly led Lin inside. She looked at the tall figure behind her and suddenly said, your brother is really tall. When Ayu, tall and strong, entered the shop, Miss Du and Chunlon felt the once empty shop suddenly become quite crowded. Lin chuckled awkwardly. He eats a lot and grows fast. Miss Du nodded and pushed a cup of tea toward her. Did you see that person just now? He's the shopkeeper Yen from the local roof shop. The shopkeeper from the roof shop. Lin thought for a moment and understood the other person's purpose. Did you guess right? I fought with him for a while and finally sent him away. That old fox is really tricky. Lin was amused by her description. Sister Fuling is quite interesting. Don't praise me. You should think of a plan quickly, Miss Du said, holding her hand. Somehow, even though Lin was several years younger, she felt calmer just by being around her. It seemed there was nothing Lin couldn't solve. Let me think, Lin said softly, sipping her tea and lost in thought. Distributing jade snow paste to other roof shops was possible, but controlling the quantity was impossible. However, she didn't want jade snow paste to become a common, cheap product. Du Fuling's shop sells only 10 boxes a day. In a month, she provides 100 boxes. If she also supplies the roof shop, she will need to produce at least 50 more boxes each month. When Lin thought about this workload, she felt very tired. She had considered finding some clever and delicate women to help, but since she makes the products in a confined space, she couldn't really bring others in. After thinking it over, Lin felt that making medicinal cosmetics might exhaust her, and she couldn't ask for help, yet she still had to deliver on time. Du Fuling waited for a long time, carefully observing Lin face, but the other person looked very calm, making it hard to see any sign of emotion. When Lin snapped back to herself, she met Du Fuling's curious gaze and smiled gently. Sister Fuling, why are you looking at me like that? I think you look much more beautiful today than when I first saw you. Du Fuling instinctively said what was on her mind, then covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Lin, flattered by the compliment, felt her ears heat up. She gave Du Fuling a playful glare. Sister Fuling, don't joke with me about what you just said. I've thought it over carefully. Why not allocate 10 boxes from the shop's monthly supply of 100 boxes to Manager Yen? Since she initially decided to produce only 100 boxes a month, she wouldn't keep changing her plan repeatedly. Du Fuling was surprised. Are you really going to take 10 boxes from the shop to give to Manager Yen? Everyone, please click to encourage more updates. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Every month, 10 boxes are allocated to Manager Yen from the shop. No more than that. Lin Chu nodded and patiently explained to Du Fuling's puzzled look. To be honest, Sister Fuling, I only plan to make 100 boxes of jade snow paste each month. So, no matter how many benefits others offer, I will only produce 100 boxes. But since we are doing business, sharing 10 boxes with Manager Yen is the biggest concession I can make. Sister Fuling, don't worry. In a few days, I will bring the second type of face cream, and I guarantee you'll like it. Du Fuling, changing from her earlier displeasure, brightened her eyes. Tell me quickly, what kind of paste is it? What does it do? Don't you know that now some people are willing to pay 100 taels for 1 box of jade snow paste? Maybe our price is too low. Lin Chu put down her teacup, looked at Ayu quietly sitting beside her, and smiled. No matter how high others bid, the goods are in our hands. Even if someone offers 1,000 taels of gold, if we can't sell it, then it's impossible to buy. Furthermore, those who use jade snow paste are not only wealthy, but may also find it suits their taste. If they sell it for 100 taels to others, they might not be able to get a box the next time. As for the paste, Sister Fuling will know in a few days, Lin Chu said with a smile. If Manager Yen comes again, Sister Fuling should follow my instructions. If he's unwilling, then don't give him any jade snow paste. If he's willing, then we must follow our rules. Jade snow paste should be priced at 5 taels and not increased. If he wants to buy more, give him 10 boxes. If he tries to raise the price, cut off the cooperation. Lin Chu made a chopping gesture and raised an eyebrow at Du Fuling. All right. I'll do as you say. Du Fuling trusted Lin Chu completely, almost doing whatever she instructed. After settling this matter, Lin Chu took Ayu home. She sensed 2 sets of eyes watching her, but didn't feel any danger, so she didn't bother to check who was spying. Until Lin Chu and Ayu entered the yard and locked the door, 2 figures slowly moved out from around the corner. If Xiaohe had been there, it would recognize them immediately. These are the people she fought with that night. That person clearly looks like a fool. How could he be our missing master? One of them nudged the other with his elbow and looked at his cold, stern face. He sneered inwardly. He always seemed as cold as a stone. The man with the cold face glanced at him. My intuition tells me that this person is the master, he said, though he didn't understand why the master had become so ugly and foolish. Didn't we investigate a few days ago? Isn't it just a resemblance? This is definitely our master, the other insisted. I think so too, the cold-faced man persisted. The other person rolled his eyes impatiently. If you say so, then it must be. If he really is the master, why would he stay here? Don't you know how many people are looking for him now? That's what I find strange too. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Since you're so sure, shall we go in again tonight to check? Going again won't hurt. Maybe the stone will finally give up. No, the cold man sharply stopped him. That woman isn't simple, he said, his intuition telling him so. Nothing works. What should we do? The other man huffed impatiently. They had already wasted too much time in Qingshui town. If they delayed any longer, it might cause trouble. Wait, the cold man said coldly, tossing out a single word. If I weren't weaker than you, I would definitely give you a good beating today. The stern man glanced at his angry and anxious expression. You can't beat me. Just wait and see. Lin Chu didn't know about the lively scene outside the yard. She took out the white jade ointment she had prepared earlier, applied a small amount to the black mark on Ayu's face, and after a while, the mark faded significantly. Perfect. Yes, her second product is a white jade ointment that can whiten and lighten dark spots or blemishes on the face. However, Ayu's face was stained by some medicinal herb. For people born with dark spots or who have dark skin, the white jade ointment needs about a month to show results. People with fair skin would become even whiter with the ointment. The difference between white jade ointment and jade snow ointment is that one reduces inflammation and redness, while the other whitens and softens the skin. Lin Chu can already imagine how excited the townspeople will be when the white jade ointment is launched. No, she must quickly make 100 boxes. Sister Fuling will be very busy. The next step is easier. Lin Chu stayed inside, choosing a room in her residence to hide her product development. In reality, once she closed the door, she entered her space. She didn't plan to do this initially, but she thought, what if Ayu, who was acting so foolishly, suddenly recovered and discovered her secret? Her cooperation with the porcelain shop increased from 50 jars a month to 200, making the shopkeeper very happy. In Shirtu village, Lin Fangfei was pestering Grandma Lin for money. She heard that the popular jade snow ointment was very effective, so she wanted to buy one to try. Grandma Lin let her be, but she was full of dissatisfaction with the second branch of the family. She didn't know when these people had turned against her. The last time the old man was angry, he stayed in bed for several days. During this period, he went into the mountains to pick wild vegetables, returning with only half a basket each day. If there was no food, the second son would complain about splitting the family, which the old man disliked. Grandma Lin was getting more and more upset. She looked much older from all the fuss. Now, facing her beloved youngest daughter asking for money, she immediately became furious. All you care about is money. Look at how hard our family is now. In a few days, we might not even have wild vegetables to eat. Mother, why are you yelling at me? Lin Fangfei pouted in dissatisfaction. It's not my fault. It's because the second brother and the others are useless, not me. Mother knows it's not you, but every time you ask for 5 taels of silver, where would I get that? She tightly held her savings, but she had no intention of spending it. Lin Fangfei knew she had silver, or she wouldn't be eagerly asking for it. Mother, the jade snow ointment is very popular in town now. Even with silver, you can't buy it. I heard only wealthy young ladies use jade snow ointment. You often say you want me to marry into a rich family. If I use the ointment, maybe the young masters will notice me, Fangfei said. Lin Fangfei looks like a gentle, modest girl. She's not very beautiful, but her demeanor doesn't match that of a wealthy young lady. However, in Grandma Lin's eyes, she is the prettiest and most suitable to be a wealthy wife. She never makes her do dirty or tiring work, treating her as a precious young lady. Mother, just give me 5 taels of silver. I want that jade snow ointment, Fangfei said quickly, seeing her mother relax a bit. Think about it. If I use the ointment and make friends with some young ladies in town, I'll have people to talk to. When I get along well with them, I can speak to the young masters. If a young master likes Fangfei, then mother and father can live a wealthy life. I'll arrange 10 maids to serve you, and you'll get to eat meat every day. If Lin Chu were here, he would definitely praise Fangfei's big dreams. Grandma Lin carefully considered it and thought maybe spending 5 taels of silver to connect with a wealthy young master wasn't a bad idea. Then they wouldn't have to worry anymore. While mother and daughter were lost in their thoughts, second brother Lin came back with Yuan and the children, carrying wild vegetables. Seeing them, Grandma Lin was furious and scolded coldly, all day long, digging only half a basket of wild vegetables. The whole family can't even eat 2 meals. I think you're probably hiding in the mountains being lazy. Hearing this, Yuan immediately looked scared. They weren't really lazy. They had already dug most of the wild vegetables in the mountains. The half basket they brought back was from her husband, who went deeper into the mountains to find them, risking danger. Lianyu shrank and hid beside Yuan, her big eyes full of fear as she looked at Grandma Lin with disdain. Second brother Lin protected them and bowed to Grandma Lin, saying, Mother, there are no more wild vegetables in the mountains. Spout your nonsense. Grandma Lin grabbed a broom nearby and threw it at second brother Lin. Her anger eased a lot after that. But surprisingly, second brother Lin dodged it. Grandma Lin's eyes widened. You dare to dodge? Second brother Lin calmly explained. Mother, there aren't many wild vegetables left in the mountains. Tomorrow, there might not even be half a basket. My son wants to stop going to the mountains starting tomorrow and go work with his father and older brother. No way. Old Lin came out, still looking upset from a few days ago. His face was dark, and he stared fiercely at the second son, as if he wanted to burn him with his eyes. If you don't agree, I will stay at home chopping firewood, since it's getting cooler now, the second son said calmly, already finding another excuse. You. Old Lin was angered again. Old Lady Lin was also very angry and scolded loudly. Second son, you're getting carried away. You don't pick wild vegetables anymore, so what do we eat? Are you trying to starve us all? Mother, a few days ago, you even asked the eldest daughter-in-law to buy flour in town. You must have some silver. If there are no wild vegetables, just buy some grains, the second son said slowly, making everyone's face change. Especially Lin Fangfei, who had secretly eaten several white flour pancakes, was very annoyed. Everyone knew that old Lady Lin was giving special treats to her daughter, but saying it out loud was another matter. Second son, you're really getting more and more unreasonable. What's wrong with your little sister eating some white flour? Do you want her to eat wild vegetables like you all? Old Lady Lin thought giving special food was fine and scolded loudly. Old Lin coldly looked at her. Shut up, seeing his angry eyes. Old Lady Lin trembled all over. Old man, I didn't say anything wrong. Shut up. Old Lin snapped angrily, then turned to the second son. Are you really not going into the mountains tomorrow? I want to go too, but there aren't many wild vegetables left now. Going would be pointless, the second son explained with a sad face. Old Lin looked at him deeply, then stay at home chopping firewood. No one is to be idle. After saying that, Old Lin snorted and went into the house. Old Lady Lin wanted to scold him more but saw the second son bringing Yuan Shi and the children back to the house quickly and quietly, which made her even angrier. Late at night, the sound of insects chirping non-stop. Old Lady Lin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. This time, Old Lin was also awake, staring at the ceiling with dark eyes, lost in thought. Old man, maybe we should split up the second family, she suddenly said softly after turning over many times. Old Lin sharply turned his head to look at her. No, I'm still alive as the father. Don't think about dividing the family, old man. Don't be angry. If they don't separate, won't they have to spend money and food to support them? It's better to save that money and give it to Fangfei and the others. Look at Yaozu and Pearl, the two younger ones. If the second household is split off, the extra food could be used to properly raise two children. Old Lady Lin also doesn't want to split the family, but seeing that second brother is becoming more uncontrollable, talking back, shirking chores, and even daring to hide from her when she wants to discipline him, she doesn't want to keep supporting the second household. She would rather let them starve like that unlucky ghost and starve the whole household. Don't think I don't know you have a lot of silver. You secretly help Fangfei sometimes, and I don't say anything. But if you dare to spend it all, I will leave you when I get old. Old man Lin glared at her coldly. Oh no, husband, I keep the silver safe because Jean Bao and Yin Bao need to go to school. Old Lady Lin chuckled shyly and brought up her previous idea again. Listen to me, just split off the second household. We have the oldest and third sons, plus 3 grandsons. The second household is just Lin Shuyang. What can they do? Just split off and live separately. Do you want the whole village to gossip about me? I haven't died yet. Old man Lin refused to split the family, unwilling to face that shame. Husband, let me finish first. Old Lady Lin's eyes darted around, and she leaned close to his ear, whispering for a moment. Old man Lin's expression gradually softened. That's a good idea. Just listen to me. When we split up, others will only blame the second household for being ungrateful, and they won't blame us. Maybe they'll even pity us old folks. Just do as you say. Old man Lin nodded as if agreeing, then immediately closed his eyes and snored loudly. Old man Lin pouted, thinking, that stubborn old man always wants me to be the bad guy. After making the first batch of white jade ointment, Lin Chu hurried to find Du Fuling, ready to have her start selling it immediately. Since the last time Ayu was knocked out and woke up without seeing her, Lin Chu noticed that wherever she went, Ayu almost followed her like a shadow. Several times, Lin Chu went to the outhouse, and he just stood outside, staring blankly, as if she might disappear at any moment. Lin Chu was both angry and embarrassed. She couldn't help but give his ear a hard tug. The man's muscles were too firm. Even if she slapped her hand until it swelled, he probably wouldn't feel a thing. So, she focused on his ear instead. Seeing his ear turn red from her tug, her anger eased a little. She could only accept that he would follow her. I am planning to visit the shop of Du Fuling. Lin Chu locked the courtyard gate securely. As she turned the corner in the alley, she suddenly paused, almost startling the little black guarding the yard. She sensed the gaze of someone watching her these past few days, very close to her. She suspected it was the person who had sneaked into the estate last night. But she stopped for a moment, then continued walking with a calm face, chatting with the Yu. The strange feeling from before seemed to be false. Until Lin Chu and a Yu's figures disappeared from view, two figures quickly emerged in an empty yard. One of them, looking uncertain, said, "Did she just notice us?" These two were the people who had been hiding around the corner a few days ago. "No way. Our hiding skills are the best in the world, except for the master. This woman is just an ordinary person. How could she have noticed us? Impossible. Didn't you see her glance this way just now? Whether she saw us or not, we should keep following her. While she's not paying attention, we need to talk to the master," said the hard-looking man, glancing at the confused man. He then quickly followed Lin Chu at a distance. Lin Chu, filled with doubt, arrived at the shop. She let out a faint sigh. Whoever was following her, they probably weren't enemies. If they were, they would have come with big knives to attack her. Why hide and sneak around? "You finally came." I told him to give 10 boxes to Manager Yen, but he was reluctant. After I explained what you told me, he agreed. "From now on, he'll take 10 boxes of jade snow cream from me every month," she said. "Did Sister Fuling sign a contract with him?" Lin Chu asked worriedly, placing the basket on her back on the ground. Du Fuling waved her hand. Of course she signed it. Lin Chu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She then took out the white jade cream. It was in an identical porcelain jar. As she opened the lid, a faint, refreshing fragrance spread out. "What kind of ointment is this? It smells so good, even better than jade snow cream." Du Fuling couldn't help but lean in, gently waving her hand to fan the scent. She seemed to be lost in the aroma.
Lin Chu sợ mai bờ lấy phù ly.
"This is a new ointment I've been working on called White Jade Ointment. As for why it smells so nice, I added some flowers to enhance the fragrance. Jade snow cream doesn't have flowers, but it's still fragrant." The flowers used were the ones she dug up from the cliff's base, now cultivated in her space, continuously growing in variety and number. Lin Chu was worried that many of the colorful flowers were rare and valuable, so when making white jade ointment, she only chose the newly bloomed white flowers, crushing them into juice and mixing with spiritual spring water. Before applying it to Ayu, she also tested it herself. The flower is not only fragrant but also non-toxic. Its main advantage is that the scent is pleasant and refreshing, otherwise, she wouldn't have used it in the white jade ointment. White jade ointment. Du Fuling softly repeated the name, suddenly brightening her eyes. "Does this ointment make people look whiter?" Lin Chu raised her eyebrows. Sister Fuling is very clever. The main purpose of white jade ointment is to help women with dull skin become fair and smooth. If there are black spots or rough patches on the face, using this ointment will gradually remove them. However, it works slowly, unlike Yushuo ointment, which shows results in 3 days. This one takes about a month to see effects. If it could turn skin fair in 3 days, that would be amazing. To avoid attracting attention, Lin Chu deliberately diluted the mixture this time, reducing both the herbs and spring water by half, so the results would take about a month. A month is pretty good. You don't know how many women feel they are not white enough. They stay indoors all day to look fairer, and if they go out, they cover themselves with veils and hats. Du Fuling gently scooped a bit of white jade ointment onto her hand and smelled it again. "Even if it doesn't make people whiter, I still want to buy a box because it smells so good." Seeing her exaggerated expression, Lin Chu smiled. "Then I will give this box of white jade ointment to Sister Fuling." As she spoke, Lin Chu took out the white jade ointment from her basket and laid it out one by one. These are 50 boxes I made over the past 2 days. Sister Fulling can sell them tomorrow. The remaining 50 boxes I will bring over in a few days. 1 month to sell 100 boxes of white jade ointment. Du Fulling calculated. Then I can earn 10 taels of silver a month. Thinking of silver, Du Fulling quickly took out her account book. This is the record of selling 100 boxes of Yushue ointment this month, along with the silver. You can check if there are any mistakes. Seeing the ledger and silver notes in front of her, Lin Chu slowly looked through them. Finally, she took one of the 500 tael silver notes and handed it to Du Fulling. According to our agreement, for each box sold, I will give you 10 won. Since the shop now belongs to you, the profit sharing will be recalculated. Du Fulling looked confused. How do we recalculate? Simply, it's 1 tael per 100 boxes. 100 boxes is 100 taels. This is yours. Keep it. Lin Chu pushed the silver note into her hand and continued. The records are correct. The accountant you found is very good. I can't take so much silver. After realizing this, Du Fulling quickly waved her hand and tried to stuff the silver note into Lin Chuhui's arms, but he easily dodged her hand. Lin Chu smiled helplessly. If Sister Fulling doesn't want this share, then let's end our partnership. No, that won't do. Du Fulling immediately clutched the silver note to her chest, suddenly seeming afraid that Lin Chu might take it back. Later, Sister Fulling, I will make sure you earn more and more. This 100 taels is nothing, Lin Chu said confidently. The snow cream alone could bring her 400 taels each month, and now adding the white jade cream, her monthly income was beyond imagination. Not to mention the dozens of boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry in her space that hadn't been touched. Is the price of white jade cream also 5 taels? Du Fulling thought for a moment, frowning as she listened. Such a good product for whitening skin shouldn't be priced low. Before Lin Chu could speak, Du Fulling secretly leaned close to her ear and whispered, if we send this white jade cream to the Imperial City to sell, as long as it works, it will be truly priceless. Lin Chu's eyes flickered slightly. What do you mean by that? It turns out many young women in the capital suffer from dull skin, and some mischievous girls, for unknown reasons, develop small pockmarks on their faces. They usually wear heavy rouge and powder to hide these flaws. If white jade cream really can make people fair and tender, those in need will surely compete to buy it. Lin Chu's eyes brightened slightly. Having a dark complexion was not a big deal. Some women are naturally darker all over. Suddenly, she thought of creating a third type of product. Seeing her lost in thought, Du Fulling suspiciously pinched her cheek. Little Sister Chu, your face is so tender, softer than the tofu I've pinched before. This remark snapped Lin Chu out of her daze. She gently brushed away Du Fulling's hand. Sister Fulling, don't joke with me. Earlier, you said you wanted to send white jade cream to the Imperial City to sell. What about Shui Town? Such a good product should naturally start selling in the Imperial City. Leave a few boxes in Shui Town. Trust me, I will make sure your ointment becomes famous. Wanting to quietly earn money without attracting attention, Lin Chu forced a smile and said, if Sister Fulling has made up her mind, I'll listen to you. So, what price should we sell the white jade cream for? Du Fulling asked excitedly, staring at Lin Chu. How about 50 taels per box? Lin Chugang swallowed his tea quickly, choking on the words and turning red in the face. The quiet AU sitting nearby suddenly came over, gently patting her back with light touches, his lips pressed tightly with concern. She waved her hand at him, then looked up at AU. When he was silent and not smiling, he always gave her the feeling that he had never been foolish. Are you okay? Du Fulling asked worriedly. Lin Chu patted her chest. I'm fine. I was just startled by Sister Fulling's pricing. No worries, no worries. Do you think my price is too high? Du Fulling suddenly realized. Sister told you it's not high at all. Even if you set the price at 100 taels per box, believe me, people will be fighting to buy it. Sister Fulling, my suggestion is to set the price at 10 taels per box. Considering the upcoming product she planned to launch, Lin Chu felt that this price was suitable given the amount of Baiyu ointment. Du Fulling looked a bit confused. Only 10 taels? That's so cheap. Lin Chu nodded. Just set it at 10 taels. You'll understand why later. Of course, that depends on whether she can produce the next new product. Seeing Lin Chu so determined, Du Fuling didn't press further. She nodded and then remembered another matter. What if the shopkeeper Yan next door comes to ask for Baiyu ointment again? Refuse, Lin Chu answered without hesitation. Giving him 10 boxes of Yushu ointment is already my biggest concession. Du Fuling agreed with a nod. I also think Baiyu ointment shouldn't be sold to him. Tomorrow, I'll have my father send it to our shop in the capital. If it sells well, I'll come find you. From Qingshui town to the imperial city, it takes about 7 days by carriage. Lin Chu shook her head. No need. In 10 days, I will send the second batch of 50 boxes of Baiyu ointment. All right. Du Fuling smiled softly. Soon after leaving the shop with Yu, Du Fuling was about to close Chunlan when someone arrived. She wanted to take Baiyu ointment back to her father, but someone was already at the door. Lin Fengfei had been asking around for a while before she found out that this newly opened shop was selling Yushu ointment. She had been pestering old lady Lin all morning and finally managed to get 5 taels of silver. She immediately took a carriage to the town. Give me a box of Yushu ointment. Lin Fengfei proudly slammed the 5 taels on the table and spoke to Chunlan beside her. Du Fuling was looking at the Baiyu ointment she had just applied on her hand when she was attracted by Fengfei's attitude. She looked up and saw Fengfei glancing around, her brows furrowing slightly. She signaled Chunlan with a look. Spring Orchid quickly stepped forward. Dear customer, this month's Jade Snow Paste is sold out. Please come back next month if you need it. What? Lin Fengfei stared in disbelief, eyes wide. How could it be sold out? Before Spring Orchid could speak, Lin Fengfei pushed her aside. Your shop is so big and you don't even have a box of Jade Snow Paste? What's wrong? Looking down on me? I came with money today. No. Dear customer, the Jade Snow Paste is truly sold out, Spring Orchid patiently explained, holding back her irritation. Lin Fengfei still refused to give up. I don't believe it. I think you just don't want to sell it to me. If Lin Chu were here and saw how unruly Lin Fengfei was, she would immediately recognize her haughty attitude as the same as her grandmother's. Sure enough, they are both proud and unreasonable, just as annoying as each other. Spring Orchid, throw her out, Du Fuling ordered calmly, not even glancing at Lin Fengfei's unruly look. Lin Fengfei widened her eyes in disbelief. I'm a customer. I came to buy Jade Snow Paste. Why are you kicking me out? I don't care. You must sell it to me. Up to this point, Lin Fengfei still thought it was because she was dressed plainly, looking like an ordinary person, so everyone looked down on her. She didn't realize that Jade Snow Paste was simply sold out. Because I am the owner of the shop, Du Fuling stood up, unable to bear it any longer. Kick her out. Whoever can come to her shop and bark like that. Spring Orchid, without a word, grabbed Lin Fengfei's arm and dragged her outside. Dear customer, please leave quickly. Why? I came to buy Jade Snow Paste. I don't care. Hurry up and sell it to me. She clenched tightly the 5 taels of silver she had finally obtained, but Spring Orchid slammed the shop door shut with force. Suddenly, Lin Fengfei felt everyone around her was just laughing at her. She was so ashamed and angry that she stomped her feet hard and then ran away. Did you hear? This girl came to buy Jade Snow Paste. Yes, yes. That girl is also quite foolish. Now, everyone knows how hard it is to buy Jade Snow Paste. The girl next door was also begging to buy some. She finally got silver, but the shop had already sold out. If you want some, you'll have to wait until next month. My neighbor's also in the same boat. But I'm curious, does Jade Snow Paste really work that well? If it were cheaper, I might buy a box for my wife to use. 5 taels of silver are already cheap enough. I've never heard of a box of Jade Snow Paste costing 100 taels in the neighboring city and still being unavailable to buy. Passers-by pointed at Lin Fengfei's back and spoke with exaggerated tones. Late at night, Lin Chu tinkered in the next room for a long time, finally creating a rough version of the large white jade paste. She yawned as she walked out of the room, suddenly stopping in her tracks. Her sleepy, foggy eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Lin Chu turned her head and looked at a corner inside the courtyard wall. Only moonlight dotted the night sky. Her voice was cold as she shouted, "Come out." A gentle breeze blew through the courtyard, restoring silence. I told you to come out. Did you hear me? Lin Chu's voice grew colder. Seeing two turtles hiding in the corner, she no longer spoke and instead pulled out a machete and threw it.
Wow.
A surprised voice came from the corner, followed by two figures slowly emerging from the darkness. You're really ruthless with your attacks, little girl. One of them pretended to be scared, patting his chest and looking furious, as if he almost got his head cut off by Lin Chu. Lin Chu crossed her arms and looked at them coldly. You two have been with me for a long time. I've only not killed you outright because I'm kind. I'm very tired now, so if you don't want to fight, get out quickly.
You.
So what if I do? You've broken into my home before, and it's not the first time. Last time I wasn't here, but now you're even bolder. I'm standing here, and you still dare to come in? Lin Chu was getting angrier and almost pulled out a knife from her space to throw, but she managed to stay rational. How do you know we've been here before? Suddenly asked the man who had spoken first, staring blankly. Lin Chu was almost amused by how stupid he was. She actually laughed out loud. With brains like yours, just get out quickly. Hurry up and leave. Talking to someone so clueless was just a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the other person, who had said nothing all along, stepped forward and asked, Miss, it's our fault for breaking in before, but we have our reasons. Just as Lin Chu was about to scold them and ask what it had to do with her, she heard this person speak slowly. Do you know who that mentally slow young man in your house is? And where did you meet her? Sure enough, these two were after you. Lin Chu's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing their eager expressions, she slightly curled her lips and said, What meeting? That's my brother, my mentally slow brother since birth. No way. Gray Sparrow, be quiet, the cold man spoke sharply, scolding the man beside him softly. Miss, please don't blame him. My companion didn't mean any harm. Yibo, you give her. Gray Sparrow pouted in dissatisfaction, then suddenly met Yibo's disapproving gaze and silently closed his mouth. Lin Chu watched the two interact quietly, immediately noticing that the cold man, Yibo, seemed to be of higher status than Gray Sparrow. That made sense. Gray Sparrow seemed quite foolish. Miss, we didn't mean to intrude earlier. It's just that your brother and the person we're looking for look very similar, about 80%. Lin Chu smiled coldly. Even 90% similarity isn't a reason for you to break into someone's home. If it weren't for my pet being here, and if you were malicious people, wouldn't my brother be in danger? So, since I'm not going to argue with you now, get out quickly and don't let me see you again. After saying this coldly, Lin Chu turned and went inside, slamming the door shut. A gentle breeze blew, and the yard was silent. Those two figures had disappeared without a trace. Yibo, why didn't you just force your way in? That girl looks like an amateur, just pretending to be tough. Gray Sparrow followed behind Yibo, muttering in dissatisfaction. You don't understand. Yibo paused, glancing briefly at the wall. The knife she threw at the start was aimed precisely at your and my heads. If we hadn't dodged quickly, if they hadn't dodged fast, they would have been harmed. Gray Sparrow choked. What now? Now that she's seen us, how do we get close to that? He wanted to say, fool, but hesitated, worried it might offend the master if she was the one. That wouldn't do. Wait and see. Yibo continued walking forward without stopping. Gray Sparrow pondered for a long moment, then quickly caught up. Lin Chu waited for a long time, but those two didn't come in, and she secretly let out a breath of relief. If it was just Gray Sparrow, she could handle him, but the other one, he clearly had high martial skills and intelligence. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Lin Chu hurried over to Ayu, who was already sleeping soundly. She knelt down slowly, watching his face. The dark mark on his face was gradually fading, and in about a month, he would fully recover. Remembering those two people earlier, it was obvious they were here to find someone, not for revenge. Lin Chu considered whether to try using silver needles to restore Ayu's mind. But she knew she had to be very careful. If she failed, not only would Ayu not recover, but he might become mentally disabled for life, even less intelligent than his current 5-year-old mind. Lin Chu felt very conflicted. He kept taking out the silver needle and putting it back. Finally, he let out a gentle sigh, decisively took off his outer clothes and hung them on the screen, then slipped into bed to sleep. Let Ayu's mind slowly recover for now. The white jade ointment was quickly sent to the imperial city by people from Du's shop, who even placed a sign at the door to prevent common people from knowing. The sign clearly wrote that it could whiten skin and remove blemishes, which immediately attracted many people's attention. Du's shop was not in the best location in the capital because there were too many noble guests. It was only on the outskirts, but it was still a busy place with lots of visitors. Can it really make people's skin whiter? Is that true? Literate commoners noticed the sign and doubted if they saw it wrong. They rubbed their eyes and looked again and again. Don't you recognize these words? Everyone says white jade ointment can make skin whiter, and black spots and blemishes on the face will disappear in a month. What's this white jade ointment? Can it be so amazing? Some people doubted and thought it was exaggerated. Is it true? Just go in and see for yourself. I don't know if this white jade ointment is suitable for men. My mother said I look dark, and the matchmaker said it would be hard to find a good marriage. You do look quite dark, just like the charcoal we burn at home. Suddenly, there was a lively discussion at the shop entrance. Inside the shop, Manager Du, who was in charge of the store, looked troubled as he stared at the white jade ointment in his hand. Would anyone really buy this? Was the young lady being scammed? He was born into the Du family and had been serving Du Laoyi since he was a child. From childhood to middle age, he carefully managed the Du family's affairs. Because the shop in the capital was not well managed, Du Laoyi sent him here. He was loyal and performed well, so he now carried the Du family name. Shopkeeper, do you have the white jade ointment sold at the door? Bring a box out so I can see. Yes, yes, yes. Sir, this is the white jade ointment. Manager Du was surprised someone actually specifically asked for this white jade ointment. He quickly greeted him warmly. The visitor was the commoner who had said at the door that he was worried about not being able to find a good marriage because of his dark skin. He looked at the small porcelain jar in Manager Du's hand with disbelief. Is this the white jade ointment? Shopkeeper, are you joking with me? Our shop never tricks people. Hand out your hand, and I'll try it on you. Manager Du quickly opened the lid and gently scooped a bit to apply on the back of the visitor's hand. Fortunately, the customer was a man. If he had been a woman, he wouldn't know how to hide his surprise. In Master Du's eyes, it doesn't matter if the customer is a man or a woman. As long as he sells the white jade paste, that's enough. The man quickly withdrew his hand and casually rubbed it. Suddenly, a very pleasant fragrance filled his nose. His eyes lit up. Why does it smell so good? What kind of flower scent is this? I've never smelled it before. Master Du hesitated, not knowing what flower scent it was. He cleared his throat and said, Sir, this is an exclusive formula. I can't reveal what flower scent it is. His mysterious attitude made the man across the table lose interest in asking further. After all, if he revealed the formula, everyone would know how to make the white jade paste. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. The man leaned in to smell it again, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. How much is this white jade paste? Can it really make people fair? Master Du remembered the letter brought by the young lady. He nodded and said, Yes, the white jade paste can make people fair, but it takes a month. This jar contains enough for a month.
You can buy it and try.
If it doesn't work after a month, we will refund your money. Can I get a refund? Okay, give me a box. How much is it? Master Du eagerly held out both hands. Exactly 10 taels of silver. What? 10 taels of silver? Are you trying to cheat me? The man was startled, his face turning pale. Sir, you may not know, but this white jade paste is truly worth 10 taels of silver per box. I guarantee it will work for you, Master Du said calmly, though he felt a bit guilty because these words were told to him by the young lady. Are you sure? The man looked at Master Du with suspicion. He wondered if the man was deliberately raising the price, because it was just a coincidence that he had exactly 10 taels of silver on him. Master Du looked at him eagerly. Once he sold the first box, he wouldn't have to worry about selling the rest. Fine. Give me a box. The man reluctantly took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Master Du, comforting himself that even if the paste didn't make him fair, it smelled so good that he could give it to his mother. Master Du quickly took the silver, worried he might regret, and then took out a new box of white jade paste from the wooden box. "Sir, you can open it and check. It's definitely genuine." The man opened it and checked, smelling the same fragrance. He was satisfied and left happily. Master Du, who had only sold one box of white jade paste all morning, was anxious, but dared not send the remaining paste back to Qingshui town. Instead, he recommended it to every customer who came into his shop every day. Anyone who heard that a guest offered 10 taels of silver would all refuse it, making him worried for days, without sleep. Early in the morning, Lin Chu personally made lean meat porridge and egg pancakes. She didn't go out to buy breakfast today. At her feet, Xiaohei had his whole head buried in a big bowl, munching happily on the meat stew Lin Chu specially cooked for him. Lin Chu glanced at him. Maybe it was just her feeling, but Xiaohei seemed to have grown a little suddenly. Not much, just a bit sturdier than before. Usually, a black panther shouldn't grow so slowly. Could it be that Xiaohei is a mixed breed? But Xiaohei is completely black and doesn't look like a mixed breed. Lin Chu was full of doubts but saw him eating happily, so she stopped worrying about it. Suddenly, she looked up at Au and spoke seriously. "Au, I'm here." Au replied while scooping up the meat porridge, his eyes shining brightly. "This is delicious." Lin Chu paused. "If it's tasty, eat more. There's more in the pot." Maybe her words made Au happy. He truly drank 3 big bowls of meat porridge and ate 2 egg pancakes, without stopping all morning. Lin Chu watched him eat so much, but still had a flat belly. She felt a strange envy. How could he eat so much and not gain weight? "Au," Lin Chu called him again. "I'm here," Au responded without looking up. Lin Chu pressed her lips together. "Do you want to know who you are?" If she used acupuncture and some special help, this person could probably recover completely in about 3 sessions. "I'm Au," Au said confusedly, scratching his head. Lin Chu looked at him, thinking that maybe when he gets better, he might still remember these little moments. Would he still dislike or look down on what's happening now? "Can I help treat your illness?" Lin Chu's voice sounded a bit hoarse. She was used to having a handsome guy around who sometimes called her sister. She felt a bit sad thinking about losing him someday. "I'm not sick," Au said excitedly. "Au is not sick." Yes, you're not sick," Lin Chu quickly reassured him softly, worried he might get too excited. "How about playing a game with your sister?" "What game?" Au's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his bowl, walked around the table, and leaned close to Lin Chu. "I want to play." His suddenly enlarged face startled Lin Chu. Seeing his innocent black eyes, she helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, "Wait a moment. Sister has to go out for a while. We can play the game later, okay?" Her gentle and soothing tone made Au nod quickly. "Okay, I'll listen to sister." After breakfast, Lin Chu took him to the porcelain shop. The old shopkeeper was now very welcoming of Lin Chu's arrival because the porcelain pieces made from her designs sold very well, even attracting customers from the nearby city. In fact, this month, the porcelain shop earned as much money as it usually did in a year. The old shopkeeper's face was glowing with happiness. Lin Chu glanced at the excited old shopkeeper, then walked past him quietly and said softly, "Shopkeeper, I want to make new porcelain." She then placed her drawings on the table. Hearing that she wanted to create new porcelain, the old shopkeeper eagerly picked up the drawings and looked at them more and more fondly.
This.
Shopkeeper, as always, the rule is that the pattern I draw for this type of porcelain cannot appear on any other porcelain. Unlike the small porcelain jars before, this time Lin Chu drew a larger version with a different pattern. She painted a white flower design inspired by the space-themed motif on it. "Miss, you speak wisely. Your hand-painted pattern will not be used without your permission," the old shopkeeper said nervously, though he clearly hadn't misused the design. "Please, shopkeeper, follow the previous rule. Just make 100 pieces each month." "Just 100? The old shopkeeper looked puzzled. "Why only 100 each time? Wouldn't it be better to make more?"
Lin Chu, note that.
"If you have no business, you can prepare the next month's and the following month's quantities in advance." Anyway, she only needed 100 pieces each month. Because Lin Chu planned to sell only 100 boxes of each ointment monthly, and as her products increased, the styles of porcelain would also diversify. Lin Chu couldn't help but feel grateful for her space, a powerful tool. Otherwise, she would be exhausted. Hearing this, the old shopkeeper nodded and looked at her drawings again. Miss Lin, I dare to ask, what kind of flower is on this pattern? I've never seen it before. You haven't seen this flower? Lin Chu was surprised. The flowers at the bottom of the cliff, were they planted by people or naturally formed by the world? I haven't seen it, the old shopkeeper said carefully, shaking his head helplessly. A faint light flashed in Lin Chu's eyes. This flower was something I accidentally obtained. It looked so beautiful that I drew it. I don't know what kind of flower it is. Miss Lin, I must tell you, besides porcelain, I like to grow flowers. Your flower is quite extraordinary. The old shopkeeper happily stroked the drawings. Lin Chu noticed that he hesitated to speak and patiently waited, taking a small sip of tea. I have a small favor to ask. Would Miss Lin be willing to sell me this flower? Any price is fine. For someone who loves flowers, seeing a flower they've never seen before and not getting it would be really frustrating. Lin Chu had been waiting for this moment. The flowers in her space kept multiplying, filling the large area with mostly herbs and these flowers. She had counted about a dozen white flowers earlier, with over 20 other colors, including 3-color, 5-color, and even 7-color varieties. What surprised Lin Chu most was that in the past 2 days, 2 black flowers suddenly appeared in the middle of the flower patch. At first glance, she didn't find the black flowers dull or unpleasant. Instead, she felt happy. Black is special. It's rare and must be valuable. If she showed it, many flower lovers would fight to get it. The old shopkeeper was a perfect example of someone who loved flowers. Seeing Lin Chu silent for a while, the old shopkeeper thought she wasn't interested and looked a bit disappointed. Suddenly, after a long silence, Lin Chu spoke. I'm growing this flower myself, but I don't have many. Since the shopkeeper needs it, I will sell you one. Yes, yes, yes. It would be great if I could get one. The old shopkeeper's face lit up with excitement as he looked at Lin Chu. Name your price, any amount is fine. Let's talk about the price tomorrow, when I bring the flower. For now, you should go find your master and have him make the porcelain I need, Lin Chu said, pointing to her drawings. The old shopkeeper quickly nodded. All right. I'll go right now, and make sure to finish the porcelain you need as soon as possible. After arranging to deliver the flowers tomorrow, Lin Chu thought about buying a few flower pots. She couldn't just dig up the flowers and send them over. The shopkeeper, who loved flowers, would probably be heartbroken. In the general store, Lin Chu carefully selected flower pots of various sizes, buying 10 in total. She had a feeling that once the shopkeeper received the flowers and showed them to others, many people would want them. She could then make a lot of money from the flowers. Thinking this, Lin Chu chuckled to herself, causing the shop assistant nearby to look over repeatedly. Big sister, Ayu likes this one, said Ayu, coming over and pulling her arm. He led her to a pile of wood and pointed at a wooden dagger among the pieces. These wooden items were usually bought by adults to entertain children. Even if shaped like a dagger, they weren't very dangerous. Lin Chu was in a good mood. Not only did she buy him a wooden dagger, but also a slingshot, treating him like a real 5-year-old child. She spent a few copper coins to ask the shopkeeper to deliver the flower pot later after Xiao Er entered the courtyard. Then, Lin Chu pulled Ayu out of the grocery shop. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. Without thinking, Lin Chu quickly took Ayu and headed into an alley, walking faster. Ayu looked dazed but allowed her to pull him along. The figure grew closer. Lin Chu hid behind a wall, watching intently, her eyes scanning left and right. It's Lin Fangfei. Lin Fangfei was unhappy about being chased out of the shop by Chunmon a few days ago and couldn't buy the jade snow cream. She felt upset about it and had come back to the town again. Seeing her enter the shop, Lin Chu immediately understood her purpose. She suddenly thought of the original owner's family, wondering if they had split up. She stopped paying attention to Lin Fangfei and took Ayu home. Just then, she met Xiao Dong, who was bringing dry firewood. She saw his cart behind him, loaded with much more firewood than last time. "That kid." "Xiao Dong," Lin Chu called out. Seeing the yard gate was locked, Xiao Dong squatted at the door waiting. Soon, he heard Lin Chu's voice and immediately looked up. "Sister Lin." "Sister Lin, I brought you some firewood," Xiao Dong said. The 1 or 2 silver coins from Sister Lin were enough for him to deliver some every day. Lin Chu stepped closer to him. "Why don't you cut more wood before bringing it? Coming from home every day, isn't that tiring?" "It's not tiring, Sister Lin." Xiao Dong's eyes sparkled. When he was younger, his father went out to work. Now that he's a few years older, being able to come to the town every day makes him happy. Lin Chu understood what he meant. She couldn't help but reach out and pat his head. Just as she was about to speak, a low head pushed forward beside her. "It's a you," eagerly wanting a pat. She didn't show favoritism. She gently stroked Ayu's head. Although she was an adult and not fully mentally developed, she felt that he was different. Thinking about the 1 or 2 silver coins worth of firewood she bought earlier, Lin Chu considered and said, "Xiao Dong, Sister Lin's place already has a lot of firewood. Does Sister Lin not need firewood anymore? Then I'll return the extra silver to you." Xiao Dong reached for the coins on himself, but he forgot that his father only gave him a few copper coins to buy steamed buns when he went out. Lin Chu stopped him. "That's not what I mean. Come inside with me first." She led him into the courtyard. Habitually, she handed the steamed buns she bought to Ayu and divided 2 for Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong stared at the hot meat bun, stubbornly swallowing his saliva and refusing. "Sister Lin, I've already eaten." In the next moment, his stomach suddenly growled loudly, making Xiao Dong's face turn red. Lin Chu smiled helplessly. "Eat it. If you don't eat the meat bun I gave you, I won't buy firewood from your family anymore." Xiao Dong covered his stomach and obediently took the bun, nibbling on it little by little. After a while, Lin Chu softly asked him, "Xiao Dong, your father often goes into the mountains to cut firewood. Have you ever found or dug up anything strange?" After renting Xiao Air to come in, Lin Chu didn't go wandering in the nearby mountains again. Xiao He was often kept at home to play, so there were no problems. However, Lin Chu was still interested in the mountains. Seeing Xiao Dong, she remembered that he often dealt with the mountain and might have some interesting treasures. If he did, she would be happy to help him. Xiao Dong looked confused, forgetting about the bun, and said, "Sister Lin, what kind of strange things?" "I haven't heard my parents mention anything." Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, she thought so too. This child was only a few years old. If there were good things at home, his parents wouldn't hide it from him. Lin Chu thought for a moment, gently touching her chin, and said, "Go ask your parents. If they have any unknown or unfamiliar things, and if you trust me, bring them to show me. Okay?" Xiao Dong nodded without hesitation. Lin Chu told him to finish the bun and then drink some warm water with a few drops of spiritual spring water before leaving. As Xiao Dong left, the flower pot sent by the grocery store arrived, making quite a bit of noise. Lin Chu clearly saw several unfamiliar faces in the alley. Looking at the gap where the neighbor's door was open, she understood immediately. These people were the residents on either side. She just hadn't seen them before. Among them was Wu Shi, who had spoken earlier. She seemed very familiar with Lin Chu and quickly came over, staring at the various-sized flower pots on the cart, sighing. "Why are you buying these flower pots? They can't be eaten. You should save money for food, Lin Chu." Lin Chu gave her a faint glance and raised her hand to signal the shop assistant to continue moving the flower pots into the yard. Wu Shi saw she ignored her and looked a bit upset. She stepped forward, trying to enter the yard, but was suddenly blocked. "Oh, Lin Chu, let me come in and take a look." Without hearing Lin Chu's response, Mrs. Wu quickly changed the subject. "You see, you've been living in this alley for so long, but everyone just saw you today. People are very curious about you." As if afraid that Lin Chu wouldn't believe her, Mrs. Wu pointed to several courtyards nearby. At this moment, the slightly open door in the wall was pushed further open, revealing faces of different ages. Lin Chu looked over the faces with a calm, disdainful gaze. She kept her back straight and stood in front of Mrs. Wu without saying a word. After a while, when Lin Chu didn't respond, Mrs. Wu suddenly looked up and met her cold, distant eyes. She felt her heart skip a beat and quickly took a step back. Never mind, never mind. You look busy and my family is busy too. I'll go back now. Watching her hurriedly leave and the doors of the courtyards closing again, Lin Chu snorted coldly. She turned around and entered the yard, then slammed the door shut and locked it. In the capital city, Manager Du had been suffering headaches these days. The white jade ointment sent by the young lady had only sold 1 box after 3 days. He worried he wouldn't sell the rest, and if the young lady found out, she might get angry. Manager Du kept recommending the white jade ointment to every guest who entered. But when they heard the price, they all shook their heads, which made him even more anxious. The price was set by the young lady, and he couldn't change it freely. Is it true that your shop has something that can make skin whiter? Just when Manager Du was feeling very worried, a deliberately low, rough voice suddenly appeared, like a gentle rain falling on his heart. He hurriedly stepped out from behind the counter and responded warmly. Yes, we do have a white jade ointment that can make skin whiter. White jade ointment. And what about Yushua ointment? Manager Du was surprised. He knew about Yushua ointment well. It was always sold in Qingshui town, and the young lady hadn't even sent it to the county town. People from far away had only heard about it. He cleared his throat. To be honest, Yushua ointment is also from my Du family. But Yushua ointment is only sold in Qingshui town. Are you looking for Yushua ointment? He wondered when the white jade ointment in his hand would sell out. The visitor nodded and shook her head, her voice rough and deliberate, as if on purpose. I want both the white jade ointment and Yushua ointment. She had heard from many young ladies that Yushua ointment was very effective. She also learned it was made by the Du family and thought there might be a Du shop on Emperor City Street, so she came specifically to ask. Manager Du looked at her face and immediately understood. Although her voice was rough, she clearly forgot to hide the hole in her earlobe. She was a woman. He naturally wouldn't inquire about the reason behind someone's disguise. Carefully, he explained, Customer, the owner of the jade snow paste didn't send it here. It's only sold in Qingshui town. However, the owner did send a white jade paste, which is just right for you. The woman instinctively touched the black spots on the lower half of her face. Unlike the moles, her black spots were large, and her skin was dark. Because she was in a hurry to buy the white jade paste, she decided to take a risky chance. She deliberately darkened her entire face with makeup before leaving, but the black spots were still obvious. Is it really effective? Manager Du's face remained calm. Of course it is. You will see results in a month. As long as you follow my instructions from today. Wash your face every night to remove dirt, then apply a layer of white jade paste. You will definitely see your skin lighten, and the black spots will fade. Some of the words were from Du Fuling in her letter, and Manager Du simply copied them. Really? The woman's previously dull eyes suddenly brightened, and she forgot to hide her rough voice for a moment. Hearing her clear voice, Manager Du nodded firmly. Really. If there's no effect after a month, the customer can bring back the white jade paste for a refund. I won't say another word. The previous customer had used it for several days. He didn't know if it was truly effective, but at least he hadn't come back cursing. The woman paused for a moment. All right, 10 taels of silver per box, right? I want 1. Clearly, she had already inquired about the price before coming. Manager Du hurried to get the white jade paste, then heard her say, Send a few boxes of jade snow paste to your owner. Price isn't an issue. Everyone said how good the jade snow paste was, and she was determined to get a box. Manager Du handed her the paste. Customer, please check carefully. If you're not satisfied, I will exchange it for another box. As for the jade snow paste, I really can't decide. If I can't get it, there's not enough to sell in Qingshui town. The woman didn't answer immediately. Instead, she gently opened the porcelain lid, sniffed it, and her eyes brightened. It smells so good. She looked at the pattern on the porcelain jar. Did your owner make this jar? The pattern is so beautiful. She had never seen such a novel pattern before and didn't know what kind of flower it was. I also don't know much about the style of this jar. The white jade paste is directly sent from the owner to the capital, said the man, implying that asking him wouldn't help. The woman looked disappointed. She really wanted to meet the person who painted the patterns. It would be wonderful if they could create new, interesting designs, maybe for vases or porcelain bowls. Seeing such beautiful patterns, she would be happy to eat one more bowl of rice. "Shopkeeper, if you get yushui cream in the future, please save a box for me," she said reluctantly. Shopkeeper Du wiped the sweat from his forehead and promised, Yes, I will save a box for you. Take care, and come back again when you need more." After sending off the customer, Shopkeeper Du couldn't help but go inside to write a letter to Du Fuling. He mentioned that the white jade paste business was not doing well and also discussed the need for yushui cream. He then asked the servant who delivered messages for the Du family to send the letter quickly. In the following days, the yushui cream business remained very poor. Shopkeeper Du's worry gradually turned to calmness, all hopes pinned on the letter sent back to Qingshui town. The next day, dawn broke brightly. Lin Chu remembered the promise she made to the old shopkeeper yesterday. After breakfast, she transplanted the white flowers she had dug out from her space into the smallest flower pot. The rest of the pots she stacked in a special room used to hide things. She placed the pots in a basket, and Ayu carried it without a word. Lin Chu opened her mouth to say something, but didn't stop him. However, she felt a very clear, disapproving gaze. She glanced faintly at a corner. Those two persistent shadow followers really were asking for trouble. "He must know we haven't left yet." Gray Sparrow pointed at Lin Chu and Ayu's backs, annoyed. "Look at her, letting that person who looks exactly like the master carry the basket. Our master's status is so high, and she, whether that person is the master or not, is another matter. If you don't quiet down, I believe she might turn around and cut off your head," Nightfall said calmly, contrasting Gray Sparrow's lively attitude. Gray Sparrow might not have seen it earlier, but he saw very clearly the disgust and murderous intent in the woman's eyes when she looked down. Suddenly, he doubted whether this woman was just an ordinary person. Gray Sparrow shut his mouth in frustration. Thinking about how Lin Chu threw her knife with quick precision that night, he couldn't help but mutter, "What should we do? We can't get too close, and we can't be sure of her identity. We can't waste any more time here. They should find other places to look. There are others looking elsewhere. You and I are right here. We'll find the right moment," Gray Sparrow said, slightly dismissive. Lin Chu's stomach was burning with impatience. When she finally arrived at the porcelain shop, her mood eased a little. From a distance, she saw the old shopkeeper standing at the door, arms crossed, looking eager. "Shopkeeper, here are the flowers you wanted." Lin Chu didn't hesitate and pushed the flower pot in front of him. Suddenly, a large, fragrant white flower appeared before his eyes. The old shopkeeper's cloudy eyes brightened again and again. This flower. What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Lin Chu looked puzzled. No. The old shopkeeper eagerly held the white flower, shaking his head nonstop, causing passing customers to glance over. Lin Chu quickly stepped forward to block their view. "Shopkeeper, let's go inside and talk." Yes. The old shopkeeper's eyes stayed fixed on the flower in his hand, not noticing anything else. The shop's door was only half closed, with a young shop assistant guarding the entrance. Then Lin Chu spoke softly. "Are you satisfied with this flower, shopkeeper?" Very satisfied. "Since you're happy, then give me 10 taels of silver." Lin Chu thought for a moment. This flower was rare and unfamiliar, so 10 taels shouldn't be too expensive. The old shopkeeper's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, 10 taels? At that moment, Lin Chu felt a bit regretful. Had she spoken too low earlier? Yes. Lin Chu clenched her teeth. "I only want 10 taels." The old shopkeeper didn't hesitate and took out a silver ingot, handing it to Lin Chu. Then he asked eagerly, "Miss Lin, how do you usually take care of this flower? Please tell me in detail." Lin Chu paused, holding the silver ingot. How should she say it? Should she admit that she kept the flower in her space? Occasionally, she sprinkled some spiritual spring water on it, but mostly left it alone to grow freely. Just treat it as you would any other flower. "This one isn't delicate," she said. Having been nourished by spiritual spring water for so long, Lin Chu didn't believe the old shopkeeper could possibly kill it. The old shopkeeper nodded upon hearing this. Good, good, good. I'll listen to you. Just as Lin Chu was about to ask whether her newly ordered porcelain had been made into a sample, she heard the old shopkeeper ask, Miss Lin, I won't hide it from you. This flower smells much better than any I've seen before, and it looks beautiful too. He sighed again. I just don't know its name or how many colors it has. Lin Chu silently counted the flower colors in her space to avoid startling anyone. She awkwardly smiled and said, I didn't mean to acquire this flower. Since the shopkeeper is so curious, it's better to nurture it well. Maybe one day, it will grow into other colors. The flowers in the space weren't just one type. When Lin Chu dug them out yesterday, she carefully counted. There were 3 white flowers blooming, about the size of orchids. Other flowers in the space had 3 or 5 blooms. She observed closely and found that the number of blooms on each flower depended on how many colors it would develop later. So, as long as the shopkeeper takes good care of it, the painting in his hands might still produce 3 colors even without the magic spring water nourishing it from time to time. The shopkeeper agrees. Miss Lin, don't worry. I am best at caring for flowers. I will definitely keep this flower healthy. That's good enough, you say happily, while Lin Chu quietly presses her lips. By the way, I don't know what this flower is called. The shopkeeper says curiously, suddenly patting his thigh. Next time there's a flower appreciation event, I will take this flower along to see if I recognize anyone. Flower appreciation event, Lin Chu repeats softly. Yes, this event is held every 3 years in the county. It started in the imperial city, but for some reason, it was moved to the county town later. At that time, flower lovers and admirers will bring their own flowers to participate. Some people who love to grow flowers will also buy the flowers they like at high prices on that day, so even ordinary people will carefully nurture their flowers. If someone takes a liking to them, they can earn a lot of silver, and the poor can become wealthy, the shopkeeper explains patiently to Lin Chu. He believes that when he shows his flowers, they will surely impress everyone. Lin Chu quietly notes the date of the flower appreciation event, which is next March. It's only late October now, so there are several months to prepare. Recently, the weather has gradually cooled down. Lin Chu suddenly remembers something she had overlooked and quickly bids farewell to the shopkeeper, then walks briskly toward the clothing shop. She completely forgot about the cotton coat she previously ordered. At the clothing shop, the shopkeeper looks at Lin Chu with a displeased face, clearly unhappy and not even trying to hide it. If Lin Chu hadn't paid silver when she ordered the cotton coat, the shopkeeper would have scolded her today. He had told her to pick it up in a few days, but now it's been so long. Lin Chu meets his unenthusiastic gaze and forces a smile, saying, Shopkeeper, I've been too busy these days and forgot the day I was supposed to pick up the cotton coat. Forgot? The shopkeeper snorts coldly and waves to the clerk beside him. If you come a few days later, I will sell the coat you ordered, since the hot days when people sweat and dry up are gradually passing. The shopkeeper, noticing the weather turning cooler, immediately has the embroiderers make more cotton coats to hang in the shop for sale. Lin Chu carefully examines the 4 coats she ordered, checking the details closely. She also has Ayu try one on. It fits well, and she can even wear a thick vest underneath. Satisfied, she nods with approval. Thinking about it, people in ancient times, besides wearing cotton clothes, probably didn't know much about how cotton pants would be for winter. Lin Chu immediately ordered 4 pairs of cotton pants, telling the shopkeeper not to be stingy with the cotton. This is fine, but cotton pants use more cotton than cotton clothes. Looking at the big guy beside you, the cotton used for his pants could equal 1 cotton coat, so the price should be higher. In the end, it was just a way to charge more silver. After thinking this, Lin Chu smiled and said, All right, as long as the shopkeeper can make the cotton pants quickly, we can discuss the price. The silver she earned recently was stored in an empty wooden box in her space, separate from the several other boxes of treasure she had unexpectedly obtained. After paying for the cotton pants, Lin Chu folded the cotton coat into the smallest size and placed it in the basket behind Ayu. Back at the small inn where the second shopkeeper lived, she suddenly saw a shy man and woman standing together. Lin Chu immediately remembered her instructions to Xiao Dong yesterday. Rewinding to yesterday afternoon, Xiao Dong finished delivering the firewood and pushed his cart home before it was completely dark. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard 2 low coughs. His face changed, and he hurried into the mud house. "Mother, are you okay?" On the bed, a thin woman with a pale face covered her mouth and kept coughing. Xiao Dong quickly poured a cup of cooled water and handed it to her, with red eyes. "Mother, drink a sip first. I'll go make some hot water for you." "No need, Xiao Dong, mother's fine," the woman said gently after coughing. She softly stroked his forehead with love in her eyes. "Why did you come back so late today? Has your father returned?" If she hadn't been sick these days, Xiao Dong wouldn't have been going alone to deliver firewood to the town every day. His child's father was busy chopping wood in the mountains. Their family was trying hard to cut enough firewood to send over because they had received a little silver from Lin. But the woman caught a cold without noticing. "Mother, father hasn't come back yet. Today, Sister Lin let me eat 2 meat buns," Xiao Dong said, taking out a slightly warm oil paper bag from his pocket. "This is from Sister Lin for you and Dad to eat." He didn't know why Sister Lin gave him 2 buns after telling him to eat 2, but he didn't eat them all. He still remembered that his parents hadn't tasted meat in a long time. "Mother, you don't eat. Xiao Dong will eat." The woman looked at the opened oil paper bag and was especially grateful to Lin, whom she had never met before. During this time, Xiao Dong often went to Qingshui town to deliver firewood. Every time he returned, he was full and brought buns, steamed bread, or dried meat. Originally pale and yellow-faced, Dong seems to have become a bit stronger. "Mom, Dong's stomach is full," Dong said, touching his rounded belly with a satisfied smile. At this moment, a simple-looking figure in plain gray entered, carrying a basket on his back, slightly bent from the weight. Dong's eyes lit up when he saw him. "Dad," seeing that the man was safe and sound, the woman relaxed and said, "Dong is back today." That young lady gave him a meat bun. "Your child's father. You should eat." Dong's father shook his head, took an oil paper wrapped bun, and divided it into 2, giving one to the woman and breaking the other in half. "You eat, I'll have half, and our son can have half." "Father, I won't eat. I already ate 2 meat buns at Sister Lin's house," Dong said, refusing the other half and shaking his head. Seeing his son's reluctance and noticing his slightly swollen belly, the man quickly ate the remaining half of the bun. The woman on the bed watched him eat, then slowly started eating herself. After seeing that both parents had eaten, Dong remembered what Lin had said. He looked at his father's basket, hesitating. The man noticed his son's strange look and asked, "What's wrong? Did that young lady Lin say something? Is there not enough firewood? I'll go into the mountain tomorrow to chop more, don't worry." "No, it's not that, Dad." Dong shook his head. "Sister Lin said." She said, seeing his parents looking at him with confusion. Dong repeated Lin's original words. Dong's father looked surprised. How could that young lady? How did she know he had something special? At first, Lin didn't know, but after Dong often interacted with her, she could smell a faint scent on him. Although subtle, she recognized it as wild ginseng. Dong had told her about his family's poverty, so having such a strong ginseng scent on him meant he often came into contact with ginseng. If he had ginseng regularly, life wouldn't be so hard. Even 10-year-old ginseng could fetch a good amount of silver. So Lin guessed that Dong's mother might have used ginseng when she was ill. Since they had ginseng, there might be other medicinal herbs at home. Lin hesitated twice, but couldn't resist asking Dong to pass a message. She was eager to know what herbs Dong's father had, so she could buy them and plant them in her space for maximum benefit. "Dong." Suddenly, Dong's silent father called him. Looking at his puzzled son, he asked in a deep voice, "What do you think of this, Sister Lin? Is she a good person?" "She is a good person," Dong answered without hesitation. "How is she good?" Xiao Dong also did not get angry about his father questioning Lin. He explained how kind Lin usually was to him, his small face turning red with excitement. "Child's father, this girl is good. Let's choose her," suddenly said Xiao Dong's mother from the bed, with hopeful tone. In the small earthen house, a faint sigh was heard. "All right, it seems Xiao Dong has already told you both what I said." Lin invited the family of 3 into the yard. She personally poured them some tea she bought a few days ago. Her gentle, clear voice made people feel relaxed rather than tense. Lin Jia, Xiaodong is very obedient. Lin Chu gently patted his head, while the other two looked at each other. Suddenly, Xiaodong's father asked, "Miss, how do you know I have some special things?" "It's not really something special, probably medicinal herbs." Lin Chu glanced at Xiaodong's mother. "I smelled wild ginseng on Xiaodong, and looking at Auntie, I understood. Although Xiaodong's mother caught a cold, it had been a while, and the medicine from the pharmacy didn't work. So Xiaodong's father had kept the wild ginseng for a long time before finally using it." "I see. So, miss, you know medicine?" Xiaodong's father suddenly realized, and his earlier worry and panic disappeared instantly. "I know a little," Lin Chu replied after a moment of thought. Then she saw Xiaodong's father silently take a clean cloth bundle from his pocket and place it on the table. "Miss, look at this. Do you need it? If you don't want it, I will go back to the pharmacy," he said. Lin Chu stared at the small-shaped bundle, guessing what was inside. She slowly opened it, her eyes shining slightly. The special scent made her instantly sure what was inside. As she unwrapped the cloth, the true form was revealed.
Musk.
"How did you get this?" Lin Chu couldn't hide her excitement, looking at Xiaodong's father. He scratched his head. "I found it in the mountains. It smelled strange and fragrant, so I kept it. I don't know if it works, but I was thinking of taking it to the pharmacy later. Could this thing really be picked up?" Lin Chu was at a loss for words. During her escape, she crossed many mountains, but she never found such a thing. This stuff is worth hundreds of thousands per gene in the modern world.
Does
This thing have problems, Miss Lin? Do you want it?" Xiaodong's father, not hearing Lin Chu's reply, thought it was useless. If Lin Chu didn't want it, he planned to throw it away when he got back. "No problem. This is musk, a treasure from the deer." Lin Chu didn't hide anything and told him openly. "Do you have anything else besides this?" "That's musk." Xiaodong's father suddenly understood. He hadn't seen it before, but had heard of it. "So this is what it looks like." Hearing Lin Chu ask if he had more things, he thought for a moment, then silently took down the basket behind him and carefully pulled out a similarly wrapped item. Lin Chu stared at the object, which was several times larger than the musk, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She already didn't know whether to envy how lucky this person was. In his hand was actually natural bovine gallstone, completely natural. There are artificial ones in the world now, but they can never compare to natural bovine gallstone. "Do you know what this is?" Lin Chu's voice trembled slightly without her realizing. Xiaodong's father nodded. "I know. This is bovine gallstone. I found it myself." Lin Chu suddenly stood up. No, she had to go to Xiaodong's village mountain right now to look for treasures. "Miss Lin, what's wrong? Is this bovine gallstone not right?" Xiaodong's father was startled by her sudden movement. "It's nothing." My leg's a bit numb. She would never admit she was jealous of him. Never. Xiaodong's father quickly nodded. Oh, so this bovine gallstone. Since you know it's bovine gallstone, why didn't you sell it to the pharmacy earlier?" Lin Chu interrupted him. She didn't believe Xiaodong's father didn't know the value of bovine gallstone. Xiaodong liked playing with Xiaohe. Listening to his parents talk about things he didn't understand, he only listened for a while, then hugged Xiaohe and followed Ayu closely, even playing hide-and-seek. Lin Chu saw this scene and helplessly curled her lips. Xiaodong's father looked embarrassed. "I had inquired about this at the pharmacy before. I was thinking of keeping it to pass down as a family heirloom for Xiaodong. Our whole family lives in the village. If we sell it for a big price, it might be hard to keep it safe." Hearing this, Lin Chu immediately understood his concern. "So, why did you bring it here today?" "Of course, because Miss Lin treats Xiaodong well. The boy has eaten a lot of what you gave, buns and meat, and he's grown much healthier," Xiaodong's father said slowly. "I thought maybe Miss Lin liked these things, so I brought them here." It must be said that although people in this era could be bad, there were also many good ones. Just because he took care of Xiaodong, he was willing to bring out the hidden treasures. Lin Chu was touched for a moment. "I want both of these. Please tell me the price, Or, if you are willing, I can exchange the silver for a land deed and help you choose a house in the town. Are you really willing to give these two things? Xiaodong's father looked at Xiaodong's mother with excitement, then said, "You can decide how much silver they are worth." We don't need the house. He had lived in the village for a long time and was used to saving silver, planning to give it to Xiaodong when he grew up to buy a house and get married. All right. Lin Chu silently estimated the value of these two items in her mind, then took out a large stack of silver notes from her pocket. Half of it was earned by her, and the other half was from previous silver notes she had. This is 1,000 taels. Account it. Xiaodong's father turned pale with shock. 1,000 taels. He stared at the stack of notes, swallowing hard, afraid to take it. Miss, you must have made a mistake. Lin Chu was observing the yellow ox pile and shook her head. No, this is the right price. If these two items stayed in her space for a while, they would be worth more than 1,000 taels. I heard before that this yellow ox pile is worth at most 200 taels. Even so, it kept him awake for several nights, worried that someone might steal it. They don't understand the value. Here, it is worth this much, Lin Chu replied without looking up. In the future, these two items would be even more useful in her hands.
But
Xiaodong's mother's pale face flushed slightly with embarrassment.
Take it.
I have something else to ask you. Lin Chu wrapped the yellow ox pile and musk back up, then pushed the silver notes firmly toward the couple. All right, whatever the girl says. Xiaodong's father tremblingly put the notes into his pocket, his chest heaving. If you need anything, just say so. I can do anything. Lin Chu glanced at his serious expression, as if he was ready to face any danger, and chuckled. Uncle Zheng, no need to be so nervous. I just want you to keep an eye out in the mountains. If you see anything unusual or rare, just pick it up and bring it to me. I will pay you the market price. If you have free time, I want to go into the mountains to take a look. When that time comes, I'll need Uncle Zheng to guide me. Guiding is just an excuse Lin Chu used. She just wanted to see what else was in the mountains. She was sure there were treasures she wanted. But she was busy now and couldn't find the time to go into the mountains. Xiaodong's father immediately nodded in agreement. I will pay close attention and bring you anything rare I find. Suddenly, Lin Chu had an idea. Wait a moment. She quickly went into the main room and soon came out holding a flower pot, which contained a flower identical to the one given to the old shopkeeper. Uncle Zheng, have you seen this kind of flower in the mountains? Xiaodong's father looked at the flower for a long time and shook his head. No, I haven't. However, I have seen many beautiful flowers in the mountains. Sometimes I pick a few and give them to Xiaodong's mother. As he spoke, both husband and wife looked shy. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. Were these two showing off their love? Since that's the case, please Uncle Zheng keep an eye out for similar flowers in the mountains. No matter how similar, if you dig one up and bring it to me, I will pay you well. With Lin Chu's promise, Xiaodong's father nodded seriously. All right, I will pay attention. He was a smart man and naturally wouldn't ask too many questions about strange flowers. After sending the family of 3 out of the yard, Lin Chu suddenly reminded them, Today, you received a lot of silver. It's best not to let anyone know. People's hearts are unpredictable and there are many dangers. Xiaodong's father clasped his fists to Lin Chu, his eyes shining with gratitude. As Lin Chu turned back into the courtyard, she noticed faint sounds from several neighboring houses. She raised an eyebrow. These people liked gossiping behind others' backs. Thinking of the two who refused to leave, Lin Chu's expression grew irritated. It seemed she needed to get Ayu to recover quickly. She couldn't let him remain foolish. Otherwise, more and more people would come knocking, and she wouldn't have any peaceful days. When Du Fuling received a letter from Beijing, it had been several days. Before opening the letter, she thought it was about the white jade ointment not selling well. Who knew it was not selling at all, and some people didn't want the white jade ointment, but wanted the jade snow ointment instead. She became anxious immediately, and hurriedly took Chunlan to find Lin Chu. At that moment, Lin Chu was comforting Ayu, trying to give him an acupuncture treatment. Seeing them, she paused her efforts. The shopkeeper in Beijing said that only 2 boxes of white jade ointment have been sold so far. What should we do? Du Fuling looked worried when she saw her. Lin Chu was not worried at all. She poured her tea and said, "No need to worry. The white jade ointment has just been launched, so slow sales are normal. Moreover, it takes about a month for the ointment to show effects. Sister Fuling, just wait a month and you'll see." Hearing Lin Chu's comforting words, Du Fuling's anxiety gradually eased. She took a sip of tea, and her eyes lit up. "What kind of tea is this? It tastes better than mine." "Of course it does. Because this brewed tea contained a few drops of spiritual spring water." Lin Chu smiled and said, "I bought it randomly. Maybe Sister Fuling just changed her tea to something new and fresh. That makes sense." Although she said this, Du Fuling quickly finished her tea and poured herself another cup. Spring Orchid silently noted the appearance of the tea behind her, thinking about having someone from the house buy some later. "Let's not talk about the white jade ointment for now. Since you said a month, I'll wait." Du Fuling then remembered the Yushua ointment. But the shopkeeper also said someone specifically asked for Yushua ointment and was willing to pay any price. "Do you think we should sell some Yushua ointment in the capital?" Du Fuling got excited just thinking about how the people in the capital would value her Yushua ointment. Lin Chu didn't answer immediately, frowning in thought. Seeing her expression darken, Du Fuling fell silent. For a moment, only the sound of leaves rustling in the wind filled the yard. After a while, Lin Chu came back to herself. "No need. Since people who want Yushua ointment are willing to pay, they will naturally come to Qingshui town. There's no need to send the ointment there." Du Fuling looked a bit discouraged. "Really not needed? If we sell it in the capital, the price could go up to 5 taels. As expected from a business family, she was calculating carefully. Lin Chu rubbed her forehead helplessly. "Yushua ointment isn't as good as white jade ointment. It's more suitable for Qingshui town. If we took it to the capital, it wouldn't sell as well." She didn't know what good ointments were available in the capital's rouge shops, but she knew that being near the imperial city, her Yushua ointment wouldn't steal their business. That's why, after white jade ointment was launched and Du Fuling suggested selling it in the capital, she agreed. White jade ointment was much more effective. It can make a person's skin look whiter. For a woman with a face only 6 points attractive, whitening her skin could instantly boost her attractiveness to 8 points.
Who wouldn't want that?
And it's not just for women. Men can also use it. After hearing her explanation, Du Fuling realized she had been too optimistic. She smiled awkwardly. "I'm still not as good at business as you, Sister Chu." She had wanted to call Lin Chu Sister Lin before, but Lin Chu firmly rejected it. Although she didn't know why, she changed her words. "Has Manager Yen come over yet?" Du Fuling shook her head. "No, after giving him 10 boxes of Yushua ointment, he hasn't come back, but if white jade ointment sells well later, he'll probably come again. Forget about him." Lin Chu waved her hand dismissively. "If he comes, no matter what conditions he offers, I won't agree. I understand." After sending away Du Fuling, Lin Chu locked the courtyard door from inside and casually glanced at the opposite gate. "You, how about I give you an acupuncture treatment?" Lin Chu, with a gentle smile, approached Ayu, who was dozing while holding Little Black. Suddenly, Ayu woke up startled, opening his eyes. A faint light flickered in his eyes but disappeared quickly, and Lin Chu didn't notice. "Big sister." Lin Chu looked at him, feeling something was off. The tone of "big sister" sounded colder and less pleasant than before. Suddenly, she saw a large lightening of the dark mark on Ayu's face, which reminded her she had covered it up earlier. It had been almost 3 months. Without thinking, she quickly put aside her plan to give him an acupuncture shot. "Wait a moment." She patted his shoulder and hurried out of the main hall, into the next room. She slipped into her space and found the herbs she had previously used on Ayu's face. What Lin Chu didn't notice was that, at the moment she turned around, the tall figure behind her, with unfocused eyes, stiffened when she patted his shoulder. His aura suddenly changed. Little Black suddenly jumped down from Ayu's arms and sat in front of him, staring at him without blinking. "This human, he's changed." When Lin Chu returned, she was holding a mashed-up herbal paste. She spoke to Ayu, who was still sitting in place. "Don't be afraid. This is medicine." She reached out and carefully spread the paste over half of Ayu's face and forehead, covering the dark mark completely. While waiting for the herbs to dry, Lin Chu softly asked, Ayu, do you want to know who you really are?
She thought it was better to ask.
Ayu tilted his head to look at her. His eyes seemed less clear and innocent than before, but he still answered foolishly, I am Ayu. Lin Chu hesitated. Again, this answer. Forget it, asking you is pointless, she muttered to herself. A few days ago, I chased those two people away. I thought they wouldn't come back, but it turns out they've been watching nearby. Ayu, who are you really? Are those people after you or trying to hurt you? When I saved you from the cliff, I didn't see your head injured. Why are you so foolish now? Her words kept flowing, but Ayu just sat there, occasionally glancing at her, without replying. Suddenly, Lin Chu sensed something was wrong. She looked up sharply and met Ayu's deep, unfocused eyes. Her heart jolted. You, big sister, who are you? What? Lin Chu's eyes widened. Something about how things were developing felt very strange. Lin Chu quickly stood up and moved closer to him. Her eyes changed slightly as she reached out and directly grabbed his neck. Are you better now? When did you get better? No wonder she felt something was off. Usually, Ayu was very clingy to her, but today he seemed unusually distant. What puzzled Lin's own was that this person hadn't taken any medicine or acupuncture. So how did he suddenly get better? Along with her confusion, there was an inexplicable discomfort in her chest, but she had no time to think about it now. Big sister. Ayu still called her, but his once innocent black eyes were now deep and cold, faintly showing a chill. Lin Chu realized she had finally discovered something. Without hesitation, she used her strength and asked firmly, When did you really get better? How long have you been pretending? Two figures quietly stood outside the door. At this moment, Lin Chu's attention was solely on Ayu, and she temporarily ignored the strange situation outside. Gray Sparrow excitedly waved to Yibo beside him. Hurry up and think of a way. Don't let her strangle him to death. We still haven't figured out if he's really the master or not. He was so anxious he almost rushed in but was tightly held back by Yibo. She won't. Gray Sparrow's strength was not as great as Yibo's, so he couldn't break free. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth. Just because you say she won't, doesn't mean she won't. What if she does? Yibo glanced at him calmly. Be honest. Sure enough, although Lin Chu was angry inside the room, her hand that was gripping Ayu's neck suddenly loosened. After all, they had been companions for several months. She couldn't kill him now, but she still needed to ask clearly. Lin Chu took out a silver needle again. If you don't tell the truth, if I stab this needle in, you won't be a fool or you'll become one for sure. She didn't believe this person could keep pretending. The room remained quiet, with no response heard. Lin Chu was very angry, very angry. Speak. She raised the needle in her hand, ready to stab it into his head at any moment. Suddenly, the quiet man spoke. I am 10 years old. Lin Chu's finger paused. What? I am not 5 anymore. I am 10. So you mean to say you haven't really gotten better, you just aged overnight? Lin Chu didn't believe it at all. She thought he was lying. She shook her head. You're lying. I'm not. The man suddenly became very excited. Watching his excited expression, Lin Chu vaguely saw some of the appearance of 5-year-old Ayu. Could it be that he wasn't lying? I didn't expect Ayu to look like this at 10 years old, like a little old man, not cute at all. He was much more fun at 5. I'll believe you for now. Do you remember who your parents are? Lin Chu stared into his eyes, not missing a hint of something unusual in his gaze. But Ayu's eyes, which had been cold just moments ago, now looked confused. I don't remember. So, no matter what, this person only seems to have regained his age? If she didn't know he wasn't poisoned and saw no other signs on him, Lin Chu would really suspect he was just playing around.
Comaine.
Since you've heard everything, what are you hiding for? Suddenly, she looked up at the door. Earlier, she had been suspicious that Ayu was lying to her and hadn't noticed that she was watching, but now that her mind was clear, no one could hide from her. After a moment of silence, the door suddenly opened, and 2 familiar figures stepped out of the shadows. Sure enough, these 2 pesky ghosts are still around. Lin Chu glared at them fiercely. I told you to stay far away. Who told you to come into the yard? Watching once isn't enough, and you want to watch several times. Fortunately, she was always alert and didn't casually enter the space without checking. Otherwise, her biggest secret might not be kept. Miss, please don't misunderstand. Yibo glanced at the man sitting upright behind her, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He guessed right, this person is the master. Although Yibo didn't know why the master was like this, as long as he found someone to bring back, the house doctor could definitely fix it. Lin Chu seemed to ignore the excitement in his eyes and snorted coldly. Misunderstand? What do you think I misunderstood about you? Did I misunderstand that you accidentally entered my yard? Or that you repeatedly eavesdropped and spied? Hui Kei couldn't help but retort. How can you call it eavesdropping? We were just guarding and watching over you. We didn't let any bad people in. So, you mean I should thank you? Lin Chu's smile didn't reach her eyes, and she looked ready to strike at any moment. How long have you been eavesdropping? Suddenly, Lin Chu remembered what she had done earlier and frowned as she asked. Not long. When you were applying medicine to this person, Yibo replied very respectfully. So, they saw Ayu's original appearance. Yes. Hui Kei hurriedly nodded beside her. Do you know him? Lin Chu moved aside, fully exposing Ayu to the two of them. She had been worried that these two came looking for revenge, but seeing Hui Kei's silly, dazed expression, it was clear they weren't, just a bit clueless. The gray sparrow didn't know that Lin Chu was secretly talking about her. Excited, she looked at Ayu and said, Master, the gray sparrow has finally found you. She immediately knelt in front of Ayu, tears streaming down her face like a woman. Lin Chu felt uncomfortable and rolled her eyes. She then saw Yibo, who also had red eyes, and was slightly surprised. This person usually seemed cold and tough, so she didn't expect this.
You.
Gray Sparrow. Ayu didn't dodge as Gray Sparrow called his name again. He repeated, How old are you? His words made the small room fall into a strange silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only a few faint breaths could be heard. Suddenly, Lin Chu couldn't hold back her laughter and said, Keep going. It seemed they really knew each other. As for what Gray Sparrow was calling her master, Lin Chu chose to ignore it.
Master. I'm 18.
I'm 18 years old, Gray Sparrow shouted loudly. Who would have thought that after finally finding her missing master, she would end up like this? That's not right. Gray Sparrow is only 8 years old. You're not him. Suddenly, Ayu pushed away Gray Sparrow and hid behind Lin Chu. Lin Chu froze completely. As this person recovered more and more, she felt she shouldn't stay so close to him anymore. She quietly moved to the side, but unexpectedly, her arm was suddenly grabbed, and no matter how she tried to pull away, she couldn't. Yibo and Gray Sparrow were both stunned. This. Let go, Lin Chu sternly commanded. Ayu looked disappointed, but finally loosened his grip. With his behavior, are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? Lin Chu's tone had a hint of teasing. Yibo shook his head. We won't mistake her for our master. Since that was the case, Lin Chu didn't say more. Please, miss, help us restore the master fully, Yibo suddenly spoke. Gray Sparrow was surprised. What ability did this girl have to cure the master? It might be better to just take the people away quickly. But he only dared to think this silently. Lin Chu glanced at Yibo. Why should I help? No matter what conditions the young lady asks for, I will agree. Yibo immediately knelt on one knee, looking sincere. Lin Chu didn't dodge or flinch. She thought maybe he had overheard her earlier promise to treat Ayu with acupuncture. Are you serious? As long as I cure your master, any condition is fine. Lin Chu's eyes showed a smile, but her tone was very calm. Yes, Yibo nodded seriously. Gray Sparrow saw this and quickly followed suit. Lin Chu was silent for a long time before nodding. All right, I can cure him. As for the conditions, we'll talk after he's healed. She originally planned to cure Ayu, even though she didn't understand why his mind suddenly seemed to be at 10 years old. Still, she was determined to treat him, especially now that she had a condition that might be useful later. Seeing Lin Chu agree, Yibo let out a quiet sigh of relief. These days I've been busy. In a couple of days, I will start treating him. Now you all should go out. Lin Shu pointed at the door. She still hadn't settled their bill. Just as Gray Sparrow was about to speak, when they were about to stay, Yibo quickly covered his mouth and took him out of the yard. Lin Shu looked at the two people leaving through the big gate, then turned to look at Ayu, who looked distant and detached. She felt uncomfortable. She preferred the silly, innocent Ayu from before. Night has fallen. It's time to sleep. Although Ayu's mind had returned to that of a 10-year-old, he still slept on the bench in Lin Chu's bedroom. The room was quiet and dark. Lin Chu tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she turned to look at Ayu's face, sleeping peacefully nearby. Listening to his deep sleep, she gradually drifted off. In Stone Village, early in the morning, things were lively. Lin Fengfei, with swollen eyes, hugged Grandma Lin and cried softly, "Mother, that shop was mean. I brought silver, but they still drove me away." Boo-hoo, her crying was loud and harsh. Grandma Lin felt heartbroken and kept patting her back. "Fengfei, don't cry. I'll take care of this for you." "Mother, I don't care. I just want a box of Jade's snow ointment." Fengfei believed that if she and Grandma caused a fuss at the shop, they would be forced to give her a box, even if they didn't have it. Otherwise, she'd have her mother sit at the door and make noise. Grandma Lin nodded in agreement. "Don't worry. Later, I'll take you and your sisters to the town to ask that shop for an explanation." Hearing this, Qian Shi, standing nearby, recognized the name Jade Snow Ointment. She thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. "Mother, I heard that the shop selling Jade Snow Ointment belongs to a big family. Do you think we can cause trouble there?" Honestly, she didn't want to go. Every time her sister-in-law was upset, the older sisters-in-law had to follow Grandma Lin and make a fuss. Not going would mean being scolded all day and night. "You're not going?" Grandma Lin glared fiercely at Qian Shi, then looked at Yuan Shi, who seemed honest, and Pan Shi, who looked unhappy. "No matter who they are, they can't bully my girl. Her precious daughter, the one she cherished most, shouldn't be bullied by others." Pan Shi silently sneered. It was just a useless person after all. Adopting such habits will only make the future easier for her in-laws. It might be better to save the money for the grandchildren. Of course, Mrs. Pan dared not say this aloud because Grandma Lin would be furious. Mrs. Yuan kept her head down and remained silent. Mrs. Qian had previously visited Qingshui town and heard about the famous Jade Snow Ointment. She couldn't help but say, "Mother, I don't know if this 5 liang silver Jade Snow Ointment is good or not. If it's not, wouldn't all the silver be wasted? 5 liang silver, how much rice and meat could that buy? Enough to make the whole family's mouths water. That old wife is really biased." Grandma Lin shot her a sidelong glance. "I give money to my daughter to spend. Are you happy about that?" No, it's just that this Jade Snow Ointment is expensive. If it's not good, it's just a waste," Mrs. Qian quickly explained, waving her hands. "It seems you're not willing to be happy about it." Grandma Lin snorted coldly. Her gaze swept over the obedient and respectful Mrs. Yuan. Second daughter-in-law, "Mother," Yuan stepped forward. "Your sister was wronged. Later, you and I will go to town for a walk," she ordered, leaving no room for refusal. Of course, no one dared to refuse. Mrs. Qian and Mrs. Pan exchanged glances, both seeing the displeasure in each other's eyes, but they agreed anyway. Mrs. Yuan returned to her room. Lin Shuyang shook his head in disapproval. "Mother, you shouldn't have agreed." There had been similar incidents before, where Grandma Lin took her 3 daughters-in-law to vent their anger on her daughter, but usually Yuan was the one who got hurt. She didn't even know what had happened to her. She suddenly got hit and she didn't know who hit her either. That's why Lin Shuyang strongly disapproved this time. Mother has already agreed. "Don't worry, Shuyang. Mother won't be as foolish as before and won't get caught off guard." Now she had become much smarter. Ever since her husband said they would split the family, her mindset had subtly changed. Seeing her like this, Lin Shuyang couldn't say anything more. He thought that after her mother and the others left, he would quietly follow to protect her, so no one would bully her. Grandma Lin, full of fury, led her daughter and 3 daughters-in-law to Qingshui town. Meanwhile, Lin Chu also planned to go to the herbal shop. Of course, she wasn't going to sell the musk and cow's bile she got from Xiaodong's father, but to buy medicine for Ayu. Her space was stocked with many herbs, but she still lacked two kinds, so she decided to visit the herbal shop. Now, Ayu was very obedient, sitting quietly at home and watching the books she had bought earlier while she was out. Lin Chu was no longer worried. Outside the yard, two people were always watching, making her yard the safest place in the alley. I'm not lying. Last night, I saw two men come out of that girl's yard with my own eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from the corner. Lin Chu paused her steps and turned to walk over. Before reaching the corner, she saw the angry-faced gray sparrow and Yi Bo hiding to the side. Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. What had happened? Her lips moved silently. Yi Bo pointed toward the corner. They had been hiding in this yard for days. Whenever Lin Chu was not home, they would leave. Today, seeing Lin Chu planning to go out alone, they decided not to follow. The master was still at home. Just as she was about to climb into Lin Chu's yard, she heard the chatter from nearby. Lin Chu stopped, crossed her arms, and listened quietly. Is that true? That girl looks only about 10 or 12. How could it be? Someone asked skeptically. Another familiar voice responded. If I saw it myself, how could I lie? It was Wu Shi. A cold light flashed in Lin Chu's eyes. Wu Shi grew more excited. That girl may look clean and innocent, but who knows what she's up to inside her yard. Once, two men came out of her house. TSK. In her words, Wu Shi was implying that Lin Chu was involved in something dirty. Are you sure you didn't just see wrong? Weren't you quite close to that girl before? From Wu's family, someone else doubted, looking at Wu Shi with suspicion. Wu Shi was furious inside. She saw those two men come out last night and she never lied. All of you. We've been neighbors for so many years. Do you think I'd lie to you? Instead of guessing whether I'm telling the truth, you should worry about what that girl might be doing. Whether it will ruin our neighborhood's reputation. Where do we put our face after this? That makes sense. Someone seemed to believe Wu Shi. So, what should we do now? Drive her out of the alley? Wu Shi's eyes flickered with satisfaction. She was pleased. She hated how that girl always avoided her, refused to let her into the yard for tea, and acted so high and mighty. Now, let's see what she does. Yes, she must be driven out. If more people find out later, it will be troublesome for our children's marriages. Drive her out. We must drive her out. We can't let her ruin our alley's reputation. Wu Shi quickly waved her hand. Come on, everyone, let's go to her house. Looking for me? Suddenly, a clear, lovely voice sounded, startling Wu Shi and the others, who covered their chests and rolled their eyes. Lin Chu saw how easily they were frightened and found it amusing. I heard you want to drive me out. Wu Shi pounded her chest and glared at Lin Chu. Yes, we want to drive you out. Who asked you to do those dirty things? You don't belong in this alley. Not fitting to live in this alley, Lin Chu repeated calmly, glancing at Wu Shi and then at a few unfamiliar faces behind her, probably neighbors from nearby. Did I pay your rent? Are you a landlord's agent? Lin Chu asked coldly, stepping closer to her. You are nothing. Why should I leave? You are ruining everyone's reputation. You can't stay here. Bang, Lin Chu didn't hesitate. She raised her hand and slapped Wu Shi hard across the face. It was quick and forceful, catching everyone off guard. After a moment, Wu Shi covered her face and cursed loudly. How dare you hit me? You rotten girl, I'll tear you apart. Ignoring her, Lin Chu reached out toward her. Lin Chu didn't dodge or block. She lifted her leg and kicked Wu Shi's knee, making her kneel on the ground. Then she looked at the others. What's wrong? Do you want to be like her too? No, the others hurriedly waved their hands. Lin Chu snorted coldly, looking down at Wu Shi's pale, swollen face with a handprint, unable to struggle free. If I hear you talking behind my back again, don't blame me for being rude. Then who are those two men? Wu Shi still refused to give up, biting her teeth as she questioned. Lin Chu paused her steps. Why should I tell you? Who are you anyway? Without another word, Lin Chu turned and walked out of the alley without looking back. Seeing her gone, the others hurriedly helped whoosh her up and quickly took her away from the corner. TSK, this girl really doesn't hold back. She's fierce and quick. Gray Sparrow slowly stepped out from behind the wall, watching Lin Chu's retreating figure and then the group of people fleeing in panic. Actually, it's us who caused trouble for Miss Lin. Gray Sparrow shrugged. So, what if we caused trouble? She doesn't seem like someone who would suffer easily. Yeba glanced at him. She saved the master. All right, I get it. I won't bother her anymore. The Gray Sparrow quickly waved her hand. She didn't even mention Lin Chu's impressive skill earlier, and she wasn't sure if she could beat Lin Chu before. Why would she willingly submit to being mistreated? Let's go inside and guard the master. Do you think our master really remembers nothing? Only remembers being 10 years old. I don't know. Their voices gradually grew quieter until they were drowned out by the sound of falling leaves. Is this the shop? Old Lady Lin stood in front of the Du family shop, looked around, and asked Lin Fengfei beside her. Lin Fengfei pouted. Yes, this is it, mother. The people inside are very mean. They won't sell me the Jade Snow Ointment. If she bought the Jade Snow Ointment, she might be able to attract a wealthy young man and become a wealthy lady in the future. After confirming, Old Lady Lin rolled up her sleeves. Let's go in. I'll go in and speak for you today. She raised her voice a little. My daughter brought silver to buy things, and this shop actually refuses to sell. It's unreasonable. Passing villagers stopped and whispered, What's going on? Why is there a commotion here? I heard they won't sell anything and even chased customers away. At this moment, Du Fuling was lying on a lounge in the backyard of the shop, reading a storybook, unaware of the lively scene outside. The Jade Snow Ointment in the shop had already sold out. She usually stayed inside, receiving visitors asking when the next batch of Jade Snow Ointment would arrive. Chumon hurried over, panting. Miss, something's wrong. Du Fuling looked at her calmly. What happened? Why are you so hurried? Miss, do you remember the girl who caused trouble in the shop a few days ago? She came again today.
And
she brought a few people. They're shouting at the shop entrance now. Chunlon explained anxiously. Du Fuling sat up straight from the lounge, suddenly recalling Lin Fengfei's arrogant attitude. She put down her storybook. Let's go out and see. Besides her and her servant, there was a shopkeeper and a young shop assistant. When customers came, they served them. When no one was around, they carefully dusted the shop. The shopkeeper, with his hands behind his back, looked at Old Lady Lin and her group. What are you doing? Who told you to make noise at the door? Old Lady Lin met the sharp gaze of the shopkeeper. Feeling a bit scared, but seeing her distressed daughter, she immediately crossed her arms and shouted, Who said I was making noise? This shop is so big. My daughter brought silver to buy things.
if you won't sell, fine.
Why did you chase her away? Everyone look at the shop, it's really dishonest. They always bully us, poor folks. The onlookers were upset by Grandma Lin's words and pointed at the angry shopkeeper. Grandma's right. These shops are just bully tactics. Exactly. I heard that the Jade Snow Cream that's hard to get is sold here. Do you know how much a box costs? 5 taels of silver. Why does something cost 5 taels of silver? I wouldn't spend that much in a year. It's just like stealing silver. More and more people started to complain. When Du Fuling came out, she overheard their words and a cold light flashed in her eyes.
Miss,
look at this. The shopkeeper tried to argue, but the crowd's words drowned him out, and his voice was hard to hear. Seeing Du Fuling appear, they looked at her like she was a savior. They wiped sweat from their brows and looked at her hopefully. Du Fuling raised her hand and looked coldly at the angry faces of the people and their increasingly rude words. Her expression stayed calm. Soon, someone among them stopped talking. Grandma Lin clenched her teeth. The crowd kept cursing. Why stop now? Seeing Du Fuling and her servant, Lin Fengfei quietly moved behind Grandma Lin. Are you the owner of the shop? Grandma Lin looked at Du Fuling with a mean face. When she saw her fine clothes, a greedy look appeared in her eyes. Such nice fabric. How great it would be if Fengfei could wear it. Du Fuling looked down at her coldly and ignored her. Grandma Lynn saw her attitude, and her fear disappeared instantly. She pointed at Du Fuling and started insulting her. You're just a woman opening a shop, fine. But why do you bully my daughter? She came to buy something and you wouldn't sell it to her. Do you look down on us common folks? Your heart is so cruel. Who will your future husband be? You're doomed. How dare you? Chunlon couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to scold her. What are you yelling about? I didn't say anything wrong. Grandma Lynn looked confident, as if she was right. Maybe you should stay at home and do embroidery. It's shameful for you to open a shop like this. Many people knew who was behind the shop. Hearing Grandma Lynn's reckless words, they gasped in fear. Grandma Lynn was enjoying her insults and didn't notice the strange looks. But Qian and Pan weren't fools. From Du Fuling's demeanor, they knew she wasn't someone they should mess with. They swallowed hard and stepped back, afraid they might get involved. Du Fuling remained silent, coldly staring at Grandma Lynn, stopping Chunlon from making a move. Grandma Lynn scolded angrily, then suddenly realized everything was too quiet and felt something was wrong. She quickly looked around and saw that the onlookers kept their distance, and her daughter and daughters-in-law also stayed far away. Grandma Lynn glared and asked, "What are you all doing?" "Mother, maybe we should go back," Pan said nervously, afraid to step forward, trying to persuade Grandma Lynn. Du Fuling looked at Lin Fengfei hiding behind, feeling she was very memorable, like a simple-minded fool. "Shopkeeper, go ask the official doctor to come." Du Fuling waved at the sweating shopkeeper nearby. "This matter isn't over yet. The servant will go right now." The shopkeeper immediately sent someone to call the official doctor. Someone watching secretly saw this, but no one spoke up. At the back of the crowd, Lin Chu came out of the medicine shop and turned into this alley. She had planned to come and see what was happening, but unexpectedly, she saw such a big scene. Looking at the Lin family members in the middle of the crowd, Lin Chu's eyes were cold. She also saw Yuan Shi in the corner, her gaze flickering. Since she was the biological mother of the original person, Lin Chu didn't plan to leave. She thought if there was any danger here, she should help. She quickly saw Lin Shuyang, who was shrinking back, seeming afraid of being seen. Lin Chu gently curled her lips. She had overthought it. "That day, you came to my shop to buy jade snow ointment. I clearly told you we had no stock. If you need it, come back next month," Du Fuling said slowly. "But you ignored that and started arguing with my maid, even trying to hit someone." Lin Fengfei looked into her eyes, feeling guilty, and lowered her head. "I thought you were just a spoiled person, but today I see that's not true," Du Fuling said to Grandma Lin. "It's true, like mother, like daughter." "Exactly," Chunlon quickly added. "That day I told you we had no jade snow ointment. You didn't listen and scolded me. Our young lady didn't want to argue with you, so she asked me to ask you to leave. But you thought we were cheating you, and caused a scene in the shop." Hearing this, the crowd saw Lin Fengfei's guilty, reddening face and understood everything. "So, we've all been tricked by this person. She's a liar, and she dares to cause trouble here, that's right. Have you even checked how hard it is to buy jade snow ointment? You think just because you have money, you can buy it? I have money too, but I couldn't get any either." One woman pointed at Lin Fengfei and scolded her harshly. "We are not scammers. We have no goods to sell, so why open a shop?" Old Lady Lin couldn't stand others insulting her daughter-in-law. She started arguing with them, but unfortunately, she was alone and couldn't win the fight. "Are you three dead? I'm almost drowned in their spit. Hurry up and come help." The three women, Qian, Pan, and Yuan, were glaring fiercely at Old Lady Lin, who had to slowly move closer to her. "You three really make me angry, watching me get scolded by them. You're so happy, aren't you?" Old Lady Lin seemed to be deliberately insulting them, cursing them with her words, while her hands pinched Yuan's arm to vent her anger. Lin Chu watched clearly through a gap, her eyebrows furrowing. This old lady was really annoying. Yuan didn't dodge and endured the pain, letting Old Lady Lin vent her frustration. Qian and Pan exchanged proud glances, knowing that even though the old lady was angry, she wouldn't really hurt them. Yuan was just her punching bag. "Mother, didn't that young lady say? Even the younger sister-in-law made mistakes. Pan said, turning her eyes to look at her. She was good at reading people's expressions and knew that if they caused too much trouble today, it wouldn't be good for them. But old lady Lynn couldn't stand hearing that. What do you mean? I think you, the third daughter-in-law, are itching to cause trouble. How dare you say Feng Fei is wrong? Third sister-in-law, how can you say I'm wrong? Lin Feng Fei's eyes welled up with tears at the right moment. She felt very regretful now, wishing she hadn't caused trouble with old lady Lin. It was so embarrassing. If a rich young master was here, he'd remember her shameful look, and she wouldn't be able to climb up in society later. Feng Fei was so angry, ashamed, and regretful all at once. Oh, Feng Fei, you misunderstood third sister-in-law. I didn't say that, Pan quickly clarified, fearing old lady Lin might hit her. She subtly winked at Yuan, who was standing quietly nearby, to show she was innocent. Old lady Lin immediately got angry. In front of so many people, she slapped Yuan's face. Yuan staggered from the blow, looking up with a puzzled expression. Mother. You. What do I mean? How dare you casually blame Feng Fei? Yuan, don't think that just because the second daughter-in-law is protecting you, I won't do anything to you. Old lady Lin rolled up her sleeves, ready to hit Yuan again. Du Fuling watched coldly from the side, waiting for the officials to come. The villagers were also confused. Why did this suddenly turn into a fight? What was going on? Lin Shuyang couldn't stand seeing his mother being bullied like this. He was about to rush forward when he saw old lady Lin suddenly clutch her forehead, stagger back, and sit down heavily on the ground. He paused, then quickly disappeared into the crowd. Mother! Mother! What's wrong? Qianshi was the first to rush over and help Grandma Lin. Suddenly, she saw blood seeping from her fingers covering her forehead, causing her face to turn pale. Grandma Lin clutched her forehead, her eyes wide with rage.
Who? Who threw a stone at me? Come out!
Come out! Her wild appearance made everyone step back, afraid she might attack or bite. No one saw where the stone that hit her head came from. No one answered, and the crowd kept retreating further. Her forehead hurt and was sticky with blood, making Grandma Lin look even worse. She glared fiercely at Yuan Shi. You wicked girl. All this is your fault. She tried to go after Yuan Shi to hit her, but she felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Not me, mother. It's not me. Yuan Shi also looked upset. She endured her mother-in-law's scolding and hitting without fighting back. Qianshi helped Grandma Lin and looked at Yuan Shi. Second sister-in-law, if you did something, why don't you admit it?
Just now, Mother was closest to you.
Besides you, who else could it be? Clearly, she wanted to blame Yuan Shi for the incident, not caring who actually threw the stone. Pan Shi, standing nearby, shared the same idea. It's not me, it's not me. Yuan Shi desperately shook her head. Lin Shuyang was anxious, but pushed from behind by the crowd, which had moved back. Now, he struggled to squeeze inside but couldn't get through quickly. Seeing this, Chunlon shook her head and whispered to Du Fuling, Miss, this woman is really unreasonable. Everyone can see the woman who threw the stone just now wasn't her. But she. This is someone else's business. It has nothing to do with us, Du Fuling said calmly, watching Grandma Lin slap Yuan Shi again. Although it seemed cruel, she didn't tell anyone to help. Keep an eye on them. Before the village chief arrives, don't let them run away. Chunlon nodded quickly and stared tightly at Grandma Lin and the others, afraid they might escape right under her nose. Outside the crowd, Lin Chuxia watched Grandma Lin continue to bully Yuan Shi. Without hesitation, she threw another stone, this time aiming at Grandma Lin's knee instead of her face. Grandma Lin, caught off guard while trying to grab Yuan Shi's face, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her knee and fell to her knees in front of Yuan Shi, unable to get up. This scene made Qianshi and Pan Shi gasp in shock. Why was her mother kneeling before Yuan Shi? What was she doing? Lin Feng Fei widened her eyes in disbelief. Help me up quickly. Are you blind? Grandma Lin was very angry, and she didn't wipe the blood running down her forehead, which made her face covered in it, looking very frightening. Mrs. Qian and Mrs. Pan finally regained their senses and hurriedly went to help Grandma Lynn, who was kneeling on the ground, afraid to lift her head. Everything today was so strange. Everywhere was full of oddities. Grandma Lynn also felt something was wrong. Others had no injuries, so why was she the one with her head smashed and kneeling like this? "Mother, let's go home," Lin Fengfei said softly. "I don't want the jade snow ointment anymore. Let's go back." If they stayed any longer, she wouldn't have the face to stay in Qingshui town. Not allowed to leave, Chunlon saw their actions and immediately ran from the shop to stop them. "Today, you came here to cause trouble, making my young lady worry and work hard. You can't just leave easily. Her young lady's carefully kept shop has now gained a bad reputation." Chunlon couldn't bear to see that happen. "You're this useless girl. Do you have the right to speak here? You're just a maid. What are you shouting about?" Mrs. Qian scolded Chunlon and reached out to push her. Suddenly, the crowd parted quickly. "The village chief is here. The village chief is here." Someone recognized Zheng village chief from Qingshui town and shouted excitedly. "Today, this matter has reached the village chief, so there will be a good show." In Qingshui town, the surrounding village's minor affairs are usually managed by the village heads. If they can't handle something, they report to Zheng village chief, who then takes people to the county. The common people are genuinely afraid of officials, so they stay quiet and don't cause trouble. Zheng village chief is the highest official in this area. So many villagers feel nervous when they see him and sympathize with Grandma Lynn, who is causing trouble at the Du family shop. Seeing her so poor, causing trouble at the Du family shop, now with the village chief here, it's over, it's over. "What's going on? What are you all doing here? Who started the fight?" Zheng village chief looked at the gathered villagers and then focused on Grandma Lynn's injured forehead, his face turning serious. Du Fuling stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Zheng village chief, this family falsely accuses my young lady of hitting and bullying others. Not only that, they also insult my young lady. Everyone here has witnessed it." Zheng village chief recognized Du Fuling. Their families are neighbors, and they often meet when going out. But even so, he didn't defend Du Fuling. Instead, he asked, "What is the full story? Miss Du, please explain." Grandma Lynn heard someone calling him the village chief and panicked. When she heard his words, she was afraid that Du Fuling might cause trouble for them. She quickly shouted, "Village chief, you can't let her speak." Du Fuling opened her mouth but silently closed it again, giving a look of disgust and dislike at Grandma Lynn. "Then you speak." Zheng Lichang's face darkened as he waved his hand. Grandma Lynn was delighted and hurriedly exaggerated the grievances she and her daughter had suffered, mixing in some unpleasant words. Zheng Lichang's face grew darker as he listened, especially at Grandma Lynn's unrestrained insults, which made him regret letting her speak. He thought, "I can't stand a single word of this." Lin Chu was surprised and thought Grandma Lynn was clever, but now she seemed foolish and disgusting. "Shut up." Zheng Lichang became angrier and scolded loudly, then looked at Du Fuling. "You tell your side." Du Fuling calmly explained the whole story, concise compared to Grandma Lynn's endless insults. Zheng Lichang listened and saw that it was obvious they were causing trouble without reason, falsely accusing others. His gaze toward Grandma Lynn and her family was full of anger. "This matter is clear to me, and the fault does not lie with Miss Your family is falsely accusing others, and that is wrong." His words caused a stir among the crowd.
Yes.
This family is at fault. If others had no goods, they wouldn't be scolded. If I were the shopkeeper, I would have beaten them up already. How dare they come here causing trouble? Exactly, the village head is right. This family must be severely punished. If in the future my shop has no goods and I get falsely accused or scolded, I wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Almost immediately after Zheng Lichang made his stance clear, public opinion turned against Grandma Lynn and her family, everyone pointing fingers and feeling indignant. Grandma Lynn's face turned pale quickly. Beside her, Lin Fengfei almost couldn't stand steadily. The Qian family and others were trembling with fear. They shouldn't have come to town to cause trouble with Grandma Lynn. They shouldn't. Lin Chu saw their fear clearly in their eyes and curled her lips into a cold smile. "Serves them right. Village head, I am wronged," Grandma Lynn begged desperately, trembling with fear. "I just care about my daughter. She only wanted to buy a box of jade snow ointment. Since she wanted to buy something from someone else's shop, and they clearly said they didn't have it, why cause trouble? Not enough with one fuss. Today, they brought so many people to make trouble again. Do they think the law is dead?" Zheng Lichang's words grew heavier and heavier, echoing in everyone's hearts, making them afraid. Grandma Lin was so frightened she knelt with Lin Fangfei, not daring to speak. Qian and Pan also knelt behind them, while Yuan, with messy hair and trembling, did not kneel. The village had glanced at her briefly, but didn't pay much attention. He looked at Du Fuling and asked, "Miss Du, how do you want to handle this today? Village head, I won't make things difficult for them. As long as the young one and the old one kneel in front of my shop and admit their mistake with 3 kowtows, it will be enough." Since the matter hadn't escalated beyond control, Du Fuling didn't want to trouble Grandma Lin and Lin Fangfei further. But she also wanted to teach them a lesson so they would be afraid to think about this incident again. Zheng Village had hesitated for a moment, thinking that this way of apologizing was acceptable. If the Du family decided to pursue the matter, he would have to take these people to the county town and they would spend some time in jail. So, under Zheng Village head's watch, Lin Fangfei and Grandma Lin reluctantly knelt outside the shop, repeatedly shouting, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Du Fuling waved her hand and said, "That's enough." Lin Fangfei just wanted to find a rope to hang herself. How could she face the town after this? Thinking of this, Lin Fangfei stood up, covered her face, and ran away. Grandma Lin limped after her, and Qian Shi and Pan Shi hurried to follow, without hesitation. Seeing everyone run off, the villagers naturally dispersed. Lin Shuyang hurriedly went to Yuan Shi and asked, "Mother, are you all right?" Yuan Shi looked at him in surprise. "Shuyang, how?" Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. "The injury on your grandmother's head, that was you?" "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." "I don't know who did it." Lin Shuyang interrupted her and shook his head in confusion. He also wanted to know who had saved his mother. Lin Chu stood nearby, watching the mother and son support each other as they headed back to Shirtu village. She was silent for a moment, then turned and went back into the small second house. Now wasn't the time to admit her identity. At least, the people in the second house should realize how terrible the Lin family was and detach themselves from it. Then she could take the people from the second house and live a good life. Even if the Lin family came to bother them again, they wouldn't have to worry. Du Fuling kept thanking Zheng Village head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lin Chu's figure and paused, looking at her with some suspicion. Zheng Village had always handled official matters professionally. Since Du Fuling felt wronged in this matter, after speaking softly to comfort her, he left. "Chunlon, did you see Lin Chu in the crowd just now?" Du Fuling asked Chunlon beside her. Chunlon looked up in confusion. "Miss, I didn't see her. There were too many people. Maybe I saw it wrong," Du Fuling thought. If she hadn't seen it wrong, why wasn't Lin Chu here now? Oh dear, Fangfei, don't run away. Wait for your mother." Lin Fangfei covered her face and ran forward without caring, ignoring the pleas from Grandma Lin behind her. Qian and Pan exchanged a glance halfway and stopped in sync, walking slowly. When they couldn't see Grandma Lin anymore, they hurried to catch up. Until Lin Fangfei's head suddenly hit a tree with a loud bang. She held her aching head and sat down heavily on the ground, crying loudly. Grandma Lin finally caught up. Seeing her daughter crying so badly, she kept cursing Du Fuling, Zheng Lichang, and the Lin family members she often scolded and vented her anger on. "Fangfei, don't cry. Today, it's my fault I can't stand up for you. I'm useless." Grandma Lin hugged her and kept comforting her. Suddenly, Lin Fangfei pushed her away. "I told you to go back quickly. Why are you still causing trouble? Now, everyone knows who I am. How can I marry into a good family in the future?" Whenever she thought of this, her heart ached deeply. "Mother can't bear to see you being bullied, Fangfei. It's all for your good," Grandma Lin stammered softly, explaining. "I don't care. It's gotten to this point. I might as well die," she said desperately. Qian and Pan hurried over and were shocked when they arrived. Because Grandma Lynn was holding Fangfei, who was about to hit a tree, shouting for help. They exchanged glances and immediately clapped their thighs in worry. Oh no, oh no. They quickly ran forward. One held Fangfei's leg, and the other stood in front of the tree. Grandma Lynn, seeing them, gasped and cursed. Where have you two been? Are you lazy? If anything happens to Fangfei today, I will skin you alive. Mother, we've been right behind you the whole time, Qian explained with a nervous smile, blocking the tree. Young sister-in-law, don't do something stupid, Pan kept persuading her. Seeing she couldn't hit the tree anymore, Lin Fangfei immediately stopped struggling in Grandma Lin's arms, still with tears in her eyes. Mother, I am not willing. I am not willing. She felt like her whole world was ruined today. Fangfei, don't be sad. With Mother here, no one can say anything to you.
Stay at home for now.
Once this passes, everything will be fine, Grandma Lin comforted her tenderly. Lin Fangfei's emotions gradually calmed down. Suddenly, Grandma Lin realized someone was missing and looked around, asking loudly, Second sister-in-law? Where is Yuan? I can't see her. Qian stiffened all over. They had been rushing to catch the wife, and they didn't notice where Yuan was. Pan rubbed her hands and smiled. Mother, second sister-in-law must be behind. Why are you worried about her? The person is gone, but it's not our business anymore. You don't know anything, old lady Lynn spat at her. If the second daughter-in-law is lost, the second son will tear the house apart. He's been arguing every day about dividing the family. Even if he doesn't want to split now, he will eventually, so Yuan must not be lost. Qian doesn't want to split the family, but Pan is different. She, like third brother Lin, has long been interested in the house where the second family lives. Right now, she hopes Yuan gets kidnapped. But the reality always disappointed her. While they were talking, Lin Shuyang helped Yuan and came over. Grandma, I'm taking my mother home first. He didn't look at Lin Fangfei, who was crying with swollen eyes, or old lady Lin, who looked fierce, and simply helped Yuan continue walking without stopping.
How?
How is he here? Old lady Lin's voice trembled until Lin Shuyang and his mother had gone far before she spoke again. I don't know either. When did Shuyang come to town? Qian shook her head, confused. Old lady Lin felt uneasy. If Lin Shuyang came to town with them, it meant he saw her hitting Yuan. No, wait. Since Lin Shuyang is here, could the person who hit her in the head be this unfilial grandson? Suddenly, old lady Lin had many doubts. Qian and Pan watched her face change constantly, silently afraid to speak, standing quietly. After a while, old lady Lin pulled Fangfei and said, Let's go home. After watching a lively and exciting show, Lin Chu happily went home. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Yebwa and Huike gathered around Au. Did you two treat my house like your own? Lin Chu squinted, looking at them with a stern expression, slowly clenching his fists. Huike quickly waved his hands.
No.
We just wanted to show ourselves in front of the master. Maybe he'd remember us. If he remembers, he won't need Miss Lin to give him acupuncture anymore. Lin Chu snorted coldly and laid out several herbs he bought. You've been around him for so long. Does he remember who you are? This was a real punch to the heart. Huike looked defeated. No, the master doesn't remember me or Yebwa. Yebwa patted his shoulder silently to comfort him, then looked at the herbs Lin Chu took out and asked, Miss Lin, are these herbs the ones that can cure the master? Lin Chu nodded lightly, without raising her head. Acupuncture and medicine. About 3 treatments should do it. The herbs she laid out were bought from the pharmacy. The most important ones for AU were in her space, but she wouldn't say that. Then let's start acupuncture tonight, Miss Lin. The gray sparrow immediately eagerly leaned forward, bright-eyed as he looked at the medicinal herbs on the table, as if they were treasures. Lin Chu glanced at him. Aren't you worried that my medical skills might hurt your master even more? No worries. Yesterday, I heard Miss Lin say she saved the master from the bottom of the cliff, so you must be very capable, Gray Sparrow said confidently without hesitation. Not today, maybe tomorrow night. Lin Chu ignored his exaggerated praise. She needed to nourish these herbs in her space to ensure that after the acupuncture tomorrow, Ayu would get the best results. Nightboat stopped Gray Sparrow from asking further questions, clasped his fists, and said, "I and Gray Sparrow will listen to Miss Lynn." Gray Sparrow also nodded in agreement. "Yes, as long as my master gets better, I will do whatever you ask." Lin Chu raised an eyebrow and looked at him without replying. At this moment, Ayu, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly spoke up. "Are you talking about me? What's wrong with me? Why do I need acupuncture and medicine?" Ayu slowly put down his book, looked up at the three of them, and a hint of doubt and coldness appeared in his dark eyes. Even though he had forgotten everything, his commanding presence at this moment made Gray Sparrow and Nightboat kneel instantly. Seeing this, Lin Chu met Ayu's gaze and said, "Yes, I'm treating your illness." Faced with his aura, Lin Chu seemed unaffected and remained calm, as if nothing was happening. Gray Sparrow was shocked. No one had ever remained so calm under the master's powerful presence. Miss Lynn was truly extraordinary. Nightboat was excited. Even though the master had lost all memory, his unconscious aura was still so intimidating. If the master's memory returned, he couldn't imagine what would happen. What illness do I have?" Ayu stood up and slowly walked toward Lin Chu, slightly bowing as he looked at her. Lin Chu secretly sneered. She didn't like this kind of Ayu. He was more adorable when he was the silly, dazed 5-year-old. "They are your subordinates. You don't remember them. That's clearly a problem. If you're sick, you need to be treated," Lin Chu said, pointing at Nightboat and Gray Sparrow, who were kneeling nearby. She looked up at Ayu, meeting his gaze. She didn't know if these two would tell her Ayu's original name, but suddenly she felt a vague sense of confusion. Suddenly, a warm hand gently lifted her chin. "Is there any danger?" Lin Chu was startled and forgot to push his hand away immediately. "What? Is there any danger in treating my illness?" Ayu repeated. Lin Chu snapped back to her senses and quickly released his hand. "If you're asking, then just ask." "Why are you moving your hands?" Lin Chuzing took a step back and said, "As long as you cooperate peacefully and no danger occurs, I promise to give you 3 injections, and you will remember everything." Ayu said he was 10 years old now, but judging by his fierce attitude just now, he didn't seem like a 10-year-old at all. Could it be that someone is so commanding at 10? Lin Chu was full of doubts, and was about to ask when he heard Ayu faintly say, then turned around and sat back on the bamboo chair to continue reading. Lin Chu silently swallowed the question he almost blurted out. Yibo watched the scene unfold, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Only the Gray Sparrow nearby was shocked that Lin Chu had actually attacked his master. Old Lady Lynn and the others relied on their legs and finally returned to Stone Village before it was completely dark. The main hall was brightly lit. Old Man Lin looked at the disheveled group, and his face turned dark like a pot's bottom. "What did you all do today? None of you are at home." Old Lady Lin had mentioned going to the town to vent her anger for Lin Fengfei, while Old Man Lin was out with the eldest and third sons, so he didn't know about it. The group was trembling under his stern tone. "Old man, we just went out to do something. We didn't do anything bad. Are you trying to lie to me?" Old Man Lin angrily slammed the clay bowl in his hand, causing shards to fall on the ground, some even hitting Old Lady Lin's foot. Oh. Coincidentally, the shards hit Lin Chu's foot, which was already hurt by a stone earlier. Old Lady Lin was in pain, sweating profusely, and had been limping all the way back without resting. "What's your name?" Old Man Lin was startled by her shout, his face darkening further. "Quick, tell me, where did you all go today?" "Old man, we really didn't do anything." "Yes, Dad, we didn't do anything," Jen's family quickly echoed, filling the hall with chattering voices that made everyone's head ache. "Shut up," he slapped the table loudly. "Everyone, be quiet," Old Man Lin roared, and the hall instantly fell silent. Qian's family lowered their heads silently. "Don't think I don't know where you all went today. You embarrassed us in the town, and everyone in the village knows." He had only learned about it after hearing villagers gossip, and he was so angry he almost fainted. "What?" "Old man, don't listen to others' rumors." "What did I do?" "I didn't embarrass you." Old Lady Lin refused to admit it, making Old Man Lin even angrier. You didn't do what? Old Mr. Lin suddenly stood up and said, "Who is the person kneeling in front of the shop today, kowtowing and saying I was wrong? And you all, arguing loudly in front of so many people. Do you have no shame? Old man, nothing from you. Feng Fei, you don't understand things, and at your age, you still don't get it? The person running the shop isn't an ordinary person. And you all dared to cause trouble. Now everyone in the village knows about your foolish actions." Mr. Lin became angrier and raised his hand, as if to slap Grandma Lin's face. But he was too angry and suddenly felt dizzy, stumbling backward. Big Lin and Third Lin hurried over to support him. Dad, Grandma Lin, and the others were startled. "Old man, what's wrong? Don't scare me." The whole main hall became chaotic because Mr. Lin suddenly fainted. The main culprit, Feng Fei Lin, had already run to her room to hide, afraid her father might hit her. Late at night, the doctor sighed. He fainted from anger. Since he's old, you all should stop making him angry or next time might not be so good. The doctor didn't specify what not so good meant, but it wasn't anything positive. Grandma Lin's legs went weak, almost kneeling on the ground. "Big brother, go send the doctor. Hurry." It wasn't until the next day that Mr. Lin slowly regained consciousness. Lin Chu didn't expect that the next day, Du Fuling would come to visit. "Fuling's sister, is there something you need at this hour?" Lin Chu, nibbling on a fried egg pancake and sipping porridge, casually talked to Du Fuling. "I came to see the new products you mentioned before," she said, though in fact after the shop's trouble yesterday they had no stock and no business. She had been feeling bored in the shop. Lin Chu nodded, still working on it. "The ceramic jars for storing things aren't finished yet. It will take some more time." The porcelain shop had been busy these days, so her orders would have to wait in line. Du Fuling sighed disappointedly. "I was hoping to be the first to see the new stuff." Hearing her tone of disappointment and helplessness, Lin Chu smiled quietly and changed the subject. "Fuling, do you know about the flower viewing festival next March?" "The flower viewing festival," Du Fuling repeated. "I know about it. It's not an ordinary event." She looked around cautiously and quickly told Spring Orchid to close the courtyard gate. Seeing her like this, Lin Chu immediately understood that it involved some powerful people. It seemed the old shopkeeper knew less than he thought. She quickly finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth, and looked seriously at Du Fuling. "Sister Fuling, don't worry. My yard is big and the neighbors can't hear us." "Is that so? Then I feel at ease," Du Fuling replied, though she deliberately lowered her voice a bit. Hearing this, Lin Chu became even more curious and stared at her without blinking. Du Fuling thought for a moment and softly said, "I've heard that the people standing at the back of the flower viewing event are important people. I don't know exactly who they are." The event was originally held in the Imperial City, but later moved to the county town. This change upset many people. If I had known the location was different, I would have understood the value was different too. But last time, someone leaked that a powerful noble was behind the event, and I heard it came from the palace. Because of this, even those who were unhappy kept quiet. Some people tried to find out more but couldn't get any information. Lin Chu nodded secretly. She thought the same. Such a grand event wouldn't have powerful backers unless someone important was behind it. Otherwise, it would be taken over easily. You suddenly ask what the flower viewing event is for? Could it be that you also like flowers? Planning to buy some at the event, Du Fuling reacted quickly and asked 3 questions in a row. Lin Chu didn't plan to hide anything. "No, Sister Fuling. I want to sell flowers." "Sell flowers?" Du Fuling was surprised. "You know how to grow flowers?" "Yes, I do," Lin Chu replied calmly, without blushing or feeling guilty. After all, she was growing them in her space. "You actually know how to grow flowers?" "My mother used to make me stay at home and grow flowers so I wouldn't go out, but I couldn't do it. I almost killed each flower I tried to grow. Later, my mother gave up." Du Fuling shared her funny story, awkwardly rubbing her forehead. Lin Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and show me the flowers you've grown." Du Fuling was too curious about what Lin Chu's flowers looked like. Finally, Lin Chu carried out a pot with 3 white flowers blooming. Du Fuling stood up quickly. "How are these flowers whiter than snow? I've never seen such white flowers. They look a bit like orchids, but not quite." And how can they bloom 3 at once? Lin Chu quietly watched Du Fuling circle around the flowers, murmuring to herself, her expression calm. Even the old shopkeeper was just as excited when he saw the flowers. Fuling's sister, you have so many questions. Maybe I should answer the most important one first, Lin Chu said with a helpless sigh, rubbing her forehead. Du Fuling tightly held her hand. Tell me the name of this flower first. I want to ask my mother to help me buy a few to keep at home. Suddenly, she liked growing flowers. What's going on? Lin Chu hesitated. This flower is something I accidentally got. I don't know its name. What? You got it by accident? Then how can I find it? Du Fuling felt like the sky was falling and became quite discouraged. If Sister Fuling likes it, I'll give you this flower, Lin Chu smiled. Anyway, she had plenty of flowers in her space. Really? Du Fuling's eyes lit up. Don't give it to me for free. Name a price. How much silver does this flower cost? I'll buy it. Spring Orchid behind her, upon seeing the flower, couldn't hide her admiration. No need. I have more. Sister Fuling, just take it. Lin Chu waved her hand casually. All right then, I guess I'm getting a good deal, Du Fuling said shyly smiling. Her eyes sparkled with happiness as she looked at the flower. After a while, she frowned and asked, this flower, why don't you give it a name? Anyway, she hadn't seen a flower like this before, and she wasn't sure if her mother had seen it. She decided to ask later when she went back. Lin Chu gently touched the petals and paused. I like to call it Little White. Yes, in her space she named flowers based on their colors. Besides flowers with 3, 5, or 7 colors, which she named with numbers, her naming was quite casual. Little White. Du Fuling looked surprised. Such a beautiful flower, and you give it such a simple name? That's a waste. I don't know how to name flowers, Lin Chu admitted openly. She wasn't good at it, as you could tell from the names Jade Snow Cream and White Jade Cream. Hearing this, Du Fuling didn't insist anymore. She chuckled, calling it Little White is fine, simple and easy to remember. Lin Chu seemed to ignore her teasing tone. Sister Fuling, do you think if I take Little White to a flower viewing, someone would buy it? Of course. Trust me, sister. Not only will someone buy it, but maybe someone will even fight over Little White, Du Fuling said excitedly, clearly trusting Little White a lot. Hearing her, Lin Chu made a rough estimate. She decided to see how much of a fuss Little White would cause first, then consider whether to show other flowers from her space. But how many Little Whites do you have? Du Fuling asked cautiously, worried that if too many people liked Little White, Lin Chu might run out. Lin Chu silently held up 5 fingers. 5. If she had more, Little White wouldn't seem so rare. Du Fuling took a deep breath and said, you actually have 5 small white flowers. How much silver would that sell for? Although she didn't lack silver, she wouldn't mind having more. After the surprise, Du Fuling couldn't wait to leave with Chun Lan and Xiao Bai. She wanted her mother to see Xiao Bai. Lin Chu saw the servants leave the alley and turned to see the person hiding, Wu Shi, whom she had previously dealt with. Her eyes immediately turned cold, not because she thought Wu Shi might have overheard something, but because she was careless and trying to cause trouble again. Why are you hiding? Lin Chu strode over, grabbed Wu Shi's collar, and pulled her forward, asking coldly, you're talking nonsense. What am I hiding from? Don't accuse me without reason. Wu Shi was annoyed. She wished she had stayed further away earlier, so she wouldn't have been seen so quickly by this girl. Her legs hurt faintly, feeling very uncomfortable. Lin Chu looked at her and noticed her embarrassment and anger. She sneered softly. You spend your days plotting behind my back or eavesdropping outside my yard. Do you really think I don't know? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll take you to see Chief Zheng. I want him to judge this. Hearing this, Wu Shi, who was about to curse, trembled with fear and didn't dare to speak. Seeing her cowardly look, Lin Chu scoffed disdainfully, turned to walk into the yard, and left a warning. If I see you sneaking around here again, don't blame me for being rude. She deliberately chose a quiet, remote alley, but didn't expect someone like Wu Shi to be hiding here. It was a mistake. She closed the yard gate, ignoring Wu Shi, who was angry and scared. Lin Chu then saw Gray Sparrow hesitating and wanting to speak. Since she said she would start acupuncture on you tonight, these two had moved into her house. Of course, they didn't stay for free. They also gave her a silver note. Seeing the silver note, Lin Chu didn't chase them away. Instead, she let them choose any room they wanted to stay in. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Chu frowned. Just tell me if you have something to say. Gray Sparrow scratched his head awkwardly. I just wanted to ask if I could buy a pot of the small white flowers you took out earlier. Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with Sister Fooling? Lin Chu's sharp eyes immediately fixed on him, showing some coldness. Gray Sparrow shrank back and quickly waved his hands. No. It's just that your voices were loud, and I couldn't help but listen. Because he overheard Du Fuling's exaggerated questions, he secretly glanced over. In that glance, he saw the small white pet on the table, which made him so excited he almost rushed out to ask Lin Chu for it. Nightbow quickly held him back. Your excuses are pretty many, Lin Chu said bluntly, rolling his eyes at him. Then he asked, do you know the little white I raised? Sitting back on the stone bench, Lin Chu held the little black in his arms, gently stroking its shiny black fur. In recent days, the little black hadn't been played with by a ewe, probably because it had grown a few years older. I don't know it, said Gray Sparrow, unable to hold back, then meeting Lin Chu's cold gaze. He changed the subject, but your name for it is really very fitting, he added. You're smart, Lin Chu snorted softly. If you don't know it, why did you buy my little white? Do you raise flowers? Lin Chu looked at the handsome young man, not seeming like someone who liked flowers. Don't you know? Gray Sparrow looked at Lin Chu with confusion. Lin Chu paused. What should I know? Maybe because her tone was calm and steady, Gray Sparrow, even feeling something was off, admitted, in our Yan dynasty, anyone who likes flowers and has some silver money usually raises 1 or 2 flowers. Some are rare, some are common. People don't raise flowers just to make money at flower shows. Many years ago, the current emperor accidentally got a strange flower and has been carefully cultivating it. This story spread among the common people, and everyone thought raising flowers was the most elegant thing. Even if they were poor and couldn't afford food, they still had to raise a flower and take care of it daily. Lin Chu didn't bother to point out the flaws in his story. Instead, she became very interested in the strange flower the current emperor had. It turned out that the popularity of flower raising started with the emperor himself.
So,
Lin Chu suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that the flower appreciation event is backed by powerful people, perhaps even the current emperor? After all, this emperor also loved flowers. You talk so much, but how does that relate to you wanting to buy my little white? Lin Chu suppressed her curiosity and shock, glancing at the talkative Gray Sparrow. She wondered how a ewe and Nightbow could tolerate this talkative young man daily. If he were her subordinate, she would give him a shot every day to make him shut up. She felt a sudden chill behind her, and Gray Sparrow explained, your little white is so unique and beautiful. Since I saw it, I definitely want to have it. Having such a flower at home must be very pleasing to the eye. It's hard to imagine how carefully the young boy cares for little white. Lin Chu shivered and reached out to him. If you want my little white, you have to pay with silver. Gray Sparrow widened his eyes. Then why didn't you ask for silver from the person just now? Are you comparing yourself to Sister Fuling? Lin Chu sneered, as if hearing the biggest joke. Not to mention her current partnership with Du Fuling. Just calling Du Fuling sister makes their relationship hard for others to interfere with. One word, do you want it? Lin Chu lazily explained to Gray Sparrow, and was about to leave. Gray Sparrow immediately stepped in front of her. I want it. He then pipefully took out a silver note from his pocket. Here you go. Lin Chu glanced at the silver note, hesitated for a moment, then took it without a word, and went inside to fetch a new little white for him. Take good care of it. If anything goes wrong, don't come to me. Having been nourished by spiritual spring water in the space for so long, she believed that as long as it wasn't deliberately killed, little white wouldn't have any problems. Don't worry, I'm very good at raising flowers. Gray Sparrow proudly patted his chest. Lin Chu shot him a glance, softly saying, not sure whether she believed him or not. Du Fuling hurried back to the Du residence and immediately bumped into Madame Du. The latter scolded in a deep voice. Why are you so impatient? Have you forgotten what your mother taught you? How can a young lady be so unruly, mother? Du Fuling playfully stuck out her tongue, then slowed her steps and walked beside Madame Du, linking her arm. Daughter knows she was wrong. I got a bit too excited. Did you forget the time? What made you so excited? Madame Du asked curiously. Du Fuling smiled secretly, signaling Chunlon to quickly bring over the things. Mother, look at this. As Chunlon approached, Madame Du immediately saw the 3 white flowers blooming together, gently swaying. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Du Fuling secretly watched her mother's reaction, happily blinking her eyes. She knew that even her mother wouldn't be able to resist feeling excited when seeing Little White. Sure enough, Madame Du stared closely at Little White. Where did you buy this flower? How many plants are there? Why did you only buy one? Mother, this was raised by Sister Chu. She gave it to me. Madame Du had a deep impression of Lin Chu. First, because she was her daughter's partner, and second, she had to admit that the jade snow ointment was very effective. The white jade ointment that followed made her complexion much fairer recently. The master sometimes looks at her and seems lost in thought, clearly noticing how much she has changed. That girl, she's quite capable. Mrs. Du initially looked down on Lin Chu, but after several events, she began to accept her. Du Fuling hurriedly nodded. She is very talented. That flower is called Little White. She found it by chance and brought it home to grow, but there aren't many. Only 5 flowers, Little White. Even Mrs. Du, who is well informed, was a bit surprised by the plain name and coughed softly. Why would it be given such a simple name? Because it's easy to remember, Du Fuling pointed at Little White. It's whiter than snow, so calling it Little White fits. At first, Du Fuling also thought the name was not very nice, but the more she looked at Little White, the more she liked the name. Forget it, it's just a name. Mrs. Du decided not to dwell on the naming. Will she take the flower to the flower viewing event next March? Yes. Du Fuling nodded eagerly. Such a rare flower should be shown to the world. Mrs. Du agreed. Your brother will be home in a few days. When he comes, let him see it. Mother, I understand. I promise he'll like it when he sees Little White, Du Fuling said confidently, knowing her older brother has always been kind to her and would cherish anything good she had.
All right.
How are the business affairs in the capital? You sent the white jade ointment, right? Did the shopkeeper say anything about it? Mrs. Du slowly walked toward the garden with her, while Lin'an carefully carried the flower pot to Du Fuling's usual courtyard, arranged the flowers, and then hurried back. Hearing this, Du Fuling sighed softly. Mother, Sister Chu said that the white jade ointment won't sell well at first. It will take at least a month for people to see the effects before the business picks up. Mother knows. The white jade ointment and the snow white ointment are very effective. Besides, I have to say, this stuff works really well. Your father even said recently that I look several years younger. Mrs. Du smiled happily. Du Fuling immediately looked carefully at her mother's face, her eyes brightening. Really, Mother? Your father is right. Not only do you look younger, but you've also become fairer.
Yes.
Today, your mother came to talk about this. Since the white jade ointment is so good, bring me 2 more boxes. I'll give one to your aunt and some to your sisters. No, Mrs. Du pouted and said, I was already reluctant to give them the jade snow ointment before. Later, when they came to ask for it, I didn't give it to them. Who knows what they might be saying behind my back? They don't want it after all. You see, you don't understand how to be flexible. Just give them 1 or 2 boxes to use. As long as it works, soon everyone will see how good the jade snow ointment is. Then business will get better and better, Mrs.
Du patiently explained.
Mother, I understand what you mean, but the white jade ointment has already been sent to the capital. I don't have any left here. I can only wait until next month when Sister Chu makes new supplies. All right. When that time comes, leave a few boxes for me. Do you hear? Yes, I hear you. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with loud sounds of insects and birds singing. Lin Chu slowly put on rubber gloves, pinched a needle with her fingertips, and placed a small wooden cart nearby. In front of her was a bed where a man lay quietly, not asleep. Did you knock yourself out or should I do it? Lin Chu looked down at him calmly, her tone flat. Since this person's mind suddenly grew from 5 to 10 years old a few days ago, he was no longer adorable. Not only did he speak less and avoid her, but he also kept his distance, as if fleeing from a fierce beast. Lin Chu felt uncomfortable but knew he was just someone she had helped. Since he was almost recovered, she didn't want to bother him and decided to pretend she didn't see anything. At this moment, Yibo and Heike had been sent to the kitchen to boil medicine. She also asked Xiaohei to guard the door. If anyone tried to sneak in, she would call out immediately. Why? Ayu looked at Lin Chu with confusion in his eyes. I don't like being watched while I treat patients, she replied.
Then.
You knocked me out. Before he finished, Lin Chu took a nearby anesthetic needle and injected it. In an instant, Ayu's breathing grew heavy and slow. Lin Chu smiled slightly, then forcefully turned him over on the bed. She carefully checked the back of his head before deciding where to inject again. If only there were modern medical instruments in this space, she wouldn't have to go through this trouble. In the kitchen, Gray Sparrow was fanning himself with a fan, looking unhappy. Because he was not paying attention, the smoke from the fan grew larger and almost choked him. Yibo grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the kitchen. He then went inside to deal with the fire under the medicine pot, speaking sternly. What are you doing? If the master's medicine, Gray Sparrow, thinking that Xiaohei was a leopard, shivered at the idea. I'm just curious. Miss Lin didn't say we couldn't stay at the door, and she even let that. Was it a leopard? Guard outside. We're not thieves. Other women in the household usually keep cats or small dogs, but this cold and fierce-looking woman actually keeps a leopard. Miss Lin is very skilled in medicine. If we let others watch her, it might seem normal. Why don't the two of us stay here and prepare medicine for the master? Yibo thought there was nothing wrong with staying behind while Lin Chu prepared the medicine.
Je lips.
Forget it, I'll just prepare the medicine. I don't know how long the master will take to recover. Things have been very peaceful in the capital lately, otherwise, if the master is absent for a long time, everything might fall into chaos. The master has many talented and capable people around him. Even if he's away for a day or two, everyone must do their work well. Yibo, why do you always scold me? Huike looked unhappy. Because you're too impulsive, Yibo replied honestly. Huike rolled her eyes, unable to find a rebuttal for a while. Finally, she silently picked up Xiaohei. Why does she keep a leopard? Or a black panther? And it's so obedient in her hands. Miss Lin is a capable person. Yibo repeated what he just said, gently fanning himself with a palm fan. The thick smoke in the kitchen gradually disappeared. I know, I definitely can't beat her if we fight, Huike said gloomily, then suddenly sat up straight. I wonder who is more powerful, her or the master. I really want to see them fight. Yibo glanced at him as if he was looking at a fool, but did not reply. Huike wasn't upset. Secretly, he imagined Lin Chu being overwhelmed and beaten by the master, and he chuckled softly at the thought. Yibo silently moved aside, shaking his head helplessly. Time quickly passed. Lin Chu examined Ayu's nape 3 times, then reached out to feel it 3 times again. There were no wounds or swelling, but without any medical instruments, she could only guess there might be internal bruising. She checked his pulse once more. After carefully examining for a long time, Lin Chu immediately disinfected the silver needles needed and began acupuncture. By the time it was midnight, Lin Chu had finished and was sweating heavily. She raised her hand to wipe her forehead with her sleeve, exhaling a deep breath. Ayu was her first patient since she started learning medicine. She was naturally more careful and nervous. Thinking of the medical books still unread in the space, Lin Chu immediately decided not to sleep tonight. Suddenly, there was movement at the door. Low growls from Xiaohei warning, and 2 footsteps approaching. The noise interrupted Lin Chu's thoughts. She frowned, got up, and went to the door. She opened it and saw Yibo and Huike standing nearby, with Xiaohei blocking their way, growling nonstop. Xiaohei, come here, Lin Chu spoke, turned around, and hugged the small black dog that was running over. She glanced at the two people and said, "When he wakes up, give him medicine. I'll rest now." The room where Yu was given injections was cleaned up during the day. Since he was almost recovered, Lin Chu naturally didn't want him to stay in the same room with her anymore. "Miss Lin," Yibo couldn't help but call her, full of worry. Lin Chu didn't turn her head. It was successful. She casually said those 3 words and then sharply closed the door of her room. Gray Sparrow couldn't hold back and rushed inside, coming to the bedside to look at Yu, who was sleeping with his eyes closed. He whispered, "When will the master wake up?" "Wait and see," Yibo replied, then sat down on a nearby chair. The two waited quietly. Lin Chu went back into her room, took the small black dog with her into the space, and started reading medical books nonstop, eager to learn more. The next day, after reheating the medicine in the kitchen twice, Yu, who was under anesthesia, finally slowly woke up. He opened his eyes gently, looking at the unfamiliar bed curtains. After a moment, he remembered where he was. Although he moved quietly, Gray Sparrow and Yibo, who were guarding him and dozing off nearby, immediately noticed. They hurried to the bed. "Master, it's me, Gray Sparrow. Do you remember me?" Gray Sparrow's face was so close to Yu's eyes that he almost touched him. Yibo quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away. "Don't scare the master, Yu." Yu spoke softly, slightly lifting his head to glance at the two of them. His voice made both of them excited, especially Gray Sparrow, whose eyes immediately turned red. "Master, you don't know how long Yibo and I have been looking for you since you disappeared. We finally found you, but you're so foolish now, and there's a big black mark on your face." "I know," Yu said calmly as Yibo helped him sit up. His voice was light. He remembered being rescued by Lin Chu after falling off a cliff, and after his mind became dull and foolish, he remembered everything that followed. "Ugh ugh ugh. It's good that you know," Gray Sparrow cried as if he had been greatly wronged, and his voice grew louder. Next door, Lin Chu, who had just woken up from a nap, was startled by the sudden crying. She hurriedly ran over, thinking she had caused trouble with her injections. Could it be that Yu was completely turned into a fool by her? When Lin Chu hurried to the door and was about to rush in, she suddenly heard a deep, mellow voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar. "Gray Sparrow, if you cry again, go back to the capital. You don't need to stay with me. It turns out her medical skills are fine, and he has recovered." The Gray Sparrow's crying suddenly stopped. "My lord, I was wrong." Lin Chu took a deep breath. As she pushed open the door, she saw Yibo standing by the bed with his head bowed, and the Gray Sparrow kneeling on one knee with her head almost touching the ground. She raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is he awake? Did he take the medicine?" The room was quiet and tense, with no one answering. Lin Chu strode past the screen and approached. "I'm asking you, she began, but suddenly her step stopped. At that moment, a person in white clothes, pale-faced, leaning against the head of the bed, with black hair spread behind him, gently pressed his lips together. His eyes, no longer gentle, carried a faint anger and coldness. He looked up slightly, staring at Lin Chu as she approached. Their eyes met. Even after spending so much time together, Lin Chu still felt the sharpness and chilling aura radiating from him. One person was in front, the other behind. His demeanor had changed so quickly. Lin Chu felt uncomfortable under that gaze and subtly looked away. "Are you okay?" Lin Chu thought this might be inappropriate, so she quietly turned her eyes back to him, focusing on the bed curtain behind his head, avoiding his eyes. A soft, was barely audible, as if answering her question. Lin Chu secretly curled her lips and looked down at the Gray Sparrow. "Didn't I tell you? When your master wakes up, you need to drink the medicine. It's not too late to cry after he finishes." Her words made the already shy Gray Sparrow blush even more, her ears and neck turning red. She stammered, I forgot." Lin Chu then looked at Yibo. "Did you forget too?" In her eyes, Yibo always seemed more composed than the lively Gray Sparrow, like a brother with a mischievous younger sibling. Yibo lowered his head. "I forgot." Lin Chu couldn't hold back a roll of her eyes. "I'll remind you both again when he wakes up, drink the medicine. 3 times a day for 3 days. After speaking, she turned and left the room without looking back. Only when she reached the courtyard did Lin Chu quietly let out a breath. The atmosphere inside that room was too oppressive, and that sharp, penetrating gaze kept staring at her, increasing her pressure. Inside the room, the man on the bed kept his eyes fixed on Lin Chu's figure until she was out of sight, then slowly withdrew his gaze. Gray Sparrow, go get the medicine. Yi Bo, stay and tell me what happened during my absence from the capital. Immediately, I will go. Gray Sparrow replied quickly and left the room, heading straight to the kitchen. Yi Bo's voice was unusually calm, narrating the events in the capital with a steady, untroubled tone. Sitting in the courtyard, pondering that since the person has already been cured, they will probably leave after 3 days of taking the medicine. Then, only she and Little Black will be left in the big house. She wondered whether to go to the pharmacy to buy a couple of pretty girls to bring back. Suddenly, she faintly heard the sound of night boats, sighed, and went to the kitchen. Gray Sparrow had already left with a bowl. Lin Chu rolled up her sleeves, planning to make noodles herself this morning. She would serve them with greens and dried meat, which would taste especially good. In the capital city, at the Du family shop, shopkeeper Du was busy dealing with customers. For some reason, there were many customers today, and the shop boy couldn't handle them all. He had to step in himself. Just after sending away 2 customers, a somewhat familiar man appeared before him. Shopkeeper Du was momentarily confused. Don't you remember me, shopkeeper? I was the first to buy your white jade ointment. This man was the one who had said outside the shop that he couldn't find a match because of his dark appearance. Shopkeeper Du immediately remembered, and his eyelids fluttered. Is the white jade ointment not effective? Do you want to return it? It had only been half a month, and he was already here. If not for a return, what else could it be? Du's shopkeeper felt nervous and sighed. If he looked carefully, he would notice that the man was slightly different from half a month ago, though not very obvious. Return what? I don't want to return anything. The man quickly shook his head, entered the shop first, then took out silver and slapped it on the table. Give me another box of white jade ointment. What? You want another box of white jade ointment? Du's shopkeeper was so surprised he almost couldn't close his mouth. Yes, I want another box. Hurry up and give it to me. The man was excited. He had only used the ointment for half a month, initially just because he didn't want to waste the money he spent on it. Plus, the fragrance was so wonderful, he didn't want to throw it away. Who knew? After using it slowly for half a month, his mother saw him this morning and said he looked much whiter, and the dark spots on his face had faded. He didn't believe it at first, thinking his mother was just joking. But after asking a few friends, they all said he looked much whiter. So he had to believe it. He was in a hurry to buy more, worried that the ointment might run out. Shopkeeper Du suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at the man's face and was surprised. He wondered how he looked even whiter than before. Could it be that the white jade ointment really worked? Please wait a moment. I'll get you a box right away. Seeing that he knew the product was available, the man relaxed and asked, Shopkeeper, how many boxes of this white jade ointment do you usually sell? Do you sell it every month? Yes. Nature's products are sold every month, but the shopkeeper can only supply 100 boxes each month. It's first come, first served. Mr. Du responds while handing over a jar of white jade cream. Here is your white jade cream. Please take it. Only 100 boxes a month. The man feels a bit disappointed, but since he can only buy 1 box a month, he doesn't mind so much. Thinking about the fragrance of the white jade cream, the man can't help but ask, Shopkeeper, do you know what kind of flower scent is in this white jade cream? I want to buy a flower from the flower shop to grow myself. What he didn't say was that he smells the white jade cream before sleeping every night. Usually, he dreams a lot and wakes up suddenly, but in the past 2 weeks, he has been sleeping peacefully through the night. Worried that others might not believe him, he keeps quiet about it. Mr. Du, hearing this, looks troubled and says, Customer, this white jade cream was sent by the shop owner. I don't know what ingredients are used inside. Could it be that using this white jade cream caused some problem? Don't worry, if anything happens, just come back and see me. Finally, after sending the man away who was asking many questions, Mr. Du wipes the sweat from his forehead. Although the white jade cream sells slowly, at least he's not selling nothing at all. The man leaves the shop feeling disappointed, and he immediately sees someone he had mocked earlier for being dark and not knowing much. His eyes brighten, and he walks quickly over, saying, "Open your eyes wide and look. Is my face whiter now? Who are you?" "You're Li Yuan." The man called Li Yuan is the one who bought the white jade cream. "Yes, that's me." Li Yuan lifts his chin confidently, deliberately leaning forward to show his face. "Look carefully, everyone. Is my face whiter now?" The others look at each other. Some think Li Yuan is dreaming, while others carefully examine his face. "Your face seems a bit whiter than half a month ago, and the dark spots are much lighter," someone observes after looking for a while and suddenly exclaims in surprise. They reach out to touch Li Yuan's face, thinking he has applied makeup like a woman. But when they touch, their fingers feel nothing. This is strange. Li Yuan is startled and quickly pushes the person away. "What are you doing? Why are you touching my face without permission? I was just showing you, I didn't ask you to touch." "Are you sure you haven't applied powder on your face?" someone doubts. "I'm a man. Why would I use something meant for women?" Li Yuan waves his hand dismissively. "Then how did your face become whiter?" the quietest among them suddenly asks, staring intently at Li Yuan. Li Yuan looked at him and suddenly remembered that the other person's family had a sister who had been dark-skinned since childhood. Because she was very dark, it was hard to find a match, even with a matchmaker's help. But when the other person saw her face, he immediately ran away in fear. Li Yuan felt a bit of sympathy and no longer boasted about his own fair skin. Instead, he said to the other person, "I previously bought a white jade ointment for 5 taels of silver. After using it for half a month, I became much fairer. Today, I bought another box." He shook the small white jade ointment in his hand. "The shopkeeper said there are only about 100 boxes of this ointment each month, so it's first come, first served. Even if it doesn't make you fair, just smelling this scent helps me sleep well for half a month. I just don't know what kind of floral fragrance it is." Since they were friends who often played together, Li Yuan didn't hide anything and listed all the benefits. As if worried they wouldn't believe him, he directly opened the porcelain jar and waved the white jade ointment under their noses. Sure enough, he saw their eyes widen due to the fragrance. "It smells so good, even better than the perfume my mother uses." "Her perfume is a bit sharp. Is this the white jade ointment that can make people fair?" Li Yuan quickly closed the jar and nodded. "I just bought it. How could I fool you? Look at this porcelain jar and its patterns. Have you seen anything like this in other shops? This is a unique item from the Du family shop." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark-skinned man, who was his sister's brother, immediately turned around and headed toward the Du family shop. Seeing his back, the others suddenly all moved. Li Yuan watched them all head toward the Du family shop and thought for a moment before following. Master Du had just finished resting and was about to take a sip of tea when he suddenly saw the shop assistant hurriedly retreating into the shop. He wanted to ask what was happening, but then saw several handsome men rush in, startling him so much that his teacup almost fell to the ground. "What's going on? What's happening?" Master Du was very nervous and confused. "Shopkeeper, we want the white jade ointment." "Yes. We all want the white jade ointment. Hurry and get it." Master Du was frightened by this scene. Why did so many men suddenly come and specifically ask for the white jade ointment? Then he saw Li Yuan behind the crowd and immediately understood. These people must have been recommended by him. "Please wait, everyone. I will bring it to you right away." He quickly turned and carried the big box containing the white jade ointment to the counter, beginning to repeat his sales pitch. "This white jade ointment costs 5 taels of silver per box and lasts about a month. Not only can it make the skin fairer, but it can also remove dark spots and blemishes on the face. However, the effects take about a month to become noticeable." "Everyone. Shopkeeper, you don't need to say more. We all understand," said a person impatiently, directly taking out silver and opening a jar of white jade ointment. Smelling the familiar fragrance, their eyes lit up. "Yes, this is it. It smells so good." The man with a younger sister, Yang Haidong, carefully tucked the white jade ointment into his bosom. He believed that taking it home for his sister would definitely make her happy. The group of men arrived quickly and left just as fast. Shopkeeper Du glanced at the white jade ointment, which had decreased by 4 or 5 boxes. His face was flushed with excitement. The white jade ointment sent by the young lady finally sold out. When Li Yuan saw Yang Haidong and the others come out, he couldn't help but boast. How is it? Smells good, right? The pattern is also unique. Exactly, they replied. As passers-by saw the scene, they noticed 6 men of similar height and appearance, each holding a small porcelain jar, constantly smelling it with satisfied and obsessed expressions. This puzzled others. What are these people holding? For 3 days in a row, Lin Chu did not enter a Yu's resting room again. Even during mealtime, she sat alone in the courtyard eating, occasionally chatting with Xiaohe. As for the other 3 people, Lin Chu didn't care what they ate. At most, she left half of the cooked food aside when preparing meals. Most of the time, she would go to the kitchen to check, ensuring all the food was finished and the dishes and utensils were cleaned thoroughly. Seeing this, Lin Chu nodded in satisfaction. Miss Lin, please rest. She was studying products inside her room when suddenly, she heard Yibo knocking on the door. She let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she mostly didn't go into the space during the day to busy herself, or else. Is there something? Lin Chu didn't immediately open the door and ask loudly. The silence at the door followed. I don't know, Mississippi. Please come in, Yibo said, seeming unwilling to leave without seeing her. Lin Chu could only open the door and walk to the next room. Honestly, she didn't want to have much contact with Yu now. Since his memory and mind had recovered, she couldn't treat him like a child anymore. Did you want to see me about something? Lin Chu entered the room and didn't bypass the screen to go to the bed. She didn't want to see anything inappropriate. Come inside. A calm but firm voice came through the screen. Perhaps because the voice suddenly sounded serious and deep, Lin Chu felt a shiver run down her spine. She mustered her courage and went over. What is it? She looked calm, but she could faintly see a hint of impatience. On the bed, she remembered everything. Shen Changyu looked up and stared at Lin Chu, who was several steps away from him, then suddenly spoke. Shen Changyu. Hearing this, Lin Chu nodded blankly. What? That's my name. Only then did Lin Chu recall his words and silently remember this name. Shen Changyu. Shen Changyu. I've remembered. Lin Chu responded calmly. So, you asked your subordinate to call me over. What's the matter? She looked as if she might run away at any moment. Her obvious emotions didn't escape Shen Changyu's notice. He quickly sensed it, his fingertips on the quilt trembling slightly. A life-saving favor. Wait, Lin Chu quickly interrupted him, fearing he might say something inappropriate like offering himself in gratitude. If you want to thank me, just give me silver. I prefer silver. Shen Changyu choked, clenched his fists silently, then exhaled after a long pause. All right, Yibo, give her the silver notes. The last word seemed tinged with anger and helplessness. Yibo quickly stepped forward, pulling out a large stack of silver notes from his bosom, estimated to be over 1,000 taels. Lin Chu immediately smiled, took them, and without counting, stuffed them into her bosom. Thanks, I'll be going now. I'm quite busy. Lin Chu nodded to Shen Changyu and turned to leave. Gray Sparrow stood nearby, watching the scene. He felt that after Lin Chu left, the warm room suddenly turned cold. He couldn't help but touch his arm. It's not even winter yet. Why is it so cold? Shen Changyu leaned against the headboard, his dark eyes fixed on the disappearing figure for a long time. Then he waved to the 2 guards beside him. Everyone leave. As Yibo and Gray Sparrow closed the door, they clearly heard a very quick, faint cracking sound from inside, like something breaking. Master, what's wrong? Why does it seem like he's angry? Gray Sparrow lowered his voice, confused. Yibo shot him a look, as if he were a fool. Don't discuss the master privately. No, I'm not really discussing him. I'm just curious. After Lin Chu quickly returned to her room, she patted her chest, which was pounding wildly. The coldness and murderous aura Shen Chengyu had just emitted made her feel a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, she regretted not asking earlier about his background. But looking at Yi Bo and Gray Sparrow, they didn't seem like ordinary people. Suddenly, Lin Chu remembered the black mark on his face. She opened the door and told Yi Bo, "The black mark on your master's face will completely disappear in 3 months. No need to worry." Night fell as Zhang opened his mouth, intending to ask about the matter. "Thank you, Miss Lin. No need to thank me. After all, you paid with silver." Lin Chu casually flicked the silver note in her hand. She had secretly counted it earlier. There was exactly 2,000 taels. Several days had passed since she delivered the porcelain drawings. Remembering this, Lin Chu decided to visit the porcelain shop before it got dark. Currently, there were a few more people in her courtyard, and someone was lying inside, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. The old shopkeeper saw her suddenly arrive. He paused his flower arranging and hurried over. "I was just wondering when you would come. The porcelain you wanted to make, it's been busy, but we've managed to finish half. 50 pieces. Miss Lin, why not take these 50 pieces with you first? I promise the remaining 50 will be finished within half a month." Listening to the shopkeeper's chatter, Lin Chu hadn't said a word but suddenly saw the flowers she sold him. She spoke up, "I've named these flowers." "What?" The old shopkeeper looked up in confusion. "White as snow, let's call it Little White." The shopkeeper choked on his own saliva and coughed hard. After a moment he asked, "Little White? Isn't that a bit too casual?" "Casual? I think it sounds nice and easy to remember," Lin Chu said with a gentle smile, but her tone was serious. The shopkeeper hesitated. Fine, since she sold him the flowers and only she probably had them now, calling it Little White was fine. Suddenly, Lin Chu remembered the flower viewing event and asked, "Will the shopkeeper also take Little White to participate in next year's Flower Appreciation Fair in March?" "I won't participate." The shopkeeper shook his head. "Little White is so precious. Miss Lin, you should go." He thought for a moment and added, "Little White will definitely attract many admirers. I'm worried I can't protect it, so I won't join." He was a flower lover himself. With such a rare and beautiful flower, even if wealthy people offered silver to buy it, he couldn't bear to part with it. Lin Chu nodded happily. She thought if the shopkeeper participated, she wouldn't take Little White but would instead bring the small pink flower from her space. The pink flower was about a size larger than Little White and had more delicate petals, like an upgraded version. As she prepared to leave with 50 porcelain jars, Lin Chu paused and turned to the Du family shop. At this moment, Du Fuling and her servant were dealing with a group of customers demanding the Yushu ointment. Lin Chu didn't barge in but silently observed from the doorway. "Dear customers, the Yushu ointment is not that our young lady refuses to sell to you. It's simply out of stock." Spring Orchid frowned as she explained to the guests, but these guests were all wealthy families. They wouldn't believe her excuse. They wanted to get angry, but they were afraid of being treated unfairly by Du Fuling, so they held back and said politely, "Miss Du, don't worry about the money. Just sell us the jade snow cream, and we can discuss the payment later." Du Fuling felt speechless. If she had the product, would she hide it and refuse to sell? "Miss, I've already told you, we really have no stock left. We sold out all 100 boxes this month. If you need some, come back next month. It's already the end of the month. Just a few days left, please wait a little longer," she added. Lin Chu stood at the back, silently watching. She noticed that several of the young women were wearing veils, and through the small gaps, she saw red bumps on their faces. She nodded understandingly. "We can't wait." Suddenly, those veiled women hurried over to Du Fuling and tore off their veils. "Miss Du, look at our faces. How can we wait?" Du Fuling was startled. She looked closely at their faces and saw that their red bumps were worse than before, some now large, dark red swellings, looking quite frightening.
This.
Du Fuling was speechless because she saw Lin Chu behind the crowd. Her eyes lit up, and she was about to shout, but she saw Lin Chu shake her head gently and bite her lip in helplessness. "Can we really not wait?" one of them asked sharply, rushing to ask, "Or Miss Du, tell us who makes this jade snow cream? We can go find her ourselves." Du Fuling hesitated and shook her head. The person who makes the jade snow cream signed a contract with me long ago. That was her way of refusing. The women grew even more anxious. That's not good. That's not good. Miss Du, are you doing this on purpose? It was clear they were so angry they had lost their reason. Exactly. If your shop's selling jade snow cream, how can you just say it's out of stock? That's not good business. Miss Du, just speak up. Money isn't a problem. Just sell us the jade snow cream. Everyone has money. We're not asking for credit. Yeah, everyone has money. We're not going to ask you to lend us any. The women chatter excitedly, making the shop feel lively. Du Fuling sighs helplessly and rubs her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache from the noise. She has explained clearly, but these people just don't seem to understand. She suspects they might be pretending not to understand on purpose. I really don't have any Yushu ointment left. Du Fuling speaks to stop them. I believe you all know how good Yushu ointment is. Because it works so well, it's hard to make, and I only get 100 boxes each month. You don't need to make things difficult for me. If I had Yushu ointment, I wouldn't hide it. I run the shop to earn money, after all. Seeing that Du Fuling refuses to give in, the ladies exchange glances and suddenly fall silent. Du Fuling breathes a small sigh of relief when they quiet down. She says, come back at the beginning of next month. I promise you'll be able to buy Yushu ointment then. But my face. The women wearing veils look uncomfortable, their facial swelling more obvious and unsettling. It's okay if you wait a few days before using Yushu ointment on your face. Lin Chu's calm voice comes from behind the crowd. She steps around the women to stand beside Du Fuling, carefully observing the woman with the long red envelope. She smiles and says, if you follow my advice and let your face breathe for a few days, it will get better. Everyone looks at her. How can you be sure? If I don't use anything on my face, won't others see? If you don't trust me, you don't have to follow my advice, Lin Chu continues. Du Miss has already said, next month there will be Yushu ointment. Women who use it often get red bumps on their faces, which are painful and itchy. At this, everyone listens carefully to Lin Chu's words. Lin Chu gives Du Fuling a reassuring look and continues, Yushu ointment must not be used with other creams, and it should be applied after cleansing your face every morning and night. If you buy it and mix it with other creams, it won't work properly. Is what you're saying true? Someone is clearly moved by Lin Chu's words. If I don't use anything for a few days, will my face get better? Du Fuling quickly responds, of course. My face used to look just like yours. Since I started using Yushu ointment, look, my skin is white and tender, and nothing else has grown. She presses her face close to the women, showing her skin and touching her cheeks repeatedly. Sure enough, there were no red bumps left, not even a mark. People who know Du Fuling naturally knew about her previous skin problems and were very surprised. I didn't lie to you. These past few days, there's been no stock of jade snow cream.
Just follow what my sister said.
When the cream is available next month, start using it. I guarantee that within 3 to 5 days, the bumps on your faces will disappear completely. Hearing Du Fuling's confident words, the young ladies reluctantly left, despite their dissatisfaction. Make sure you keep some of our jade snow cream. Don't sell it all again. Yes, I will definitely save some for you. After finally seeing off the young ladies, Du Fuling took a deep breath and patted Lin Chu on the shoulder. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to persuade them to leave. It was so difficult. Lin Chu was amused by her expression and chuckled. Next time something like this happens, Sister Fuling, just follow what I just said. It will definitely work. Don't worry, I've already remembered. Du Fuling quickly nodded, then asked, it's getting dark. Why are you here at this hour? Did you make a new moisturizing cream? Seeing her bright, expectant eyes, Lin Chu quickly shook her head. Not yet, Sister Fuling. Let's see how the white jade cream sells first. If it does well, we'll delay the third product a bit. If it doesn't sell well, we'll launch it in half a month. Then tell me, what kind of effect does the new moisturizing cream have? It's for brightening skin and removing red bumps. What else? Of course, Lin Chu wouldn't tell her the details in advance. She just laughed it off and glanced at the darkening sky before quickly saying goodbye and heading back to the estate. Du Fuling watched her leave so quickly, shook her head helplessly, and called Chunlan to lock the shop door before riding the carriage back to the Du residence. The distance from the shop to the estate wasn't far. Lin Chu strolled slowly, and by the time she returned, only the last bit of sunset remained, glowing with a deep red. She pushed open the courtyard gate and was about to call Xiaohei when she suddenly saw a man sitting openly at the stone table in the yard. He was no longer wearing the rough cloth clothes she bought him at the clothing shop, but a finely embroidered black robe that blended almost with the night. The moonlight cast shadows on the ground, making him look like a beast lurking in the dark. A strange feeling of guilt quietly crept into Lin Chu's heart, making her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She blinked nervously and asked, "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, Lin Chu remembered that today was the third day after the acupuncture. She realized, "Oh, I almost forgot. It's been 3 days since the needle. You can get out of bed and move around, so you don't become stiff from lying down." She spoke to herself and slowly put down the basket behind her, avoiding eye contact with Shin Changyu. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen, the normally quiet person suddenly stood up, startling her and making her freeze completely. She watched helplessly as Shin Changyu's long legs moved closer step by step. Hearing his deep voice say, "You're avoiding me," she felt her heart race even more. "I'm not," she hurriedly replied. "You're just overthinking," he said. Lin Chu quickly answered back, and seeing him come closer, she couldn't help but step back until she was pressed against the wall. Looking at the person only a hand's breadth away, Lin Chu felt like crying but had no tears left. If she had run into the house earlier, she wouldn't believe he could still come in. Now, she didn't know what to do. Especially now, their close distance felt very strange. She had been close to Ayu before, even being hugged around the waist several times, and it didn't seem to matter. But now, with the same person, her mind changed, and the atmosphere felt very awkward. What should she do? She wanted to run away. "So, why are you avoiding me?" Shin Changyu repeated his earlier question, staring intently at Lin Chu, who refused to look at him. His hand, hidden under his sleeve, slowly clenched. Lin Chu looked at the sky and the ground, avoiding his gaze, and mumbled, "You were just 5 years old mentally before. I treated you like a little brother and took care of you. Now that your mind has recovered, you seem older than me. How can I treat you the same as before?" "Shin Changyu, men and women are different," she said. Then she raised 2 fingers, pointing at the distance between them, signaling him to step back. But unfortunately, Shin Changyu didn't move. He still firmly blocked her. Lin Chu's gaze fell on the moon hanging in the sky behind him. She stopped speaking. Shin Changyu looked into her eyes. "You can keep treating me like a 5-year-old child if you want." "What?" Lin Chu was startled by his words. "What nonsense are you talking about? Look at your size and age. How could I think of you as a 5-year-old? If she weren't afraid, she might have reached out to touch his head, wondering if he had a fever and was dizzy. At the kitchen door, because Lin Chu's voice was a little loud from her words, the gray sparrow hiding nearby was startled and kept flapping its wings, pulling at the night bird beside it. "What should I do? What should I do? The master wouldn't really fight with Miss Lin, right?" Yebo was speechless at his words, and he pushed his hand away. "No, he wouldn't. How can you be sure? Haven't you seen how dark the master's face is? He sat in the yard for half an hour. I didn't dare to look at him." Gray Sparrow shrank back nervously, as if worried about being scolded by Shin Changyu. "Don't believe me? And you're asking me?" Yebo finished speaking and ignored whatever Gray Sparrow said next. "I never tell lies," Shin Changyu replied with a frown. Lin Chu couldn't help but roll her eyes, clenched her fist, and said with a fake smile, "I think you're just trying to get yourself pricked into a 5-year-old again." If he dared to nod, Lin Chu wouldn't hesitate to do it herself. Unexpectedly, Shin Changyu actually nodded. "If you want, you can prick me. Do it however you like." Lin Chu choked on her own saliva, clutching her chest and coughing for a while. When she finally calmed down, her eyes red and wide, she glared and said, "You really are so foolish that your brain isn't working anymore." It seemed she didn't see Shin Changyu's serious, unpretentious black eyes, and she asked again, Since you're already cured and your body seems to be fine, when do you three plan to leave my residence? She should just chase them away quickly. Things seemed to be getting a bit out of control, and Lin Chu was quietly pondering this. Not leaving for now. Shun Changyu's deep voice pulled Lin Chu's thoughts back. Why not leave for now? Lin Chu looked puzzled, and her expression also showed some nervousness. Shun Changyu took in her expression fully. Suddenly, his starry black eyes lit up with a smile. He leaned closer to her. Lin Chu, are you eager to chase me away? Lin Chu didn't answer and tried to hide, but she couldn't escape. Shun Changyu continued to lean in, only a finger's length apart. With a little effort, he could. Lin Chu instinctively tilted her head and gritted her teeth, saying through clenched jaws, "If you won't leave, then stay. Just pay rent if you want to stay." Shun Changyu responded simply, "Okay." His quick agreement made Lin Chu want to say more, but she swallowed her words. Just as she was about to speak, her stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound in the quiet environment. Embarrassed, Lin Chu covered her stomach. A light laugh came from in front of her. She looked up angrily, and Shun Changyu had already turned around. "I've asked Gray Sparrow to buy food."
Come and eat, he said.
Gray Sparrow, at the kitchen door, quickly went to fetch the food box, placed the dishes on a stone table, and raised her hand to Lin Chu. "Miss Lin, please." After speaking, she turned and hurried away. Lin Chu glanced at his back and, adhering to the principle of not wasting food, approached and sat opposite Shun Changyu, beginning to eat heartily. Shun Changyu's eating manner remained elegant, exuding a noble aura. In contrast, Lin Chu didn't care about these details. Her chopsticks moved quickly over various dishes. As she ate, Lin Chu suddenly felt something was wrong. Everything was too quiet. She slowly looked up and saw the person opposite her watching her eat, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Lin Chu paused her chopsticks and quietly said, "All right, I'm full." As if afraid of being caught, she quickly put down her chopsticks and got up to run away, her back looking like she was fleeing in panic. Shun Changyu stayed seated, not chasing after her. Lin Chu slammed the door shut loudly and quickly, then leaned against it, gasping for breath. Her heart was pounding so fast. After a while, Gray Sparrow and Yibo came out of the kitchen, clearing the dishes from the stone table. The yard was now empty. All night, Lin Chu couldn't sleep well. Her mind was filled with Shun Changyu's half-smiling eyes. Whenever she closed her eyes, he appeared in her dreams. Helpless, Lin Chu could only stay quietly awake until dawn. Eventually, she couldn't hold on anymore and forced herself to sleep for a little while. At around noon, Lin Chu suddenly opened her eyes. Blinding sunlight spilled onto the ground inside the house, and she realized she had overslept. She got up to open the door and go outside, but suddenly heard voices from outside. Gray Sparrow's voice. "Master, do we really need to stay here for a few more days?" Gray Sparrow's tone was confused and cautious. After a long pause without a reply, Gray Sparrow grew anxious. Lin Chu blinked and looked outside through a crack. She saw Shun Changyu sitting with his back to her in the yard, so she couldn't tell if he was holding anything in his hands. "No rush," Shun Changyu's voice was calm. Gray Sparrow glared and said, "Master, if you don't go back to the capital soon, there might be big trouble." He then gave Yibo a meaningful look, but Yibo didn't look at him at all. Gray Sparrow was so annoyed he almost exploded. "What's going on? Why isn't he persuading the master to?" Shun Changyu looked at him with a worried expression and said, "If I don't disappear, how can I understand what those people are thinking?" Listening to this, Lin Chu thought it made sense. She understood why he said they wouldn't leave for now. Although she was a bit annoyed, he had given her so much that she couldn't just chase him away. Gray Sparrow looked confused and was about to ask why. When I caught a quick glimpse of Lin Chu's figure as she opened the door, I immediately shut my mouth. Some things are not meant to be shared with others. Lin Chu casually walked over and asked, "Did you all have breakfast today?" We already ate," Gray Sparrow replied with his head lowered. Lin Chu looked at the other two and raised an eyebrow, thinking they had already eaten. She then said, "I'm going to buy steamed buns." As she was about to leave, Her wrist was suddenly grabbed. The warmth from her wrist reached her heart. Lin Chu paused, then quickly turned around to see who was pulling her hand. She saw a tall figure looming over her and instinctively took a step back. Yebo looked serious. Gray Sparrow stared wide-eyed at Shin Changyu, who was holding the woman beside him. Was this still his cold, indifferent master who rarely showed emotion? Who took over the master's body?
Out. Out.
Let go of me. Lin Chu struggled but couldn't break free. Her expression grew cold. Let go of my hand first. The other person still tightly held her wrist. Lin Chu was getting angry. Just as she was about to ask questions, the heat from her wrist suddenly disappeared. She quickly put her hand behind her back and looked at Shin Changyu with suspicion. Young Master Shin, don't you understand the difference between men and women? Shin Changyu's face darkened slightly at her address. It's not that I don't understand, he replied. Lin Chu, hearing this, swung her hand again. Then, young Master Shin, please explain what just happened. When she mentioned what just happened, her voice paused, and her eyes showed doubt and persistence. I remember a used matter. It's just how I am, Shin Changyu said. So that's how it is. Lin Chu was momentarily confused. It seemed like you really liked holding her hand before. Thinking of this, she decided not to dwell on it and asked, Then, you should try to change that habit soon. After saying this, she paused. So, do you want to go out with me now? Yes. Gray Sparrow watched helplessly as Shin Changyu followed Lin Chu out of the courtyard. After a moment, he finally closed his mouth. Wait, why is the master suddenly going out? Even though he still has a black mark on his face, what if someone recognizes him? Yebo glanced at him. The master knows his limits, but I feel like there's something off between the master and Miss Lin, Gray Sparrow said, not noticing what exactly was strange. Meanwhile, Yebo, who had observed all the details carefully, shook his head gently. There's nothing wrong. Let's go. As subordinates of the master, we should stay behind and protect him. Yes, let's hurry and follow. You said you remember Ayu's story, so do you also remember me calling you sister every day? Lin Chu wouldn't admit she did it on purpose, intentionally mentioning those words. Shin Changyu paused. I remember. Seeing his expression unchanged, Lin Chu suddenly felt bored. She was about to change the subject when she suddenly heard, Sister. These two words sounded different from before, with a tender feeling that made Lin Chu's ear feel numb. She turned her head to look at the taller person, swallowed hard, and asked, Why are you calling me that all of a sudden? Just wanted to call. Lin Chu was speechless and decided not to respond, suspecting that he had done it on purpose just now. They continued walking forward in silence. Lin Chu took him to a bun stall and habitually ordered 10 buns. Shin Changyu looked at the small meat buns in front of him a little stunned. Lin Chu glanced at him and said, Eat. Didn't you say you needed 10 to be full? Several times I didn't buy enough and you made a fuss. I made a fuss. Shin Changyu's voice suddenly sounded dry. Lin Chu quickly nodded. Yes. Didn't you say you remembered things from when I was made? You don't remember eating meat buns? Suddenly, she wondered if the other person might be lying. Lin Chu looked at him with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Shin Changyu pressed his lips and said, I remember. Since you remember, then this is a meat bun. Finish it. Lin Chu quickly pushed the plate in front of him and then slowly ate her own portion. In the distance, Gray Sparrow swallowed hard while looking at the meat buns in front of Shin Changyu. 10 buns? Can the master finish them? Didn't he just have breakfast? The master wants to eat, so let him. Can't you pay? Gray Sparrow straightened his back suddenly. Who said I can't pay? He brought plenty of silver notes on this trip. If he didn't have enough silver, he could go to the bank. Even if he didn't, the master had countless treasures and money. How could he not afford a few meat buns? Lin Chu ate while secretly watching the speed of the person across from her. Suddenly, she saw a figure she found familiar. She fixed her eyes and saw Lin Shuyang entering a restaurant.
Huh?
Why is this cheap brother going to a restaurant? What's wrong? Shin Changyu noticed her distraction. Lin Chu waved her hand. Nothing. But her eyes kept fixed on the restaurant, looking very serious, making it impossible to ignore. As Shen Changyu looked in her direction, he saw the restaurant and the man being pushed out by the shop assistant. His eyebrows raised slightly. When Lin Chu saw Lin Shuyang being pushed out, she tensed up and instinctively wanted to stand up and go over. But the person opposite spoke first. "He doesn't know you." "What do you mean?" Lin Chu looked at him cautiously. She remembered she had never talked about the Lin family before. "So, how could this person?" "I can tell. You know him," Shen Changyu said calmly, finishing the 10 buns in front of him and continuing. "He looks somewhat like you." So when Lin Chu was momentarily distracted, he wasn't angry, just thinking about various reasons. "Are you investigating me?" Lin Chu raised her voice slightly. "No." Shen Changyu shook his head gently. "Don't you think you look a bit like him?" Only then did Lin Chu regain her senses and carefully look at Lin Shuyang's face. At this moment, because he was pushed out by the shop assistant, his face was pale and red alternately, and his slender face was full of defeat. After staring for a few moments, Lin Chu felt she couldn't find any resemblance except for his eyes, which were very similar to hers. Not dwelling on this anymore, Lin Chu seemed to understand that Lin Shuyang was probably looking for work at the restaurant.
What's going on?
Why did the Lin family suddenly let him go out to earn money? It's so strange. Everything feels odd. Worried that he might suddenly see her, Lin Chu quickly turned her head when Lin Shuyang looked despondent and was about to leave. After a while, Shen Changyu reminded her, "He's already gone." Lin Chu then looked at where Lin Shuyang had just stood. Her brows furrowed slightly. Was there something happening in the Lin family that she didn't know? Since the last time Lin Fangfei caused trouble in Qingshui town and fainted old Lin, the whole family had been detained in Shirtu village, unable to leave. Especially Lin Fangfei and old Lin. Originally, the Lin family had escaped here in a hurry, and now they had lost face again. Old Lin had been bedridden for 3 days before he recovered. No matter how old Lin's wife apologized, he ignored her. "The Lin family has been completely humiliated because of you. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry every day." Old Lin sat in the main hall, staring at Lin Fangfei, who was sobbing in old Lin's arms, his forehead twitching with anger. Since she returned earlier, Lin Fangfei had not left the house and kept crying every day, tears flowing like water. At first, everyone thought she would stop after crying for a while, but she cried every day, and the family was getting annoyed. Especially old man Lin, because he loves Lin Fangfei very much. He specifically let her live next door. So, when Lin Fangfei cries, the first person to hear her is old man Lin. Recently, he was upset because his second son wanted to split the family, and he was also upset with Lin Fangfei. His health has declined, and he looks several years older. "Why are you saying such things to Fangfei? She's also been wronged." "Old man, she's your daughter. Don't you feel sorry for her?" Old Lady Lin comforts Lin Fangfei, who is crying non-stop, and she is very unhappy with old man Lin. Old man Lin gets angry and leans back, saying, "If I didn't care about her, I would have sent her away. She's a shameful thing." It's because he cares so much about this daughter that he gets so angry and feels so disappointed. Lin Fangfei lifts her red eyes and says, "Mom and Dad, I've already lost my reputation. What should I do now? What's there to do now? What about you?" Old man Lin snorts angrily and slams the table hard. "Enough, stop crying. You're not young anymore. Tomorrow, your mother will find a matchmaker to talk to you. You should get married soon," he continues. "If we don't marry off this daughter, I'm worried she'll do something embarrassing again. I can't afford to lose face anymore." "I won't marry," Lin Fangfei shouts back anxiously. She can't marry anyone casually. She wants to marry a rich young master. "You have to marry whether you like it or not. I'm your father." "Mom, look at Dad. How can he just marry off his daughter like this? I want to marry a young master and be his wife, enjoy good food and a comfortable life." Lin Fangfei shrinks back in fear and pulls on old Lady Lin's arm. At the door, Qian Shi and Pan Shi exchange glances, both seeing disdain in each other's eyes. They wonder if their younger sister didn't sleep well. Why is she dreaming so openly during the day? As for the second household, Lin Lao and his family have been inside their room and haven't gone out. But the noise from the main hall is loud, and they can't avoid hearing it. Shuyang went to town, but I don't know if he can find a job, Yuan Shi says worriedly. No problem. If he can't find work, he can stay at home. It's better that way, Lin Lao says calmly. Even if his son finds a job and earns money, he will have to give it all to the family. It's better not to work and not earn money at all. These past few days, I've seen Dad very angry. He's glared at us several times, Yuan Shi says, feeling scared just thinking about old man Lin's eyes. Don't be afraid, Lin Lao comforts Yuan Shi by holding her in his arms. Then he looks at Lin Yu, who is sleeping soundly on the bed, and lowers his voice. Dad doesn't want the family to split. Fang Fei causing trouble again makes him very tired. Let's continue. Don't worry, keep going like this. Old Lin patted her back. Believe me, soon father will agree to split the family. Now, old Lin is still eager to split the family. Yuan always listens to him and also thinks splitting is good. While the couple was talking, the door was gently pushed open and Lin Shuyang, looking very sad, came in. Father, mother. Why are you back? Yuan asked anxiously. The restaurant doesn't lack staff, and the other shops don't either. I couldn't find work, so I came back, Lin Shuyang explained softly. Yuan sighed. Can't find work. Oh well, if you can't find work, then just stay at home with father chopping firewood. But don't forget to learn to read. Old Lin had kept this in mind. He didn't want Lin Shuyang to go to a private school because they didn't have enough money for all 3 grandchildren. He didn't argue but secretly saved money to buy some old books for Lin Shuyang. Luckily, Lin Shuyang had learned to read when he was young. Old Lin could read too, but he learned secretly as a child when he went to work in the mountains and then sneaked into the private school behind the neighboring village. Only Yuan and Lin Shuyang knew about this. Lin Chu also knew this from the original owner's memory, which she overheard by accident. Father, what happened over there? Lin Shuyang took a sip of cold water and pointed toward the main hall. It was a few days ago. Your grandfather now wants to marry off your younger sister, old Lin said calmly, as if Lin Fangfei had nothing to do with him. Young sister is at that age. Lin Shuyang wanted to say she could get married, but then he stopped himself. He listened quietly to the noise in the main hall. Fangfei shook her head desperately. I won't marry. I won't. Father, if you marry me off casually, I will hang myself in the house, she said. Old Lin's eyes widened, and his face turned red with anger. Are you threatening me? I dare not, Fangfei pouted. Where don't you dare? You dare to do such shameful things. What else are you afraid of? Old Lin clenched his fists tightly, almost throwing the clay bowl at Fangfei. Old Madame Lin was both angry and sad. She stepped in front of Fangfei. Old man, don't be reckless. If you push Fangfei too far and she ends up dead, what will we do then? She didn't want Fangfei to marry so early. She still wanted to keep her close. Even if she had to marry, it should be to a wealthy family. Fangfei shouldn't suffer. Later? You only think about later? Don't you want to think about now? Our Lin family's reputation is gone. If she doesn't get married soon, she will keep embarrassing herself in the future. How can her grandchildren explain their feelings to others? Father, you're only thinking about your son's children. You're just being biased. Lin Fangfei's tears fell heavily, looking very pitiful. Old Mr. Lin was so angry, he was gasping for breath. You, what's wrong with me? Father, you're just favoring your son's children. I am your daughter. Can't you see I want to be a wife, enjoy good food, and live comfortably? Old Lady Lin quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, old man. Fangfei is supposed to marry the young master. How can she marry anyone else casually? Mother is right. As long as old Lady Lin stands with her, Lin Fangfei is sure that old Mr. Lin won't easily let her get married. Seeing their daughter and mother act so clueless, old Mr. Lin felt a headache coming on. Usually, he was busy working and didn't realize old Lady Lin had raised the children this way.